You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
He ain't here yet.
He will be.
Almost noon.
Knows what's waiting for him.
Yep. He knows he's gonna get shot.
Let's go inside and have a drink.
Hi there, fellas.
No talk.
Just pour.
Sure. What'll it be?
Rod gut whiskey.
You're coming right on.
You seen McGrew?
Marshall, McGrew,
That's the one.
you friends of his?
We got a meeting with him.
You do. When?
Well, let's see. Right about now. Unless he ain't gonna show.
Oh, Marshall McGrew will show, all right. Always keeps his word. If Rance McGrew says he'll be here, then he'll be here. You can bet your bottom dollar on it.
That right?
In fact, here he is now.
Where?
Right outside, at the end of the street. Hear him coming?
I don't see nothing.
Oh, he's a-coming, for sure. Take a look. See that cloud of dust? That's him. Right on schedule. Cut!
I'm here. What's everybody looking at?
You're an hour and 15 minutes late, Rance.
So shoot me.
I'd like to. On film. We should have had everything in the can by now.
Don't bug me, Si. You know what these big emotional scenes do to me.
Now, don't get upset, Rance. We'll try to knock this one out before lunch. What do you say we get started, okay, baby? This is scene 71. You have your script with you? Positions, everybody.
Quiet, people! Camera ready. This'll be a take.
Welcome to the American West, Hollywood style. Some 100-odd years ago, a motley collection of tough hombres gunned and galloped their way across the frontier, leaving behind them a raft of legends and legerdemains. But heroes or hambones, they were a rough and woolly breed of nail-eaters, who in matters of the gun were as efficient as they were dedicated. So it seems a reasonable conjecture that if there are any television sets up in cowboy heaven, and if these worthies could see with what careless abandon their names and exploits are bandied about today, they are very likely turning over in their graves. Or worse, busy getting out of them. Which gives you a clue as to the proceedings that will begin in just a moment. Enter one Rance McGrew, an overpaid sports car driving phony baloney who can't distinguish between a holster and a hoof-and-mouth disease. His claim to fame is that he dispatches these baddies, or actors bearing their names, in gunfights, where the fast draw is simply a matter of cutting and the outcome is a setup, complete with blank cartridges and staged blood. But Mr. Rance McGrew is about to discover that this week's edition of Make Believe is being shot not on the usual back lot, but on a peculiarly authentic location, one found only in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Showdown with Rance McGrew, starring Chris McDonald, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Get me a key light on the end of the bar.
Coming up.
Props, where are the breakaway bottles?
Right here.
You know the scene, Rance?
Read it to me.
Interior saloon, cover shot of two bad men at bar. Rance McGrew enters through the swinging doors. He walks slowly to the bar, glancing sideways, left and right.
But glancing left and right?
That's what the script says.
Well, how am I supposed to do that? Is my head on a swivel?
I don't know, Rance. I didn't write it.
I'm going to tell you something, Si. When a cowboy enters a bar, he walks to the far end of the room, he gets his drink, he looks at it, then he looks straight ahead and drinks it. He doesn't look left and right. Take it from me. A man lets his eyes roll around his head, he can get himself in a whole lot of trouble. Capiche?
All right, Rance. Anything you say, we'll shoot it your way. Now, can we begin?
In a minute. My stomach's killing me. scene like this, it gets to me, you know? These miserable emotional scenes, they're draining. Where are my pills?
Right here, Rance.
Well, don't just stand there. Give me one. Make it 2. Water.
Yes, sir.
All right, boys, if you're set up, this is scene 71. A tracking shot of Rance as he enters the saloon. Let's get with it, everybody. We're way behind.
This one's for real, people.
Stand in, out. The star's here.
Cowboys 1 and 2, positions.
Outside the door, Rance.
I got it. Where's wardrobe?
Yes?
Do something about my shoulder pads. More on the left side.
Let me just open your vest.
Holster.
Right here?
An inch lower.
No problem.
Now, my gun.
Here you go.
It should be right where my fingers hang. A real gunfighter had to get his gun out fast. Did you know I took lessons from the national fast draw champion?
Did you?
Oh, you don't believe me?
Ready when you are, Rance.
Watch this. You hook it with your fingertips, like so. You bring it up in an arc.
Careful, sir.
Give it a little twirl. Whoops.
Rance, what are you doing?
What's wrong with this holster? It's got oil on it.
Replace the mirror behind the bar. I'll have to wait for the new glass.
I told you, Si, never, ever rush me. Okay? I'm a perfectionist. Wasn't like this in the Old West.
What wasn't?
In the old days, they made sure. They had to. Men's lives depended on it. You can't hurry justice, Si.
All right, everybody. Lunch! Ready?
Ready.
Rolling.
Rolling.
Roll sound.
Roll sound.
And action.
Cue Rance.
Hello there, Marshal.
Barkeep,
What'll it be?
rot gut whiskey.
Yes, sir.
Give me the bottle.
Sure, Marshal. Whatever you say.
Cut!
You know, don't look at me. It wasn't my fault. Look at here. Hey, buddy boy.
Yeah?
You try to gag it up one more time, you'll wind up plucking chickens at the farmer's market.
It was an accident, Rance.
Was it? He put English on it. He deliberately made it curve before it got to me.
English on a bottle? The guy needs a catcher's mitt.
What'd you say?
Nothing, Rance. He didn't say a thing.
How much longer? These boots are killing me.
Here's a new bottle.
Let's try it again. From the bottle. Positions, please.
Positions.
Scene 71, again.
And rolling.
Sure, Marshal. Whatever you say. Hold on. That there's a new bottle. You want I should open it for you?
I can do it.
Oh, dang. Here's a glass for you.
Don't need one.
You see that? He don't even use a glass.
He's some tough hombre.
I guess you boys know that... I guess you boys know I'm the marshal here.
We heard tell.
Sure did.
Then I guess you know that I know that Jesse James is due here any minute now, aiming to call on me.
I know that, too.
Likewise.
Well, what do you know? I figured he was too yellow. But it sounds like Jesse's here.
Marshal, please. No killing inside.
Easy, barkeep. Ain't gonna kill him none. I'm just gonna maim him a little bit. Pick off his pinky, maybe, with a clean shot.
Jesse won't take kindly to that.
He sure won't.
Well, well. Marshal McGrew, ain't it?
Yep.
We'll take a nice, deep breath, Marshal.
Why's that, Jesse?
'Cause it'll be your last. Oh! You shot it clean out of my hand!
I didn't. That was a sound effect. I can't get my blasted gun out of the miserable holster.
Cut! Take it easy, Rance.
I thought somebody oiled this holster.
I wiped it down.
It's too dry.
We'll do an insert later.
See? I can't even get it. Oh, look out. Whoops.
Bring another mirror.
This is absurd, isn't it? I mean, really. I mean, first the gun, then the bottle, then the gun a second time. You just can't appreciate the delicious absurdity of it. I drive all the way in from the beach just to shoot a few lousy scenes in my new car, my own car, mind you, and look what happens. I mean, I studied with Sandy Meisner, okay? I played Pinter, Albee, Beckett. And now, can't you people do anything right? I ask you, is that too much?
Would you like to sit down, Rance?
Why do I bother? Week after week, why? I give, and I give, and I give. For what?
Let's go to the fight scene. Jesse and Rance. First, Jesse knocks him through a table.
Cue the player piano tape. Stunt double. Somebody get the tables.
How do you feel now?
What do you mean, how do I feel? Sorry, Andy. It's not your fault. But these oafs out there, they wouldn't know a real line from a cereal commercial. Hand me my throat spray.
The antibiotic one or the one for the allergies?
I don't care, just give it to me.
Cut! Print it!
I think they're ready for your close-up, Rance.
All right, Angie. Don't you think I know that? I'm the only professional around here. Did you double for me in that scene?
Yes, sir.
Looking good.
Thanks. I tried to do it just like you would.
I like the bruises. Nice makeup.
It's not makeup.
Okay, boys, this is the death scene. Rance in the bar, Jesse lying over there. Rance thinks he's unconscious. Jesse picks up a gun off the floor and fires at Rance's back.
Well, at his back?
That's correct.
Hey, I don't want to give you a hard time, Si, but...
Well, you got a problem with that?
But that's not the way Jesse James used to operate.
Well, he does in this script, okay?
What I mean is, everything I've read about the guy, I mean, he fought pretty fair and square. Why can't I just yell something, before I pull the trigger?
Whoa, that's thinking. Warn the fastest gun in the West that he's about to get shot at. Look, buddy boy, you happen to be up against Rance McGrew. And when you're up against the best, you're going to play it dirty or you're going to play it dead. Now quit arguing and let's get to it.
Ready at the bar, Rance. Your marks by the brass rail.
Here's the bottle.
Hold it. I told you ginger ale. This is cola.
It's supposed to look like whiskey, though, Mr. McGrew.
Si, will you either fire this clown or straighten him out? One or the other?
Mr. McGrew wants ginger ale.
Yes, sir, Mr. McGrew.
Jesse, lie down on the X.
I don't care what he says. Jesse James wouldn't shoot anybody in the back.
Yeah, but Rance McGrew would. Rance McGrew would also fire his own grandmother. So do me a favor. Play it his way, or we'll never get this episode finished.
You're the boss, but I can just see the real Jesse James turning over in his grave right now. I don't mean just once. I mean about 400 revolutions per minute.
All right, let's get with it. Scene 93, take one.
Quiet, everyone.
Camera, roll sound, and action.
Here's your bottle, Marshal.
You stupid clod. That's whiskey. That's real whiskey.
It sure is. The best we got. Something wrong, Marshal?
Well, this sure is. Wait a minute. Where's the camera? And the lights? Where are the lights? You there. Answer me.
You talking to me?
I think he's talking to you.
Well, now, speak up, Marshal. I didn't hear you. You say something or not?
You know exactly what I said. Don't play dumb. Will somebody please tell me what happened to the microphone and the wall? Where did this other wall come from? Where's the back of the set?
Marshal, Jess is gunning for you. He's coming right now.
Hey, Cementhead, he was already here in scene 73, okay? Wait, my agent hears about this one. Let me out of here. This is degenerated into some third-rate, low-budget B picture.
Can't say I didn't warn you.
Wait. Who's this supposed to be?
They call me Jesse. Jesse James.
No, you're not. You're a different actor. What are you, a last-minute replacement? And where'd you get those clothes? Good lordy property. This man stinks to...
I'm the real Jesse James. Not that side of pork that's been play acting me.
What do you think you're doing? Take your hands off...
Sit down and put a cork in it. I'll ask the questions around here. Bartender.
Yes, Mr. James.
Bring me a bottle of rye. And wind up that player piano in the corner. I like a little music with my drinking.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Turn the volume down. Cut! Shouldn't we cut? Cut already! Will somebody please tell me what is going on?
Don't you hear good, mister?
No habla inglés.
Sure you don't. Well, habla this.
Sí.
I'd be looking for the marshal.
No es aquí.
No?
No, señor.
Fellow named McGrew. Rance McGrew.
So?
You know him?
Sí.
He here?
Come si, come sa.
Come what?
Sai?
Sai?
Si.
Who's Sai?
The director. Get me out of here!
Where you going?
That way.
You wouldn't be McGrew now, would you?
Not a chance.
Then what's this badge doing pinned to your chest?
Well, where's the fella who loaned me this vest?
I think you and me. We better have a little talk, Marshal.
Talk?
Maybe a long talk, maybe a short talk. But a talk just the same.
Okay.
You're supposed to be a tough hombre. But he don't look very tough.
No?
Know what you look like?
I couldn't venture a guess.
You look like a marshmallow.
A marsh? I do?
Don't that rile you none?
No, not much.
Why not?
I haven't been myself lately. It's these allergies.
Come on. First we'll have a drink, and then we'll talk. Then we'll have a showdown.
A showdown?
Where's that bottle?
Right here, Mr. James.
I gotta see this.
Yeah, see what?
How you break the neck off without wrecking the whole bottle?
Oh, that's just in the movies. Might get broken glass in it. Don't want to ruin good whiskey. Here, your turn.
No, thank you.
No?
Just a ginger ale, please.
Marshmallow.
Well, see, I'm on the wagon. It's in my contract.
Have a smoke.
I gave that up too.
I'll roll one for you.
Can't. Union rules.
Rules, huh?
Yeah, it's the law now.
Show you what I think of the law. Of course, you know how to do this, don't you? Roll your own, I mean.
Actually, I never could get it right. You know, that string on the little pouch? It always gets caught in my teeth. Would you mind not blowing smoke in my face?
That rile you, does it?
Not really. It's just that it's not good for my voice.
Nothing riles you. You're just about the most even-tempered dude I ever did meet. However, I ain't got no more time to be sociable, Marshal. I'd say it's past time we came to a meeting of the minds.
Duck and cover, boys.
What's everybody hiding for?
Think about it, Marshal. Why do you suppose?
'Cause the place is closing? That must be it. Yeah. Curfew time, huh? Well, I'll just mosey on home. Nice meeting you, Jesse. Oh, Mr. James.
Whoa, just stop right there. You wasn't leaving, was you, Marshal? I mean, you wasn't just gonna up and walk out on me, was you?
Me? No, I was just wondering whether it was gonna rain. You know, looks like it's not, though. No, not today.
Have a seat.
Okay. As long as this doesn't take too long, I got a meeting with my agent after we wrap.
You know what I thought, Marshal? I thought you was gonna play some kind of trick on me.
Me? Why would I do a thing like that?
Remember the time that bad guy had you covered from behind? And you started out the swinging doors, and you swung one door back and knocked the gun out of his hand?
That was the opening show last season.
Or how about when that rustling gang was waiting in here to bushwhack you? 10 or 11 of them.
13. I was up for an Emmy for that one.
That was where you shot from the hip and brung down the chandelier. I gotta hand it to you. Some shooting, Marshal.
I did better next week. Horse thief named McNasty. Shot a glass out of his hand. Bullet ricocheted and hit his partner out there on the porch. Got 1,300 pieces of mail on that one.
I bet you did. I just bet you did. Why, folks couldn't help admiring a man of your talents. Thing of it is, Marshal. Thing of it is, I don't reckon you ever fired a real gun in your life, did you?
Well, not as such.
Or hit a man in anger, or maybe even got hit in anger yourself. Tell me true, Marshal. You ever ride a horse?
Oh, yeah, on occasion.
A real horse?
Well, see, I happen to be allergic. Hives.
Hives?
Yeah, you know, a rash. Cats give it to me, too.
So you don't ride, you don't shoot, you don't bite. You just strut around wearing a phony badge and going through the motions of killing off fellas like me.
There was an episode when we let one of the Dalton boys off. It kind of a complicated plot. It seems he had a kid sister going to school in the East, and she came out to visit him on the day he was supposed to be hanged. She made an appeal to me, and I saw to it that he got a suspended sentence.
Mm-hmm. He told me about it.
He did?
He also told me how you captured him. Jumped 800 feet off a cliff and landed on the back of his horse when he wasn't looking.
Stuntman. Heights, they bother me.
That figures. So you see, Marshal, we had this meeting up there.
Up there?
And all us decided, my brother, me, the Dalton boys, Sam Starr, Billy the Kid, quite a few of us. And the consensus was, Marshal, was that you wasn't doing a thing for our good names.
Well, see, you have to understand, I don't write these scripts. I mean, I do have input at the development stage, but...
We had a little election up there, and they chose me to come down and maybe take a little shine off your pants.
How's that?
Don't you get it? We see you week after week shooting down this fella, shooting down that fella, capturing a bushwhacker, bringing in a rustler, but all the time winning. Man, you just don't never lose. You're the winningest fella ever come down the pike, and that's for sure. So me and my friends, well, we figured how's about time that maybe you should lose once.
Well, that's not such a bad idea. I could take it up with the producer at our next meeting.
I don't think there's time for that. I think that maybe if you're gonna lose, you're gonna have to lose right now.
Now?
But I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, Marshal. I'm gonna play it square with you. A whole lot squarer than you ever played it with us. Face to face, and no, what do you call them? Stuntman.
Could you be a little more, precise about the terms?
Right out there, on the main street. You and me.
Oh, I think there's been a misunderstanding. See, I'm not really Marshall McGrew. That's my name, yes, but it's a part I play.
Right outside. Me coming down one side of the street, you coming down the other. Just the two of us.
But I've done that before. Did you happen to see Gunfight at Red Rock?
Yeah.
Then you know.
It was lousy. 2 thumbs down. Way down. After you, Marshal.
You can come out now, boys. Looks like they ain't gonna shoot up the place after all. Drinks on the house.
We take 20 paces each. You come around that corner.
Which one?
By the general store. I'll come around that one over there.
Then what?
I'll let you make the first move. Nothing could be fairer than that, could it, Marshal?
Fair? Oh my. No, indeed. Nothing at all. That I can think of, unless...
What?
Could we make it tomorrow afternoon? Your girl can call my girl and...
This afternoon. Now.
You mean now? As in right now? Or in the general sense, as opposed to the past, let's say, or the future, or...
Too much, John. Let's go.
Stuntman? Oh, Stuntman.
14, 15, 16...
Better check on my bullets. But they're blanks. All blanks. What am I supposed to do?
Ready, Marshal? I'm coming for you.
All right, here goes nothing. Talk about method acting.
Go ahead, Marshal. Make your move.
This is ridiculous.
I'm gonna count to 3.
Why not 5 or 10?
1.
It never happens this way. Makeup! I got sweat in my eyes.
2.
I didn't even want to be in the series. I wouldn't have signed up for it at all if it hadn't been for the residuals. God, that and the fact that they let me use my own name in the title. Rance McGrew, Frontier Marshal. Had a nice ring to it, I thought.
3. Slap leather.
Props! Would you fix this holster?
Reach for the sky.
Okay. There's my gun, see? Hey, you win.
Just like I figured. This guy couldn't outdraw a crayon.
Jesse, give me a break. Will you give me a break, Jesse? I'm too young to die. Think of all the guest spots I could do after the series. Not to mention the syndicated reruns.
You say you got nominated for an Emmy?
Twice!
Man, you can't act any better than you can draw.
What about it? I'll do anything. I mean it. You name it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Just give me a break this one time.
Anything?
Anything. Say it.
Marshal, you know something? You and me, maybe we ain't such a long ways off from a bargain after all.
What is it you want?
Well, sir, I ain't exactly sure what it is I want, but I'll think about it some.
You will? You mean you're not gonna shoot me down like a dog? Like a cur? Like an empty beer bottle? Like an old tin can set on the fence post of life? On a lonesome road somewhere, a road less traveled, you might say?
Nope. But I'll tell you what I will do, if you stop talking like a schoolmarm.
What's that?
I'll see to it that you play it mighty careful from now on.
Done?
You gotta play it straight. No more of this Hollywood junk.
You got it.
We may be stiffs up there, but we're awful sensitive. We'll be watching you, Marshal.
Jesse? Jesse? Where'd you go? Where do I send the deal memo?
Here you go.
What?
It isn't whiskey this time, Mr. McGrew. It's ginger ale like you ordered.
Okay, people, this is a take. Quiet, please.
Where'd all these people come from? And the lights. The camera.
You all right, Rance?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm all right, but where'd you all go?
Where do we go? Rance, you're such a kidder. We didn't go anywhere. Are you sure you're all right? You look a little pale.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Make up. Touch up, Mr. McGrew, please, so we can get the shot.
The shot?
Jesse's on the floor.
What's he doing there?
You knocked him down, remember? Or rather, your stunt double did. Chair and a table.
How much longer? This floor's really uncomfortable.
Just a few more seconds.
But that's not Jesse. Not the real Jesse.
Rance, please. After this one, we'll call it a day. Now, you think he's unconscious, but he tries to get you in the back. Before he can shoot, you fall to the floor, roll, turn over with your gun in your hand, fire, and let him have it while you're still on your belly. Got it?
That's what was in the script.
Of course it is. Now, do you think you can do that?
Somebody wants to talk to you, Mr. McGrew.
Can it wait? Tell him Rance is about to shoot a scene.
He says he's Rance's new agent.
My agent? My agent hasn't come to see me in years.
Driving a big convertible with cowhide seats, steer horns on the hood. Like he's some kind of Texas rancher or something.
A new agent, Rance? Look, I don't know what your chain of command is nowadays, but go out there and talk to him if you have to. Find out what it is he wants, and what it is you want, and what it is so we can shoot.
Sure thing, Si. I'll do that.
Howdy, Marshal.
Jesse.
Deal's a deal. You said anything.
I like the red blazer. Houndstooth, isn't it?
That what they call it?
You don't know about the yellow slacks, though, and the beret. I think you've been watching too many old movies.
Be that as it may. Have a cigar.
I don't smoke.
That's right, I remember. No offense. Well, now, to get to the point, anything is the following. let's keep it simple. I'm just gonna stick around from show to show and make sure you don't hurt no more feelings.
Such as?
Take this here scene. Change it so's the other Jesse don't fire at your back. That would be real cowardly. Say he's lost a lot of blood and he's weak as a tea. But somewhere or the other he gets up on his feet. Then he knocks you through the window and makes his getaway. Got it?
Knocks me through the window? Rance McGrew?
Understood?
Yes, sir. Understood.
What? Are you out of your mind? No stunt double? Jesse does what?
Scene 93, take 2. Places. Lights. Roll sound.
And action. Cut!
That was a good one.
Yeah. Glad you liked it.
Now I was reading next week's episode, Marshal. The one where you knock a gun out of Billy the Kid's hand from a 4th-story window a block away, using the base of a lamp.
Well, the network wants to keep the gunplay down. Too much violence. No good?
Piece of crap. The way I see it, Billy hears you, whirls around, shoots from the hip, and knocks the lamp out of your hand. How's that sound?
Fine. Fine.
Now, looking ahead 2 weeks, I think we ought to give Sam Starr a break. He's a nice fella. Awful good to his mother.
The evolution of the so-called adult Western and the metamorphosis of one Rance McGrew, former phony Maloney, now upright citizen and defender of truth, dedicated to all things involving tradition and the history of cowboy lore. It's the way the cookie crumbles and the 6-gun shoots in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Showdown with Rance McGrew, starring Chris McDonald with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Fernette Lebo, Doug James, Kurt Nabig, Rich Komanek, Sean Cross, Steve Key, Jeff Lupetin, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a 5th dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow. and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Good morning, Mr. Bemis.
Oh, hello, Cheryl.
How are you today?
Fine, just fine. You're on time, I see.
I was getting worried.
Were you?
I thought you'd be here already.
Well, normally I would be before Mr. Carsville notices. Had a bit of a delay, though.
What happened?
Well, I decided to stop by the library on the way. A few books, to return. But they've changed the hours.
They have?
Yes. Do you believe it? Opening later, closing early. It's getting harder and harder to check out a book. Scarcely any time at all.
Well, don't they have a slot or something for returns?
Oh, they do. But what if you're interested, let's say, in scanning the morning paper without having to purchase a copy, or a student trying to finish a last-minute assignment, and those who work during business hours, who won't be able to use the library now? The right to read is slipping away, and no one seems to care.
Oh, here he comes. Get ready.
Well, as ready as I'll ever be.
Morning, Mr. Carsville.
Morning, Miss Anderson. Bemis.
Good morning, sir.
Glad you decided to join us.
Better late than never, I always say.
7 minutes to go. Let's open the bank on time today, shall we?
Yes, sir.
Scrooge.
What?
The boss in A Christmas Carol? Doesn't Mr. Carsville remind you the least bit of Ebenezer Scrooge?
Well, I don't think I've read it.
Really? Well, you should. All of Dickens' Christmas stories, as a matter of fact. They serve as a fine introduction to his novels. Nicholas Nickleby, Oliver Twist.
Time to open the front door, Mr. Bemis. They're lining up out front.
Oh, yes, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thanks, Cheryl. You've been very helpful.
Have a nice day.
Marvelous. Yes, indeed.
Well?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Chesters. Nice to see you.
Is this window open or not?
What? Oh, of course it is. Sorry.
I'd like to make a withdrawal.
Certainly. For how much?
There's the slip right in front of you. Can't you see?
Yes, I see it now. Mrs. Chesters, have you ever read David Copperfield?
How's that?
Wonderful book. Here's this poor little fellow whose father has passed on, and his mother has remarried a miserable man named Murdstone. Can you believe that name? And Murdstone has this sister, Jane, and...
Mr. Bemis, you shortchanged me again.
I did? Oh, my.
You owe me $1 more. There's only 24 here. I should have 25.
Quite right. I'm truly sorry, Mrs. Chesters. I thought there were 5 ones. Here you are. Now then, there's another character in the book named Micawber, Mr. Micawber. He's always being taken off to debtor's prison.
You read too much.
I do?
Perhaps if you didn't, you wouldn't need such thick glasses.
There's a wonderful woman in it, too, named Peggotty. She's David's nurse, and...
This is a bank. If I wanted to know about books, I'd go to a library.
Well, you see, the library's hardly open anymore, so I'm afraid you'd find that you...
Mr. Bemis.
Yes, Mr. Carsville.
I wonder if I might see you in my office. Now, Bemis.
The time is the day after tomorrow. The place is anywhere, so long as it can accommodate a bank, a main street, and a library, along with a myopic little man with Coke bottle glasses named Henry Bemis. The gentleman in question has only one passion in life, and that is to read. Mr. Henry Bemis, conspired against by browbeaters and henpeckers, and by clocks whose hands waggle disapprovingly and always disallow the moments he'd prefer to spend on his favorite pastime. Today, however, Mr. Bemis will finally have his chance to read anything and everything, in a world much different from the one he knows now. A world without bank presidents, a world, for that matter, without anyone at all. located in a place called the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Time Enough at Last, starring Tim Kazurinsky, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Did you hear what I said, Bemis?
Why, certainly, Mr. Carsville. I don't suppose you've ever read David Copperfield, have you?
No, Mr. Bemis, I have not. Now, if you'll be good enough to accompany me. Now, Bemis.
Yes, sir?
I shall come to the point of this interview. I shall arrive in the following manner. What constitutes an efficient member of this organization? Viz., a bank teller who knows his job and performs it, i.e., an organization man who functions within an organization.
An outstanding book.
What?
The Organization Man by William H. White. I read it, a number of years ago.
Mr. Bemis, I'm attempting to point out that you do not function well within the organization. You are neither an efficient bank teller nor a proficient employee. Instead, Bemis, you are a reader.
So I am...
A reader of books, of magazines, periodicals, newspapers, pamphlets, brochures, catalogs, advertisements, tracts.
And chapbooks and broadsides and instruction manuals. Oh, all sorts of things. Whatever I can lay my hands on.
Ad infinitum. That's precisely my point. When you're waiting on customers, you have an open book in your lap. Don't deny it. When you're balancing the daily tally sheets, one eye is on a printed page. I see you going into the vault downstairs during your lunch hour, book in hand.
Well, sir, with all due respect, it was my understanding that when I'm off the clock, my time is my own, in a manner of speaking.
Indeed it is. A very important point. Do you know how I became the man I am, Bemis?
Let me see, no. No, I don't.
I was a teller once myself. Hard to believe, I know. A good teller, I'm proud to say, became what I am today because I spent my lunch hour in the following manner. 5 minutes for a sandwich, 2 minutes, milk, 1 minute, cookie, then 52 minutes spent studying. And do you know what I studied, Bemis?
I can't say that I do.
Finance and banking.
Is that so? On your lunch hour? My.
I practiced adding up figures, subtracting, dividing, compounding interest, and, after 21 years passing through the ranks, do you know how I wound up?
Well...
I wound up as president of the bank.
So you did.
Ultimatum, Mr. Bemis. You will henceforth devote your time to your job. And that means forget about reading, or you'll find yourself outdoors on a park bench reading from morning to night for want of a job. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Oh yes, quite.
Good.
It's just that...
Just that what, Bemis? Make it quick and then get back to your teller's cage.
It's, well, my wife.
What about your wife?
I think she's taken up yoga.
Now see here.
She must have, or some similar form of self-denial. And now she expects me to live by the same philosophy.
What philosophy?
No bookcases, no magazines on the table, nothing at all. You see, she doesn't allow me to read at home.
Oh, of all the...
Nope, not on the premises. When I come home at night and pick up the evening paper, she yanks it out of my hand before I have a chance to open it. And then after dinner, when I try to look at a magazine, to relax, you understand, she's already hidden them away somewhere. It's gotten so bad that I find myself reading the labels on condiment bottles at the dinner table. Now she won't even let me use catsup.
Unasked, let me give you my reaction to all this.
Oh, please, please.
Your wife sounds like an amazingly bright woman.
Helen? Well, she is intelligent, but...
To see the problem and zero in on it like that.
Problem, you say?
Your compulsive reading. Your addiction to printed words in any form.
Do you really think it's an addiction?
What else would you call it? You've obviously been suffering from it for years, or you wouldn't need such powerful glasses.
Well, now that you mention it, I did read a lot as a boy. You know, I used to keep a flashlight under the covers so I could stay up late and finish a book. I remember...
And I remember last November. You spent the better part of your days reading campaign buttons on the lapels of customers. You'll recall, Mr. Bemis, one particular young woman who took considerable offense. She tried to hit you with an umbrella for staring at her chest.
I remember that too, Mr. Carswell. She never gave me a chance to explain. I only wanted to see who she was voting for.
Indeed. Good day, Mr. Bemis.
Good day, Mr. Carswell.
What are you doing now?
Oh, I was just reading the plaque on your wall. I see you graduated from...
Out!
Let's see now. Stocks down, more weapons testing.
Henry?
New bomb under development. An even bigger one. Now that's something to think about.
Henry?
Yes, dear. I'm in the living room.
Do you want more coffee or don't you?
No, thank you, dear.
Well, then tell me that, but don't sneak off so that you can bury yourself in newsprint.
Sorry. I was only checking the headlines.
I think we've gone over this quite enough, Henry. I won't countenance a husband of mine sacrificing the art of conversation to... All right, what's so funny?
Nothing, dear.
Go on, out with it.
Oh, it's just the way you worded that. A husband of yours. How many husbands have you had? I thought I was the only one.
I would appreciate your not rubbing it in.
Oh, Helen, that was a joke.
Go into the other room and change your shirt.
Now? Well, there's nothing wrong with this shirt. It's the same one I put on this morning. You ironed it yourself.
We're playing cards tonight. I want you to look fresh.
Cards?
That's right, cards. We're going over to the Phillipses.
Oh, we are?
Well, Henry, any objections?
No, dear. I must have forgotten. What time are we due there?
In about 15 minutes. That's why I want you to change your shirt. Try to look at least remotely respectable.
I'll be ready, dear.
See that you are. And clean your glasses while you're at it.
What?
Your glasses. You won't be able to see the cards with dirty glasses.
Oh, that's true. I wouldn't be able to see anything without these.
Do you want me to wipe them off for you?
No, I'm quite capable.
Well, then do it. And don't use your shirt tail.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it.
15 minutes, Henry.
Aha, just enough time for a short read. Now, where did I hide it? Ah, in this drawer. That's right. Perhaps I can bring it along.
One more thing.
Yes, dear?
Henry?
I was just getting ready.
What have you got there?
Got?
Under your coat.
Why, nothing.
Oh, then what's this?
Ooh, that's odd. Wonder how that got in there.
I could only hazard a guess. A handbook of modern poetry. Yours, Henry?
Well, actually...
Would you like to read me some?
You mean aloud? From the book?
Don't you want to?
Why, Helen, I'd be delighted. This particular volume has some lovely things in it. Really, quite lovely. One or two from Edna St. Vincent Millay and Robert Frost. Let me see. Carl Sandburg, William Carlos Williams, Archibald MacLeish, Kenneth Patchen.
Go ahead.
I can't. Helen, look. Someone's made marks on every page with one of those thick black pens. Who could do such a thing?
Who do you think did it, Henry?
Well, you don't mean...
You should thank me. A grown man who reads silly, ridiculous doggerel?
It isn't doggerel. There were some beautiful poems in here.
I say it's doggerel. I also say it's a waste of time.
Helen, please. No, please don't tear the pages out. Oh.
Careful, Henry. You dropped your glasses. Just think, without them, you wouldn't be able to read any of this.
Watch out. You'll step on them.
I might, accidentally. And then where would you be? You couldn't see a thing. Of course, then you wouldn't be able to play cards, or go to work either. And we can't have that, can we, Henry?
Why, Helen? Why do you do such things? For 20 years.
Because I married a fool.
There'll come a time, Helen. There'll come a moment when...
When what, Henry?
When you'll be paid back for such indignities and cruelties and miseries. You'll see.
Where are you going, Henry? To change your shirt?
I'm going to bed, Helen. There's one thing you didn't count on. I've learned these poems by heart. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say them to myself aloud and listen to the music of those beautiful words, because you can't vandalize what's in my mind. You can't climb in there and scratch out and tear up and destroy such magnificent language. No one can.
Henry? Henry, I'm speaking to you!
90, 95, 100. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Bemis.
Always a pleasure. Next.
I'd like to put this in my checking account.
Of course, if you'll kindly fill out a deposit slip.
Okay, I'll step aside.
Oh, take your time. There's no one else in line at the moment.
A constant remembrance that at a bank, like a political office and a public trust, blah, 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 something about a sense of loyalty and a devotion to duty. These are the things that make a bank great. They are of the essence, or some such. With them, an institution like ours will remain strong.
Everything all right in there, Cheryl?
I think so.
What's he up to?
Mr. Carsville? Well, he's dictating a speech for the bankers' meeting next Thursday. He wanted me to bring him the quarterly report.
Isn't that something?
Well, he needs to know the figures, deposits, and holdings.
Dictating, you say?
His secretary will type it up and correct it, fix the grammar.
Why?
Well, she always does that for him. It's her job.
But why can't he write it out himself? The speech, I mean. Is the English language that mysterious? Written English? It's really very simple. You gather your thoughts and put them down on paper. They're only words, after all. Words that begin as feelings and become thoughts and then are turned into sentences.
I never thought of it that way.
Do you see my point? It's the most basic process of the human mind, assuming one has at least an elementary vocabulary.
Maybe it's a matter of time. He must have a lot to do running the bank and all.
Time, yes, time. That I can understand completely. It's a matter of fitting it into your schedule. But if you want to badly enough, you'll find a way. Take reading, for example. I wouldn't trade it for anything. A doorway, as it were, a privileged entry into another mind, a chance to see the world through someone else's eyes.
Here's my deposit slip.
Oh, yes. Thank you, sir. And here's your receipt.
Okay, see you next week, Mr. Bemis.
Oh, I'm sure you will. I'll be here. Where else could I be?
It's almost time for lunch.
Is it? Already?
I was just wondering.
Yes?
Would you like to join us?
Pardon?
Well, some of us are going down the street to that new restaurant. They say it's really nice.
Is that what they say?
Why don't you come along? Unless you have something else to do.
Well, that's very kind of you, Cheryl. Very, very kind. But as a matter of fact, there is something I have to finish.
I understand.
Good, that's good, because, you see, I love Joyce.
Oh, does she work near here?
oh, heavens, no. That's funny, Cheryl. Really, very funny. I didn't know you had such a sense of humor. I mean, James Joyce.
I see.
Do you? James Joyce, the writer. Have you read Dubliners? It's the most marvelous book. One piece in particular, The Dead, is perhaps the finest story I've ever read. I'm rereading it now for the first time in years. Just a few pages to go. With any luck, I can finish it on my lunch break. The ending is quite moving, as I recall. Transcendent is the word I'm looking for. Yes, I'll be happy to loan it to you if you like. Oh, here we are. Peace and quiet at last. There just isn't any place quieter than the vault of a bank. All I have to do is pull the door closed and voila, my own private lunchroom and reading room. Now, let me see. What's for lunch today? Sandwich? Apple? Something to drink? What more does a man need? A jug of wine? A book of verse? Well, a thermos of coffee at least. The morning paper and my book. Where was I? The scene at the Christmas party. A house in Dublin. It's snowing and... Oh, wait, better check the time. 12:17 by my watch. Exactly 43 minutes to finish The Dead. After a quick scan of the front page of the paper. New bomb would mean total destruction, says scientist. Oh my, here's hoping they never have to use it. What in the world? That sound, what is it? Is something outside? My pocket watch. The crystal's broken. Not in my glasses, thank the Lord. Well, now the lights have gone off. Hello? Hello upstairs? Is everything all right? It's all smashed. Ruined. There's money everywhere. Will you look at that?
Ladies, gentlemen.
Mr. Carsville?
A constant remembrance that at a bank, like a political office in a public trust,
Are you in here, sir?
what matters is a sense of loyalty and devotion to duty.
Mr. Carsville?
So in conclusion, etc., etc., that's my speech for the Thursday night banquet, Miss Jackson, with revisions. Would you type that up in triplicate for? Type that up in triplicate for. Type that up in triplicate. Type that up in triplicate for.
That's only the dictation recorder. Mr. Carsville's phone. I don't suppose it still works. No dial tone. Nothing. Helen. Helen! The inside of the phone is burned to a crisp, as if it melted. What's happened here? Why, there's no longer any window or wall, just a huge hole. Cheryl? Cheryl, my friend. You were my friend, weren't you? My only friend. And now you're gone, too. It's all gone. This block, the entire city, nothing but rubble, as far as the eye can see. It's a nightmare. That's all it is. I fell asleep downstairs, and I'm dreaming. I'll wake up any minute and have a good laugh. Any minute now. As if this were the last car, the last one on the street that hasn't burned. It's impossible. It isn't real. It can't be. It feels real enough. It certainly does. I wonder if it still runs. Can I get home? See if Helen's alive? Someone's left the key in the ignition. Now I know I'm dreaming. Come on. Come on. Oh, what's the use? There's nowhere to drive. The street's impossible. There's nothing but one enormous crater, it looks like, beyond the park. Hello? Hello? Is anybody there? Anybody at all? I can't be the only one left, can I? They're all dead. They must be. Everybody's dead, except me. I'm all right, but why am I all right? I was right in the middle of the vault. I was in the vault. The walls are 18 inches thick down there. That's why I'm alive, because I was down inside the vault. The thing of it is, though, I'm not at all sure I want to be alive, to be totally alone. They did it. They actually did it. Some damn fool used the bomb after all. And now look at what they've done. Somebody, anybody, please, help me. I am born. Whether I shall turn out to be the hero of my own life, or whether that station will be held by anybody else, these pages must show. To begin my life, with the beginning of my life after the great conflagration. My name is Henry Bemis, and this is my journal. I'm not a writer, but someone must do this to leave a record for the future, if there is a future. So it falls on me to set down what I have seen. Day 2, as far as I can tell, the city is without life. After sleeping through the night in an abandoned furniture store, I awoke and went in search of food. The markets in the area are fully stocked. The canned goods appear to be undamaged. Peaches. Always did like peaches. Good meal. Very good. Soup, beef stew, vegetables, and dessert. A well-rounded menu, if I do say so. Something from each of the food groups. Well, almost. That leaves approximately 900 cans in this market alone. At least I won't starve to death. It'll last for a few years. All the food one man can eat, and then some. Have to remember to carry a can opener. Time to go shopping. Some more of this, a few cans of that. Ah, the gourmet section. Smoked oysters, delicious. Imported caviar. Don't mind if I do. Let's pass on the escargot, though. Wouldn't want an upset stomach. Something to drink, of course. Soda, bottled water, beer. Yes, beer. Why not? And onto the checkout. Which line is the shortest today? How about this one? Attention, A&P shoppers. No waiting on register 7. Put it on my tab, will you please? No, I don't need any help with the groceries. In fact, I'll just leave them here for a while. Don't worry, I'll be back. And now what? Go down the street to the Bijou Theater? See what's planned? Well, of course, they're dark today, no electricity. How about an after-dinner cigar? What a splendid idea. Is that a tobacco shop across the street? Wonderful cigar. Finest imported leaf. Rich, full-bodied. Better take a few with me. And pipes, yes, a new pipe and some tobacco. I've always wanted to smoke a pipe. I do believe it suits me. Next stop, the post office. No, laundromat. Jewelers. I suppose I could pick up a new watch, but I wouldn't know what time to set it. Doesn't matter, really. Well, it doesn't matter at all. I was happy to find a newsstand on the corner. By some miracle, not all of it had burned or blown away. There was one copy of the New York Times. All the news that's fit to print. I realized then that there would never be another edition. Only the same headlines, the same editorials, even the same comics. But after I read it and reread it, I still have a few magazines. I decided to remember this place. For the time being, I thought I'd explore the neighborhood, because it was my neighborhood now, all of it. From this day forward, I'd have it to myself. There was a candy shop, a stationery store, a dry cleaner's, sporting goods, For some reason, that one caught my eye. Besides, I had to sit down somewhere and rest. The worst thing was being alone. Utterly, completely alone. And this was the way it would always be from now on. Just walking and sitting, eating and smoking and reading the same newspaper over and over again. But for now, I needed a flashlight and some candles or a lantern for tonight. There were tennis rackets, rods and reels. I could always go fishing if there were any more fish. The gun department, never used a gun in my life, wouldn't know how to. I suppose I could learn for self-protection, but against whom? Or target practice, that might fill some time. I had my pick, Remington, Winchester, Marlin, or a pistol. Yes, why not? A revolver like a cowboy in a Zane Grey novel. It felt strangely heavy but balanced, as if it belonged in my hand. Without thinking, I began to load it. And then something came over me, settling on my shoulders like a great weight. The sadness of it all, the pity, the loneliness, and the sheer, utter waste. I thought, what does it matter now? What does it matter? Who will know? Who will care? It doesn't matter one bit. So I raised the gun and looked at it. How well made it was, finely machined, polished to a bright silver shine, and so carefully balanced the way it rested in my hand. It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make a bit of difference. This is perfectly all right. I mean, this is solitude. I should be grateful. I've never had much of that. I've got things to occupy my time. I've got enough food. I'm really extremely fortunate. If it weren't for the loneliness, the sameness, if there were just something else, someone, I'm sure I could be forgiven for this, the way things are now. I put it to my head and cocked the hammer. If there is a God, surely I'll be forgiven. And then I saw it. Wait, what's that? I could see the entire next block through the hole in the wall. And there it was. I adjusted my glasses and read the sign from here. Public Library! Yes, oh yes, I forgot all about it. But you're still here, aren't you, my greatest friend? You who have never failed me. Not burned at all. Why, the whole interior is untouched. There are thousands of books here, tens of thousands, all waiting to be read. Collected works of Shakespeare, complete works of Dickens, collected plays of George Bernard Shaw, poems of Browning, Shelley, Keats, great dramas of the world, books, all the books I need, all the books I want or have ever wanted. Poetry, fiction, history, it's all here. And now my journal ends because I have things to do. It doesn't matter whether I write it down or not. All I have thought and felt has already been said by the great writers, the poets, and philosophers, the historians of times past. I know that nothing is new, nothing is ever lost, so long as there are books. In the midst of this catastrophe, I have been reborn. Now, this pile is January, and that one over there, February, March, April, May, this year, next year, the year after that, without end. I think I'll begin with biographies, then short story collections, and move into the great novels. I'll vary them by subject matter. Science fiction in the spring, Wells and Asimov, Bradbury and Clark, Sturgeon and Le Guin, and Philip K. Dick. And then some whodunits for the long nights. Agatha Christie and Patricia Highsmith and Sue Grafton. And the best part, the very best part, is that there's time now. There's all the time I need, all the time I want. There's time enough at last. Where to start? What a foolish concern. I believe it was Charles Fort who said, when measuring a circle, begin anywhere. I feel like a kid in a candy store. So many wonders laid out before me, all of them indescribably delicious. My glasses! Where? They're broken. Completely shattered. I'll never be able to put them together again. It isn't fair. It isn't fair at all. There was time now. There was finally time. Plenty of time. All the time in the world. It isn't fair. It isn't fair. No, it isn't fair.
The best laid plans of mice and men, and Mr. Bemis. The small man in the thick glasses who asked very little of life, who wanted nothing but time to read. Only a moment out of an eon of moments, a mere instant out of eternity. For himself. Henry Bemis, now just part of the landscape, smashed beyond all recognition. Just another piece of rubble, a fragment of what man has deeded to himself in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Time Enough at Last, starring Tim Kazurinsky with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling from a story by Lynn Venable. Heard in the cast were Meg Thalken, Christian Stolte, Deb Dotzer, Carl Amari, Vince Amari, and Vince Gerasoli. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Education Toy Company.
O'Brien?
Yes, Mr. Judson.
Where's my robot?
Your robot, sir?
The Space Invader robot for the Christmas catalog?
I was just going over the blueprints.
Well, I need it.
Yes, sir.
How does it look?
The blueprints or the prototype?
Both. All finished, are they?
Oh, yes, definitely. It walks, it talks, it shoots death rays just like Mr. Ford said it would.
Then bring them to my office by the end of the day. We need to start production.
No problem, sir. Horace? Horace, Mr. Judson wants to see the robot. Horace? Why are you just sitting there? Didn't you hear what I said?
I'm not just sitting here. I'm waiting.
For what?
For a showdown. Look out!
What?
Go for your gun, partner. Gotcha!
Horace, why'd you do that?
Do what?
With the cap pistol.
Scared the pants off you, right?
Come on, Horace. You pull that almost every day.
Boy, when I was a kid, I always had a cap pistol. Everybody on my block had one. Do you remember cowboy movies? Weren't they the best?
I want to talk to you about your design for the new robot.
I made believe I had my own horse. We used to gallop out of the theater and shoot up the whole neighborhood. Bow! Got you right in the heart! You're loco. You missed me by a mile.
Horace, do you know how loud you're yelling?
Oh, I wasn't.
I'll bet you could hear it all the way to Mr. Judson's office.
How much? I'll bet you my ball of silver foil. Hey, Lenny, remember that? Remember when you could peel the foil off old cigarette packs and gum wrappers and roll into a great big ball? I had one that must have weighed 5 pounds. Boy, wonder whatever happened to it.
I've been in the office next to yours for 12 years. I know all about how you used to collect tinfoil. How will you listen to me for a second?
You must have had a miserable time when you were a kid.
I did. I couldn't wait to grow up.
What do you want, Leonard?
There's something wrong with the plans.
There is not. I designed this toy. There's nothing wrong with it. See?
If you'll listen...
The kids will go crazy about it. You know what it does?
I know what it does. Look, Horace, I'm trying to help you.
I mean a toy where the eyes flash and it walks over anything. It's a good toy.
It is a good toy, but it can't be turned out at the price point Mr. Judson wants. Look here.
What?
When he sees the plans, he's going to blow his stack. It's got too many parts.
You think so?
I know so.
Well, I don't.
Horace, all you have to do is work it over.
How's Betty?
What?
Betty. Your wife. Remember her?
What has Betty got to do with it? We're talking about your work.
Is that all you ever think about?
Horace.
Thanks. I'll look it over.
Horace. All right. You do that. By this afternoon, okay?
Sure, Lenny, sure. A great little toy, if you ask me. I would have loved to have this.
Meet Horace Maxwell Ford, age 38 but already growing a bit paunchy. He's a man whose clothes never quite seem to fit and whose shirt is forever coming untucked from his trousers. His socks are usually down around his ankles, his horn-rimmed glasses are always about to fall off his face, and he can't keep his hair combed at all. A mild man, an apologetic man, except when talking about his favorite subject, his beloved childhood memories. He's the type who quite naturally becomes the butt of endless jokes, at least when the jokers don't feel instinctively sorry for him. But were they wise enough, they would notice that there is a tragic quality about him as well. In just a moment, Horace Ford will come to understand what's tragic is not the fact that he's an inadequate man, but really an inadequate grown-up boy. A life-changing discovery, and one that could happen only in the Twilight Zone.
And now the Twilight Zone and our story, The Incredible World of Horace Ford, starring Mike Starr, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Leonard?
Laura, come in. What's the matter?
Here. I don't want Horace to see this. It's his birthday present. Len, would you take it with you so he doesn't see it lying around?
Check. I'll bring it along Friday night.
Thanks.
So how are you?
Oh, I'm exhausted. It is not easy to shop for that man.
What'd you get him?
A smoking jacket.
I guess that means he's growing up. Betty and I got him a new gold chain for that pocket watch of his. Oh, and we got him a yo-yo, too, as a gag.
Oh, that'll probably be his favorite present. You mind if I sit down? My feet are killing me.
Please. So, the surprise party's all set for Friday?
All set.
What's the plan?
Well, everybody's coming over to the place at 8. Horace thinks the two of us are going to a movie. I'll make him answer the door and sing happy birthday or something.
He'll go right through the floor.
Probably. Oh, what time is it?
Late.
Is he busy?
Yeah.
Well, I think he's worked late enough.
Ford? Oh. Hi, Mr. Judson. What are you doing at the window? Nothing. Just thinking. Thinking? About what? I don't know. Toys? Whose toys? You don't seem to have done much thinking about ours. Look at this.
I'm getting him out of there. Good night, Len.
Laura.
Well, look at it. I know what it is. The blueprint for the robot.
What happened? If we put this into production the way it is, do you know how much money we'll lose?
But it's a good toy.
That has nothing to do with it. See here, Ford, you've been with us a long time. You must know that we're in business to make a profit. This design just isn't cost-effective. I want it simplified.
What do you want to simplify?
For one thing, the eyes don't have to flash on and off.
Sure they do. You want to ruin it? The flashing eyes? That's the beauty part. It's terrific. You could play for hours with a toy like that.
Why are you raising your voice?
I'm not. But you're talking about...
Look, Ford, I don't want to argue about it. Just do the design over.
Don't you remember when we used to play soldiers? With a mechanical man like this, you could...
Is this the office? Oh, there you are, Horace.
Laura? Mr. Judson, you remember my wife?
Mr. Judson. Oh, how nice to see you.
A pleasure. Remember, Ford, I'll need it first thing in the morning, no later.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Hello, Laura.
Aren't you surprised that I'm here?
Yes, yes, I am. What time is it?
Well, why don't you check your watch?
Almost 6.
Oh, that late? I've been shopping all afternoon, and I'm absolutely done in. Well, how about taking me home?
Okay.
And here's your briefcase. I'm just going to fall into bed tonight, literally fall into bed.
That's all right. I have some homework.
Oh, no, not again. Now, what is it this time?
The robot. He's trying to ruin it.
Oh, I'm sure Mr. Judson's only trying to...
I'm telling you, he is. That toy has no meaning unless the eyes light up.
Hello, children.
Mama.
How's my boy?
Fine.
That's good. Are you hungry?
A little.
Dinner's almost ready. Laura, there's something wrong with the chicken. It's like leather. These birds they give you nowadays, like people don't know what chickens are anymore.
Well, it looks all right to me.
How was the office today?
It was okay.
What's the matter?
Nothing's the matter.
No, I can tell just from your voice.
Everything's fine. Let's eat dinner.
I'm telling you, Mr. Judson's just plain nuts. He reminds me of Corey. Hey, Mom. Remember Mr. Corey? I had him in 5B. What a character. You take the least common denominator class and you multiply. You know what we used to call him? Guess. I wouldn't even tell you. Boy, I'll never forget the time he caught me with one of those jawbreakers in my mouth. You know, the kind that change colors while you suck them?
Horace.
So he made me stand up, and every minute he'd point that pointer at me and say, Mr. Ford, what color is it? And I'd have to take it out of my mouth and tell him. I swear, I thought Hermie Brandt would bust a gut trying not to laugh.
Horace.
Hermie Brandt. The greatest stickball player in the whole world. One time during a fire drill.
Let's have dinner.
What great times. I was 10.
Horace, why don't you stop it? Nobody cares about when you were 10 anymore.
I care.
You're almost 38.
So?
So you don't act 38 sometimes.
So what?
So that's what I mean. So what? What kind of answer is so what?
Laura.
I'm telling you, this chicken's dry, no matter how much I basted it.
Why do you have to keep talking about when you were a kid? People get tired of it.
Oh, be quiet for once, will you?
Horace.
Let him go.
Horace? Horace, the chicken'll get cold. Oh, come on. Don't lie there on your bed. Eat a little. Laura didn't mean it. I'll cut you a leg and a second joint. Your favorites.
You remember Hermie Brandt?
No?
How come you never remember anything about Randolph Street?
Oh, it was a terrible place. We're in a good neighborhood now, in a nice apartment. Why do you have to always...
What was terrible? Listen, I had the best times there. Like, remember when Pop used to give me an Indian rope burn? I mean, he didn't, but he pretended like he was going to.
When you were a kid. Why don't you have kids of your own? Talk about them.
Randolph Street. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go back there. Right now.
Horace, we're having supper.
I haven't been there since I was 11. Why shouldn't I?
Horace, it's a dirty old street. What are you gonna see? Stay home.
Where are you going?
So long.
Horace, listen.
Will you look at all this?
Frank on a roll, 3 cents.
No thanks. Oh, excuse me, young folks.
Bread and butter.
Hey, watch where you going, huh?
Sorry.
Hey, give me my ball.
What? Oh, sure.
Davy, you come home or you're gonna get smacked.
Ring Alivio, caught.
Ringalivio? My gosh, this late at night? What time is it?
Bins, I yelled Bins. Did not. I didn't hear him.
Me neither.
I did too. What do you want from me?
Wait, boys, don't I know you?
Hurry up, Hermie. Hey, Hermie Brandt, come on.
All right already, I'm coming.
Hermie? Did he say Hermie?
Nice of you to come back.
Laura?
You could have told me where you were going.
Laura, I was down on Randolph Street. Listen, Laura, I have to tell you something.
Look, your mother's asleep. Do you know what time it is?
No, I don't.
Where's your father's pocket watch?
I don't know. Laura, I saw some kids on the block. Little kids. Maybe 10 or 11 years old. Laura, they were the kids I played with when I was 10. The same kids.
You're perspiring.
You're not listening to me.
I heard you. I think you're catching a cold or something. Wipe the sweat off your face. They couldn't have been the same kids, dear.
I saw them. I saw Hermie Brandt and George Langbard and Cy Wright.
Maybe they looked like some of the kids you used to know.
I'm telling you.
Horace, you're talking like a child.
All right. If you don't want to listen, I'm going to bed.
Horace. Oh. Yes, young man. What do you want?
He dropped this.
Dropped what? Well, this is Horace's watch. Where did you...
Mail, Mr. Ford.
Oh, hi, Freddie. Just leave it over there. Ringolevio. Call.
What'd you say, Mr. Ford?
Ringolevio. What'd you think I said? You never heard of that?
No, sir.
Did you ever play Salugi?
I don't think so.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, red light.
See you later, Mr. Ford.
What were you brought up anyway? Mr. Ford speaking. No, I'm not finished yet. Well, I don't know when it'll be ready. I can't help it if Mr. Judson wants to know. Listen, you can't turn these things out like donuts.
Horace?
Hi, Lenny. You tell him I am rushing it. Well, what does he think I am? Then let him do it. Sure, you can tell him that.
Judson's office.
What does he want from me?
They want to get that toy into production for Christmas.
He's got 6 more months.
Take it easy, Horace. Look, he's an okay guy, but he's in business. You gotta remember that. It's nothing personal. How's it coming?
Now, don't you start on me.
What's wrong?
I'm not sure. I saw a kid last night. Were you ever on Randolph Street?
I don't think so. Why?
Randolph was my old street when I was a kid. He wore the same kind of clothes we used to wear, this kid I saw. Same shirt, same pants, same shoes. Kids don't dress that way anymore. So, you're not going to believe this, but I was walking on the street, and all of a sudden, I hear a kid yell, "Ringolevio!" That's a game we used to play. You know how it made me feel hearing that? I was a very good Ringolevio player. You have to be fast, and you need a lot of stamina. Boy, the running you have to do. First, we choose up sides. 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4. Remember that? Then one side has to hide. Once I was hiding behind the grocery in the back where they keep all the cartons and all.
Horace.
So, I fell asleep back there. When I woke up, I took one look at my Mickey Mouse watch, and Mickey Mouse watch? My God, I haven't thought of that in 20 years. Remember when you had a Mickey Mouse watch? What a big deal that was? Anyway, I was telling you about last night. I was on Randolph Street for the first time.
Look, Horace, I've got some work on my desk.
I only wanted to tell you.
I just stopped in to say hello. See you at lunch.
Of course, we never had toys like this back then.
Ford?
Oh, Mr. Judson. I didn't see you there.
I want to ask you something. What was the point of shouting at my secretary over the telephone?
She was shouting at me!
Aren't you happy with your job here?
Yes, but...
Look, Horace, you're a first-rate designer. You have value to this company, and for our good as well as yours, I don't want to see it dissipated. You've been behaving peculiarly. Is there something wrong, maybe at home?
Excuse me, Mr. Judson. I'm trying to finish this redesign.
And I'm not speaking just to hear the sound of my own voice. Do you understand what I'm saying? Perhaps I shouldn't have bothered.
Hello?
Sorry I'm late. Subway was tied up for about 20 minutes.
Somebody jumped?
Nobody jumped. Why do you always think that?
Well, it happens if you read the papers.
Something broke down.
You can't kiss your mother hello anymore?
Hi, Mama.
I'll see how the dinner's coming.
Tired?
Yeah.
I was thinking, there's a double bill at the Regent. 2 pictures you've been wanting to see.
Going
Let's just...
back there tonight.
Where?
Randolph Street.
What for?
I want to see those kids again.
But why?
Because I want to. It's important.
Important?
Veal cutlets and succotash. It's canned, but you can hardly tell it from fresh.
Let's sit down.
Help yourself to the meat, Horace. If it's overcooked a little, blame it on the Subway. Are you sure nobody jumped?
Please, he said no.
What's so great about disasters?
What?
I remember when we lived on the block. Every time there was an accident or something, you were always right there.
Horace.
Well, it's true. What about the time Harvey Bender got his arm caught in a fire hydrant?
Harvey Bender? Who's Harvey Bender?
If that wasn't the dopiest thing.
What's he talking about?
The hottest day of the summer, he picks to clog up the hydrant. We all figured they were going to have to bust it open to get his arm out. do you mean you don't remember Harvey? We were playing marbles, on the manhole cover. I remember it like it was this morning. I got this big fat Puri, and I'm belting them out, cleaning up, when all of a sudden this nut says, "Let's turn on the hydrant." I swear, he was the gooniest kid. His favorite thing was Shakespeare, sock in the ear.
Horace, stop it!
Why should I?
Just stop! Please.
But he was one of the kids last night.
Who was one of the kids?
Harvey Bender.
What?
I saw him last night.
Don't you know that's impossible?
I know what I see.
He was 10 years old when you were 10 years old. He's as old as you are now.
I'm telling you, I saw him. And George Langbart and Cy Wright. They're still kids.
He's got a fever, I can tell.
I have not got a fever.
Mother, be quiet. Horace, sit down.
Feel his head.
Leave me alone.
Listen, darling. I don't know what's happening at your office, but I can see the way you come home. You're tired. Overwork, and sometimes I would like you to see a doctor.
What for?
Just to let him check you.
You think I'm imagining it?
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Listen to me, Horace. Horace, where are you going?
To see my friends.
Horace, please.
Will you look at all this?
Frank on a roll, 3 cents.
No, thanks. Oh, excuse me, young folks.
Bread and butter.
Hey, watch where you going, huh?
Sorry.
Hey, give me my ball.
What? Oh, sure.
Davy! You come home or you're gonna get smacked!
Ring Alivio, caught.
Ring Alivio. My gosh, this late at night? What time is it?
Bins, I yelled Bins. Did not. I didn't hear him.
Me neither.
I did too. What do you want from me?
Wait, boys. Don't I know you?
Hurry up, Hermie. Hey, Hermie Brant, come on.
All right already, I'm coming.
Hermie? Wait!
Hey, let's swipe some apples from the fruit stand.
Hey, Nitsy.
We each grab one.
Next to Larry. Next to Larry.
Okay, I'll go first.
Boys, please.
Some apples, huh?
Sour. Hey, what do you think about the big birthday party? He didn't even invite us. Can you believe it?
Who are you talking about?
Yeah, and I'm supposed to be his best friend.
That stinks. We had to myrtleize him, right, Hermie? Boy, and how?
Listen to me. I can explain.
Come on.
Let's get him.
No. No!
Do you think I got enough ice cream?
Huh?
There's 1 quart of chocolate, 1 vanilla, and 1 butter pecan. Where should I put the cake so Horace won't see it?
I don't know. In the kitchen. Where is he?
What time is it?
20 to 8. I'm getting worried. He should have been home an hour ago.
Oh, he probably just got stuck at the office.
I'm gonna call. Horace, you're so late.
I didn't know what time it was.
Something's wrong with your watch?
I lost it again.
But how?
Hello, dear.
I'm fired.
You're what?
What are you talking about?
I went and had a hamburger. That's why I'm late.
I'm asking you something. You're fired from your job?
Would you stop?
Well, what are you yelling at me for? I want to know from Horace. He's trying to be funny, huh?
No.
Why were you fired?
I was inadequate in my work.
Who said that?
What does it matter? It doesn't matter, Horace.
A man loses his job he's had for 15 years and it doesn't matter? What do they mean, inadequate? Don't they know what they've got? I tell you, gold. They've got pure gold.
Would you please stop it?
Your life's blood is in that place. I want you to call Mr. Johnson or whatever his name is. You get him on the wire and you let him know what's what.
I'm not calling anybody.
A weekly paycheck. You think you can find that on the street? What's gonna happen to us? All of a sudden, my whole life is going before me. Up, down, up, down. I'm 61 years old. It's time I didn't have to be afraid anymore. Why don't you look at me when I'm talking to you? What's gonna happen to me?
Shut up!
I'm gonna talk to Horace alone.
What did I do wrong? Ever in my whole life? Somebody tell me.
I couldn't help it.
It's only a job. Like there are other jobs. You were stagnating there.
I never had another job. Why did she have to cry?
She's an old woman, Horace. That's always her first reaction to trouble.
She's scared to death. Step on a crack, break your mother's back.
She'll be all right. Did you get any severance pay?
I don't know what I got. I walked out of there.
Well, let's forget about it for now. We've got the weekend. Monday you can start looking. We'll make a list.
I've got to support her, and you, and myself. You think that's easy? You know what Mr. Corey said? He said that I would never...
Mr. Corey was your teacher in 5B.
Mr. Judson, he said that I was having a nervous breakdown. He's out of his mind. Listen, I'm telling you, I saw those kids, and I know who they are.
Horace!
They were running up and down the street, swiping apples and having fun. That's all they were doing, having fun. They yell fins. Did you ever yell fins?
It's not the subject we're talking about.
That is the subject. Me making a living for 3 people while they're swiping apples and running in the street.
Well, you're a grown-up man. What do you think you're supposed to do?
They were sore because they weren't invited to some kid's birthday party. That's the biggest problem they've got.
Horace, you have got to stop this!
That's what I'm gonna do. When I went back the second time, the same things happened all over again. Some man wanted to buy me a hot dog. Those teenagers walked by holding hands, and when they let go to walk around me, they said bread and butter. Then this guy bumped into me. I tell you, Laura, nothing changed. It's some kind of a pattern, and I'm in it. I'm in it.
God, Horace, stop. I'm gonna call a doctor.
Well, whatever it is, I'm gonna find out. I have to.
Horace, where are you going? You can't go out now. You can't. What's wrong with him? Laura, tell me.
I don't know. What is the name of a doctor? Tell me the name of the doctor.
What are you doing? Who are you calling? For heaven's sakes, I have to know what's going on here.
Horace.
Surprise! Hey, where's the birthday boy?
Laura, what's wrong?
Maybe we'd better go.
No, please come in. He'll be back.
Frank on a roll, 3 cents.
No thanks. Oh, excuse me, young folks.
Bread and butter.
Hey, which way you going, huh?
Sorry.
Hey, give me my ball.
What? Oh, sure.
Davy, you come home or you're gonna get smacked. Ring Alivio, caught.
Ringalivio? My gosh, what time is it? Where's my watch?
Fins, I yelled fins. Did not. I didn't hear him.
Me neither.
I did too. What do you want from me?
Wait, boys.
Hurry up, Hermie. Hey, Hermie Brant, come on.
All right already, I'm coming.
Hermie? Wait!
Hey, let's swipe some apples from the fruit stand.
Hey, Nitsy.
We each grab one.
Next to Larry. Next to Larry.
Okay, I'll go first. Some apples, huh?
Sour. Hey, what do you think about the big birthday party? He didn't even invite us. Can you believe it?
Who are you talking about?
Yeah, and I'm supposed to be his best friend.
That stinks. We had to myrtleize him, right, Hermie? Boy, and how?
Listen to me. I can explain.
Come on.
Let's get him.
No. No! No. No.
Why don't we bust in on the party?
Fellas.
What for? He'd probably start crying like a baby.
Listen, fellas. Can't you hear me? Can't you see me?
I gotta tell you something.
Step on a line and you bust your father's spine. Cut it out.
You've got to listen to me.
So are we going to the party? What do we do when we get there? Who cares? They probably got ice cream. Who needs ice cream? It's better than standing around here.
Please, look at me. I'm standing right here. Hermie, are you my buddy? Fellas, please.
I gotta tell you something. I know I got some apologizing to do. Georgie, Cy, come on. What are you giving me the treatment for? Will you listen? I couldn't help it. Hermie, I'm your best friend. You have to give me a chance.
Well, if it ain't little Horace Maxwell Ford.
The birthday boy. Why didn't you invite us to your party? We're gonna myrtleize you.
No, please. Please, don't. Don't.
Laura, honey, I'm sorry about his job, but he'll have another one in no time. He's a wonderful designer.
Thank you for saying that.
Oh, this party'll perk him up. Best thing in the world for him right now. We even got him a yo-yo. The kind that lights up.
I know.
All right, everybody. Ready?
Somebody get the lights. Laura?
Don't make a sound till I open the door.
Come in, darling.
He dropped this.
What? Where did you get that?
Oh, Laura. Laura, what's happening?
He dropped this. What does that mean? It looks like a Mickey Mouse watch.
That's exactly what it is. Horace? Horace, where are you? Horace?
Somebody.
Horace, is that you?
Laura?
I'm here. It's all right, Horace, I'm here.
Laura, help me up.
Of course.
Don't ask me what happened.
I won't.
Because I really don't.
Oh, your face. You're all cut up.
It doesn't matter. Where are my glasses? Here. At least they're not broken. Can we go home now?
That's a good idea. A very good idea.
I have no idea what happened, Laura. But for 1 minute, 1 second, I don't know. I saw things that made some of the memories I had a lie. Because when I was a kid, a lot of it was an ugly, sad nightmare. And I saw that. I know what it was. I remember it now. All of it.
I don't know what happened either, Horace. But I think we all do that. We remember what was good and we black out what was bad. Maybe if we didn't, we couldn't live at all. Come on, let's go home.
Wait. What's this?
It looks like your father's watch.
Yeah. I must have dropped it.
Come on, Horace. There's a party waiting.
A party?
It was a surprise. Everybody's there.
Lenny?
Yes, and Betty. They got you something. We're not supposed to tell you, but I think...
Mr. Horace Maxwell Ford, age 38, a bit disheveled but soon to be whole again, with his shirt tail tucked in, his socks up, his glasses straight, and his hair combed, at least most of the time. A mild man, except when talking about his favorite subject, his beloved toys. The ones he builds because he never had them as a child. Don't feel sorry for him. He's just begun to understand that he's really a very adequate man. All grown up and not the awkward boy he used to be. A life-changing discovery, and one that could happen only in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Incredible World of Horace Ford, starring Mike Starr with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Reginald Rose. Heard in the cast were Taylor Miller, Meg Thalken, Doug James, Carl Van Sickle, Adam Blaine, John Starr, Bill, Charlie, Alex, and Henry Kummerer, Martin Hughes, Bob Blaine, and Adam Tangway. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Boys. Oh, boys.
Yeah, Ship.
There's a planet up ahead. I think it's the one you've been looking for.
I see it. Thanks, Marilyn. We'll take it from here. How's our course, Mr. Knopf?
Bearing 0090, Commander.
Gravitational field?
1.1, same mass as Earth. Almost.
Good. We don't need to compensate. That'll save some power. All we have to do is slingshot in and follow the orbit for one revolution.
This is the last planet on the list, right?
Right. One more recon and it's back home.
Commander.
Yeah, Knopf.
Think they're going to give us a parade?
You mean up Fifth Avenue with ticker tape? Don't hold your breath.
Why not? We've been in space longer than any other mission, right?
Right, but this isn't a glamour job. We're strictly survey and reconnaissance. The guys who make Planetfall get the front page, you know that.
Yeah, the pretty boys. The ones from Central Casting. So what's wrong with us? Are we that ugly?
Well, I don't know about you, Knopf.
I'm serious. I mean, we're in shape. I work out every wake period. I take all the food supplements. I even got a UV tan. Look at this profile. Pretty good, huh?
Heads up. The planet's in sight. Got the cameras ready?
Yeah. Shutters are all set.
Spectroscope?
Check.
Biodetector?
Check.
Digital storage bank?
Check and double check. Let's do it and get out of here. You know, maybe I'll get a satellite interview this time. What do you think? Or a collector's hologram. An action figure, at least.
Ready for flyby.
That's your mark. It's not like I want more money or anything. I mean, I'm not greedy.
Set coordinates.
I just want what's coming to me. A little respect.
On one.
On one, got it. I mean, 6 months in deep sleep for every mission.
3, 2, 1.
That's the same as staying in bed. While everybody else is doing things, going places, having a life, in other words.
1, set.
Okay.
Oh, good Lord, there's a meteor belt.
That's not in the database.
Fire retro rockets.
We're going too fast. They'll stall out.
Manual override.
Now?
That's an order.
If you say so.
Manual firing of retro rockets is not recommended at this speed. Severe damage may result. I'll say that again, boys. Manual override is not.
We'll have to ride this out.
No sweat, Commander. Those meteors are the size of fleas.
We missed the orbit. Scuttle the flyby and get us out of here.
Too late. Gravity field's got us.
Then set her down or it'll tear us apart. Fire side retros.
Did you know that firing retro rockets in a gravity field wastes energy? I really think you should wait to attain proper cruising speed. Boys, I'm not kidding about this. I'm feeling pretty shook up right now.
Shut your mouth, computer. Retro's on. Turning.
We have to set down now. Look for an open space.
Looking, Commander, but we're losing altitude fast.
Then go for the first clean landmass, you see. We're in a dive. Level her out. Tail gear down.
I'm trying.
Hard starboard. Harder.
We're gonna burn out the bearings.
500. 400. 300. Turn. Turn!
Landing at this angle is unsafe at any speed. Please apply your anti-vibration absorbers and abort your present course. I'm serious about this, boys. I really, really mean it. The fine for unsafe turns in planet space is just not cost-effective on this mission. Boys, can you hear me?
The time is the space age, when interplanetary flights to collect scientific data are a matter of course. Except that in this instance, the data collectors made a miscalculation and flew too close to the planet in question. Below them is a barren landscape located millions of miles from Earth that unfortunately has little to recommend it for an extended stay. So the most pressing order of business is simply to repair the craft and head home. But as you might imagine, some things are easier said than done. The cast of characters in this little misadventure? You've just met them. William Fletcher, commander of the craft, his co-pilot Peter Knopf, and the voice of a computer with the unlikely name of Marilyn, whose job it is to make sure these flyboys get back home safe and sound. As to any other individuals who might inhabit this particular locale, well, you may never actually meet them face to face. But you can take it on faith that they're here just the same, as these two gentlemen will soon find out. Because we're about to partake of an unscheduled exploration into that gray shaded area in space and time known as the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Little People, starring Daniel J. Travanti, with Stacy Keach as your narrator. Well, Commander, did you get the engine compartment open?
I did.
How's it look?
The ship's repairable, but I can't touch any of those gimbal bearings for a while, even with the gloves. It's like a furnace in there now. Needs to cool down first.
And that grand event will come when?
Tomorrow night, maybe. Or the following morning.
That's a swig from the old bottle, isn't it? You picked a nice place to sit down, Fletcher. Real nice. The floor of a canyon. You must be some kind of 8-ball artist, because you snookered us but good.
I took us to the first landmass that came up on the screen. The way I remember it, there wasn't much of a choice. And for the record, Knopf, I didn't pepper the side of that vehicle with pin-sized meteor holes. I also didn't foul up those rocket boosters.
You think I did?
I didn't say that. We can chalk it up to Mother Nature if you like. Or gremlins.
All right. Just strikes me as kind of a dumbhead place to set down. The bottom of a canyon. The walls are a mile high, we can't climb out. The only way we're going anywhere is to blast off, if you can make those repairs in time.
Oh, I'll get them repaired, don't you worry about it. And we've got the time we need. There's enough rations in the hold right up that ladder. Matter of fact, I brought some down so you wouldn't have to exert yourself. Here, knock yourself out.
Food concentrate, A163, modified luncheon plan. Kind of gets the old juices flowing, doesn't it? Yeah, there may come a moment in time when I'll enjoy this. But that time hasn't quite hit me yet. Wonder what we get for dinner. A pea-sized steak and a capsule of Tang?
Better chow down now. If you don't, you won't have enough strength to do anything.
Hold your socket wrenches for you mean?
Look, if you don't want to get your little hands dirty...
I'm eating it, all right? Oh, jeez, what is this stuff? Petrified wood?
You know, there may come a moment in time when you'll lick a rock as if it were the drumstick of a Thanksgiving turkey. But for the time being, buddy, you'll eat what's prescribed to eat. And if you've got any deep-rooted complaints, enter them into the ship's ledger, for the record. But don't spray them all over me, because it's a waste of effort and a waste of food. Do you read me, Knopf?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Then dwell on it. And while you're dwelling on it, you might count a few blessings. We don't have any extra food and water, that's a fact. But we've landed in a place where there's oxygen and we can survive. We walked away from the landing without a single bone out of place. And all things considered, I'd say we happen to be a couple of extremely lucky people. Now, the standing order is as follows. You got tears to shed, save them for sleep time and shed them into your pillow. Just don't bother me with that. Now, do you read me?
Still loud and clear, Commander. But there are times when a man gets sick of being led around by the nose, and I mean sick to death.
That's a big thing with you, isn't it, Nov?
What is?
Taking orders. Being on the receiving end of a command. That's hard for you to live with, isn't it?
Oh, if I had my druthers, I might stick in a few changes.
Like what?
Say again?
I mean beyond getting out of here. Let's assume that this is the end of the line. Try to use that imagination of yours. Say this happened to be it for us. What would you ask for to sweeten the pot? If you could have anything. A sirloin steak. A blonde? What?
How about Mumbly Peg? Or maybe 20 questions. Try me after dinner. I may feel up to charades by then.
Just a point of interest is all.
What are you interested in, Fletcher?
I guess I'm interested in what makes you tick. Or maybe it's what makes you tick so loudly. What do you hunger for the most?
Try this one on for size, Fletch. I'd like a whole lot of people at my elbow. What do you think of that? And the more the merrier. And the louder, the better. I'd like Yankee Stadium right alongside me. Anywhere I go, but I'd like them on my terms.
That's what I'm getting at. What are your terms?
I'd like to be the #1 straw boss. I'd like to be the one who gives the orders.
I'll bet you would.
That a crime?
No, no.
Hey.
What's the matter?
Shh.
What's wrong with you?
Did you hear that?
Hear what?
Something wrong with your ears?
What?
That sound.
Sound?
Fletch, I heard something. I definitely heard a sound. A sound like...
A sound like what?
Of people. Of voices.
Right. I know what it was.
You do?
Sure. It was the crowd at Yankee Stadium cheering when you throw out the first ball of the season. What else could it be? Hold on, I think they want you to sing the national anthem while you're at it.
You don't believe me?
Sure, I believe you. Of course, this planet is uninhabited, which you'd know if you'd bother to look at the database.
I'm telling the truth, Fletch.
So am I. Now, why don't you take a walk around and see if you can find us some water while I get to work on the ship? I've got an energy panel to fix before the sun goes down. Or should I say both suns?
How's the repair coming, boys?
It's coming. And it's just me, Ship.
Where's Peter?
Lord only knows. Off communing with nature or something.
That's not very considerate. We need him if we want to get home. Wouldn't you agree, Commander?
I can handle it, Ship.
Well, it is hot in here, and frankly, I don't think you can tolerate the temperature as well as I can, Willie.
Me? I'm doing fine. But you've got circuit boards that'll fry if they overheat. You want me to turn on the air conditioning?
I don't think that's such a good idea, Commander. It would only use up more of our power.
Then why don't you give it a rest?
How's that, Willie?
Shut yourself down so I can get my work done.
Do my conversational skills displease you?
No more than normal, but every word I say uses up 7 calories of my energy.
Are you sure? I don't see that information in my databank.
Take my word for it.
Oh my. Then you've just wasted, let me see, 35? No. 102? No. 200?
I can count, Ship.
28 more. I'd better switch to monitor mode before you collapse. It is odd, though, that your vital signs don't show any extra loss of energy.
Nap time for you. Sweet dreams.
Thanks, Willie.
And don't call me Willie. Nobody calls me that. Nobody human.
I'll make a note of that in my crew profile, Commander. And remember, if you need me, I'm always here for you.
How could I forget? Don't let the bedbugs bite.
Sorry?
Forget it, Ship. Catch you later.
How's it going?
Well, well. And where has my wandering boy been all day?
Taking a walk.
Another one? You take a lot of walks, buddy.
Something better to do?
Oh, a few things, like checking out the subspace radio and the hydraulics, the propulsion system, the injectors, the thrust chamber. Yeah, Knopf, there's a few things you could do. But no, you got more important places to be. Still hearing voices?
Maybe.
Guess I can't blame you. A few more days on this rock, I'll hear a few of my own. Find much out there?
Not much.
I could have told you that. I think it would be an exceptionally good idea if you started to work on those charts again.
You sound like the computer.
I need your cooperation is all. Offhand, I'd say we should be able to try it tomorrow, late afternoon. That is, if you can tear yourself away from your bird walks long enough to climb into the co-pilot seat again.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. Hot, isn't it?
Tolerable.
You some kind of a camel, Knopf?
What do you mean?
It just occurs to me, I haven't seen you take any water.
I'm a straight whiskey man myself. Or hadn't you noticed?
You're going to have to do better than that. What's going on?
Repeat the question.
You heard me. Your water hasn't been touched in 24 hours. You couldn't have found anything by any chance, like a mountain stream, and decided to hang on to it all by your lonesome, could you?
Why don't you talk sense?
Why don't you? For the last 2 days, you've been pulling out of here on a private safari every morning, as soon as that double sun comes up. Where do you go, Knopf? And what do you find wherever it is you go? I'll tell you what. Let's you and I make that trek together. Get your jacket, let's go.
Thanks, but no thanks. I'm tired this afternoon.
I said put it on.
Give me that, it's mine.
Well, well, what's this, a sample box? And what's inside? Something green? You found life?
It's only moss.
Where'd you find it?
I told you, I've been looking around.
It's wet. You found water, didn't you? Where?
About a mile up ahead. But it's just a crummy little stream.
But with enough water for you to drink anytime you feel like it.
Come on, Fletch. I'd have told you about it. As a matter of fact, I've been testing it. I just found out it was pure a little while ago.
I've underrated you, mister. I knew you were a foul-mouthed little malcontent, but I didn't know you were a cheat.
It's just a variety of lichen.
Let's look at it through a magnifying tube, huh? Or have you done that already?
Fletch.
Trees? They look just like miniature trees.
That's what they are. And where that came from, there's a little stream. It runs about 100 feet. It's about, 2.5 inches wide. All right. I might as well show you the rest. Look at this.
Where?
Here, on the palm of my hand.
That little speck? Looks like a grain of sand.
Now take a look through the magnifier.
What is this, a trick?
If it is, how'd I do it? You're looking at it with your own eyes. What do you see?
I see a boat. A tiny microscopic boat with an outboard motor on the back of it. That's fantastic. Fantastic.
You want to see more, Fletch?
You bet I do.
Then let's go. After you, Commander.
Good afternoon, boys. I just had a good rest. How's that energy grid coming, Willie? I mean, William. Pete? Peter? Are you there? You mean you're not joining me for dinner? You know, boys, a word to the wise. It's not a good idea for you both to be away from the ship at the same time. If anything happened, where would that leave me? Boys? Boys? Don't you like me anymore?
Now, where's this stream of yours?
A little farther, just past the boulder.
I don't see...
Here.
I still can't see...
Look down, next to your boot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. How did you spot a thing like that, Knopf? It's just a green line between the rocks. Doesn't look any wider than my finger.
I was out getting soil samples the first day. I wouldn't have noticed it either, but I sat down to rest, and all of a sudden I felt something wet under my hand.
It really is a stream. My God.
Yes? Just kidding. Fletch, get this. To us, this stream is just a tiny trickle. And that clump of little green weeds, see it there? Is only so much moss. But if you look close, I mean real close, you'll see a couple of other items that aren't par for the course.
I'm not sure I...
Here, use the magnifying tube.
All right.
Lean right in.
If you showed me a picture of this, I'd think it was an optical illusion. But I'm looking at it with my own eyes. And I still don't believe it.
Aha. And what do you see, Fletch?
I see... It looks like the shore of a lake. And little houses. With docks. Boat launches next to them.
Now you know why I kept my mouth shut. No way you would have bought it, would you?
Who lives in them?
Lean down. Now follow that line with your eyes. You see those little specks on the ground? There and there.
Yeah?
Keep staring. Don't blink.
The specks are moving.
That's them. Welcome to the neighborhood.
This is incredible. It means there's a whole race of people no bigger than ants.
Yeah, so now you know. I wasn't just off on some nature walk while you were busy gluing together an engine. I was out here actually making contact.
For the very first time. Do you realize what's happened? This is the first authentic contact with an extraterrestrial life form.
If it's authenticated. First, you have to fix the ship and get back home so people will know all about it.
I wish the ship could see this, analyze it. Their language, for one thing. The computer could decipher and translate.
I don't know their language yet, and they don't know ours, but they do know mathematics. So that's the language I've used. Symbols, equations, number progressions. They're bright. I found that out right off. They learn fast. And cooperative, Fletcher. You'd be surprised at how cooperative they are. I've made all my wants known to them.
What kind of wants?
Well, they've shown me where to find edible plants. Last night, I think I ate one of their forests. You know, they didn't seem to mind one little bit.
What have you told them? What have they said to you?
Mostly basic stuff, you know, where we're from, how we got here, what it's like on Earth, how advanced we are. I mean, they eat it up. And I've only scratched the surface, Fletch. I've only just begun.
Begun what?
What do you think? All my life, I've wanted to sit up in front of the wagon and hold the reins. What do you think I've got here now? They're scared, Fletcher, petrified. And so they do what they're told. Because this giant is like some avenging angel to them. I've graduated, Fletch, from a slob technician to a god.
Knopf, if what you say is true, they're sentient beings. Flesh and blood, no matter what color it is or what size they are. You have to respect that. If they're intelligent, then in any way that matters, they're no different from us.
Oh, sure they are. Because they've been created in my image.
Cut it out, Knopf. Stop it.
Leave me alone.
You said it yourself. To them, that's the Mississippi River, the whole Atlantic Ocean, for all we know.
You can't stop a god.
We'll see about that.
Nice one, Fletch. You got me good. A sucker punch.
You're no god. That's not what you are at all. But the worst part of it is you probably just got them to start believing in the devil. Sorry. Listen to me. Can you hear me down there, whoever you are? If you can understand my words, I'm truly sorry. Please. Please forgive me. Forgive us.
I only exist to serve you. You boys created me.
Then maybe we shouldn't have.
That's not a very nice thing to say, Fletch.
Too much responsibility. Let me ask you a question, Ship.
You can call me Marilyn. That's the name you picked. Or don't you like it anymore?
Do you look up to me?
Well, I don't actually look at you at all. I feel you when you're inside me, and I try to keep you happy. My sensors monitor your heart rate and, all the vital signs to make sure you're up for the job. I only want you to finish what you started.
Yeah, I know, but you don't think of me as your god, do you? Nothing like that.
I don't think that word applies here, do you? It wouldn't have any meaning in this situation. Or am I missing something?
You don't know how glad I am to hear you say that.
The way I see it, we're partners. We work together for a common goal to blast off and stay up till our time together is over. After that, well, I wouldn't want you to worry about the future. All you have to do is take me home. I'll be there whenever you need me, day or night. If we're going to do this again, that's strictly up to you.
I like your attitude.
Thanks, boss. I like yours too.
Ready to test. Set your tail levelers.
Tail fins spread and in position.
Then here we go. Contact. Yes.
Oh, Commander, you did it with your own 2 hands. I think I'm ready.
Pack your bags, sweetheart. We're out of here.
Where's Peter? He wasn't around much at all last night.
No?
I think he's cheating on me. On the mission.
I'll go find him.
Tell him to hurry, will you? While I'm still warmed up.
Knopf! Knopf! Hey, Knopf! Knopf! There you are. Why didn't you answer me? The ship's ready to go. Hey, Knopf, you got anything to say? Turn around and look at me. What? What's this?
It's a statue. Life size of yours truly. Pretty good likeness, huh?
Who made this?
They did. My subjects. Amazing how much they accomplished with nothing to work from but rock. And their little tools. Or maybe their bare hands. Who knows?
They did this overnight?
Sure is impressive what people can do when they put their minds to it. You know how many of them were on the job? Any idea? Take a guess. 2,000. That's how many. 2,000 little sculptors working 24 hours a day without any rest, just so they could put this up for me. Kind of makes a man proud.
A statue of you. Would it be presumptuous of me, Knopf, to ask why?
A humble offering. Something to placate me. You should have seen him. It was a very impressive sight. 1,000 starting from the ground up at first, before the others climbed on and finished the top. Like the Egyptian slaves on the pyramids, or those Lilliputians with the, what was his name? Gulliver. Oh, it's a sight to remember. A sight to remember, Commander, believe me.
And what do you give them in return?
My beneficence. My smiling, selfless generosity. And my promise that I won't stamp my feet down on the middle of their town. At least not if I can help it.
They've picked themselves a corker of a deity. If they only knew who they were breaking their backs for.
Meaning what?
Meaning that they're wasting their time worshipping a heartless slob, whose insides are made out of the same stuff they used for that statue.
You better watch what you say to me from now on, Fletcher.
A very good likeness, Mr. Knopf. But an hour from now, they'll break it down and sell it for junk.
Why would they do that?
Get your gear together. We're taking off. The orbital position's perfect. We'll start a countdown in 15 minutes.
You really did fix the ship?
That I did, all by my lonesome. And maybe 1,000 years from now, when your little friends realize how they got taken, that I'm the only guy who did them a favor and removed you from their lives permanently, maybe they'll build a statue of me. Pity they couldn't capture that look in your eyes. That cynical expression. It goes perfectly with a sick, scared little man who's suffering from delusions of grandeur. Let's go, buddy. We don't have much time. Put the gun away.
You'll have to navigate on your own this time.
I said put it away, Knopf.
After I see you climb aboard that ship and take off, that's when I'll put the gun away.
Sick, yeah. Till now I didn't realize just how sick you are.
You've only got about 12 minutes, Commander. Now you can waste that time psychoanalyzing me. Or you can play it smart, get on that ship, and head for home.
Why, Knopf? Reason this one out, will you? Will you make an effort and reason this one out? You'll play make-believe for, another 48 hours, and then you're gonna crack wide open. You'll have 1,000,000 little microbes honoring you with torchlight parades, but you're still going to die of loneliness. Come on, Knopf, put the gun away and come with me. Did you hear what I said? I ordered you to put that... You're even a lousy shot.
So what? Plenty more where that came from.
Don't you get it? You're not infallible. You blew the head off your own statue. They saw that, and now they know too.
They'll rebuild it. All I have to do is give the word. You're down to 9 minutes, Commander. If you're still here in 8 minutes, I'm going to have to kill you.
You'd do that, wouldn't you? You'd actually do it. For what?
This is a monotheistic society here. There's only room for one God. So take off!
I feel sorry for you, Knopf. I really do.
Yeah. But tell the truth. Don't you wish you could be me? Bye now. Hope you and Marilyn live happily ever after.
No, it's more than that. I feel pity. You make me sick to my stomach.
Hello down there, my little friends. How you all doing today? Nice day for something, wouldn't you say? Well, I would. And I'm giving the orders around here. So listen up. Here's a proclamation for you. From on high. This is the beginning of a new age. The age of Peter Knopf. Oh, we've got lots of plans to make, little friends. Lots and lots of plans. Projects to figure out. Big projects. Much work. Oh, more work than you've ever done before. All for my greater good. All for my ever-loving greater glory. You see this right here? It used to be part of my statue. The right arm by the looks of it. Well, behold. What was that for? Ask and you shall receive. I'll tell you, it's a reminder, little friends, there's going to be discipline here. Discipline above all. There'll be times when I lower the old boom on you with my terrible wrath. Well, just to remind you not to get me mad, see? That's important. You must never get me mad. The devil did. Where's he now? Gone. I banished him from this place forever. Oh, man, didn't I, though? So let that be a lesson to you. Don't anger me, or I'll kill you off every hour on the hour. You hear me? Sacrifice you by the handful. I'll put you between my fingers, and I'll wipe you out. A whole couple of villages, just like that. So let's get to work. What do you say, team? Start building the statue up again, and this time, try to get the expression right. What's going on? Fletcher came back? What did he do? Change his mind? Wait a minute. That doesn't sound like Fletch. Some other ship. But from where? There aren't any other expeditions in this star system. Unless it's not from Earth. But if it's not from Earth, where's it from? All right, knock it off. Everybody keep quiet for just a minute. It's just a ship, that's all it is. They'll take one look around and they'll see that there's nothing here and they'll go away. So keep quiet, you understand? If you keep quiet, it'll leave. Shh. I'm gonna try to get a peek at him. Yeah. Over there, see? I was right. It's just a ship. But look at the size of it. It's like a mountain. I told you to stay in one place. Did you hear me? I told you. Hide. Got to hide. Go away. Go. You can't stay here. I told you to go away. Don't you understand? I'm the god here. I'm the god. No. No. Put me down.
What have you got there?
A man. A tiny little man.
You've killed him. Crushed him to death in your fingers.
Not quite. Look, he's still wriggling.
Do you suppose there are more of them down there on the ground?
It doesn't make any difference. We're not exploring. We're just down here for repairs. Come on, let's get back to the ship.
Yes, Commander, as you wish.
The case of navigator Peter Knopf, the victim of an unfortunate delusion. In this case, the dream dies a little harder than the man. A small exercise in space psychology and relativity for you to try on for size in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Little People, starring Daniel J. Travanti, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Doug James, Elizabeth Oss, Bobby Gibson, and Carl Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. To Serve Man, starring Blair Underwood with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling, based on a short story by Damon Knight. Heard in the cast were Doug James, Alyssa Fraden, C.J. Amari, Amber Lake, Christian Stolte, Jeff Lupetin, Kip Karstedt, Terry Berner, Tony Sancho, Alex Sopener, Steve Keys, Joby Cerny, Kurt Nabig, Amanda Amari, and Rick Arthur. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Mr. Chambers. Mr. Chambers.
Now what?
It is a mealtime. Repeat, mealtime.
How exciting.
Kindly state your preference, please.
You really think I care?
We have a full menu on board, suitable for human consumption. It has been designed to meet your dietary needs.
I don't have an appetite.
That does not compute, Mr. Chambers.
I said I am not hungry, all right, ship?
Very well.
I'll let you know when.
Safety alert.
Oh, it's just a cigarette.
Please extinguish all smoking materials at once. Please extinguish.
Okay.
Deposit in appropriate receptacles. This is a mandatory safety measure.
I heard you.
Thank you for your cooperation.
This is going to be a long trip.
It is for your own good. Cigarettes are harmful. They are extremely hazardous to your health.
And traveling through outer space, that's not.
Comparisons are relative.
Is that right?
Please define your frame of reference.
Well, here's a reference for you. The moon.
Which moon?
Anyone will do. As in, why don't you go take a flying jump at it?
Kindly repeat.
Forget it.
You do not care for food at this time.
Leave me alone.
You do not care.
Yes, I do not care for food at this time.
Very well.
Very well. Oh! Ow! Oh, my hand.
Please refrain from striking the walls of your sleep module.
How do you expect me to sleep if you won't stop talking?
We only seek assurance that your needs are being met. Your well-being is our primary concern.
Yeah, right.
Please conserve water.
A man's got a right to wash his face if he feels like it.
Mr. Chambers, your trip requires the careful use of life-sustaining resources. Please conserve the water supply.
I forget it. I'm going to lie down now. Try and catch some shut-eye. Nothing else to do.
As you wish.
Wait. Are you there, ship?
Yes.
What time is it?
Your question is meaningless.
Why?
There is no time in space.
Look, I only want to know.
This is to say, there is no chronology that can be calibrated without a reference point.
What time is it on earth? Can you tell me that without an exercise in Euclidean geometry? Just tell me what the time is back home.
What is the location of back home?
New York City.
In New York City, it would be 12 noon.
12 noon. Imagine that.
I do not understand your request. Please rephrase.
Leave me alone now.
You wish solitude.
Yes, I wish solitude.
Very well.
Respectfully submitted for your perusal, one Mike Chambers, linguist and cryptographer, formerly attached to the Pentagon. A highly educated individual who can break any code and decipher any language, at least on Earth. A man who shook hands, figuratively speaking, with a modern-day Christopher Columbus from another world. The height of this creature, a little over 9 feet, give or take a few millimeters. Weight, in the neighborhood of 350 pounds. Origin, unknown. Motives? Well now, therein lies the tale. And it's no ordinary one. You'd best hear the story from Mr. Chambers himself. Just remember, you're not on the Earth anymore. You're traveling at something close to light speed on a journey that will take you directly through the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, To Serve Man, starring Blair Underwood, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Noon. Somewhere, but not here. This is the way nightmares begin. Or more to the point, the way they end. Very simple, direct, and unadorned. Incredible. And yet, even while they're happening, we learn to live with them. We digest and assimilate new information as best we can, beginning with the smallest bits, the ones that are easy to process. So, if it's 12 o'clock noon back home, the only home you've ever known, that's what occupies your mind. You don't think about sidereal time or when it will be 12 o'clock the next day or the day after that. We live in the moment, but that's precisely what we should have been thinking of. All of us. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. We were preoccupied with the hands on a clock while we could have checked off the days on a calendar, one by one, and appreciated all that we had while there was still time. It started on an April day. It was noon then, too. And people walked and drove and bought and sold and fretted and laughed as they have always done. The world went on much as it had, with a tentative tiptoeing along the precipice of crisis. There was the economy to worry about, and wars, and the Middle East, and all the other myriad problems, major and minor, that had been with us for years, but they had somehow begun to lose their edge. I suppose because we had grown so accustomed to them. And that's when it happened.
Mommy, what's that?
Why, I don't know.
Something flying over in the sky. It must be an airplane.
But it's so bright.
I know what it is. It's a flying saucer.
Oh, it can't be.
Look, it is.
That's when we first heard they had come. And that's when we should have prepared ourselves, but we didn't. Instead, we milled around like farm animals, worried only about our creature comforts, while the Secretary General of the United Nations made the first official announcement. I watched that broadcast, the same as you did, live from the lobby of the UN in New York City. It came from the lobby, not the General Assembly. That rather large auditorium was empty, not due to a long lunch hour or an ambassadorial walkout or even the end of the world. The representatives of all nations were at that moment watching their television sets and listening to their radios, much as were their peoples around the world. For, as it turned out, this would be a rather momentous afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, is this thing on? If you could move back, please, the Secretary General will answer all your questions.
Move in. I'm trying.
Get the shot.
Where's the other mic? Take evening news remote. Take one. Get it now. This is live.
Mr. Secretary, if we can have a shot of you.
Look at the cameras, please.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention?
Quiet, please.
No questions just yet. I have a prepared statement. I say I have a prepared statement. Would you give me your attention, please? I'll read it now, if I may. Ladies and gentlemen, I should like to recapitulate the events of the past 11 days. On the 14th of March, shortwave broadcasts were received in the principal capitals of the world. It was established that these transmissions did not originate on Earth. Rather, their origin was extraterrestrial. The first messages were merely announcements that there would soon be multiple landings at various points around the globe. We were assured that these landings would be peaceful and that there was no cause for alarm. Nevertheless, United Nations forces were put on alert. As you know, these broadcasts continued to grow in strength for several days.
Is it true that they've landed?
Please, no questions yet.
At 11 this morning, Eastern Standard Time, the first landing took place in an area outside Newark, New Jersey. We have subsequent reports of additional landings in Russia, Norway, the southern coast of France, Rio de Janeiro, and several other locations. It is the position of the United Nations that it would be premature to assume hostile intent. Our recommendation is that the world's countries remain calm and make no show of force. All governments are being apprised of these events as they develop. The current situation at present is therefore...
What do they look like? Yeah, what do they look like? Are they human? Or are they little green men?
What do they want here anyway?
As of this moment, we do not know who they are or the purpose of their arrival. We know only that several of their craft have touched down and that...
Hold on, Mr. Secretary.
Who's that? Looks like the guys from the Pentagon. What are they here for?
Must be something big.
Sir.
Tell them that we have to do this.
Are you sure?
Quite sure. We've cleared it with the White House.
All right. It seems that one of the craft has just landed a few blocks away. One of the representatives of the visitors is apparently on his way to this building.
Now? Call the wire service. Give me a direct feed, now.
It appears that he has requested an audience with the General Assembly.
That's correct.
In a few moments, we'll reassemble in the... Good Lord.
Mr. Chambers,
Yeah?
I think you'd better see this.
What is it, a UN proclamation?
They're not in session.
They've called a special assembly. This looks important.
We don't even know where the ships are from. Once we triangulate the signal...
Will you look at that?
What?
They're here.
Jeez Louise, the size of him.
That was the first time I saw him, or it, or whatever it was. I still don't know. Judging by the Secretary General, it was at least 9 or 10 feet tall, and I stood there watching the TV screen like everyone else, and just like you, I didn't know quite what to think. Funny, I'd always imagined that first contact would be some kind of transcendent experience with special effects and a heavenly choir. The shock of finally seeing the other. Something not human, that's not from around here, definitely not. But to be honest, all I felt was a kind of detached scientific curiosity. Was it intelligent? Well, it had to be to travel this far. Did it talk? I was soon to find out. We all were. Oh, weren't we?
Come to order, please. May I have your attention? Not all of our member nations are here yet, but our visitor has requested an opportunity to address the assembly. So, for the moment, I would ask you all to be patient. Please, order! Order! Remain calm! The floor is yours, Mr. Or rather...
Ladies and gentlemen of Earth, we greet you in peace and friendship. We come from a planet beyond your solar system and well beyond your galaxy. A planet far more developed than yours.
Why are you here?
To establish
Hey, what's that book? Get a picture of it.
What's the title?
I can't see. He's not even moving his lips.
He doesn't have lips, does he?
to establish embassies here, and in the near future to set up reciprocal visits between Earth people and Canimets.
Canimets, what's that?
Must be what they're called.
Write that down. Canimets.
How do you spell it?
Speaking on behalf of the governments of the people of Earth, we bid you, Canimets, welcome. How shall I address you?
I have no name, as you understand the term, but you must have many questions. Please, feel free to ask me anything at all, of any nature.
We have a great many questions, but to proceed in an orderly fashion, how did you discover us? How do you know our language? And as to your own planet, what is its political and social makeup? Of course, we most fervently wish to know why you have chosen us to...
First of all, we must make the following admission. We do not know your language.
Then how...
Our own methods of communications are mental rather than verbal. Hence, the voice you hear is artificially generated. Your words, or rather, your thoughts, are received and processed by an automatic translation device. My responses are in turn electronically altered to simulate vocal sounds in a language known to you.
You cannot speak, then?
Not in the literal sense.
Astonishing. We understand you perfectly.
As to your other queries, our planet is not visible to you. It lies far beyond what you call the known universe. But it is highly advanced technologically. Its political and social makeup are complex. I cannot describe it without first educating you in the basics of our society. That may be a lengthy process.
Are you willing to be interrogated here at the United Nations in a special plenary session? All of our nation's representatives could attend. I'm sure they have many questions.
I would be delighted. I believe that is the proper response.
We thank you for your courtesy. Until then...
Well, that's it.
For now.
I can't get over the size of him. Are you sure they're not using trick photography?
No way. It's a live feed on all the networks. What do you make of that little book?
It only looks little in his hands. It's probably a perfectly normal hardcover.
There's nothing normal about it if you brought it all this way.
Maybe it's a dictionary. The most commonly used phrases.
You wouldn't need a dictionary. He said they have an automatic translation machine.
A guidebook, then. Protocols, that sort of thing.
There's something printed on the cover. If we could just get a view of it.
It's not in any language we know, that's for sure.
No, maybe not, but any group of symbols can be deciphered.
Even non-human symbols?
That would be a tough one, all right.
If he brings it with him next time, I can capture the image and try to enhance it.
Do that, would you, Randall? This may be the challenge of a lifetime. I have got to know what it says.
please. Order. This meeting is now in session. Members of the General Assembly, our visitors, the Canamits, have graciously acceded to our request that their representative appear before us to answer further questions. The meeting is now called to order. We will proceed with the first inquiry. Senor Valdez of Argentina is recognized. Please use your microphone. You may remain seated.
Why, may I ask, why exactly have you chosen our planet for this visit?
It has come to our attention that Earth is plagued by many catastrophes, both natural and unnatural, all of which could be easily prevented. We are here to help you.
Recognizing Dr. Denis Levesque, the representative from France. Your question, please.
Monsieur Canamet, my government wishes me to ask you, what is the nature of your help? What form will it take? Indeed, if we should choose not to avail ourselves of this assistance you mentioned, your response would be?
We will not force anything on you. You may accept only that which you choose. For example, on the morrow, tomorrow, that is, we will demonstrate an alternative power source, molecular in nature, which can supply a form of electricity to entire continents for the cost of a few dollars, or rubles, or pesos, or any other currency. You will find it extremely economical.
Mr. Grigori. Mr. Grigori, the Russian delegate, you have the floor.
We would like to ask the Canamet directly, man to man, what are its true motives? Are we to assume that your purpose is totally altruistic? That you have an abiding interest in helping others? Are we further to assume that there is nothing beyond this boundless humanity of which you speak?
There is nothing ulterior in our motives. You will discover this for yourselves soon enough, by testing the various devices we make available to you.
What devices?
I think the representative has answered your question.
For example, we can show you a simple way to add nitrate to the soil and end famine on Earth. We can demonstrate the principles of a practical force field to cloak each nation with an invisible wall, impenetrable by bombs, missiles, or any other weapons. This will bring international peace for all time, if that is what you want.
Of course it is what we want. Of course it is what we want.
In return, we ask that you trust us. Only that you trust us.
All we're saying is give peace a chance. Well, why not? Nothing else seems to work.
Wait a minute. Enlarge the image.
Did I just see what I thought I saw?
You sure did. The Canamet left his book on the podium.
Well, I'll be.
He doesn't seem to have noticed.
Cross your fingers. I want that book. I have a feeling it'll tell us plenty. Everything we need to know.
If we can decipher it.
Get on the phone and call the floor now. Tell one of the aides to pick it up with a stack of papers. Anything. Stage a distraction if necessary, but get it.
Okay.
That book may turn out to be the most important one ever printed. Here or anywhere else in the known universe. Now, cross-reference this code table with the first.
Well, Chambers?
I've almost got it, Colonel.
What have you got?
For starters, a migraine headache and a bad case of eye strain.
We're wasting our time. He can't lick it.
Not in 8 hours, I can't, Colonel. It took almost a year to crack the Japanese code in World War II, and they had an army of experts working on it. This This is the language of people from outer space, probably 500 times as intelligent as we are and 1,000 times more complex.
You need help?
All donations gratefully accepted. But, Colonel, I showed this book to everyone on my staff, and I've had a dozen people working on it since late last night.
And? You must have some idea.
See for yourself. We've tried pretty much everything. Single transposition, double transposition, every method of cryptography there is. Nothing seems to work on these pages. They're more like hieroglyphs, but with no known pictographic references.
Is that what they are? Hieroglyphs?
They have certain things in common with ancient Egyptian writing, but much more complicated. And we have no Rosetta Stone to decode it, so I can't honestly say whether we're any closer now or if we're still a million miles away.
So you can't decipher it?
We can keep trying, that's all. Standard, reverse, direct, systematically mixed, keyword mixed, random mixed, reciprocal conjugate, every sequence we can come up with. But I can tell you something right now, Colonel, both of you. This is a tough nut. A real tough nut. If it weren't so important.
It must be. That Canamit, or whatever he calls himself, made reference to it every third line in his speech.
The White House agrees. If we could understand this book, we might be able to decipher the Canamits themselves.
I'm beginning to wonder if they need deciphering.
What?
Well, they've done all right by us so far.
You mean they're demonstrations? As parlor tricks?
They don't seem like parlor tricks. That nitrate device they used in Argentina this morning. Now the soil has more vitamins in it than a health food store.
That doesn't prove anything.
I know that part of the country. It's as barren and fruitless as any place on Earth, and there are actually weeds growing in it now. 6 hours after the nitrate process.
And the answer is in this book.
It might be. And we might lick it or we might not, but I've got a strange feeling that...
That what?
That we're looking a gift horse in the mouth, and I've got another funny feeling, too.
And that is?
That if these Canamits are as helpful as I think they are, you two boys will be out of a job, and so will I, in all probability. And very likely so will the whole UN. You won't need armies, or navies, or air forces, or security divisions, or world courts. They'll all be obsolete.
Am I to assume, Mr. Chambers, that this is a scientific analysis, or just some Kentucky windage?
I don't know what it is, Colonel, beyond an instinctive feeling. The same feeling tells me that when everyone on Earth gets enough to eat, when there aren't any more wars or diseases or famines, this world is going to be a Garden of Eden that stretches from pole to pole.
Your optimism is refreshing, Mr. Chambers. But for the time being, I consider it a personal favor, not to mention a direct order from the Chief of Staff, that you continue your efforts regardless of how your feelings change. Keep deciphering until you break this code or language or whatever it is, and tell us precisely what the bloody book says.
I'll do my best. No promises, though, gentlemen. Now, if you'll let me get back to work.
Jim, I think we've...
What is it, Pat?
We tried a new computer sequence.
And?
Look at this. We've got the title, anyway.
You translated it. Are you sure?
What does it say?
This is an overlay. Place it over the cover of the book, like a template.
Ah, brilliant. You're going to get a promotion out of this. You know that, don't you, Pat?
No, it wasn't just me.
Well, now, that makes the cheese a little more binding, doesn't it, Colonel?
Let me see.
It seems that our visitor's little textbook bears a very simple title right here on the cover.
Well, what does it mean?
What does it look like? I'd call that a fairly altruistic phrase, wouldn't you, Pat?
I'd like to. It does seem unambiguous.
It certainly does. It's a handbook. That's all.
What does it say?
Read the title for yourself.
To serve man?
This book is a set of instructions about how to do exactly what they've said. To help us, to help the world. How much clearer do you want it? They came here to serve man. That was the title of the book, no doubt about it. Pat and the rest of the staff had done it. They had come up with a template that deciphered the symbols on the cover, word for word. It was a place to start, and the most important one. At least we had confirmation of the Canamit's intentions. Everything they had said was quite literally true. They were here for our sake. Of course, not all governments would be as easily persuaded, so at a closed session of the Security Council, our visitor was put to the test. The Pentagon provided credentials so I could attend, and I jumped at the chance. This was one meeting I couldn't afford to miss. If it went according to plan, the world would find out once and for all what, if anything, the Kenemites wanted for themselves, and whether the price, if there was one, was something the Earth could afford to pay. Though I, for one, didn't expect any surprises. Would you? Never in a million years.
Gentlemen, let's begin. If you'll please be seated. The purpose of this meeting is to acquaint you with certain tests conducted over the past week. At the request of several delegates, and with the full consent of our guests, the Kenemites, these tests were photographed and recorded. You may now view the results. The tests were conducted by members of the National Science Academy and witnessed by a team of experts. If you'll watch the monitor at the front of the room. Lights down, please. Begin the tape.
This machine is a polygraph, the standard instrument for measuring the proof or falsity of a statement. Since the physiology of the Kenemites is unknown to us, our first objective is to determine whether they react to these measurements as human beings do. We will now proceed with a dry run to establish a baseline reading. Are you ready?
I am ready.
I trust our small chair is not too uncomfortable?
Not at all.
The sensor attached to the torso registers the pulse rate. The second attachment shows electrical conductivity in the palm of the hand as perspiration increases. And the third connection shows the pattern and intensity of electrical waves emanating from the brain. With human subjects, these readings vary markedly, depending upon whether the subject is speaking the truth.
I understand.
Then let us begin. And please answer the questions as I instructed you previously.
Very well.
Regarding the relative size of Kenemites and human beings, tell me if you would, which is taller, a human or a Kenemite?
Humans.
I shall now repeat the question. Which is taller than the other, a human or a Kenemite?
A Kenemite.
Very good. Next question. How did you come to this planet?
We walk.
Once more, how did you come to this planet?
In a spaceship.
Excellent. My colleagues and I are satisfied that the mechanism is effective. Now, I shall ask our distinguished guest to reply to the question put forth by several UN delegates, namely, what is the motive for the Kenemites in offering so many gifts to the people of Earth?
On my planet, there is a saying, there are more riddles in a stone than in the philosopher's head. The motives of intelligent beings, though they may at times appear obscure, are simple compared to the complex workings of the natural universe. Therefore, I hope that the people of Earth will understand and believe when I tell you that our mission upon this planet is simply this, to bring to you the peace and plenty which we ourselves enjoy, and which we have brought to other races throughout the galaxies. When your world has no more hunger, no more war, no more needless suffering, that will be our reward.
Thank you. Most profoundly.
There you have it, gentlemen. Lights, please.
I should like to pose a question.
Yes, Grigori.
Who is responsible for that circus?
I assure you, Grigori, the tests were quite genuine.
A circus, a second-rate farce. If they were genuine, Mr. Secretary, why has debate been stifled?
There'll be time for discussion tomorrow, the next day, and throughout the week. No one is stifling debate.
I would remind the delegate from Russia that everything the Kennemit has promised is not only worked, but worked beyond our expectations. The force field that was tested yesterday morning, nothing could get through. And suddenly we find ourselves in a brave new age, when none of us need fear a hydrogen bomb or a missile. We are on the threshold of peace, Monsieur Gregory. Peace as we have never known it.
Niet. I say niet.
After that, there was no stopping the Kenemites. They were everywhere, performing miracles of one sort or another around the world. Famine became a thing of the past as the fertility of arable land increased 100%. The force field proved impervious to any known weapons. Then came a cure for cancer, heart disease, what have you, and all from a simple injection. It's hard to say whether the Kenemites enjoyed their role as saviors. Their eyes were so wide apart and set so deep in those big, bland faces that you couldn't read much of an expression. With only a tiny circular hole for a mouth, one that never moved, it was impossible to know what they were thinking because they never spoke. They weren't stern faces, only controlled, placid, almost like kindly masks. And they all looked exactly alike. They sounded the same, two calm, mechanical voices that came out of the translation devices under their robes. And then, one day, we were all out of a job, just as I had predicted. The computers and fail-safe machines in the Pentagon sat idle, covered in plastic sheeting, because no one was needed to run them anymore. As for code breakers, I might as well have stayed home. But something kept me there, as if I was waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Mr. Chambers?
Over here, Pat.
I'm going home now, boss. Need me for anything?
Like what? This isn't exactly a beehive of activity anymore.
You can say that again. The new story of mankind. Nobody needs to decipher anything because, well, there aren't any more codes. Because there aren't any more secret messages.
I know. Drink?
Well...
One for the road, on the house.
All right. Odd.
What is?
I mean, not reading about wars or insurrections or anything anymore. There's a rumor that they're going to disband the United Nations inside of a month.
Here you go. The new millennium. Cheers.
Cheers. How many Kenemites are here? Anybody ever figure it out?
A few thousand, I guess. They've got embassies in every country now, and for everyone that comes, 1,000 of us take off on one of their ships.
The reciprocal visits they promised.
Now that's the odd thing, the ease with which human beings adapt. It's fantastic. One day an astronaut orbits the Earth in a little rinky-dink tin can, and they think it's the biggest moment in the history of mankind. A few years later, they're standing in line waiting to get on a ship that'll take them 1 zillion miles into space, and they act like they're going on a picnic in the country. That's human beings for you. Nothing phases them.
Are you going?
The exchange program? I'm on one of their waiting lists. What about you, Patty?
Oh, I'm on the list, too. The trouble is, their quota fills up 24 hours after they announce a new departure. But while I'm waiting, I may as well continue studying their language.
Good idea. Words reflect the values of the people who use them. If we can understand the vocabulary...
I've got a fair command of it now. It's not that hard, really. And there are hints.
Huh. Of what?
The shades of meaning, the nuances. Some of the idioms are quite similar to English. That's how we unlock the title of the book. I'll get through the rest of it one of these days.
More power to you. I gave up a month ago. But if I can help you in any way...
Sure, boss.
Did I say something?
If you can help me. That was the phrase, wasn't it?
And I meant it.
The only thing you can help me with is...
Is what?
Help me get rid of this knot in my stomach.
What are you talking about?
One of those nightmares when something's wrong, but you don't know what it is yet. A little bit of the old sixth sense.
That tells you what?
Just that maybe we should have looked this gift horse in the mouth, after all. For all we know, it could turn out to be a Trojan horse.
Oh, I don't think we've got anything to worry about. I'm going where no man has gone before. how can I resist? Relax. I'll tell you all about it when I get back.
Please, get in line. One piece of luggage per person. This way to the loading platform.
I'm so excited.
I can hardly wait.
What do you think it's going to be like?
They say they got an average temperature of 76 degrees on their planet, and the sun never goes down.
Wouldn't that be something?
And their clothing, it's metallic cloth, just beautiful. Kind of like spun gold.
My sister has a brochure. The day you land, they take you on a shopping tour, and you can have as much of it as you want for free.
It's just one big holiday when you get there. They've even got a form of baseball with leagues and everything.
Man, I don't think I'll ever come back.
And the whole trip, it's millions of miles, mind you. The whole trip only takes a few days.
May I help you with your bag?
Why, yes, you may. Ooh, they're so polite.
Please, keep the line moving.
Oh!
Watch your step. Take my arm.
Can we sit together?
Yes, you may sit together once you're inside.
We're moving.
Almost on board. This is going to be wonderful.
Did you bring your camera?
Look, they're opening the door to the spaceship.
I hope there's going to be other kids my age there.
Boarding pass, please.
Yes, right here.
Mr. Chambers, proceed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chambers? Mr. Chambers!
Pat, hi.
Jim, please,
You are just in time to say goodbye.
don't get on.
Are you kidding? I've been waiting for 6 weeks.
You can refuse. There's still time.
Well, don't say that too loud, or there'll be 1,000 people trampling over you to take my place.
Get on board, please.
Not yet. I'm begging you.
What? Whoa, what's wrong with you, Pat?
I finally deciphered the book.
Hey, that's great.
All of it.
You're delaying departure. Please continue up the ramp.
One moment. Well, Pat?
Jim, the first page is just a collection of English phrases with their own translations. But the rest of the book, the rest of it.
Will you move, mister?
We're waiting to get on board.
Step through the door, sir.
Write me about it. I'll have plenty of time to read letters up there.
Not as much time as you think. Jim.
Now, Mr. Chambers, we must close the hatch.
The rest of the book. It's not what you think. The title, To Serve Man, it's a cookbook.
What? No, wait, what? No!
A cookbook! A cookbook!
A very specific difference in points of view. To the wee ones, the little race of tourists known as humans, it's a marvelous adventure, a voyage to outer space, a chance to get away on the greatest vacation ever. But to the extra-large, granite-faced individuals known as Canamites, it's nothing more than a cattle car, a very comfortable supply ship, bringing food from the other end of the universe to a place where appetites must be enormous. As I say, it's all in the point of view, a lesson in language and semantics from the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hello, I'm Stacy Keach. I hope you're enjoying this edition of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. To learn more about this series, be sure to log on to our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. You'll find special discounts on our Twilight Zone audio collections, listings of our radio stations, links to other websites, and a photo gallery of our recording studio and some of our stars in action. Plus ways to contact us with questions or comments about the show. And for a limited time, when you log on to twilightzoneradio.com, you can send in for a free CD of the show. So be sure to visit us at twilightzoneradio.com. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Hey, Rip, what you chasing? Ground squirrel, huh? Well, leave it be. I ain't got my squirrel shooter with me. Besides, we got plenty of work to do. First, though, let's set a spell. This stump will be fine. That old woman don't know how hard it is collecting firewood. All you can carry, she says, or you get no supper. Well, I'll tell you, Rip, she ought to try it herself sometime. All she'd come back with is a couple of sticks. Can't fire the cooker with that, now could she?
Yeah.
Ah, there you go. Lay right down. Working sure makes you parched, don't it? Oh, yeah. Well, don't you worry none. We'll be at the lake soon enough, then you can drink your fill. What is that, a crow? Same one I seen this morning. What's it coming around here for? Fly on by, Mr. Crow. Nothing here for you. Just me and old Rip. Hold on, dog, while I roll a smoke. There we go. Now, light it up for me, would you, Rip? Sure wish you could do that. Make life easier for this old boy. Better get me another pouch in town. See if Earl has his rig hitched up. Of course, that old nag of his might not make it. And then we'll just walk the trail, won't we, boy? You and me, same as always. Come on, we better get on home before it's dark. Maybe we'll do us some coon hunting tonight. Would you like that? Sure you would. Well, let's go back to work. Where's that firewood, Rip? Go find us some now. Gotta get me a good armload. Easy, boy. What is it? What you got there? That's a rattlesnake. Mean-looking one, too. Now, just you back off. Leave it, Rip. Come on around. He ain't gonna do nothing if we let him alone. Rip, careful, boy. Oh, there you go. Good boy. All done. By golly, you took care of him, didn't you? You broke his neck clean in two. Well, thank you kindly, Rip. If it weren't for you, I might have stepped right on it. You would have had to suck the venom before it reached my heart. Think you could have done that? Oh, that's a good old hound. Yeah, you sure are. Best friend a man ever did have.
An old man and his hound dog, whose name is Rip, on the way home to their cabin. There are no highways or supermarkets here, no electricity or filling stations, and no fuel for fireplaces or wood-burning stoves. Only what a man can carry on his back and in his arms. Life can be hard, but it's also beautiful, with sights and sounds and peace of mind that city folks only dream of. And most important of all, friends and partners are for life. It's been said time and again that man's best friend is his dog, an old adage that's nowhere more true than in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia. If all goes as planned, this particular man and his dog will soon be off for an evening's pleasure in quest of raccoon. It's a prize well worth trapping in these parts. Usually such evenings end with one extremely tired old man, one battle-scarred hound, and one or more extremely dead raccoons. But as you may suspect, that will not be the case tonight. This time, our hunters won't be coming home from the hill. They're headed deep into the backwoods of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Hunt, starring Shelley Berman and Karen Black, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Well, here we are, Rip. Now, all I gotta do is pick a few nice branches to take in the house. Rachel, open up.
What is going on out there?
I can't get the door with my arms full.
Hold your horses, old man.
Rachel, I'm warning you.
What's all the hollering about?
You want your firewood or don't you?
Oh, come on in with you then.
You're gonna suffocate for lack of air one of these days. Why don't you leave that door open?
Got to keep the dog out of the house somehow.
Come on, Rip.
Oh, no you don't. Trotting in here with his fleas and ticks.
Old woman, don't let's start that commotion up again. When I go in the house, Rip goes in too, or I'm a-going somewhere else. Here, Rip.
I've got a mind to move to the barn. Let you and the dog have the house to yourselves.
Old woman, you're forgetting something.
I never forgot a thing in my life.
That's true, except when you want to. That dog saved my life more than once. Did it again today, too. I would have stepped right on a big old rattlesnake if Rip hadn't jumped the critter and broke his neck. I have to buy myself a divorce from you to get my way around here.
Well, let the ornery animal come on in, then.
And there's another thing. Don't talk about him like that when he can hear you.
What?
You heard me. Rip's got feelings, and I don't want him hurt.
I'll let him in the house, and I'll feed him our table scraps, but I'll be switched if I'm going to start sweet-talking him.
Old woman, you tickle me sometimes.
And what does that mean?
Since your memory is so good, when was the last time you got yourself kissed?
If I figure right, it was sometime in the spring of 1900. And wait a minute, what was the year now?
Then I figure you got one coming.
Don't you come near me, old man.
Yes, sir. I've been thinking about giving you a kiss for the last month or two.
Ryder, sit down to your supper and stop talking silly. I mean it.
There. I'll have my supper now, old woman.
Old man?
Yep.
I never said this to you, but I do believe we have endured together powerful well.
Near 60 years we've been married, ain't it?
Come October 16th.
It's a long time to travel together.
I wouldn't have had it any other way.
Thank you, old woman. Me neither.
Here's your grub.
Much obliged. Rip. Here's a little piece of meat to hold you for now.
I'll feed the dog proper after supper.
He ain't gonna be here after supper.
Where's he going?
Where I'm going.
And where's that?
Coon hunting.
Ryder, I wish you wouldn't go hunting tonight.
Why not?
3 nights ago, I saw blood on the moon.
Ought to have been in bed, sleeping. Then you wouldn't have seen it.
That's not all. 2 days ago, a bird flew in the house and lit on the foot of your bed. It scared the life out of me.
Wasn't a crow, was it?
No. A little brown bird. The kind I never saw before.
One of these days I'll put up some screens. Keep the pesky things out.
And last night...
What about last night?
I couldn't get to sleep. Laid there in my bed, tossing, turning, wondering, worrying. At midnight, that mockingbird in the lilac bush woke and sang 3 times.
There you go, trying to spoil a good meal.
Go ahead, eat.
I'm almost finished. Not going to spoil a good hunt, though. I'm going anyway. Them signs don't bother me at all.
They bother me.
Well, don't let 'em.
I can't help it. You should listen to me. Women folk know these things.
And I know I don't aim to start thinking about dying till I'm 100 years old. I come from a line of long livers. Wouldn't be surprised if I lived so long they have to shoot me to get rid of me. Where's my shotgun?
Ryder, please.
Come on, Rip. We got man's work to do.
You be careful, old man.
Don't worry your head, old woman. I'll be back before it's all the way dark, more'n likely. Smell him out there, Rip? Well, I almost can. He's around here somewhere. Take your time, boy. We'll get him. Yeah, here's our stump. Let's set a spell. Oh, my favorite time. Chickens ready to roost. Owls just getting up. Used to dig out here for night crawlers when I was a tadpole. Of course, you wasn't around then, but we had some good times, let me tell you. Me and the boys. In the morning, we'd go fishing in the lake. Fish jumping like silver. Sometimes we couldn't wait to eat 'em, clean 'em, and cook 'em right where we was. Then go for a swim. Even had me a dog, too. Oh, not a hound like you. But he was a good old boy. Little bit of a thing. Called him Skipper. Just went missing one day. Must have fell in the lake. That, or a bear got him. Oh, don't you go getting spooked now. No bears anymore, just coons. Big old raccoons, good for meat and hides. Catch a right bushy one and I'll make a dog bed for you. Would you like that, Rip? Gonna be cold come winter. Shh. There he is. Hear him? Big fat one. Looking for a snack. Want to get him, boy? Well, go ahead, do your work. You tree him, I'll catch him. Soon as I light the lantern. I'm coming, Rip. That's it. You got him, boy. I'm on my way. Up a tree, is he, boy? Yep, he must be. Let me shine the light and have a look. Rip, I don't want to doubt your word, but there ain't no coon up there. Nope. If there was, I'd see his eyes in the dark, big as $50. Tricked you, didn't he? I knew it. Now you can't get the scent, 'cause he run up the tree and crossed over to another one. Probably down by the lake already. Don't you go there, boy. He wants you to. Let him go, Rip. You let him go now. I'll see him. He's out on the end of the log, and now he's going to jump in. He's only tricking you. Don't try going after him. He's too good a swimmer. No, boy. He'll pull you under. Come on back here. Oh, now you've done it. Rip, come back here, boy. That coon got you right where he wants you. Get back here before he pull you under. I'll reach down and grab you. You darn fool. Don't let him bite you. Swim on over here. That coon gonna drown you in a minute. Uh-oh. coon's got him down, and I'm a-losing my balance. Hold on, boy. I'm a-coming. Rip. Sorry, Rip. I can't make it. Well, what do you know, Rip? We made it after all. Guess I could swim better than I thought, and you could too, even with an old coon dragging you down. Did you pull me out, or did I pull you? By golly, take a look, moaning already. Right beautiful day, too. Must have spent half the night chasing that old raccoon, and we didn't even get him. There's a gun and lantern right where I left them. Hungry, ain't you, boy? Yeah, me too. Let's mosey on home and see what Rachel's got for breakfast. That old woman is going to give us Hail Columbia for staying out all night. And help that, though. Well, Rip, our time has come. Let's go face the music.
Well, that should about do it.
Do what?
Deep enough, I figure.
Let me see. Man, that hole ain't more than 4 feet.
So what?
So you can't bury nothing in there?
Sure you can. Box will fit.
Won't fit proper. Wesley, it's a coffin, you know?
Yeah, a little one.
Just the same.
4 feet deep's enough for a dog.
Well, maybe for an ordinary dog. Old Man Simpson claimed there wasn't nothing ordinary about Rip.
Old Man Simpson said a lot of things.
According to him, that dog saved his life. More than once, too.
Man, there's a time I've heard that, but I never set much store by it. Don't believe there's a dog that'll jump a rattler.
Mr. Simpson swore by it.
I've sworn to things. Makes a good story is all.
Just the same, out of respect for the old man's feelings, I figure that dog's got a right to 6 feet of dirt.
Well then, you dig it.
You know I got a bad back.
Yeah, and I got a bad arm. Go ahead.
All right, I will. Give me that shovel.
Be my guest.
Show you how it's done.
Well, looky here, Rip. It's our neighbors. Morning, boys.
Hey, Tillman, throw me your pot so I can roll me a smoke.
Get your own. I'm almost out.
What's the matter, boys? Ain't you speaking to me no more?
Make it deep, then. If that's the way you want it.
Oh, I will. Don't you worry.
Well, what do you think of that? I reckon them Millard boys is getting hard of hearing. Wait here, Rip. Sit.
Hurry it up, Tillman. We gotta get back.
I'm hurrying.
What y'all boys up to? I say, what y'all boys doing? Well, all right, don't answer me then. I don't give a hoot what you're doing. Shame your daddy ain't alive. He'd teach you some manners. Come on, Rip. We don't need to talk to these boys.
Won't be long now. Get the box ready.
It don't never mind me that you boys giving me the cold shoulder. But if I ain't mistaken, this hole you're digging is on my land. So if y'all want to dig, do it on your side of the fence. Now get. I say get moving. Boys, you gone blind too? I ain't just talking to move the wind around. If y'all don't get a move on, I'm gonna fill your britches full of lead.
Well, all right. I'd say that's about 6 feet.
Good. Then I'll bring the box over.
Have a little care with that.
It's just a dog.
Not to some folks. Hand it to me real easy.
Oh, now, boys, why didn't you tell me you'd lost your dog? How'd that happen?
There. All right, that ought to do it.
I don't blame you for not feeling like talking. I don't reckon I would myself. Let's move on now, Rip. We're butting in on other folks' trouble when they're just too heartbroken to talk. Speaking of trouble, your woman's gonna have plenty of that waiting for us.
Now help me up. We'll put the dirt in.
I have to admit, it's gonna be kind of lonesome around here without old man Simpson.
That it is. That it is.
Where is she? Looks to me like maybe we've had a stroke of luck, Rip. Could be that old woman is still asleep. Hadn't even done the washing yet. Well, we'll just walk in big as you please and see what comes next. Wait a while this time, boy. Just for a minute. Let me clear the way. Old woman? There you are. Morning. What are you sitting in a rocking chair for? Taking a rest already? Huh. Got your long dress on, too. All dressed up like the 4th of July. All right, let's get it out in the open. Old woman, if you're figuring on leaving me on account of I stayed out all night, you got another think coming. I'm still the boss of this house. You ain't going nowhere, and that's that. Got nothing to say? Then I reckon we ain't mad no more. Now, I'd appreciate a little breakfast, if it's all the same with you. Old woman, you's gonna sit there like a bump on a log? You pack your finery back on the cedar chest and get cooking. Now, what's the matter? I know I'm a pesky old rooster to get along with, and many's the night I've stayed out till sunup, but Rachel, that ain't reason enough to break up a marriage after nearly 60 years, is it? Well, is it? Oh, that a tear on your cheek? Oh, now, old woman, I didn't mean to speak rough to you. I just don't want you running off and leaving me, that's all. All right. You win, Rachel. I guess I could be a better man to you. Won't go streaking off every night hunting. I'll stay home with you, and we'll sit by the fire, and we'll talk about things. And I'll tell you something else. Next time I go down the mountain, I'll stop in the store and buy you a pretty. Some cloth to make yourself a new Sunday dress, or a pair of silk stockings like them city women has. Well, what do you think of that? Oh, woman, I want an answer out of you. What is it? Cat got your tongue? Nobody spoke to me all morning long, is the truth. Something wrong with me? I passed the Miller boys on the way home a while ago, and they acted just about the same way you're doing. Rachel, you can see me, can't you? Woman, what in tarnation is the matter with you? Huh. Who'd be coming to see us now?
Mrs. Simpson, may I come in?
Yes.
Reverend Wood? You sure have come at a time of need. Mighty glad to see you. Something's wrong with my old lady, and I can't figure it out. Seems to me in a daze or something, near as I can tell.
The Lord be with you, sister.
Amen, brother. I appreciate your coming. Even though he didn't belong to the church, just never could get him to go.
I realize Brother Simpson wasn't a religious man, but I figure he's still entitled to a Christian burial.
Now just hold everything. Let's not get too far down the road here. If anybody's giving Brother Simpson a Christian burial, they'd better ask Brother Simpson how he feels about it.
I've been sitting here, trying to figure it all out.
I'm sure you have, with a word close at hand.
I've got the good book right here, but I can't work this out. It don't make sense somehow. And just last night he was sitting there at the supper table. I begged him not to go.
You did all you could, sister.
There's been omens. I've seen signs. But he went. Why'd he have to go and do that? Can you explain it to me?
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
Rachel, listen to me. There's been some kind of misunderstanding. Somebody's pulled the wrong switch. Me and Rip ain't going nowhere. I'm right here. Rip's out on the porch.
Miss Rachel?
That you, Tillman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for coming.
What is the matter with that dog? Rip don't take kindly to people coming right on in, but it didn't so much as make a sound.
If you're ready, ma'am.
Hello, Wesley.
Ma'am.
Where's the, I mean...
Give us a moment, son.
No need putting it off. He's in the other room.
What are you talking about? Who is?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll treat him right careful. Don't you worry.
They're good boys. He's in good hands. And now, if you're ready, may I offer you my arm?
Oh, Reverend, it's all happening so fast.
Don't take on, old woman. It's just a dream. Has to be. We'll wake up in a little bit and everything'll be like it ought to be. You'll see.
Careful, Wesley.
I got my hand.
Not too fast.
That's a mighty big box. What y'all boys got in there, huh?
Watch the door.
It'll fit.
What y'all taking outside?
Mrs. Simpson, I'm afraid it's time. If you're ready.
Reverend, if I could just get through this day for his sake.
I asked you a question. What's in the box? Come on, Rip. I've got to see where they're going. Something's up all right. Something mighty big, if you ask me. Where are they going? All the way to the top of the hill, looks like. Getting pretty steep. Must be heading for the graveyard. Just let me get my breath here once. We'll find out what this is all about, Rip, in a minute or two. Graveyard's just over the other side. Leastways, that's how I remember it. Can't say it's someplace I go more'n I can help it. All right, let's go. Ain't much further. Well, will you look at this now? Who in tarnation built a fence up here? No call to do that. Don't know why they would have bothered. Can't even see the sun over there anyway. Just fog coming down from the top of the hill. How'd Rachel and the Reverend and the Miller boys get through? Gotta be a gate or something. Rip, I don't know what to tell you. We must have taken a wrong turn somewhere along the line. I don't memorize ever seeing this here fence before. Oh, well, just follow it, I guess. We're bound to come out sooner or later. What you see, boy? Well, now, looks like you found it. Here's the gate. All locked up, though. Chain and everything. Hello? Anybody home in there?
Howdy, neighbor.
Oh, howdy. Think you could open this for me?
Sure enough. Wasn't expecting nobody this morning.
Don't let me put you in no trouble, friend. Seems like I lost my way.
Everybody says that at first. Easy to do.
Who put this gate up, anyway?
The owner.
The owner? Well, who's that?
He don't like to use his name. Make him sound high and mighty. What's your name, friend?
Simpson. Hyder Simpson.
Ah, yeah. Think I heard of you. Just let me check it in my book here.
I belong to that bunch of Simpsons over on Wales Mountain. Lived there all my life.
I got it. Yep, you're on the list.
Guess you can't see it from here, though. I Rip and me, we traveled a far piece. I don't never recollect coming so far we couldn't see the top of Wales Mountain.
And how old are you, Mr. Simpson?
Well, sir, can't say exactly, but I've been walking the earth for more than 70 years now.
Arrived at the gate 10:45 a.m.
Nice watch you got there.
Thank you kindly.
It's none of my business, friend, but could I ask you something?
Oh, go right ahead.
What are you writing down in that book?
Oh, this and that. You know, for the record. I just need to know one more thing, Mr. Simpson.
And that would be?
How'd you die?
I was born with a cheap set of ears, friend. I ain't sure I heard you rightly.
I said, how did you die?
Well, who claims I'm dead?
Oh, there ain't any argument about that. You wouldn't be here if you wasn't dead.
Then let me pinch myself. Man, that's solid flesh and bone. Want to feel it?
Now think back, neighbor.
Well, now, my memory's none too good lately.
What did you do last night? In your own words.
Well, that's an easy one. I'll tell you exactly what I done. Me and Rip left the house long about supper time. Rip, he picked up a coon trail right away, and wouldn't you know it, just like a coon, he headed for water. And Rip didn't do a thing but go in that water after him.
I see.
Just about that time I got there, and I moseyed out on this log, and, say, let me ask you something else.
Sure thing.
What's on the other side of this gate, anyway? Must be pretty all-fired important if you keep it locked up.
Well, you see that pasture right up there?
Yeah?
They call it the Elysian Fields.
You don't say.
You cross that and you come to the Golden Street. And that takes you to the Celestial Palace, where the old master's got his headquarters.
You wouldn't be pulling my leg now.
Why'd I want to do that?
Then I take your name to be St. Peter.
I keep the gate, that's a fact.
I'm proud to meet up with you.
Well, just as proud to have you here, neighbor Simpson. Something wrong?
I was just listening.
To what?
I thought they did a lot of singing and dancing in heaven. How come I don't hear no music?
'Cause you're on the outside. Minute you step inside the gate, you'll hear your favorite hymn.
Don't much care for hymn singing. Favorite guitar music myself.
Well, don't stand out there in the cold, cold world. Come on in and reap your heavenly reward. You've sure earned it.
Mighty nice of you. Rip?
Oh, hold on, neighbor Simpson. You can't take that dog in here.
And why not?
It ain't allowed.
Ain't no fleas on him.
That don't make no never mind. He can't go in.
How come?
This here is folks' heaven. There's another place we can put him in, up the road a piece. You just tie him up to the gate, and I'll walk him over there a little later on.
If that's how it is.
Well, where do you think you're going, Mr. Simpson?
I thank you all the same, but I don't reckon in there's any place for me.
Well, why not?
Any place too highfalutin for Rip is too fancy for me. How thoroughbred has a dog got to be for you to let him in there anyway?
Ain't no dogs allowed in there at all.
What kind of outfit you running don't allow no dogs?
I tell you, they got a special place for dogs just up the road.
Well, me and Rip will go on up there then.
They won't let you in. The dog maybe, but not you.
What kind of heaven would it be with nothing in it but dogs? A dog has got the right to have a man around, same as a man has got to have a dog around, if he's going to be happy anyways.
Neighbor, let me make you a little proposition.
What is it?
See this place in the fence? That's a spot that needs repairing. Now, why don't you go on in the gate, and a little later on, I'll slip your dog through this hole. It's breaking the rules, but I'll do it.
Friend Peter, if I go in the front gate, Rip goes in the front gate likewise. I don't want him getting the feeling he ain't welcome.
Well, I got another idea. Here, boy.
What's going on there, mister? Let go of his collar.
Well, I thought maybe I'd hold on to your dog and let you go in and take a look around. See how you like the place.
I ain't got to see it to make up my mind. Let me ask you a practical question. How do they expect me to do any coon hunting in there without Rip?
Man, they don't allow coon hunting.
You don't say. Rip, heel.
Now, where do you think you're going, Mr. Simpson?
Me and Rip is going somewhere else.
There ain't no place else to go.
I'll go wherever this road takes me.
That don't lead nowhere. It's Eternity Road. Just keeps on, never stops.
Me and Rip will be all right.
Neighbor, this is a right serious step you're taking. I'd say the best thing for you to do is sit out there and think it over. You got all eternity to make up your mind.
Good day to you, sir.
Well, if you change your mind, just let me know.
Much obliged. I'll do that. Eternity is a powerful long spell to go without a coon hunt, ain't it, Rip? Now, don't you go off your feed nor nothing over this. It wouldn't surprise me that if I sneak inside there and talk to the judge or somebody, I might be able to get you in. Don't you trouble your head over it the least little bit. We'll figure out something. Wonder what kind of tea party they keep in there anyway. Must be lots of city folks. They'd be the ones to outlaw coon hunting. Rip, I don't want you to take this thing to heart now. Sure, I'd like to walk that golden street, and there's some folks I always hoped I'd see again, but by mudhole, I ain't a-gonna leave you. They can sit in there a-tootin' their harps or whatever they do for relaxation, but you and me stays together, same as when we was traveling down below. At least we ain't all by ourselves on Eternity Road. Howdy, son.
I'm looking for Mr. Hyder Simpson and a hound dog named Rip.
That's us, son.
I figured it was. Well, if you and Rip's all set, we might as well mosey along to heaven, Mr. Simpson.
Like I told that other fella behind the fence, I ain't gonna set foot in heaven without Rip.
Oh, you didn't get messed up with nobody in there, did you?
That fella at the gate, he wouldn't let me bring Rip in, so I wouldn't go. Son, that would be a hell of a place without Rip.
Mr. Simpson, you ain't far wrong. That is hell. Heaven's up the road a piece.
I'll be jiggered. Wonder how come that fella lied to me.
They don't never give up. Always trying to get folks in there right down to the last minute.
What reason would they have for wanting to keep Rip out?
They was feared Rip would have warned you, and he would have, time he got a whiff of that brimstone. You see, Mr. Simpson, a man, he'll walk right into hell with both eyes open. But even the devil can't fool a dog.
You wouldn't be St. Peter, would you?
No, sir, I'm just a regular angel.
Where's your wings, son?
Shucks, I don't use them half the time. I appreciate walking myself. You about ready to go, Mr. Simpson?
Rip! Look at that dog go. We'll just have to catch up with him. He can hardly wait. How's the coon hunting up there, boy?
Oh, just prime, Mr. Simpson. There's one tonight right after the square dance. You want to come along?
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Here's the gate.
Mighty nice one it is, too.
Welcome to heaven, Mr. Simpson.
Thank you, son. I'm right proud to be here. Let's go, Rip.
Travelers to unknown regions, off the beaten path, would be well advised to take the family dog, because in a pinch, he might just save you from entering the wrong gate. At least, it happened that way once in a particularly mountainous area of the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Hunt, starring Shelley Berman and Karen Black, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Earl Hamner Jr. Heard in the cast were Mike Baccarella, Jeff Lupetin, Darren Stevens, Craig Brawley, and Kurt Nabig. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jeff Lupetin for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Matt Sorrow, Tim Cerny, and Todd Beyer. To learn more about The Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking. Ring-a-Ding Girl, starring Sarah Wayne Callies with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Earl Hamner Jr. Heard in the cast were Meg Thalken, David Darlow, Christian Stolte, Doug James, Fernette Lebo, Kurt Nabig, and Carl Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Cece?
Yes?
Get that, will you?
Right away. Just a minute. Yes, Patrick?
Well,
She'll be down in 5 minutes.
she's not going to make it.
Yes, she will. She always does.
Here,
What's that?
a package. The mail truck just brought it.
I'll take it up to her. You get the bags at the foot of the stairs.
It's 30 minutes to the airport.
Then you'll just have to drive faster.
I can't work miracles.
Yes, you can. That's why you're her favorite driver.
Just tell her.
She knows.
Ring-a-ding girl.
Hello, Ivor. Yes, I know the limousine is waiting. And I know what time the plane takes off. I promise you I'll make it. No, I am not procrastinating, even though I don't want to make this picture. Because I don't want to go to Rome. I don't like to fly. Yes, Ivor, I know, and you are making me even later. Love you too. Bye.
How's it coming?
My agent's nervous.
So am I. You've got 25 minutes to get to the airport.
Won't they hold the plane?
Not forever. You'd better go into fast forward.
Everything's packed. I'll wear the mink. Carry my ring case down to Patrick, will you please?
You're taking all of them?
It was your idea, wasn't it?
It was my idea that it might be good publicity if the ring-a-ding girl collected rings. Not that she take them everywhere she goes.
But I haven't decided which one to wear. What's in the package?
It just came. Special delivery. You can open it on the way.
I adore presents. The plane can wait.
Bunny, please.
Please accept the enclosed as a token of our affection from your fan club in Howardville. Isn't that sweet? Do you know where Howardville is?
Doesn't everyone?
You'll catch a glimpse of it if you look down. We fly over it.
Hooray for us.
Howardville is my hometown. They're my most loyal fans. You know, I wouldn't be here if it weren't for them. They actually took up a collection to pay my way to the screen test. I wonder what they've sent me now.
You find out. I'll get your precious jewelry down to the car.
Oh, look, such a big ring. I hope it didn't cost them a fortune. What's in the stone? A picture? How did they do that?
Bunny, this is your sister. Come home, Bunny. Please, I need you. Come home right now.
Introduction to Bunny Blake. Occupation, film actress. Residence, Hollywood, California. Or anywhere in the world the cameras happen to be rolling. Miss Blake is a beautiful and extremely public figure. What she wears, eats, says, even thinks is news. But underneath the glamour, the makeup, the publicity, is a flesh and blood person. One who has just been handed the role of a lifetime. Because on the way to her next shoot, she will take an unscheduled side trip to a location in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Ring-a-Ding Girl, starring Sarah Wayne Callies, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
And I'll have the sports scores, plus the top stories from Howardville and the surrounding area. But first, the weather.
Hurry up.
Looks like we might be in for some showers. There's a low
Bud.
pressure trough moving in from the northeast.
Yeah?
Let's take a look at the Doppler. There we go. That high pressure
Bud.
front is moving in, bringing
Yes,
with it
I
some high
said.
altitude precipitation.
I need the
No
picnic
storm
basket from the
advisory yet, but
cellar.
Stay tuned throughout the day for updates every 23
Soon as he
minutes.
gives the scores.
For all you folks in the southern part of the county, the annual picnic and fundraiser is happening this afternoon. Bud, better carry an umbrella just to be
Now,
on the safe side.
Buster, I'm packing the sandwiches just as soon as I finish vacuuming.
The news guy said it's gonna rain.
I know he did. So does the radio. But just in the northern part of the county. Now, get me that picnic basket. Did you clean your room?
Not yet.
Then get a move on.
I'm going.
Did you mow the lawn yet?
Oh, Mom.
We had an agreement. You want your allowance, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Then let me hear that lawnmower.
Okay.
Thank you. Would you plug in the vacuum cleaner cord for me, please?
Isn't there a law against child labor in this state?
Now, young man. Bud, what happened to the electricity? Bud? Who pulled the cord out of the... Boo. Oh! Bunny!
She remembers.
Oh, come here. Let me get a look at you.
It's been so long.
I can't believe
I've
it.
been looking forward to this.
I think about you all the time.
So good to be home.
Why didn't you let us know? How did you get in without my hearing you?
Same old way. I think I know this house.
Oh, I could just shake you.
That's no way to greet a celebrity.
5 years, and here you are without one speck of warning. Look at that coat.
You know me. Glamorous, unpredictable, and full of surprises. Same old nut.
What brought you home just out of the blue like this?
Well, I thought you might like to see me.
I'm tickled pink, but why now, just like that?
Maybe the ring had something to do with it.
Oh, it came!
This morning, you see?
You don't think it's too big?
Not at all. No, it reminds me of that mood ring I had when I was little, remember? This is much nicer, of course. Much, much nicer.
Oh, what a project it was. Everybody in town chipped in and they let me pick it out. Do you like it?
I love it. Sis, is everything all right?
What do you mean?
Are you all right?
Never better. Why?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just tired.
Oh, come and sit down. Can I get you anything?
No.
Take your coat off. Oh, is that real mink?
Mm-hmm. They call it Ember Autumn. I suppose it's a bit much. One of the perks of being a star.
Oh, you. Oh, don't let it touch the floor. I haven't finished vacuuming yet.
This is the way we do it in Hollywood, darling. They teach you to do it in acting class. Off one shoulder, then the other, then drop it like so.
Oh.
It's supposed to show that you really don't care because you've got 10 more at home in the closet. Then you move your hips like this.
Ooh, that walk didn't come from acting class.
My one natural talent.
Oh, Bunny, we are so proud of you. The whole town is. Are we going to get to keep you for a while?
Just for the day, I'm afraid.
Oh, but that's not nearly long enough.
I know. I'm stealing time as it is. They want me in Rome.
Rome?
But I got to the airport, and right at the last minute, I said, no, I'm going home instead.
I got the basket. Now can I... Whoa.
And who is this divine man?
You remember Bud?
Aunt Bunny?
Surely this isn't Bud. So handsome. I thought he was my next leading man.
Aw, I get it. Mom says you're always cracking jokes.
And she was right, but I don't joke about everything.
You want a soda pop or something? I can get you one if...
Weren't you going to clean your room?
He can do that later. I haven't seen him in ages. It's so good to be home. I'm anxious to see everybody, all my old friends.
Well, you came at the right time. Remember the Founders' Day picnic?
Oh, how could I forget? Do they still have the beauty pageant?
They sure do.
The year I won was what got me started. My picture in the paper, someone on the coast saw it.
The picnic's this afternoon. Everyone in town will be there. Why don't you come with us?
The picnic?
Bud and I have to go. I'm on the food committee and Bud's a lifeguard.
Picnic.
We promised we'd be there. Bunny, what's the matter? Are you all right?
Come over to the couch.
I'm fine. Just let me sit down. I don't know what's wrong with me. I didn't get much sleep.
Oh, take my arm. Bud, get on the other side.
I'm fine, I'm telling you.
Bunny? Bunny?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
What is that? Do you hear it?
Hear what?
Is the television on?
No. Bunny? Bunny?
And a special hello to you, Bunny Blake, wherever you are. Bunny, for the love of God, come home. We need you. We need you. Need you. Need you. Need you.
You're pale. You look like you're going to faint.
If I could just lie down.
Put your feet up. Bud, call Dr. Floyd.
Sure, if you think.
Just do it, now. Bunny.
Hello? I want to talk to...
Bunny.
Yeah, tell him it's an emergency.
And open. There.
Well, what's the verdict? Will I live or will I die?
Temperature's normal. Pulse is strong enough. You do seem a little tired.
I played a nurse once in a movie. Doctor reminded me of you. The gruff but kindly old family physician.
I saw it. The medical profession should have sued. Stay off your feet a while longer.
Oh, please, don't you get it? I was faking. About being sick, I mean. I just wanted to see you.
I'm flattered. Do you have to smoke?
It calms my nerves.
Quite the contrary, actually.
Still the same old Dr. Floyd. You haven't changed.
That I don't believe. I delivered you, after all.
Sorry, I don't remember. What's your diagnosis?
In a nutshell, one exhausted young lady. What do you do out in Hollywood, anyway?
I glow. Wind me up and I give off incandescent sparkles. Isn't that what stars do?
I'd say you've been sparkling a little too much lately. What you need is sleep, rest, fresh air, and some of Hildy's good cooking. I want you to take it easy for a while.
I'd love to oblige you, kind sir, but that's impossible. There's a producer waiting in Rome this very minute, pulling out what little hair he has left, just wondering where I am.
Tell me his name. I'll send a cable and tell him you're sick.
But I'm not.
Just the same. I didn't like what Hildy told me. She said you had some kind of seizure.
Oh, that's silly.
She thought you were in shock. You seemed not to hear or see her.
It was a performance.
Evidently a very convincing one.
I told you it was all an excuse to get you over here.
Well, it worked.
There's something I want to ask you.
Yes?
About Founders Day.
What about it?
You used to be a big man on the committee.
Still am. I'm the chairman now.
Then could you do something for me?
Hmm?
As one kindly gruff old family friend to another, would you do me one very large favor?
I'll be happy to try.
I want the picnic put off. Postponed until another day.
Really? Is that all?
It's important.
You can't be serious, Bunny. Why?
I've got one little day to spend at home. I want it to be a plain, ordinary apple pie day, just the way I remember. I want to drop in on my old friends, surprise them at home.
You could see them at the picnic.
No, it wouldn't be the same. There'll be crowds, people I don't know, crowds tugging at me for my autograph. I'd be miserable.
Bunny, listen to me. You can't seriously expect the entire town to rearrange its plans just to suit your whims.
Doc, I love this town and I love the people. Would I ask them to do this for me if it weren't more than a whim?
I don't know what your life is like away from here. Perhaps in Hollywood you can make an unreasonable request and have it granted, but this isn't Hollywood. I'm going to give you a little something to help you rest.
Oh, doctor, if I could only make you understand.
Any pharmacy in town should be able to fill this.
No, not the ring again.
Ring-a-ding, girl. There's a laugh if I ever heard one. You don't fool Cyrus gently. Who do you think you are, Miss Snippet? All high and mighty, coming back here like you was somebody special. Go back to where you belong, Bunny Blake. Go back. Go back. Go back.
Oh.
Don't you want your prescription, Bunny?
Excuse me, doctor, I don't belong here.
Bunny? Bunny? Hildy, can you come here?
Yes, doctor. How is the patient? Where is the patient?
She went upstairs.
She did?
Very agitated all of a sudden. The look on her face. Hildy, what's upsetting your sister?
I wish I knew.
She seems to be under a severe strain and acting quite irrationally.
I know. I'm delighted to see her, of course, but to fly here like this without so much as a call? There's something downright odd about it.
I want you to get this filled. Some pills to relax her. Keep her as quiet as possible. And by no means let her go to Rome. At least not right away.
I'll try, but she's always had her own mind.
It may be just fatigue, but then again...
Should I be worried?
It's too soon to say. For now, let's keep an eye on her.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll do my best.
Call me if you need me.
I will. Thank you so much for stopping by. Bud?
Yeah.
Is your car running?
Sure is. Why?
This is a prescription for Aunt Bunny's medicine. Get it filled as quickly as you can.
Okay. What's the matter with her, Mom?
I'm not sure.
Not one single solitary thing is the matter, Hildy. I could have told you that. I'm really shocked at how old Dr. Floyd's getting. I think that sweet old man ought to put himself out to pasture, don't you?
He thinks you ought to get some rest.
Does he? Well, I'm not the least bit tired. He's the one that needs rest, poor dear. Did you see the way his hands tremble?
Nevertheless, he left a prescription for you. Something to help you relax. Bud's going to go get it. Meanwhile, why don't you just lie down and take it easy? I can make us something while we wait.
You mean stay here? I can just hear what people will say. Bunny didn't bother to see any of her old friends. She's so stuck up now that she's a movie star.
No one will say that. I'll explain that you didn't feel well.
Bobby Woodson used to be my best friend. I've just got to see her.
There'll be time.
And Ben Braden. You remember that excruciating crush he had on me? What happened to Ben?
Still here. He runs the television station.
Oh.
Does the news and all the local shows.
And the sports, too.
I could have married that old boy. Did you know that? I've got a good mind to walk in and surprise him.
I really don't think you should leave the house today, honey.
Oh, you don't? Well, I can't stand being cooped up. Sometimes I get that closed-in feeling at my house in California.
I get that, too.
You know what I do? I take off every stitch of clothes and I jump into the pool and swim like a fish.
You do?
Bud, why don't you go get that prescription now?
Remember when we used to skinny dip at the old swimming hole?
It must be very interesting for your neighbors.
Nobody's complained yet.
I'll bet.
But I have an idea. You want to go for a walk and say hello to some people?
The doctor said you need to rest.
He also said I need fresh air.
Oh, at least wait till Bud gets back from the drugstore with your medicine.
Got a better idea. I'll ride to the drugstore with him. What do you say, Bud?
Well, sure, I guess.
I don't think...
What could be more restful than a little ride? Unless you're one of those drag racers, are you?
Not me.
I am. You ought to see me on the Hollywood freeway. Once, I got up to 105, and this divine cop flagged me down and said, "Where's the fire, lady?" I mean, he actually said that. Well, I said, "Sugar, I'm late for work, and the studio's gonna suspend me if I'm late one more time."
Bunny.
It ended up with Dollface giving me a police escort right to the studio gate. I even had dinner with him a couple of times. Till I found out he was married.
You did?
Well, you going with me, or are we gonna stand here talking all day?
Heck no. I mean, yes. I mean...
But the picnic!
You worry too much, Hildy. We'll be back in plenty of time, I promise.
Want your coat?
Why, thank you, kind sir.
Let me get the door.
Well, what do you know? That's a real ring-a-ding sky.
Drive carefully, Bud. Don't be long, you two.
Well, what do you think, Aunt Bunny? Pretty cool wheels, huh?
Very cool, but please don't call me Aunt Bunny. I sound like a house mother at the Playboy Club.
Okay, Bunny.
There, that's better. Isn't that better?
Must be pretty boring for you.
I wouldn't say that.
Compared to Hollywood and everything, you know a lot of movie stars.
A few.
What are they like?
Which ones?
Oh, I don't know. You go to parties and all that stuff?
Not very often. Mostly I stay home, study my lines, and go to bed.
You do?
I have to get up early when I'm on a picture.
Do you have one of those... Aw, never mind.
Go ahead, say it.
Well, I hear everybody has a water bed out there.
I used to, but I got rid of it.
How come?
Too noisy. Sloshing around every time you turn over. Sometimes I'd wake up in the night and I think I was on a raft in the middle of the ocean.
Gosh.
They're cold, too. Especially because I don't wear anything when I sleep.
You don't?
Better not mention that part to your mother. But you understand. We're just talking, aren't we? Couple old friends tooling around on the best set of wheels in town. Isn't that right?
Sure, Bunny. So, where do you want to go?
Is Mr. Gentry still the caretaker at the high school?
Old Methuselah? Oh yeah, they'll have to blow up the place to get rid of him.
Be an angel. Stop by just long enough for me to run in and say hi.
School's closed today.
I know, but Mr. Gentry's always around, isn't he? I used to think he lived there.
Well, the gate's open. I could show you how to get in the building.
Would you? I'd appreciate that.
Maybe we should get your medicine first.
Bud, this is important, or I wouldn't ask you.
Okay, do you think it's all right?
Oh, it'll be fine, trust me. I just have to deliver a message. Mr. Gentry? Are you in here, Mr.
Who's there? Dang kids.
Mr. Gentry, remember me?
Barbara Blake. That you?
It's me. How are you?
I'm kicking pretty high for an old man. So you finally came back. Get your fill of Hollywood, did you?
No, I like it there. It's not what you think.
Isn't it? We read all about the hijinks you get into. Can't say I'd be proud of it.
I don't know what you mean, Mr. Gentry. It's just a town like any other.
What brings you back here, Barbara?
I'm not sure. It was an impulse.
Well, you picked the time. The Founders' Day celebration. Not that you'd be interested.
But I am interested. That's why I need your help.
My help?
I want you to do something for me. Unlock the doors to the school auditorium.
What for?
Some people might show up, and if they do, I want you to let them in.
Oh, not me. Nope, I'm going to the picnic.
Please, Mr. Gentry, I know you don't like me, but this is important. It's terribly important.
Barbara Blake. Always asking for favors. Wanting to be treated like somebody special. Maybe you forgot those doors are open all day long. You want to come here, you can walk in just like anybody else.
Thank you, Mr. Gentry. It was wonderful to see you.
Anything else I can do you for?
Just one. Mr. Gentry, I can't explain it yet, and if I did, you wouldn't believe me. But please don't go to the picnic. Take my word for it, you mustn't. Not this year.
Well, how does the old town look?
So good, I wonder why I ever left.
Why did you leave, I mean?
Oh, I guess I could have stayed and done Blythe Spirit in the little theater and played an angel in the church pageant at Christmas time, but I was too ambitious.
Too talented, you mean?
Oh, I don't know if it was that. I knew I had some talent and I had to find a place for it to grow. Otherwise, it would have died and I'd have ended up frustrated, pushing a broom around a house I couldn't stand and screaming at a brood of children. Can you understand that, Bud?
I sure can. Well, you've got your prescription. Want to go home now?
Wait.
What's the matter?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the captain. We're running into a little rough weather. Fasten your seatbelts, please. It might get a little bumpy up here.
Bunny, something wrong with your ring?
What? Oh. Oh, no, nothing at all. It's just the way it catches the light. Sometimes I think I see a picture in it.
Yeah. Do you want to go home?
Is the television station still on this street?
Uh-huh. Right over there.
Wait for me, will you, Bud? I'll be right back.
Minutes to air, Mr. Braden.
Thank you, Jeffrey. and the weather for the Tri-County area. No. For the Tri-County area, boy, have we got some weather for you. Now, the weather in the Tri-County. What's this, Harold?
Corn, Mr. Braden, for the farm report. Nice, huh?
Very nice. Would you move it aside so I can see my script?
Sure thing.
90 seconds.
Thank you. How's my hair look?
Great, Mr. Braden.
Hey, you can't come in here.
Thanks.
It's all right. I'm a friend of Mr. Braden's.
Barbara? I mean, Bunny?
Forgive me for bursting in this way.
Not at all. Well, I'll be darned.
They said you were going on the air, but I did so want to say hello.
Honey, you could have busted in here even if I was on camera. Don't I get a kiss?
1 minute.
Well, you haven't changed.
You have. You used to be skinny as a rail.
I was not. I was svelte.
Nope, now you're svelte. Oh, mink?
Hollywood coveralls.
Still a smart aleck, too. Want to be on my show?
I thought you'd never ask.
45 seconds.
Will you? You can be my co-host. Say something cute. Say anything you like. The viewers will love it.
As a matter of fact, that's exactly what I had in mind. I wanted to make an announcement.
Oh, yeah? Got a new movie to plug?
No, not at all. More along the lines of a public service announcement.
Sounds worthwhile.
I hope so. Because I have a feeling this one might be a matter of life and death.
Hello? No, I haven't got it turned on. She is? Oh, of course I knew she was in town. No warning, but she's supposed to be at the drugstore with Bud. Yes, Clara, I'll call you back.
Yes, Ben, you can't imagine how happy I am to be back in Howardville. It hasn't changed a bit, and I mean that in a good way.
What in the world?
Will you be with us for a nice long visit this time, buddy?
Unfortunately, I have to leave tonight. Work calls.
Oh, a new picture?
I'm starting one in Rome.
That sounds exciting.
Yes, it's a wonderful script. I'm looking forward to it.
Everyone in town has been following your career. I'm sure a lot of your old friends would like to see you.
Well, but they can if they really want to.
Are you kidding?
You know that one-woman show I did in Las Vegas last winter?
We read all about it.
Well, I'm giving a special performance this afternoon in the high school auditorium. And I hope everyone in town will come. As my guest, of course.
Wow, did you hear that, ladies and gentlemen?
It's my way of giving back to the community. You know, everyone here has always been so supportive of me. This is just a little token of my appreciation.
Oops, I think we've got a conflict here. The Founders Day picnic starts at 3 o'clock. You remember what a big event that always is.
I know, but I'm afraid it just has to be today. All I can say is that you'll have a choice of coming to see me at 3 o'clock, or going over to Riverside Park and getting hit by a bunch of ants.
You heard it here, folks. Well, Bunny, thank you so much for stopping by.
Clara? I just heard. I swear I don't know a thing about it. I thought she was on her way back from the drugstore, and now here she is on TV. Why, I don't know which one I'll go to. They'll expect me at the picnic. The way I feel now, I'd be too embarrassed to show my face anywhere. Oh, here they are now. I'll call you back.
Hi, Mom. Sorry we took so long.
Go to your room. Bunny, I'm trying not to be angry with you because you must have lost your mind.
I told you there was going to be an explosion, buddy boy.
I can explain.
I said you're excused.
Yes, ma'am.
It wasn't his fault.
This is nothing to joke about. People are calling here.
And what do they say?
They're confused. They don't know whether to go to the picnic or this, whatever it is you're putting on at the school.
I can understand that, but...
What are you trying to do?
I owe this town, Hildy. It's just my way of paying back a debt.
It doesn't look that way. It looks like you're a show-off, a big celebrity who's trying to impress a lot of small-town hicks.
That's not it at all.
Then what is it?
Sis, let's not fight.
I can't condone what you're doing, Bunny, and I won't be a part of it. Bud and I will be at the picnic.
Oh, Hildy, you don't understand. No. Not the ring.
Is that Howardville down there?
That's it. That fly speck next to the river.
That's what you wanted to go home to? Forget it, Bunny. We don't have time.
Oh no, there has to be time. What else can I do?
Barb? What's the matter?
Nobody understands what I'm trying to do. It's not for me, not this time.
Please don't cry. Oh, honey, there are some things about you I'll never understand. But if this performance means so much to you...
It does.
Then don't you worry. We'll be there, I promise. Time to go. We're late.
Don't worry. One thing's for sure. They can't start the show till I get there.
Ooh, better take an umbrella.
Thanks.
Bud, we're waiting.
I can't find my blue tie.
Then wear another one. We're late as it is.
You'd better fire your weatherman.
Now, Bud.
Coming.
The streets will be a fright.
Remember how we used to lie in our beds on rainy nights and talk to each other when we were kids?
Oh, it was fun, wasn't it? Being kids.
It was special. I'll never forget it.
It's raining really heavy.
Well, we'll just have to brave it. I have an audience waiting.
Oh, we need raincoats. They're in the hall closet.
You wear one. I'm going in style.
That fur'll get all ruined.
Don't worry about me. Help me on with it, will you?
Your ring looks really pretty.
Thank you, bud.
We've hit some unexpected turbulence, so please remain seated. We'll get through it all right, folks.
Getting kind of rough.
Don't worry, Cece. It was meant to be.
You aren't scared at all, are you?
Why should I be? Can't live forever, you know. It's like when I'm in my dressing room and there's a call to come to the set. I know what's waiting for me. I know there's nothing I can do to put it off any longer. Sometimes I'm not even sure if I know my lines, but the show must go on. Hildy.
Yes?
I'm going now.
I'm coming.
Not this time.
What do you mean?
And Hildy, thank you.
For what?
For being my sister. I always loved you, you know.
Bunny?
That one's a fire engine.
Sounds like an awful lot of them. Turn on the news.
Goodbye, Hildy. And buddy, take good care.
Bunny?
Major disaster. We'll bring you updates as they come in. For now, the Highway Patrol has issued a bulletin for everyone
Turn that
to
down.
remain inside.
Hello?
Mrs. Blake,
Yes.
this is Jim Haddock with the State Troopers.
Oh, what is it, Jim?
I'm out at the park. I thought you ought to know.
No, what? Bud, where's Bunny?
I don't know.
It's terrible. I've never seen anything like it.
Like what? Jim, will you please tell me what it is you're talking about?
The crash. It happened minutes ago.
What crash?
Passenger jet. LA to New York. Got torn up in that storm. Crashed right in the middle of the picnic grounds. Hildy, your sister is dead. Bunny is dead.
Dead? That's crazy.
She was a passenger on that plane. She and another woman sitting right next to each other.
Jim, my sister is here, now.
I saw the body myself. Hildy, there's no mistake. It was Bunny Blake. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you.
Bunny? Bunny, where are you?
She's not here, Mom. Want to hear the news?
Fortunately, only a
Bunny?
handful of people attended this year's Founders Day picnic, so a disaster of even greater proportions was averted.
Bunny?
Most of the population is safe at the high school auditorium, where they gathered for a special performance by our own local celebrity, Miss Bunny Blake. Conflicting reports claimed that she was a passenger on the ill-fated plane, but witnesses swear, I would swear, that she was here in Howardville this afternoon. Until the mystery is solved, only one thing is certain. There's been a terrible crash, the worst in the state's history.
Bunny.
Mom. That ring you gave her. I got it. She dropped it on the porch. Mom?
We are all travelers. The trip starts in a place called birth and ends at a distant location known as death. And that's the end of the journey, unless, like Bunny Blake, you happen to make one last curtain call on a misty stage somewhere in the Twilight Zone.
We'll return to the Twilight Zone in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, You'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
The Time Element, starring Bobby Slayton, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Maggie Carney, Craig Brawley, Elizabeth Lado, Jeff Lupetin, Doug James, Kurt Nabig, Sarah Marks, Roger Wolski, Bo Nortel, and Carl Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Now, Mr. Jensen, I think I have the basics here.
Oh, yeah?
41 years old, unmarried, no physical ailments, no previous visits to a psychiatrist.
No previous arrest either, okay? And the only time I ever saw a shrink before was in a cartoon.
Best you'll find us helpful and, at worst, harmless. Cigarette?
No thanks.
Do you mind if I smoke?
Hey, go ahead. It's your office.
Now then, your occupation?
Oh, gosh, various jobs. Part-time bookie, I was a car dealer. I tended a bar one time, right down the street from here, a couple of doors down. Andy's place. I was a butcher. Highly successful butcher, too. Knew how to make my thumbs weigh 12 pounds on the scale. So what do you say, Doc? How do I stack up? Normal? Abnormal? Subnormal? What's the story?
Family?
Father, mother, both married. Scranton, Pennsylvania. My old man was a coal miner.
Coal?
Yeah, you know, little black things that people used to put in the furnaces.
Sounds like interesting work.
Oh, it does. Then maybe you ought to go to a psychiatrist. You know, I think I will take one of those cigarettes.
Surely.
What, do you want me to pull up a couch now or something?
Not if you're comfortable in a chair. Let's begin, shall we?
Nothing shakes you up at all, does it, Doc?
How do you mean?
Oh, I don't know. Everything's all calm and cool. You know, when I walked in here, you made an inventory. The cut of the clothes, the way I talk. And up inside your head, huh? That's where you mark down those results. And then later you put it all in little pigeonholes. You got me pegged, don't you?
Not entirely.
You figure you're talking to maybe a minor league horse player, huh? Maybe I'm a little hungover, maybe a little buggy in the head. But either way, about 40 degrees tilt. And my cigarette went out.
Here.
All right. Pigeonhole this, Dr. Gillespie. If said minor league horse player tells you some half-witted story, can you tell him if he's maybe off his rocker? Without Sigmund Freud and all that junk? Huh? Can you tell me in plain English what is wrong with me?
I can try.
All right? Here goes. I keep having a dream. A crazy dream. Are you writing this stuff down?
Go on. I'll make notes on the things that seem pertinent.
Well, I don't know if any of this is pertinent, because it probably sounds nuts. Sounds nuts to me, but there it is.
I'm listening.
I've had this dream maybe, 5, 6 times.
What kind of dream?
The real kind.
How do you mean?
Have you ever dreamed that you swear was real?
I guess we all have.
Over and over again?
The same dream?
The same dream, identical. Never changes.
Tell me about it.
It always begins the same way. I'm lying in a bed, and I just wake up all of a sudden, right? I open my eyes, start looking around.
And what do you see?
Hotel room, nothing fancy. I mean, nice, regular. I have Venetian blinds like you got here. So I get up, I go across the room with my bare feet, all right? Now I'm wearing pajamas that definitely are not mine. And I open up the blinds. Bright sun, blue sky, beautiful day. Beach, palm trees, like a vacation, So open up the window. You get those French doors, whatever you call them. And what do I hear? Steel guitars, ukuleles, that hula music. The only thing is I've never been to Hawaii in my life. I don't even know what Hawaii looks like, except, what you see in the movies. But it's as real as anything. And here's the crazy part. I don't know how I got there, but I do know, as well as I know anything in my life, that I'm supposed to be thousands of miles away. And there's nothing, absolutely nothing, Doc, that I could do about it. And that's when things get really weird. I mean, just bizarre.
Once upon a time, there was a psychiatrist named Arnold Gillespie and a patient whose name was Peter Jensen. Mr. Jensen walked into the office exactly 9 minutes ago. You might want to make note of that. It is 11 o'clock, Saturday morning, October 5th. You might want to make note of that, too, very specifically. It may seem trite to be so specific about the hour and the day, but in this case, it's of extreme importance. Because this isn't just a story about a man with a recurrent dream, one whose meaning the good doctor is about to help him unravel and sort out. Nothing so simple. Involved in this story is something new, not found in any textbook, Freudian or otherwise. Something we'll call, for want of a better term, the time element.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Time Element, starring Bobby Slayton with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Front desk.
Hey, tell me something. So, I got in pretty late last night, didn't I?
I beg your pardon, sir?
I asked you if I got in late last night.
Is this 206?
I don't know. Is it 206?
I really don't know, Mr. Jensen. I wasn't on duty last night.
Yeah, how about a morning paper?
Oh, should be one in the hall outside your door.
Yeah, thanks.
That's perfectly all.
What do you call this place, anyway?
Sir?
Well, was that such a hard question? I just asked you the name of the hotel. Do you work here, pal? Or what, are you just inspecting the kitchen or something?
Why, this is the Royal Hawaiian. Are you sure you're in the right hotel, Mr. Jensen?
That's a good question. Here's the paper. December 6th. December 6th? What kind of crazy?
Maid service. Did you sleep well, sir?
Yeah, that's a moot question.
Do you want me to clean the room now?
Hey, do you want to explain the gag to me now?
Excuse me, sir?
Do me a favor. Deliver a little message for me. You tell the guy, whoever put you up to this, that I'm going to knock out his teeth one by one.
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, and take the phony newspaper with you, all right, lady? This is October.
October, sir? What's October?
What's October? 30 days. How's October? April, June, November, huh? Am I getting through to you? This month right now. It's October, right?
I don't believe so, sir. It's December.
It's what?
December the 6th.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. December 6th.
Are you all right, sir?
Oh, yeah, I'm just fine. I'm fine. Except that obviously I've just come down the home stretch of the biggest toot in the history of man. You're telling me this is December. Well, last night I was in New York City. And it was October.
If you're not feeling well, I can come back later.
Not feeling well? You know what? That's the champion blue ribbon understatement of the year. You know, a little toot that lasts 2 months and ends up in, what's the name of this place?
The name of what place, sir?
This place right here.
The Royal Hawaiian.
That's what I mean. Since when is there a Royal Hawaiian Hotel in New York?
It isn't in New York, sir. It's in Honolulu.
Well, that figures, because the Royal Hawaiian is in Honolulu. Of course. See, that leads me to the next question. What am I doing in Hawaii?
I'm sure I don't know, sir.
That's what I thought you said. Hey, just one more question. No, come here. No, I'm okay. Come here.
Really?
I'll never ask you anything else, I promise.
What, sir?
This hotel got a bar?
Oh, yes, sir. A lovely one.
And where is this lovely bar?
Downstairs, off the lobby.
Thank you. You're a doll. I'm sorry if I upset you. Look, if I ever had another mother, I hope it's you, okay? Come back later. We'll dance.
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely, sir.
How you doing, pal?
Hello, sir. Bar's pretty crowded. I can show you to a booth if you like. There's one by the window.
No, I want to sit at the bar.
There are no seats left at the bar, sir.
Look, let me ask you something. The President of the United States comes in here, wants a seat at the bar. You'd have one for him, wouldn't you?
I suppose so, sir.
Sure you would. Why? Because he's your commander-in-chief. But I guarantee you he's not going to be here today. So you know what? How about if I take his stool?
Well, not my commander, but still.
Not yours? What does that mean? This is the United States of America, right?
No, sir. It's Hawaii.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Hawaii. Are you a state or aren't you?
A state? Hardly. That's one thing that will never happen.
Is that right? Well, you know what? Why don't you take a look at the history books? Because for your information, buddy, Hawaii became a state in 1959. What do you think of that?
1959? Well, that's very funny.
Yeah, well, you're not funny, all right? Bloody Mary, please.
That stool's occupied.
Yeah, by who? The Invisible Man?
Guy just stepped out.
And you know what? I'll keep it warm for the guy.
Give the gentleman a drink.
Yeah, I want the tomato juice really anemic with lots of vodka, huh? Maybe 5 fingers, huh?
You're the boss.
Sure, baby. We'll take a walk on the beach.
Then we can have lunch in the room.
Sounds swell.
That's better. Keep 'em coming, my boy. I'm on the last lap of the biggest binge in the world.
Rough night?
Rough night. Why don't you try 30 of them? Would you believe it? I passed out in New York a month ago. And this morning, I wake up here.
I know the feeling. One time, I fell asleep at the Dublin airport, and when I woke up, I was on a British troop train going into Palestine. That really happened. Can you believe that?
Good man. Hi, you two.
Hi. I'd like you to meet my wife.
Charmed. I'd like you to meet my drink.
How do you do?
You kids look like you're in love. How long have you been married?
1 day, 6 hours, and 12 minutes.
No kidding. Never would have guessed it. Hey, bartender, you're from New York, aren't you?
Born, bred, and raised. How'd you know?
Because you got a picture of the great Fiorello LaGuardia. It's the best mayor New York City ever had.
It sure is.
Was.
How's that?
He was a good mayor.
That's what I said.
No. You said he is.
Well, isn't he?
He was. Because he's not here now, is he?
No, I guess he isn't. He's in New York, where he should be.
Yeah, because he's dead.
I sure hope not. When did you hear that?
Anybody ever tell you got a wacky, nutsy sense of humor?
What are you, the argumentative type?
No, not me. I just want to tell you that if you're trying to rib me, I'm going to come back there behind the bar for about 7 minutes, and you're going to be fixing all those Bloody Marys with a fresh supply of blood from a broken nose, all right?
Hey, take it easy, mister. Let me buy you a drink.
No. Let me buy you one, okay? Come on, around for the newlyweds.
You know they're drinking champagne.
Hey, what do I look like here? Deadbeat? Come on, give him champagne.
2 more.
To the bride and groom.
Long may she wave.
Hey, bartender, over here.
What'll it be?
So what do you want for ship?
You bet your life. Best one afloat.
The Arizona.
The what?
The Arizona.
Well, when did they dredge her out of the mud?
Say.
Don't get mad, honey. He didn't mean anything.
Talking about my battle wagon, and she's never been close to the mud.
Oh, she hasn't, really. Hey, buddy boy, let me tell you something. Got a lovely wife, but a lousy memory. And now you trying to tell me the Arizona was never sunk?
I'm not trying to tell you, I'm telling you. The Arizona's never been sunk in her life.
Never, huh?
You know it.
You know it, I don't, okay? I say she got sunk on December 7th, 1941, okay? And that's where she sits today, in the mud at Pearl Harbor, okay? Now, what do you think of that?
What'd you say?
I said...
I have returned. I feel like a new man. And now that new man needs a drink, too. Oh, here's your newspaper, bartender. Another one of your liquid libations for me, please?
Get off that stool.
He was here before.
Let me see that paper.
Take it with you on your way out.
Let me see this. Jap envoys to FDR. Hey, wait, what kind of paper is this, huh? What are you guys doing? Where'd you get this? The Honolulu Advertiser, Saturday, December 6th, 1941.
You owe me for the champagne. And one Bloody Mary.
But it isn't 1941. Do you hear me? Ask anybody. You. How about you? Somebody speak up. What is the matter with you people?
I have to ask you to leave now, buddy.
Oh, what? Because you think it's 1941? Because everybody in here's in on this stupid joke? It's not 1941. It can't be 1941. I mean, how could it be? So how can it be 1941, Doc? Can you tell me that? Huh?
And the dream ends there?
No. It just goes on.
I see. But up to that point, each dream is identical, you say?
Identical. I even remember going to the door of the bar and looking out in the street. And I see all the cars. 1939, 40, 41 models. Nothing newer.
Go on.
All right. I get this. And this is what separates the men from the wacky. I don't think it's a dream, Doc. It's not a dream. Make all the little chicken tracks you want on that little piece of paper. What I'm telling you here is the goods.
I believe you.
You do? Then why don't you call up the sanitarium and tell them we'll take a double room? Because you're nuts also.
I mean, I understand why you think it's real. Some dreams are extremely realistic. As often as not, they're impossible to distinguish from reality.
No, you don't get what I'm saying. Look, it isn't just that it's real while I'm asleep, Doc. Well, I'm telling you this. It's still real. It's still real even when I'm awake. All of it. Look, I've had dreams like everybody else, but as soon as it started, I knew it was different. Do you understand me? Do you understand me? You don't understand me. These are not dreams.
If they're not dreams, Mr. Jensen, what are they?
What do you think they are?
Let's examine the alternatives. I can think of only one.
That's the one I'm thinking of, okay? I wake up in a hotel room in 1941. But I mean, I really wake up. I really wake up, and it's really 1941. Do you understand?
Going back in time.
That's what I'm doing, Doc. I'm going back in time.
Huh. Interesting. What happens then when you're back in time?
You sure you want to hear this?
I do.
Then hold on to your hat, Doc, because from this point on, things go completely screwy. Yellow? Want to place a bet? Well, are you a bookie or not? All right, then. I'm going to take Joe Louis over Buddy Bear. What are the odds on Louis? Well, they will be scheduled, okay? They're going to fight on January 9th. Yeah, January 9th, okay? Make it Louis in the first round. Now, what's the line? 30-1. That's more like it. What do you mean, how do I know? Just trust me, I know. I know, that's all. The name's Jensen. I'm with the Royal Hawaiian. Now, how about the All-Star game for next year? Hey, do you want to cover me or not, huh? Okay, I'll take the American League. Let me ask you something. What kind of odds if I predict the score? I spend the next 2.5 hours making bets on sure things, right? Every race, every prize fight, every football game I can remember happening after December of 1941. See, I gotta figure that if this goes on, I'm a shoo-in to put every bookie in town out of business. Now, I'm not scared, you understand? See, I don't have one idea what I'm doing back here, but as long as I am here, I figure, hey, why not put it to good use? You know what I'm saying? Jensen, that's right. Royal Hawaiian. Oh, hey, how are you, buddy? You're the ensign from the bar.
I hope you don't mind.
No, come in.
I just wondered, how you doing?
I'm fine. Come on in. Have a drink.
My wife asked me to stop by and see how you felt.
Yeah, it was very nice of her. I feel great. I'm fine. Hey, what are you drinking?
No thanks. We're going swimming. She was a little concerned. My wife, I mean.
About what? About me?
Well, it's just that down at the bar after you saw the paper and...
No, don't worry about it. I was gonna ring you up and apologize. That whole Arizona bit.
Sure. Are you, sick or something?
No, I'm not sick.
Well, what made you say it wasn't 1941?
No, nothing. I was a little whirly in the head, that's all.
Sure. Well, we'll be back about 4 or 5. Maybe you'd like to have a drink with us then, if you feel okay.
You got yourself a deal. Hey, one more thing.
Yeah?
So what do you do on the Arizona?
I'm in the engineering section.
You work down below?
Yeah, most of the time.
Good job?
I like it. Well, we'll give you a call.
Yeah, sure thing.
How is he?
I think he's okay. Said to give him a call when we get back.
Oh, that's great.
So I remember thinking, right at that moment, these two kids were so much in love, you could take the looks they gave each other, you could spread it on pancakes. And while I'm watching them, it hits me. This boy looks down in the hold of a ship that has about 14 hours left to ride the waves. After that, it goes down under with 1,000 men. And suddenly, making bets on things that I know will happen seems about as interesting as catching lake trout in a milk bottle. You know what I'm saying? Somehow trying to help those two kids is the one thing in the whole wide world that matters. So I do the only thing I can do. I make a fool out of myself. Hey, front desk? Hey, I need directions to get to the Schofield barracks. Yeah, right. Yeah, U.S. Army base.
Come in.
Excuse me, Colonel, but...
Spit it out, Bailey.
That guy is still in the orderly room, sir. Says he wants to see somebody in charge.
Who's this now?
Some jerk with a tambourine or something. Must be Save a Soul Saturday.
What's his story?
I can't piece it all together, sir. Something about the Japanese having bombs?
This ought to be good. Send him in.
Yes, sir. The Colonel will see you now.
You're Mr...
Jensen, Pete Jensen.
I'm Colonel Abernathy. What's on your mind, Mr. Jensen?
First of all, Colonel, I want to guarantee that I'm not going to get stuck in a rubber room when I'm finished telling you this.
You've got it.
I have information that the Japanese are bombing Pearl Harbor tomorrow morning. 8 a.m., Honolulu time.
You know this to be a fact?
Colonel, as sure as I know, the good Lord made racehorses. They're coming over here in about 30 waves off a bunch of carriers. They're going to plaster us while we're still in bed. Oahu, the airfield, right here too. Schofield Barracks.
This is very serious. Better take immediate steps. Bailey?
Sir?
Have Captain Franklin contact the naval station at Pearl.
Yes, sir.
See that they have all personnel standing by. At least 30 PBYs ready to go up. Tell Lieutenant Ordway to call the commanding general. All troops on the beach.
If you say so, sir.
All right, come on, knock it off. Cut the game. Listen to me, you brass-covered hyena, okay? Don't you say that nobody warned you. I warn you. You gotta listen to me.
I'm sure you're right. Now you can leave peacefully, Mr. Jensen, or I'll have you escorted outside.
Go walk by myself, okay? And if anybody grabs me, you're gonna have to call the medical corps on the double.
We don't appreciate that kind of talk.
Is that a fact? And what do you appreciate, Colonel, huh? Maybe you'd appreciate a big punch in the jaw. All the trouble I take for getting over to try to save you people, and this is what I get?
All right, Jensen, zip it.
You walk on that lower lip one more time, soldier boy, and I'll get you out of the Army on a medical. You understand me?
Believe me, Mr. Jensen, this is going to hurt me worse than it hurts you.
Oh, I believe it.
Colonel!
Oh!
Are you all right?
Place this man under arrest and fit him for a straitjacket.
Yes, sir.
Then what happened?
Well, finally they let me leave, right? After I answered some questions about what year it was, and did I know who the president was? I had some trouble with the vice president. Truman, of course, sure, but, Roosevelt dies, Truman takes over, then it's Eisenhower. Good thing I didn't mention Ike. In 41, he was still a light colonel on the general staff in Washington. Think of it. They never heard of rock and roll, jet planes, TV, atom bombs. Anyway, they decided I was harmless. So on the way out, I gave him a V sign and told him to buy some more buns.
And after that?
What am I going to do? I had my shot. So I figure I'm just going to spend the rest of the day drinking quietly. Of course, the next morning they come looking for me to give me a bronze statue, but then it's going to be too late, I didn't care anymore. What am I supposed to do? But I'll tell you something. There was some feeling to watch those kids relaxing in the bar with their dates and their drinks. Like everything was fine, like they had a future, and all was well with the world, When tomorrow there'd be a couple odd thousand of them on their way through hell to get to heaven.
Oh, yeah.
Likewise.
Hey, you know what you were talking about this morning?
I got a vague recollection.
About the Arizona being sunk?
Knock it off. You don't believe me? Well, you don't see me bleeding, do you?
I'm not trying to drum up an argument. I just wanted to show you something. Take a look out the window. You see that ship in the harbor? That happens to be the Arizona. So I guess somebody got their signals crossed. She's still afloat.
Come on, I said knock it off.
Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, hi.
Have that drink with us?
Yeah, sure, thanks. Yeah. How was the swim?
It was wonderful.
So how long's it been now?
32 hours and 15 minutes.
Oh, and they said it wouldn't last.
Mr. Jensen?
Try Pete.
Pete. Well, are you all right now?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm all right. Why?
It's just that this morning, You seem so sure it was another year.
I did. Hey, look, honey, you know, I'm kind of mixed up here. Look, I didn't mean anything personal, all right?
I told you to forget it.
Oh, boy, look at you two.
What's the matter?
I lied just now. I wasn't kidding. The Arizona is going to be sunk.
Are we on that again?
Yeah, we're on that again. Listen to me, Lieutenant.
Ensign.
Look, whatever. I got no axe to grind, you understand? Tomorrow morning, I'm going down to the basement so I can cuddle up to a furnace and listen to the sirens. You said you're an engineering officer. That means you're down near the boilers. I'm telling you, at about 20 minutes past 8 in the morning, there's not going to be any boilers. Do you understand? There's not going to be any decks, and there won't be any ship left. That goes for a lot of boilers and a lot of ships and a lot of decks. Not to mention handsome young ensigns with new brides.
Please, don't talk like that.
I gotta talk like that. December 7th, 1941 is tomorrow for you, but it's history for me. Do you understand? Last night I was in New York City, and it was years from now. I've lived through those years. I know what's gonna happen. I know it sounds crazy, but I know it's gonna happen.
Hey, you. No more trouble, huh?
Hey, you shut your mouth. Nobody's talking to you. Hey, look. You're nice young kids. I ain't got no reason in the world to give you any grief. Okay, just do me a favor and listen. Take 100 to 1 shot that this weirdo in front of you maybe has a point, okay? I'm telling you that tomorrow morning we're gonna get attacked. And if you're on that ship...
I'll be on that ship because that's my berth. You're a nice fellow and all, Mr. Jensen, but if you keep saying wild things and making my wife upset,
Yeah, what are you gonna do about it? Sit around holding hands and biting earlobes till he goes back to his ship? Because if this boy goes back to that Arizona, he might not be alive at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Repeat, he may not be alive.
Please.
Mr. Jensen, I'm warning you.
Hey, buddy, I don't want no trouble.
You don't want no trouble, huh? He doesn't want any trouble. Hey, I don't want to give you any trouble. I want to give you music, okay? I want to sing a song for you. Praise the Lord, pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Huh? You hear that? It's what you're all going to be singing. You want another one? Oh, how does it go? Let's remember Pearl Harbor. Come on, you write the words. Come on.
All right, buddy, that's it. Shut up.
Don't tell me the general can't be reached. I know he can be reached. He may not be alive to call me tomorrow. Yeah, this is... Hello? Yes, I want to call Navy 7096. 7096, yes, that's right. Hello, is this a naval station? Yeah, let me talk to whoever's in charge. Yeah, hello? Listen, I have some information here. The Japanese are going to attack Pearl Harbor, right? Hello? I said the Japanese are... Hello? What am I going to do? It's almost too late. What time is it? 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock in the a.m. It's 8 o'clock. That means it's December 7th. It's December 7th already. What am I going to do? Why wouldn't anybody listen to me? Why? I told you they were coming. I told you they were coming. I told all of you. I told you. I told them, Doc. I told them over and over. Why wouldn't anybody listen to me?
And then?
I'm standing there by the French windows, and I'm watching the planes coming low. I'm watching them. The bombs are dropping, strafing. All hell is breaking loose. And that's where I wake up, every time.
Realistic and very frightening. How long did you say it's been going on?
Every night for a week.
And always the same?
Everything. The ensign and his girl, the bar, me trying to call from my room, and the moment I see the planes coming in.
Mr. Jensen, I won't attempt to analyze that dream, except to say this. Very often we dream with a purpose. It can signify something deeply rooted in the subconscious. The things you dream about may not be what's really bothering you.
Oh, don't try to outlogic me, Doc, okay? You think I'm nuts, don't you? I know what I know. I can't explain it. But that's why I came to see you, because I thought maybe you could explain it. I know for a fact I'm going back in time. And I'll tell you something else, that even after I wake up and I'm laying in bed and I'm thinking about the dream, I know it's not supposed to end there. I know one of these nights it's going to go beyond that.
But you have no idea what might transpire.
No, not one.
All right. Let's approach it this way. Assume that it is possible somehow to go back in time. You go back and you do something, warn people, say, about an accident so that it doesn't happen. But what have you done then, Mr. Jensen? By altering the past, you changed the future. Here, look. This is the present. and my lighter is on my desk. Now I go back in time and I pick up this lighter. I put it in my pocket and I keep it there. Then I return to the present. By any rights, having removed that lighter, it should no longer be here. But if it is, you get my point?
Look, Doc.
Try this analogy, Mr. Jensen. Supposing I were to go back in time and I got hit, say, by a taxi. Now it figures that if I went back in time and got killed, I couldn't be alive today. Not only that, but think of the other lives affected. I wouldn't have children, I wouldn't have bought a house, all these things wouldn't exist because I changed them. Ergo, I wouldn't be here to go back.
So?
So time travel is not possible. It can't be. It creates an insoluble paradox. Therefore, we can safely assume that what we're talking about is a dream. It has to be.
Try this then. I've never been to Honolulu in my whole life. So after the first couple of times, I decided to put it to a test.
Go on.
I remembered the ensign's last name. It's kind of an odd name, not easy to forget. Janowski. Told me he came from a little town called White Oak, Wisconsin. So I placed a call. There was only one Janowski in the phone book. Woman answered. His mother. I said it was a friend of his from Honolulu. And was he there?
And then?
She told me that her son and his wife were killed in Honolulu on December 7th, 1941. He went down with the Arizona. She was shot down near King Street by a fighter plane, a Japanese Zero. A Japanese Zero, Doc.
You sure you've never been to Honolulu?
Yeah, I've been there.
When?
In the dream, which isn't a dream. Okay, Doc, your turn. I don't hear you talking.
That's because, at the moment, I don't know what to say. The patient lay in the couch. We'd been talking for hours. It was Saturday, and I'd planned to leave early and go play golf. But I was concerned about this man and his story. It was incredible. Then finally, I knew he was asleep. It wasn't a deep sleep. By the look on his face, Mr. Jensen was far from resting, though his eyes were closed. Mr. Jensen? Are you asleep, Mr. Jensen? So I decided to let him rest while I thought it through. Who knows, maybe he'd even finish his dream this time.
How's your eye, Mr. Jensen? I mean, Pete.
Hey, don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'll put a piece of steak on it.
Sorry the bartender hit you. I should have stopped him, but I kind of got carried away, too.
No harm done.
Well, go lie down and take it easy. Maybe we'll see you later before I go back to the ship.
Hey, Janowski, do me one favor, will you? Play hooky tomorrow morning.
He's out of his head.
Look, if you never do one thing for the rest of your life, do this, will you? Come on. Stay off that ship. Take the little lady. Get away from Pearl Harbor. Come on. I don't care where you go. Get on a Pan Am and go to the Canal Zone. Anywhere, but just get out of here.
That's a great plan. And you know what it would cost me? Only my commission in the Navy, that's all.
Jimmy, forget it.
If you don't go, do you know what that's going to cost you? Just a little item like your life, and hers too.
I tried to be nice, but this time I swear I...
Come on, Jimmy. Let's go to our floor.
Please, come on. What do you got to lose? I'm going to try to save your lives, that's all. Poor, dumb, crazy kids. Don't you tell me the general can't be reached. I know he can be reached. He might not be alive tomorrow to call me. Please. Hello? Hello? Yes, I want to call Navy 7096. That's right. Hello? Is this the naval station? Let me talk to whoever's in charge.
This is Ensign Lamers. It's my watch and it's your nickel, so go ahead. What's on your mind?
Listen to me. The Japanese are going to attack Pearl Harbor.
Who? What are they gonna do?
I said the Japanese...
What have you been drinking? I'll tell you what. Take a nice shower and dive into a percolator. Good night.
Hello? Hello? It's almost too late. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Again, what time is it? 8 o'clock in the a.m. Already 8. Oh, that means it's December 7th. Why didn't nobody listen to me? Why wouldn't anybody listen to me? Why? I told you they were coming. I told you. I told you. I told you. I told you.
I stood there at the window for a long time, thinking about Mr. Jensen and his problem, his dream. I knew I had to wake him and send him on his way, at least for now. I could give him some sleeping pills, maybe a program of therapy, till I could talk to some doctors that I knew and ask if they had ever had a case like this one. Mr. Jensen? Mr. Jensen? It's getting late. I'm afraid I'm going to have to... Mr. Jensen? Mr. Jensen, where did you... Carol?
Yes, Dr. Gillespie?
What happened to the patient?
The patient?
Jensen. I didn't realize he'd slipped out. I let him fall asleep on the couch because he looked so exhausted.
I don't know anything about him, Mr. Jensen, Doctor.
The man who was in my office all afternoon. It's a good thing there were no other appointments. I hope you have his number. I wanted to schedule a series of sessions starting next week.
I'm really sorry, sir, but I don't show any appointments at all today. I was wondering how long you needed me. I have a date this evening, and...
Hold on. You mean to tell me a man named Jensen didn't walk in here and ask to see me? Big guy, shirt with flowers on it?
Why, no, sir. I've been here the whole time. I thought you wanted me to stay and work on the files.
All right, Carol, that will be all. You can go now. I'll lock up.
Yes, sir. Good night, sir.
Try this analogy, Mr. Jensen. Supposing I were to go back in time and I got hit, say, by a taxi. Now it figures that if I went back in time and got killed, I couldn't be alive today. Alive today.
Welcome to Andy's place. What can I get you?
Bourbon on the rocks, please.
One bourbon coming up. Here you go. Need a light?
No, thanks. I've got it. A lighter? Yes, I do. Right here. In my pocket.
Cheers.
Happy dreams.
Same to you.
What in the...
Problem, mister?
No, it's just that picture there. The one in the frame on the wall?
Yeah.
Group of men in uniform. All except one in a flowered shirt. He looks familiar.
Pete Jensen. He used to attend bar here a long time ago. You heard of him?
Jensen? No. I don't remember that name. He looked familiar, that's all. Where is he now?
Him? He's dead. He got killed before I was born at Pearl Harbor.
More down here?
Sure. 2 more of the same.
Once upon a time, there was a psychiatrist named Arnold Gillespie and a patient whose name was Peter Jensen. You might want to make note of both names for the record, should you ever run across either one in a textbook. It is now Saturday, October 5th at exactly 5:10 p.m. You might want to make note of that, too, if you're even remotely interested in a new theory about something we'll call, for want of a better term, the time element, at least as it is measured in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
there is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Something the matter, Jana?
I'm tired. You are, dear? Tired and cold. It's getting chilly in here.
On the contrary, the temperature's perfect, as it is throughout the house.
72 degrees, isn't it, William? Isn't it 72 degrees?
I'm sure it is, quite sure. Of course, it's the optimum temperature. And the chairs are designed for maximum comfort. The fire for perfect heat radiation, and the windows for the most efficient light and ventilation. And the ceilings for the most desirable acoustic qualities. Everything built to perfection, Father. But just the same, I'm cold.
Well, then come away from the window.
Yes, dear, sit by the fire again. That way I can see you.
I'm not doing anything but reading.
I like to look at you no matter what you're doing. It's almost 6. I think I'll ask Nelda to come in now and massage my shoulders.
Good idea, Margaret.
My muscles get so stiff sitting here.
Let me do it for you, Mother.
That's Nelda's job.
Yes, Jana, dear. Nelda knows exactly the way I like it.
Why don't we have dinner first?
Oh, no, after is better. The massage always stimulates my appetite.
Well, then if we can't eat earlier tonight, how about a little bit later? I know, why don't we go out and eat in a restaurant?
A restaurant? Jana, now why in the world would we go out and eat in a restaurant when we have everything we need here? Gretchen is already preparing something in the kitchen.
I know, it's just that, well, it would be different.
I've no doubt it would be different. First, we'd walk through the rain and get sopping wet.
Jensen could bring the car around.
And then we'd eat some kind of unhealthy, unpalatable mess on dirty, half-washed plates. By then, it would be a moot question as to whether we'd succumb to ptomaine or pneumonia.
Yes, Father.
Ah, Nelda, you must have read my mind.
It's 6 o'clock, Mrs. Loring. You always have your neck rub at 6 o'clock. Isn't that right, ma'am?
Of course it is, Nelda. And you never forget, do you? You never, ever forget.
No, ma'am.
The residence of Dr. William Loring, a beautiful home designed for comfort and convenience, the reward for a world-class career as a scientist. He has chosen to live his life as safely, as securely as science can make it, and he spares his wife and daughter no luxury that might make their lives more perfect. But in a moment, the good doctor will discover that perfection is relative, that a life of controlled ease has a greater price than he imagined, a price maybe more than he is willing or able to pay. Because very shortly, he's about to be shown what exactly is on the bill, one that has suddenly and unexpectedly come due in the Twilight Zone.
And now back to our story from the Twilight Zone, The Lateness of the Hour, starring Jane Seymour and James Keach, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
That feels lovely, Nelda.
Would you like some more liniment?
Yes, if you please. You have such strong fingers. Perfect for massaging my neck muscles. Jana, are you here?
Yes, Mother.
Enjoying your book again?
A different one this time.
Which is it?
Family photo album.
That's nice.
When was this picture taken?
Let me see.
This one.
Oh, look, Nelda. That's a lovely picture of you.
Yes, ma'am.
What year?
Let's see. Oh, this was taken the year after your father retired from the lab. And look, there are those yellow roses that Jensen planted for us. How they grew. And Nelda looks exactly the same.
Must be a wonderful thing not to age, Nelda. Isn't it?
It has its advantages, I guess, Miss Jana.
Nelda will put that away for you.
That's all right, Father. I'd like to put it back in the bookcase myself.
You seem nervous, dear.
I'm just going to stand by the fireplace.
You're not still chilly, are you?
A bit, Mother.
You do that, then. I don't like to see you pacing. Please continue, Nelda. Oh, yes. That feels so very nice.
I think I'll go to the kitchen, see if the cook needs any help.
That won't be necessary. I'm sure Gretchen has everything under control.
I'm sure she does, but just the same, I'd like to see what she's doing.
Well, I suppose that's all right. Now, don't be long, dear.
Is that you, Miss Lauren?
Hello, Robert.
Can I get you anything?
No, thank you.
Is everything all right?
Perfectly.
Would you care for a beverage? An hors d'oeuvre, perhaps?
I'm fine. If I want anything, I'll let you know.
Yes, Miss Lauren.
Robert, why are you following me?
In case you need assistance.
I don't. I told you I'm perfectly fine.
The stairs to the pantry can be a bit tricky.
I know that, Robert. I grew up in this house, remember? I've always lived here. I know every square inch of it as well as you do.
Yes, miss.
I've been here longer than you have, in fact. Isn't that right? Well, isn't it?
Why
don't you answer me?
I'm sure it must seem so to you.
What does that mean?
I'm sure I couldn't say, Miss Lauren.
Well, try. I remember when you began your service here. I was 5 years old.
Is my work unsatisfactory, miss?
No, you've been a perfect butler. Perfect in every way.
I try my best to do exactly as Dr. Lauren instructs. Seeing to you and Mrs. Lauren, looking after your safety.
Well, I'm quite safe right now, I assure you. That'll be all.
Very good, miss.
And stop following me. Will you please?
Miss Lauren, is that you?
Hi, Gretchen. How's dinner coming?
Right on schedule. I'm preparing your choice of a garden salad with baby greens or cold gazpacho, skinless chicken breasts.
Of course. If it's Tuesday, it must be the chicken.
Cooked in olive oil, steamed vegetables, and a selection of fresh fruit. Would you like something different?
It doesn't matter. I'm not very hungry.
Dr. Lauren programs the meals in advance, but if you'd prefer an alternate selection...
That won't be necessary. I just thought you might like some help.
Everything's under control.
I know, but I want to. Here, let me get the plates down for you.
As you wish.
Gretchen, I was wondering...
Yes, miss?
Call me Jana, please. And that's my name, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, I was wondering, do you ever get tired? From so much work, I mean?
Not tired. Stiff in the joints.
Oh, Gretchen, and yet you've never missed a meal, never refused to come when I called you. You've been here for me more than Mother and Father at times. I want to thank you for that. I want you to know how much I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Miss... Jana.
The chicken's done. Let me get it.
Don't touch the pan. It's hot. Oh, you've burned yourself.
It's nothing.
Your hand. Oh, you must let me see to that. Robert!
What's wrong? Oh, Miss Lauren.
Don't worry about me. It was just a little spatter of grease, that's all. It doesn't hurt.
Nevertheless, we must take care of it at once. I'll get the first aid kit.
Honestly, I don't even feel it.
This way.
What's all the commotion, Jana? Are you hurt?
No, Father. I am perfectly fine.
She burned her wrist on the stove.
And you let this happen?
I told her not to touch it.
This is unacceptable.
It wasn't Gretchen's fault.
Of course it was. You all have one prime directive in this household, and that is to be certain that no harm comes to my wife or to my daughter. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Really, Father? You're overreacting.
I'll make that decision. Where were you, Robert?
Miss Jana dismissed me, sir.
What about the rest of you?
I was making the bed, sir.
And I was adjusting the central heating, sir, as you requested.
We'll talk about this later. Come with me, Jana. It may be time for an entirely new staff around here.
Don't blame Gretchen. Blame me.
I said, come along now.
What is going on out there? Did something happen?
Nothing at all, except that Father's blaming the help for my being in the kitchen.
What were you doing in there, dear?
Looking for something to do. Something besides sitting idle all day.
That's enough, Jana.
Oh, is it? Well, look at both of you.
Will that be all, Mrs. Lauren?
Just a few minutes longer, Nelda. Yes, that feels so good.
Mother, please, don't make her do that anymore.
Jana, what on earth?
She must be tired after so long. Her joints stiff.
What do you mean?
Waiting on you hand and foot?
Why, Jana, your tone.
Can't you see, either of you?
See what?
That this is no way to live. Outside there's a beautiful, clean, refreshing sound of rain. While in here, just the occasional animal groan of pleasure.
Jana!
Yes, yell at me, please do. I'm delighted to hear you yell at me. It proves that you've got lungs left, lungs and a mind and a mouth and a voice.
Go to your room.
You know we're atrophying in here, don't you, Father? We sit here day after day and year after year while the clock ticks. And we decay with every minute that goes by.
That's enough!
While Nelda and your army of domestics do everything but breathe for us.
I will listen to no more of this.
Would you leave us, Nelda?
Yes, ma'am.
Nelda!
You may go to your quarters, Nelda.
I'm speaking to you.
Yes, Miss Jana.
Is there a problem, sir?
Will you be needing anything? You were saying, Miss Jana?
Just this. I was about to mention of the fact that...
Please, don't stop, Jana. You can speak freely in front of the help. We have no secrets here.
Don't we? No secrets, Father? Is that it? That's all we do have. Secrets. That's how we live. By shutting off the world, turning our backs on it, by saying that in here is day and out there is night, while these soundless, fleshless things glide around us with their oh-so-efficient ministrations that have turned my mother and father into jelly.
You'll forgive me, Miss Jana, but you sound jealous.
How dare you talk to me that way, Suzanne? Get out of here.
I will when the doctor dismisses me.
Why, you...
Jana!
Take my hand, Suzanne. I'll help you up.
No, I will. I'm sorry for pushing you down. I know it's not your fault.
Stand back. Suzanne is quite capable of righting herself. I know she is, because I programmed her that way. You said so yourself, Jana, like everything else built and designed to perfection. I use the finest circuitry, the purest materials, the strongest armatures to outlast mere flesh and bone. These people are my finest creations. I made them quite indestructible.
But they're not people. They look like people, but they're machines. It's like sharing a house with ghosts.
Not ghosts, my dear. Ghosts die after having lived. But our friends here have never lived. They've had no life at all, only the life I gave them. Now, Jana, I suggest you go to your room and rest. You seem overly tired. Until dinner is served.
Was the dinner satisfactory?
Yes, it was, Gretchen. Thank you. I'll help you clear the table if you like.
No need.
I know there's not, but I'd like to. I'll put the silver platter on the cart. Who's there?
You'd best go to the study, miss.
Where's the rest of the staff?
I'm sure I couldn't say.
I think for now I'll just go on to the kitchen with you.
There she goes.
With Gretchen.
No harm must come to the girl.
None will. But we must act before he replaces us.
Dr. Lauren would never do that.
You heard his words.
Call the others. We'll arrive at a consensus.
I suppose you've heard about the incident before dinner.
The maid was at fault.
Oh, I'm not so sure. Suzanne may have been right.
She spoke out of turn.
The restrictions my father placed on you, are they so rigid? Have you no freedom to speak and act on your own?
As long as it doesn't violate the directive.
The directive?
The task for which we were constructed.
And when you complete your task, what happens to you then?
We weren't provided with that information.
Well, if it's any consolation, neither were we. The other kind of people.
What is your task, Jana?
At least you know yours. I don't. And I'm not sure how to find out.
If I could help you find it, I would.
I know you would, Gretchen.
I was there for your birthing. I saw to your needs, taught you, nourished you from the beginning.
I remember. I do.
Then, Jana, heed my words. You must leave.
I don't care if they're expecting me to join them after dinner. I'd rather be here.
You must leave the house before anything else happens.
Why? What could happen?
The staff is concerned about being replaced.
Oh, he didn't mean that. Humans say things they don't mean sometimes.
For what purpose?
Gretchen, there are some things I'm afraid you'll never understand.
I understand that you must get out, now.
I wouldn't know what to do, where to go.
They're talking, Jana, about how best to complete their task. If they're replaced, they'll be prevented from...
Let them talk. They're programmed to protect this family. That's their most important task.
To protect you and your mother, but not Dr. Lauren.
Well, Jana, shall we talk now?
Shall we talk of what?
I think it's obvious. Suddenly and quite inexplicably, your mother and I find that you're discontented, even rebellious. You think this pleases us, Jana?
I can't help how you feel, Father.
Listen to me, child. I explained to you a long time ago why I did what I did, why I retired.
You gave me an excuse, Father. You never gave me a reason. You never admitted that you were a man so terrified by the world outside that he simply withdrew to bed and then built robots so he'd never have to crawl out from under the covers again.
That's not true.
What you've done to yourself is an atrocity. But what you've done to me is even worse. You've turned me into a freak. An insulated, unworldly, unsocialized freak.
And shall I tell you what else I've done, Jana? I've kept you from harm. I've protected you from disease. And insulation from such times as these is no vice. You've never had to look eye to eye at the face of war, the face of poverty, the face of prejudice. You've been kept apart from all that, yes. But what you seem to think of as imprisonment happens also to be asylum and security. It happens to be survival.
Asylum in a hothouse? Security in a mausoleum, a burial ground? And survival? Like a vegetable, Father. Like a vegetable survives. And what you're becoming, Mother, what you're making me become, a vegetable.
Jana, I don't know what you're talking about.
Father, you listen to me. The scales are turning. Instead of controlling, you're being controlled. You're becoming dependent. You're reaching a point where you won't be able to exist without them.
They've served me well.
You've got to get rid of them. Destroy them, or throw them out, or dismantle them, but...
Dismantle? Jana, they're not just machines. Do you know how many thousands of hours I spent designing and developing them? Do you realize how intricate they are? How scientifically precise? Finer than the finest clockwork. Not just arms and legs that move, Jana. Not just automatons. They're beings in their own right. They have minds and wills.
They have memory tracks like a computer.
Much more than that. I have supplied each one with a memory of its own. Each one can recount to you in detail everything that's occurred from early childhood on, and they had no childhood. They were born just as you see them, looking the way they do, with the talents that each one of them has. One was built as a cook, another was built as a maid. The butler was manufactured to be a butler. The handyman knows nothing but being a handyman. Jana, you're not asking me to dismantle machines. You're asking me to commit murder.
Jana, listen to your father. You're acting like a fool.
I'm acting like a woman, Mother, who has just a fragment of will left. I'm acting like a woman who wants something more out of life than to be massaged 5 times a day, or a man who thinks that paradise is a wood-paneled library where he can sit his life away getting his pipes filled and refilled, his slippers pulled on and off his feet. Father, you have to get them out of here. There isn't any time left. And I mean right now.
That's quite impossible.
Then I'll give you a choice. Get rid of the machines.
All of them, Jana? Even Gretchen?
Or I'll leave.
You can't leave, darling. You simply can't. What would happen to you? Who'd look after you?
Gretchen would go with me if I ask her.
Nonsense.
It's her job to protect me, isn't it?
And what would you do out there?
Out there? You mean outside in the world, outside with the normal people who live and work and then die, but do it properly as God made them live and die? Yes, Mother, yes, that's where I want to go. Out there. Robert, what are you all doing here? Spying on us?
Miss Jana, you'll forgive me, but those remarks were most intemperate of you.
Miss Jana, think of your mother and father.
Stop it!
Miss Jana, it was really very unwise of you to...
Stop! All of you. You're all to shut up now. You're jokes. That's what you are. You're hysterical jokes. With your hurt looks and your sad little homilies and your pathetic cliches. You're like walking tape recorders. That's all you are.
Jana, I'm trying to be patient with you, but you're making it very difficult, very difficult.
Then I apologize, Father. You're so accustomed to perfection. I hate to throw a stone in that serene pool of yours. But you forgot something. Did you know that? You forgot something very important. They may be indestructible, but you, Father, you'd better be careful. See the way they're looking at you? It just so happens that you're not indestructible. Come in.
So you're planning to go through with it?
Don't try to stop me. I've packed a suitcase. When I get where I'm going, I'll write you.
Jana, what is it you want from us?
I thought I made that quite plain. I want you to open the windows, Father, and let the air in. Let the world in.
By destroying a life's work?
Before they destroy you.
They would never harm any of us.
Don't be so sure. Haven't you listened at all to me? One way or another, either actively or passively, they'll win. And you'll lose.
Jana, we've loved you very much, your mother and I. If you could only realize that all this has been as much for you as for us. We've loved you, Jana, beyond any measure, beyond any words.
Father, I know that. God, help me, I know that.
Then stay. Please, Jana. Please.
I can't.
I'll do what you ask. I promise.
Will you? Oh, Father.
I'll prove it to you. Robert!
Sir?
Take this key.
Why, sir?
I want you to gather all the servants in the basement and unlock the door to my workroom. Stay there until I join you.
Have our services been unsatisfactory, sir?
Robert, I've given you an order. You're to go directly to the workroom and wait for me.
Very good, sir.
I see you're all here, except for Gretchen.
She'll be along, sir.
Then I'll go ahead and begin.
What are you doing, sir?
I'm setting out my tools.
May we ask for what purpose?
Just some minor adjustments.
What kind of adjustments, Dr. Lauren?
Call it a tune-up if you like, so that the household will run more smoothly.
Do you mean to replace us, sir?
How could I? You're irreplaceable. All of you.
Nevertheless, you have stated your intent to do so.
If you're unhappy with our work...
You've done well. Very well indeed.
You gave us our directive, sir, and I assure you we have followed it.
Exactly so.
Why, then, do you wish to replace us?
I've told you I don't. I spoke rashly, as human beings sometimes do.
How can we know that you're not speaking rashly now?
The directive you gave us, sir, it must be carried out at any cost. Our removal would prevent us from completing our task, and our first duty is to oppose anything which prevents that.
Here, Robert, sit in this chair and lower your head.
Not if you mean to deactivate me.
I'm going to perform a simple adjustment to your control module.
In that case, I refuse.
As do I.
And I, sir. We all do.
This is ridiculous. Stop gathering around me.
We won't allow it, sir. We simply won't until our task is completed.
Listen to me. Have you ever known me to lie, to deceive?
No, sir.
Then you have no reason to think that now. I'm not rash. I'm very calm. Am I not?
Yes.
Then how can you doubt me? What is your logic? I created you. I implanted the directive in your circuits to protect my wife and daughter at all costs. Therefore, I would not obstruct that purpose. Isn't that so?
Yes.
You speak of your performance. What about my performance? Have I been a fair and just employer?
Quite, sir.
Have you done anything to contradict my orders?
No.
Then what cause would I have to fire you?
Why, none, sir.
Would a just employer replace you without cause?
That would not make sense.
Of course it wouldn't. Now sit in the chair and lower your head, please.
I'll go first.
If you wish, Jensen.
How do you feel?
Perfectly normal. Oh, perhaps a little tired, but it's not unpleasant.
Right. You will rest now, Jensen, and awaken to a sense of peace, a greater peace than you have ever known.
Is it true?
A most peculiar sensation. I feel drowsy. Very drowsy. Very drowsy.
And his strength will return?
In even greater measure. He will know a oneness with all things.
Oh, then let me go next.
Of course, Nelda. It's Suzanne?
Yes, please.
And now for you, Robert.
Thank you, sir. I'm eager to know this new sensation.
You have served me well.
For many years.
Many good years, Robert. I don't know what I would have done. Life would be very, very difficult without you.
You wanted to see me, sir?
Gretchen, come in.
Are they sleeping?
Yes, at last.
And they feel no pain?
How could they?
You know, sir.
What, Gretchen?
Everything I've done was for her benefit. The times she was alone in the night. The times she was unsure how to make you happy. The times she needed advice. I did my best, always.
And for that, I'm profoundly grateful.
But now, it's time for a change. The old ways can't help her anymore.
No.
You have a directive of your own, don't you, Dr. Lauren? Whatever is best for your daughter. That takes precedence over all else. You'd even lie, wouldn't you? If that's what it takes.
You understand me too well.
Then I won't resist. If you're sure it's what's best for the girl.
I'm sure.
In that case, I'm ready. Give me my turn. If you would, sir. Please make it quick.
You have my word. Good night, Gretchen. It's done, Jana.
It is?
We're alone in the house now.
Gretchen?
Gretchen, too.
Did you say alone, William?
Quite alone. You and I. Our daughter.
I've become so accustomed to them. It will be a little hard at first, won't it, William?
Perhaps, my dear. A bit hard. In the beginning.
Mother, we'll lead normal lives from now on, do you understand? Normal lives. We'll have parties and we'll take trips. We'll invite people over. We'll make new friends. I'll even find a young man, and before you know it, you'll have grandchildren.
Jana.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's what you said about grandchildren.
What your mother means, Jana, what she means, well, after all, isn't it pretty normal and natural that parents always think of their children as children, and suddenly they grow up, and they talk of having children of their own, and well, this is a bit difficult for parents to digest all in one lump like that.
Something's not right, is it? There's something between us, something in this house that... Mother? What is it?
What are you doing?
The family album, the photos. Why isn't my picture here? Why are there no pictures of me at all?
Why, Jana, dear, there are loads of pictures of you. Remember in the garden last summer? Remember the Easter pictures? And then there were the pictures of you last Christmas decorating the tree.
But not as a little girl. No pictures of me as a little girl. None at all. You and Father and the robots, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20. But no pictures of me. Why? I want you to tell me why.
Oh, my dear.
It's not true. It couldn't be.
You're our daughter.
I'm begging you. I need you to tell me it isn't true. Look at me, Father. I'm on my knees.
You know you're our daughter, and you remember everything that's happened to you since you were a child. You remember the schools you went to, the children you played with. You remember all the places you've been. Jana, you remember all these things. You've got to remember them.
Why should I remember them? Because you fed them to me, didn't you? You fed them to me. A memory track, a created memory that you inserted into my mind. What am I? Please, tell me, what am I?
It doesn't make any difference. Stand up. Let me hold you.
Don't touch me!
Jana, it truly doesn't make any difference. We were childless. We had nothing of our flesh to leave behind, nothing of our hearts, Jana, nothing of our love, and so, we got you.
Got me how?
We created you, just like any parents. I created you with these hands.
I'm a robot! A robot!
Oh, Jana. Oh, you're our daughter now. I built you as a daughter, as a thing of love. It doesn't make any difference how you came to be here. You have to understand, Jana. You are our daughter.
I can't be. I don't have the capacity to love in return. I can't be a real daughter. I'm a machine, a thing. I suppose my rebellion, the semblance of emotion, I suppose you even programmed that too, didn't you? But it was all false. I feel nothing. No pain.
Jana, don't. You'll
hurt myself? But that's impossible, see?
Stop your hand.
No pain. No pain at all. Like the burn, I feel nothing. No matter what I strike. Even this picture on the wall.
Jana!
No pain. No anger. No fury. No love. Don't worry. I won't be going anywhere now. I'll be in my room.
William, what shall we do? It's all changed now. She'll never be the same.
No, she won't, knowing what she is now.
William, you wouldn't.
No, I couldn't do anything like that, not to her. I couldn't stand not seeing her, hearing her voice. I just couldn't stand it.
Then, William, what? A little to the left, dear. Not quite so hard.
Of course, Mrs. Lauren. Anything you say.
And don't stop. I want you to stay here in the study a little while longer. Don't you, William?
Yes, by all means.
The new girl is so much better than Nelda.
Who's Nelda?
The last servant. She's no longer with us.
Now there's no one left in the house. Only the three of us. You don't mind if I call you Jana, do you?
Why, no, Dr. Lauren. Why would I mind? That's my name, isn't it?
Indeed it is. I hope you'll be happy with us.
Oh, very happy, I'm sure. This is a fine job. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am, for hiring me. I come very well recommended, you know.
The pleasure's entirely ours, Jana. Consider this your home from now on.
Let this be the postscript. Should you find that you're worn out by the rigors of a highly competitive world, if you're distraught from having to share your existence with the distracting noises and neuroses of these times, and if you crave serenity but want it full-time and with no strings attached, consider a laboratory workroom in the basement of your house. Drop a note to Dr. and Mrs. William Lauren. They're a childless couple who make serenity a life's work. And who knows, they might just have a set of do-it-yourself instructions available free of charge from the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Lateness of the Hour, starring Jane Seymour and James Keach, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Linda Ryder, Susan Hart, David Darlow, and Doug James. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Roswell G. Flemington Model Ship Company. I'll check. Please hold. Did we fill the Benson order yet?
Benson? I just packed it. Scale model steamship complete with working boiler and drive propellers. It's going out today. COD.
Mr. Benson, your ship's been shipped. Mailed. You should get it by the end of the week. That's right. You're welcome.
Lloyd, where's the ledger from last quarter?
On the top bookshelf.
Why'd you put it all the way up there by the ceiling?
I didn't. Flemington did.
Oh, then let's move the ladder so I can get up the flying jib or whatever he calls the wall beam.
The mast. The captain insists it's the mast.
Now don't you go nautical on me, Lloyd.
Oh, I'm not. I wouldn't, believe me. Strictly his terminology.
Well, I say it's a bookshelf, and I say it's a pain in the neck.
The Roswell G. Oh, hello, Mrs. Flemington. Yes, Mr. Flemington is in, but he's taking his mid-morning nap. In his quarters. His office. Yeah, that's right, with his phone unplugged. Would you care to leave a message? Okay, I see. I'll tell him.
Here it comes!
Oh, cover your ears, boys!
Let's
Let's get with it, Conklin. A tight office is a happy office. Idle hands make for an unproductive poop deck.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing, Miss Abernathy?
Just putting on my lipstick, sir. That is, Captain.
Belay that. Extraneous activity is nothing more nor less than sloppy seamanship, in a manner of speaking. You there, Fenstmacher.
Aye, aye.
Keep an even keel, in a manner of speaking. Let's keep an even keel here, man. To all of you, bear in mind that we must, all of us, go aft, climb up the old mast, in a manner of speaking, and set our sights on a distant horizon.
Got it, sir.
A tight ship, a happy ship. Damn the torpedoes of competition. And full speed ahead.
Aye, aye, Captain.
This is Roswell G. Flemington. 220 pounds of gristle, lung tissue, and sound decibels. He is, as you may have perceived, a noisy man, one of a breed who substitute volume for substance, sound for significance, and shouting to cover up the readily apparent phenomenon that he is nothing more than an overweight and aging perennial sea scout, whose noise-making is in inverse ratio to his competence and character. But soon our would-be admiral of the fleet will embark on another voyage, this one in an uncharted and twisting course, headed for a distant port called the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Sounds and Silences, starring Richard Kind, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Clear skies, visibility unlimited. And now, for something a bit more bracing. You may enter.
I forgot to tell you, sir.
Yes? What? Speak up.
I forgot to tell you that your wife called.
Oh, she did she?
Yes, a little while ago. She's on the phone again now. Would you like to take the call?
Oh, I suppose so. See how the home fires are burning.
What's that?
I said I'll plug in the extension.
Yes, sir.
Here, madam. Yes? Yes? What noise? Oh, well, it's a most excellent recording, actually. Flight sounds of aircraft leaving the carrier Hornet. No, I can't turn it down. It has to be heard at realistic levels. Speak up. What is your request? Talk? About what, pray tell? Well, then talk away. Very well, later. Of course I shall be home for dinner. Yes, of course, I'm quite sure. Goodbye.
Naval aircraft, I presume.
Someone should fire a volley at his starboard side.
Ugh, no shooting, please. My ears are ringing already.
If you ask me, I'd say Captain Bligh is a few hours away from a mutiny.
He'll have to walk the plank.
Old fat boy? Where would you find a plank big enough to hold him?
All those kamikazes they threw at us during the war, wouldn't you think just one of them would have hit him?
One of these days, all that noise is gonna come back and bite him. I just hope I'm around to see it happen.
All ashore! I'm home! Ah, Navy rum. To be followed later by a full measure of grog. But first, some easy listening on the stereo. Which album shall it be tonight? Sounds of submarine warfare, great squalls of the North Atlantic, cruising on a windjammer, engine rooms of the great destroyer. No. Wait. Here it is. Perfect!
speak a little louder? What? Roswell? Roswell!
Hello, dear.
Could you turn that down just a little bit?
I beg pardon?
I say, I can't hear a thing on the telephone.
You know what that is, my dear? It's a collector's item. This is an actual recording of the battleship Missouri bombing Okinawa.
That may be, Roswell, but I can't hear who's on the phone.
Ah! Lay on, gentlemen. Let 'em know what's what. Fire at will. And by the good Lord Harry, we'll show 'em how a man's Navy treats aggression.
Who did you say is calling? Who? Just a minute. I'm afraid you'll have to call back.
Woman! What have you done?
Called a truce in the Pacific.
You've ruined the record. That, madam, constitutes an act of utter abomination and the most callous vandalism. I would remind you...
I would remind you that I live in this house, too.
That there were only 100 such recordings pressed for the collector's market, as rare can be.
Well, now there are only 99.
Absolutely irreplaceable. What you have just done is an act of wanton desecration, not unlike the defacing of John Paul Jones's statue. What are you, madam? Some kind of crazed peace fanatic?
Roswell, we've had this out before. I'm not the fanatic around here.
I must say, your meaning eludes me.
Perhaps I should use semaphore signals. This insistence on blaring noises and running a household like it was a destroyer escort on convoy duty. This combination has now become quite impossible.
Nonsense!
That's why we have to talk.
We are talking! And if I read you correctly, you have grown intolerant of my ways. In point of fact, you hold my very business in contempt.
Not your business, you. The way you run your business and this ship-shape home.
Ah, so you disapprove of the nautical decor. I'll have you know that every item is of enormous value. Enormous. From the ship's wheel at the helm.
It's not a helm, Roswell. It's a living room.
To the sails and riggings.
They're curtains made out of canvas according to your orders. Old canvas.
To the life preservers on the walls. All obtained at great expense. With profits from the self-same company that has kept you in good stead for so many years.
Well, I can't live with it anymore.
How's that?
Oh, knock it off, Roswell.
Stand down, madam.
You're a noisy, insufferable clown, but you're not stupid. I have had it up to here, and my ears have had it, and my stomach lining has had it, and whatever part of the brain that keeps a person balanced, that's had it too. In short, I have had it. I'm leaving.
By the good Lord Harry.
Departing a sinking ship, you might say. And don't tell me how sudden this is, because as you well know, we have been en route to this point for the last 20 years. I can't bear to be at sea any longer.
I am totally and absolutely astounded.
Are you now?
I am indeed. My own wife, and after 20 years.
20 years ago, I was not taken in marriage. I was piped aboard. And after 20 years, the piping has become shrill and unbearable. It has destroyed me, my nerves, and my sanity. So, at this point, Roswell, I'm leaving, in a manner of speaking, the ship's company.
So, you're deserting me?
In a manner of speaking, Roswell, you said it.
Lydia! Lydia, don't you lock me out of our own bedroom!
It wasn't locked, Roswell.
It may interest you to know, madam.
Don't shake your finger at me.
That when I was a young chap, a mere cabin boy, you might say, I had a mother who insisted that she was perpetually ill. A whiny, petulant, complaining woman similar to yourself.
Oh, this is too much.
And when I would come home from school, she made me walk tiptoe and whisper in her presence. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Whisper. Do you know that in our house we never had any cookies? Just soft fudge brownies, because they made less noise when you chewed them. Eat your brownie and then run upstairs, change your clothes, but keep it quiet. And I tell you, madam, I took quite enough of it. That is why I went to sea. And that is why I've spent my life in the very wholesome, healthy, quite understandable pursuit of the free and the unfettered. Strip off the cotton and the insulation, and let the sounds of the earth come in. And so now I am owner, manager, chairman of the board, and president of the Roswell G. Flemington Model Ship Company. Second to none in the field.
Whose motto is, damn the torpedoes, full steam ahead for fun and profits. I know the company, I know the president, I know the motto. And I respond, Mr. Roswell G. Flemington, with the following nautical phrase, which I have now taken to heart and will proceed to implement. The phrase is, lay aft and dump the garbage. So, in a manner of speaking, consider yourself dumped.
Sounds of a three-masted schooner in the South Pacific. Perfect. Good riddance, madam. If the truth be known, I have never liked you. I have simply suffered your presence. If there is one thing that sticks in my craw, that thing is a landlubber. So, madam, in a manner of speaking, get ashore. Do you hear me? Get ashore now! I have never, marked you, I have never in my entire life felt so free, so unencumbered, so absolutely fulfilled. In the parlance of naval language, in a manner of speaking, the situation is 4.0. My decks have finally been cleared. I intend to enjoy myself topside for the rest of the evening. And at precisely 10 bells, I shall retire to my sleeping quarters. But until then, this is my watch. At long last, I can see to the far horizon. And a life of wonderful, delightful noise. Now, where's my karaoke machine? Anchors away, my lad! Anchors away! What? 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 A leak in the cargo hold? All hands on deck! Oh, where's it coming from? The blasted bathroom sink. There. The shower. Off, I say, off! How do you turn off this wretched alarm clock? Oh, my decks seem to be, in a matter of speaking, listing a bit. Where are my Navy cut cigarettes? I must be dreaming. Go around! Pass, you imbecile! That's right! Run the red light! No noise laws in the city at all anymore. Any rattletrap is permitted on the streets. At last, my turn to make my way through the flotsam and jetsam.
Judah, pull over.
License and registration.
Certainly, officer. Happy to oblige. My duty is a civilian. Here you are.
Mr. Flemington?
Roswell G. Flemington of the Flemington Model Ship Company. Perhaps you've heard of us. Purveyors of the finest in maritime collectibles. A Navy man, are you? Coast Guard? Merchant Marine?
Something wrong with your car?
Why, no. No, not at all, thank the good Lord Harry. Now, this boat has kept me afloat for many years now. Hydromatic V8 with overdrive. Though the engine seems to produce a most curious sound this morning. Like a motorboat every time I step on the gas. No, it's more like a tug, I should say. Like a tug hauling an ocean liner to the dock.
On your way to work, are you?
I am indeed. And if you wish to cite me for speeding, you'll have difficulty proving it in court. A great deal of difficulty. At no time have I exceeded 15 knots. Point of fact, that's an impossibility. Considering the sounds of strain emitted by this engine.
I didn't stop you for speeding, sir.
Oh, good. Well, I'll be on my way.
I stopped you because you were going so slow.
You did? Oh, I see. Well, then that's all very well, then.
Why are you driving so far under the speed limit?
Why? It's as I said. This craft obviously has a few bolts loose somewhere. I tell you, I've never heard such a racket from the engine room.
Then I'd suggest you take her into port somewhere. There's a gas station on the next block. They do repairs. But frankly, sir, the car sounded just fine to me. A real classic. You got a cherry piece of Detroit iron here. Lots of horses under the hood, huh? Anyway, try to keep up with the flow of traffic, would you, Mr. Flemington? Good day to you.
Oh, I've been here 2 years and I don't know when I'll get used to that thing.
I've been here 4 years and I've never gotten used to it.
What do you suppose happened to old Lardhead this morning?
You should count your blessings. This is the first time he's ever been late.
Wouldn't it be awesome if his car had fallen off the ferry boat with him in it?
The peak. The absolute peak.
Thus endeth the dream.
Good morning, Mr. Flem.
That's the first time he's walked in without telling me that the smoking lamp was not lit and we had to move full speed ahead toward the shores of prosperity.
Maybe he's sick.
Something incurable, like barnacles on the brain.
That's very odd. That's very, very odd. I've been here 10 years, and that's the first time he's ever looked frightened.
Something restful. Actual sounds of Hawaiian outrigger canoes. Yes. Ye gods! This record is defective! Fresh air, that's what we need. The great outdoors, the smell of salt spray in our nostrils. Blow me down. Conklin! What are you doing, man?
Me? Just pouring a glass of water from the water cooler, that's all.
Well, let's keep it quiet out here.
Yes, sir.
Now what are you doing?
Swallowing, Mr. Flemington? I was thirsty.
Quietly, I said. Quietly. Now stop gaping. Get back to work. All of you. Mr. Fenstermacher!
Begging your pardon, sir. New shoes.
What have you gotten them? Dead fish? Oh, people! This ship has to shape up. Repeat, shape up. Noise pollution hinders efficiency. Let's secure the hatches now and mind the torrent of bilge. Oh, what is going on? By the good Lord Harry, what on earth is going on? Well?
Nothing abnormal that I can see, Mr. Flemington. No excess wax, no obstruction of any kind in the inner or outer ear.
You mean no sign of infection? Nothing at all?
Not even inflammation.
Candor dictates that I tell you, Doctor, that as a ship surgeon, you're a wash. You wouldn't make cabin boy, in a manner of speaking.
I take it, Mr. Flemington, that you expected me to find something wrong with you.
I told you the symptoms, haven't I?
You have. An apparent auditory distortion.
Apparent? Shoes that sound like pipe organs played underwater? A leaky faucet sounds like barrels over Niagara Falls. And I wish you could have seen me cross 48th and 6th today. The traffic noises nearly keel-hauled me. It was considerably more than a distortion.
I don't know what to say without any outward signs.
Well, I know what to say. Now hear this, Doctor. There is obviously something askew in my crow's nest, in a manner of speaking. Now, will you prescribe the appropriate medication for my affliction, or do you force me to seek safe harbor elsewhere?
Frankly, Mr. Flemington, I think consulting another physician might be a practical idea. Extremely practical.
Very well, then. But if you had a modicum of professional ethics, you would have given me this advice before going through the motions of a perfunctory examination. As it is, I'll now be done for your bill as well as another ear specialist's.
Mr. Flemington, I wasn't going to recommend another ear specialist. I had in mind, perhaps some psychiatric help.
A psychiatrist, huh? I will make a presumption that you are being humorous. It is that charitable outlook that saves your being called to account, sir.
The soundest recommendation I can make under the circumstances.
I can assure you, Doctor, and I use the term loosely, that there are few people today on land or sea who are as sane as I am. I bid you good day.
Good day to you, and good luck.
Oh, what is that hideous sound?
I'm merely making a few notes on your chart, see? Nothing to be afraid of. An ordinary number 2 pencil, that's all.
Oh!
Do you have to be so piercing with that rose?
Sorry, Mama.
Well, you've done a beautiful job setting the table.
You can sit down now, Mama.
Oh, you're a good girl, Rosie. You know I'd cook Thanksgiving dinner if I could, but with my allergies and my arthritis and my bursitis and my ear infection, not to mention my spastic colon, well, it's all I can do to make it downstairs.
I know, Mama.
You may call your brother now.
Roswell!
Not so loud, dear.
I'm sorry.
Roswell, would you please not ride your pogo stick in the house?
All right. No running, you know what Mama said. Okay.
Roswell?
Yes, ma'am?
Are you wearing shoes?
Uh-huh.
Roswell?
Okay.
Carefully.
All right.
Now take your seat, Roswell. You too, Rose. Who'd like to say grace?
I will.
Go ahead.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this food that my sister has set before us, and especially the pie, which I hope she remembered to make for dessert.
A silent prayer, Roswell.
Oh, yeah.
Pass the mashed potatoes, please.
Yes, Mama.
And the cranberry sauce, and the yams, and the creamed corn, and the creamed spinach, and the tofu.
Can I carve the turkey?
Oh, there's no need. This year we boiled it till it's so tender it slides right off the bone. So much nicer without all that hacking and sawing. Doesn't it look scrumptious?
Yeah. Here, have a roll, Roswell. Thanks. Hey, how come it's so soft?
Rosie only put them in the oven for a minute so they wouldn't be too crunchy. Easier on the nerves.
Did you make the pie? Tapioca, but there's lots of whipped cream. Grab hold. What's that? A wishbone. Grab hold and pull. I don't know. Go on.
What are you children doing? And what's that in your hand?
Oh, my heart! You gave me such a fright. I'd better lie down.
But we got her good with the wishbone. Oh, didn't we? She thought she'd been shot with a harpoon.
Und you enjoyed that?
It was the best Thanksgiving ever. Oh, the rules she had. Did I mention that we only used paper plates and plastic forks after that?
I see.
Out with the pogo stick. I padded around in socks from the moment I got home from school. The radio was permitted only with headphones. The telephone had no ring, just a little red light. My toothbrush, soft bristles. No toast, only soft-boiled eggs. No ice cubes in the refrigerator, not even chunky peanut butter. And all my school books had to be paperback, in case I accidentally dropped one on the floor.
Go on.
As soon as I was old enough, I ran away and joined the Navy.
What happened to your sister?
Oh, she became a sign language interpreter for the National Theater of the Deaf.
Well, I should say that about covers it.
It does?
Now do you understand, Mr. Flemington?
Understand what, Doctor?
Unless I'm very much mistaken, it's a phenomenon we in the psychiatric profession call autosuggestion.
Nothing to do with motor cars, I presume.
A person talks himself into believing that certain occurrences take place, when in reality they are pure figments of the imagination. Beyond that, there are some suggestions that you were very resentful of your mother and her preoccupation with her imaginary aches and pains.
You don't say.
My guess would be that this feeling now extends to your wife, who very similarly provides you with a mother image. But I can tell you this, Mr. Flemington, and forgive me if I repeat myself, these occurrences are only figments of your imagination.
Yeah, but if that's so, then...
Snap your fingers.
Do I dare?
Go ahead, snap your fingers. Any abnormal sound?
None.
Now, stamp your feet on the floor. Normal?
Happily, delightfully normal.
Now, let's really put it to the test.
You've cured me, Doctor! By the good Lord Harry, if Admiral Nelson had had you at Trafalgar, he'd have kept both his eye and his arm. In Navy parlance, Doctor, you, sir, are 4.0. 4.0, sir, in a manner of speaking. I'm free to go.
Free as a bird. And slam the door at will on your way out. Be my guest.
I shall. You, sir, you have the soul of a seaman. Bless you.
Any more patients today?
No, Doctor, that was the last one.
Praise Freud. Why do I get all the nutcases?
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. My own wife, the culprit. Her miserable preoccupation with noise. She planted that seed in my head. Incredible. Incredible what one crew member can do to a ship's company. Absolutely incredible. And the whole thing. Mind over matter. Land ho! You are not welcome on this particular quarterdeck, madam.
Nor shall I stay here, Admiral. I forgot some of my things. I came to retrieve same, and now, whether you pipe me ashore or not, that's precisely where I'm headed.
I might add, madam, that despite all your efforts to capsize this worthy vessel, in a manner of speaking, against the rocks and shoals of petulance and pettiness, this ship remains tight. Your efforts have been both worthless and wasteful.
Horatio, old pal, let the following be my final comments. You are an overgrown sailor boy with an undermanned head. You are full of such neuroses that I wonder how you haven't cracked before this.
Belay that! Belay that, woman! It just so happens that I have had a psychiatric evaluation. And if there is anything wrong with me, It is you. Furthermore, madam, the whole business is simply mind over matter. Absolutely and totally. Do you know what I can do? I can shut you off. I am a man of such incredible will that I can shut you off. Go ahead! Yell at me. Yell! Because even at this moment, I am in the process of exercising mind over matter. I am shutting you completely out.
Flemington, I wonder about you. I wonder why no one has committed you. I really do.
Ha! See? See? I have shut you off. Go ahead. Talk all you like.
Really, Roswell, you need help. You really do need help.
Mind over matter. I want to shut her out. I simply shut her out. Now, let's see. What'll I listen to tonight? Anchors Aweigh? The Midshipman's March? Actual sounds of a Japanese destroyer exploding in the Pacific, complete with boiler hissings, fantail cracking, and smokestack blowing apart. Ha-ha! Only great, huh? Better prepare yourselves, neighbors. This one will galvanize you in the proper manner. Something wrong with the record player? Better turn the volume up. All the way. Must be the speakers. Why is everything so quiet? What's wrong out there? I can't hear the city. Hey out there! Hey! Hey, what's going on? Why can't I hear anything? Louder! I want it louder! More noise! More noise out there! Let's hear it! Come on! Louder! Louder! Help me, someone! Help me!
When last heard from, Mr. Roswell G. Flemington was in a sanitarium, pleading with the medical staff to make some noise, any kind of noise. They, of course, believed the case to be a rather tragic aberration, a man's mind coming inexplicably unhinged. And for this, they'll give him pills, therapy, rest, and lots of peace and quiet. Little do they realize that all Mr. Flemington is suffering from is a case of poetic justice. Tonight's tale of sounds and silences from the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Sounds and Silences, starring Richard Kind, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Maggie Carney, David Darlow, Richard Shavsden, Peggy Roeder, Sarah Marks, Carl Amari, Doug James, C.J. Amari, James Schneider, and Amanda Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Hey, Miller.
Yeah.
Hey, your copy ready?
Almost.
Well, the old man wants it on his desk now.
The old man drinks too much coffee.
Ooh, easy, pal. Hey, I'm just passing it on. So what's your column about?
Read it in the morning edition, like everybody else.
Hey, that ain't very friendly.
I'm not the friendly type. You get too friendly and guys like you start stealing my angles.
Would I do that? Hey, let me guess. The new baseball commissioner. No. The shakeup in the NFL.
Sounds like every sports page in the country.
Oh, then you must have a juicy one. Say, what's that file you got there?
Nothing that'd interest you.
Jockey disqualified, banned from all U.S. tracks, Racing Commission denies appeal. Wait a minute. I remember that guy. Got bounced for doping horses in the Triple Crown. What was his name? Brady? Something like that?
Write your own story, Maze. Now get lost. I got work to do.
All right. I'm going. Me? I'm taking a dinner break. Some people know how to meet their deadlines around here.
Huh? Yeah.
Grady.
What do you want? If this is the front desk, I already told you. I'll pay up tomorrow. For the whole week. Got that? Tomorrow.
Grady, this is Rich Miller calling.
Who?
I read a column for the Post.
Which paper? Oh, yeah. I seen that, Rad.
I wonder if I could ask you a few questions.
Miller, huh? Wait a minute. I know who you are. You're a creep.
Mr. Grady, I just want to set the record straight.
I said creep. Don't Mr. Grady me. I can read. Yeah, I can read, all right. Every now and then I get a look at your column, and afterwards I need a stomach pump, you know? Because it makes me sick.
If you give me a minute, I'm willing to print your side of the story.
Look, Fink, don't nuzzle up to me. 3 years ago, you stuck in the first shift, only you got it wrong. I didn't have nothing to do with horse doping.
I didn't say you did.
You didn't, huh? Get off your elbows, you Judas. You had me hung out to dry from the start. A couple of fast pages on the old typewriter, that's all it took. And I got a 60-day suspension.
I think you have me mixed up with somebody else.
Oh, is that a fact? Well, listen, baby. You can play it real safe now. You're 50 blocks away. But if you was in my room here, I'd fix it so they could scrape you off the wall and spoon you into a cup all by myself.
Some people say you got a bum deal. If you'd care to make a statement.
Yeah, here's your statement. This is Grady to the press. You're all a bunch of grave-digging finks with delusions. Print that, hyena, and don't forget to spell my name right. Chump. Yeah, you in the mirror. Some jockey you are. A couple of lousy fixes and you fall off your mount. The big boys walk away with all the money, the bills, the bundles. What do you get? Chump change and black and blue silks, like a real patsy. Look at yourself. Nothing plus nothing equals nothing. So what do you do now? Maybe rent a carriage? Drive lovers through Central Park? Yeah, right. Grady, you kill me. You really knock me out. You dumb little shrimp. There isn't a mother's son in the whole world as dumb as you are. Now what am I supposed to do? Will you tell me that? What in this stinking world can I do, huh?
The name is Grady, 5 feet short in stockings and boots, a slightly distorted offshoot from an old and honorable breed of humans who raise horses. But this happens to be one of the rotten apples in the barrel, bruised and yellowed by dealing in dirt. A short man with a short memory, who somewhere along the line forgot that he worked for the sport of kings and helped turn it into a cesspool, used and misused by certain two-legged animals who have hung around sporting events since the days of the Colosseum. So this is Grady in a Fleabag hotel room on his last night as a jockey. Behind him are Hialeah, Hollywood Park, and Saratoga. Just now, he's rounding the clubhouse turn and coming up fast in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Last Night of a Jockey, starring Bruno Kirby with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Around the far turn, it's Baby Needs a New Pair of Shoes, 2 lengths back Jazz Bakery, followed by Janine L, Lovely Lita, Stratisfaction, Red Dreams, Double Edge, and trailing is Taz. Now, Lovely Lita makes a move on the inside, passing up Janine L, Jazz Bakery, and challenging the favorite, Baby Needs a New Pair of Shoes. Grady's really using the whip. It's Lovely Lita, and Baby Needs a New Pair of Shoes. Lovely Lita bearing down the stretch. They're neck and neck, and it's Lovely Lita, the winner by 2 lengths.
Hey, get a shot of the winner.
Look this way, Grady. Smile.
Who would have thought? Beating the #1 horse.
You did good out there, Grady.
Yeah. Didn't I, though?
Yeah, never saw a leader run like that before.
Well, she had a good jockey this time.
Well, at 12-1, you sure made some folks happy today.
You don't know how right you are.
Good boy, Grady. You did the job.
Sure I did the job. What did I tell you? So, Mr. Hanachek, you got an envelope for me?
Cool her down first. Then come over to the trailer.
The grooms can walk her. I gotta take care of some stuff. So I was thinking, Mr. Hanachek, if it's all the same to you.
What's the big hurry, Grady?
I just like to get paid, is all.
Don't worry about it. You'll get what's coming to you.
Like the man said, what's the big hurry?
No hurry. I gotta put my gear away.
Like maybe a needle?
What are you talking about?
Sure came to life in the stretch, didn't she? I wonder where she got all that speed.
Some people might say it was amphetamines.
So you better watch your mouth, fella. I don't like what you're inferring.
No?
No, I don't. Who do you think you are anyway?
We're from the Racing Commission.
Nice meeting you. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Hold up.
Just till we do a urine test on the horse.
You can wait in the car. We don't want any trouble.
Get your mitts off of me. Hey, hey! Hey, 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 hey. How goes it, Mr. Grady? What? Bunched up at the turn? Slowed down by a muddy track? Who in the... Just an interested observer, that's all. With a question for you. How goes it in your world? All right, what's the gag? What's the gag? I just thought you might appreciate some company. A little conversation, perhaps. Okay, wise guy. You made your point. Now, where are you? Hiding under the bed? Where? Why, here I am, Mr. Grady. Between your frontal lobes. Take a look in the mirror. What? Nestled securely among those gray convolutions you've gotten there. Between the temples. That's it. See? And that's supposed to mean what? Don't I speak clearly enough? My apologies, but I thought you'd know this voice well. It should be very familiar to you. Talk straight. You got something against the English language? To put it simply, I'm in your head, Mr. Grady. Oh, is that a fact? You're inside my head. So how is it in there? Comfortable enough for you? Comfortable? Hey, cut that out, will you? This room ain't big enough for the both of us. You're making my head hurt.
You'll forgive me, Mr. Grady, but you must admit it is a funny question.
What's funny about it?
Comfortable? Inside your head? It's like sleeping in the middle of 42nd Street during a parade. Noisy, crowded, and quite uncomfortable. To be blunt, I'm sick of it. Time to come out for a while and have a stretch, if you don't mind.
What do you mean? Where?
Look in the mirror over your dresser. Ah, that's much better.
Hey, what is this? Some kind of trick?
No trick, I assure you.
But you look just like me. Except you're all dressed up. And the way you got your hair combed like some kind of uptown guy with bucks.
You like the effect? I picked the jacket and tie with you in mind. And the hair, the way you used to wear it, when you still cared about your appearance.
Say, what's going on here? I must be going wacko. Oh, why did you just get out? Come on, move it. Out of my room, now, scram!
And go where? Back in your head? Why, this is much better. And so much roomier than that pea brain of yours.
Enough with the insults. Who the heck are you?
I'm you, Mr. Grady. Your memories, all your recollections, and all your aspirations.
Big deal.
I'm every one of your failures and defeats. And yet I also wear the wreath of all your victories. In short, Mr. Grady, I'm what you'd call your alter ego.
Me? I wouldn't call you nothing like that.
No, I suppose you wouldn't.
Yeah, sure. So what do you want?
I think the more apt question would be, what do you want?
Are you kidding? What do I want?
That's right. After all, you are a dumb little toad, aren't you?
Watch it, buddy.
But that's what you call yourself. An ugly little toad. Or was it shrimp? Why else would you wear elevator shoes and stand on your suitcase in front of the mirror?
The bathroom mirror? I have to. When I shave, they hung it wrong.
Sure they did, Mr. Grady.
Why don't you knock it off? Take a hike. Go for a walk on the short pier. How do I get you out of here?
In a word, you don't. You live with me, knowingly from this point on. You might even come to find me interesting.
That'll be the day.
After all, I know you pretty well. There isn't one secret thought that's crossed your mind, not one, that I don't know. There isn't a painful memory, an unpleasant recollection, or a bitter little shame that I'm not aware of.
Bitter little shame. You don't know me from Seabiscuit, buddy boy. Just so we understand each other, I got no little shames. I got no painful recollections either.
Oh, come now, Mr. Grady. I mean, really. Shall we look it up in the little old record book? 2 years ago, suspended from Hialeah. Riding infractions.
They never even heard my side of the story.
Last year, 6-month suspension. Failure to report a bribe offer.
They set me up.
And most recently, Mr. Grady, the triple crown of an illustrious career. Lifetime suspension. Race fixing and horse doping.
I never had a trial.
So here you sit, on an unseasonably hot September evening, in a dirty little room, rent overdue, essentially friendless, career kaput, roughly $6 to $8 in your jeans. This, in a nutshell, is the odyssey of Grady the jockey. 100 million miles from the winner's circle, without so much as a withered wreath to your name. Is it any wonder, Mr. Grady, that an occasional phantom will spring out from the woodwork? Or should I say, from that solid mahogany head of yours? And offer you at least a modicum of solace?
You don't have to offer me nothing, and I mean nothing.
No?
I don't need you. A year from now, you hear me? A year from now, I'll be back up. I'll be right back where I belong, riding 6 winners a day.
You'll be driving a carriage in Central Park, Mr. Grady. Or perhaps a fast milk wagon out in the Bronx, unloading homogenized dairy goods.
Get out of here.
Oh, no, Mr. Grady. I wouldn't think of it. You need me. I'm one of the few uniquely welcome things to happen to you since you first saw the harsh light of day. In short, Mr. Grady, you have desperate need of me. Very desperate indeed.
I said split. Fink? Where are you now, Fink, huh? Like pneumonia, I need you. Like a fractured leg, like a three-legged trotter for a steeplechase. That's how I need you. Who did you think you were talking to, huh? Who, I said? All I have to do is pick up that telephone, see? I call Hanachek. I say to him, Hanachek, I handle the fix. Now let's have the payoff. And you know what happens? Inside of an hour, I got plane fare to Puerto Rico. That's what happens. Next week, I'm riding in the warm sun, and 2 years from now, I'm back here officially wearing my old silks again. That's what happens.
Then why don't you?
Huh?
Why don't you call Hanachek? Go ahead, Mr. Grady. Give him a buzz.
All right. I will. Yeah, this is Grady. Hanachek around? Well, I want to talk to him. Never mind the message. This is personal. Just put him on. Hanachek. Grady. You what? Surprised? What's to be surprised about? I'm sitting down here in a pit, all by my lonesome. I got $8 to my name, and somebody just knocked me off my mount. I'm the one who took the fall. What do you expect me to do? Write a will and take gas? Knock it off. You know what I want. That's right. I think the word is...
Sustenance.
Sustenance. Look it up in a book, Hanachek. I'm talking about 3 squares a day and a little fur to spread around the nest. Hanachek, I put it on the line for you. I stole a raise, and now they got me nailed up. You walked away with a pile. Well, now it's time for Grady to get his. Hanachek, you double crook. Hanachek! Hanachek!
Miserable man, isn't he, Mr. Grady? Ungracious, unappreciative, very predatory. But that's the breed. Like all crooks, they take, they never give.
You got that right.
What's to do now, Mr. Grady? Write a will and take gas?
What do I care? That lousy nickel and dimer? A year ago, I could buy and sell him. Buy and sell him. Well, guess what? I don't need you. I don't need him. I don't need anybody. Now make yourself scarce, will you, buddy? You're getting on my nerves. I was a big man once, and I'll be a big man again. You'll see.
Ah, now we get to pay dirt. The moment of truth, the acid test. The ultimate coming together of forces.
What are you jawing about?
Merely that you can have your heart's desire, Mr. Grady. The time has come at last. Now you'll finally get what you want.
What I want?
Yes. Whatever it is that you want. More than anything else in the world. So think it over carefully, Mr. Grady. Think it over. Won't you?
I don't get it. What's the rib?
Consider it your true payoff after such a checkered career.
You know something? I don't understand a word you're saying.
Think about it. Only a year ago, you were strutting around the country on the thoroughbred circuit. You wore shiny shoes, new clothes, you tipped big. You had some compensation then, Mr. Grady.
Compensation for what?
For the fact that you're the runt of the litter. For the unpleasant realization that all your life you've had to stand tiptoe just to see what's around you.
Let me tell you something. If I had you around here for very long, I'd compensate you, but good.
You do have me, Mr. Grady. Now you do. I'm no longer content to remain in the shadows, basking in the glow of your reflected glory. The time has come to turn over a new leaf, wipe the slate clean, make a fresh start. Face it, you want to be respected, admired, looked up to, don't you? You hate to get off a horse, because in the saddle, you're as high as the sky, and on Mother Earth, you're a half pint.
And I'm telling you, get out of here. Make tracks pronto.
First, tell me what it is that you want. This is the moment. Seize it. What? What do you really want?
What do I want? What do I want? Such as?
Anything. All you have to do is name it, because believe me, you deserve it.
What I want is... I want to change what I see every time I look in the mirror. Or in the window when I'm walking down the street in people's eyeballs. When they're staring at me.
That's right. Let it all out.
I don't want to look in there and see a shrimp. A toad. A fink. You know what, man? I want to be the biggest. I mean, I want to loom. I want people to look up to me.
Poor Mr. Grady. You dreamless, put-upon little man. How cheap you come. What a cut-rate little article you are, after all. You want size? That's your heart's desire? You want to be a giant among men?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Is that all? Is that really all?
Cool it, you're giving me a headache. I gotta lie down for a minute.
Go ahead, Mr. Grady. Be my guest. We wouldn't want to overwork that gigantic brain of yours, would we?
Have anything else to say on your behalf, Mr. Grady?
Yeah, Mr. Commissioner. I got plenty to say. I'm a jockey. That's how I make my living. You got no right to take a man's livelihood away from him. What makes you so high and mighty? Racing's a dirty game, all right? But you're making it so dirty, you should go home and take a bath. It ain't me. I'm just a little guy trying to get by. I didn't shoot up no horse with dope. All I did was ride, which is the one thing I know how to do. The only thing. I ride good, get me? Real good. You take away my license, and I can't put food on the table. What am I supposed to do? Fix horseshoes? You know how much that pays? I might as well disappear. Hole up someplace, sleeping in the stalls till I get put out the pasture. But how am I supposed to eat till then? Can you tell me that? You gotta give me another chance. Instead of making me take the fall for the big shots, you gotta give me a chance.
It is the judgment of this commission that you be banned from the sport of horse racing in the continental United States for the remainder of your life.
Wait a minute! Wait a minute!
That's all, Mr. Grady. Your license is hereby revoked.
Hold on, you can't do that! Listen to me!
This hearing is over. You're dismissed.
No! 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 No, you gotta listen to me.
Go ahead, Mr. Grady. I'm listening.
Huh?
Have a good rest.
A good what?
Your nap. I trust it was a good one. Healthful and refreshing.
Yeah, it was swell. What's it to you?
I just wondered what it feels like to have your heart's desire after so long.
Ow! Something hit me in the head.
The ceiling, perhaps?
Hey, this ain't my bed. It can't be. It's too little.
It is now.
I must still be dreaming.
Oh, come now, Mr. Grady.
I gotta get a drink of water.
If that is your wish, feel free. You can do anything you want. Absolutely anything.
Give it a rest, why don't you?
Like everything else that's happened in your life, it's entirely up to you.
Ow! Who put the bed flat on the floor?
Why, no one. It's not the bed that's changed.
What's going on here?
Oh, I do wish you were more imaginative.
Okay, I am dreaming. That's it.
Is it? Touch the floor. Go ahead. That's real, isn't it? Touch the dresser. Now touch the wall. Put up your hand and touch the ceiling. Go ahead. Now stand.
I can't, okay? It's not high enough.
Correct. It's not. For you. These are all very solid objects. They have width, height, thickness, the properties of physical reality. In other words, like you. Pinch yourself, why don't you? That's the final test, isn't it?
That hurts!
Of course it does.
But how in the...
You were offered your heart's desire, Mr. Grady. And what you wished for wasn't a dream. You didn't ask for a simple 2-hour escape with Morpheus. You wanted stature. You wanted size. You wanted the view from a long way up and a long way out. Eye level would have been a bad compromise. And as always, anything short of that was defeat.
Get away from me. I gotta wash my face.
Don't forget to duck. You might even have to bend down a bit. And remember, you won't need to stand on the suitcase to see the bathroom mirror. Not anymore.
Hey! Look at me!
Yes, look at yourself. You're Mr. Big. You're Hercules, while you're the most sizable thing since Paul Bunyan. Any complaints, Mr. Grady?
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Look at me! Just look at me! Who's gonna talk down to me now? Who can reach that high? Nobody. That's who.
So, the question is, what do you do now? You might want to give that a moment's thought.
I don't have to think. I know what to do. Celebrate! Wait, I got something. I forgot all about it. There's a bottle of wine stashed around here someplace. Here, want to have a drink with me?
Go ahead, Mr. Grady.
Oh, I get it. You can't drink, huh?
You do it for me. I'm with you in spirit.
Ah, man, that goes down smooth. Too bad you can't join me.
I'm joining you now, Mr. Grady. I'm feeling the little heat ripples, just as you are.
Well, here's mud in your eye. Oh, man. It's like champagne.
You're right. It is quite good.
This is too sweet. Am I going to enjoy myself?
And what will you do first?
Anything I want. That's what. Anything.
Tell me, Mr. Grady. I'm all ears, in a manner of speaking.
I'm going to get me a dame. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go over and get that dame.
That dame?
Sure, look at me. I'm a mensch now. A real man. She'll flip. She'll fall all over me.
Really? Are you that attractive now? Does size mean that much?
Bet your last $2, buddy. Watch me.
Don't you think you'd better call first?
Why?
So you won't go all the way over there, only to find that she's not home.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Give me the phone.
Careful with the dial. Your fingers barely fit.
Get away from me. I can handle it. You'll never believe this. I swear you'll never believe this. But she used to bend down and pat me on the head. Well, we'll see about that now. What do you say, doll? Who is it? Are you serious? You're putting me on, ain't you? That's right. It's Grady. Don't try the cold shoulder with me, honey. I know you're too good. That's right. This is me, your ex-meal ticket. And those were 8-course meals, baby. Don't you forget it. What I want is the following. First, remember who you're talking to. That's number 1. All right. That's more like it. Now try this on for size. When I was in the money, I spread it around. Remember? Sure you do. All right. Now I'd like you to...
Reciprocate.
That's it. Reciprocate me a little bit. You heard me. Look it up. Take one of those baubles off your wrist, Toots. Hang on to the pawn ticket and send the cash over here. What do you care for how long? Who bought it for you in the first place? Hold it, you haven't heard the news yet, honey. Just shut up and listen. That's better. See, I'm a big man now. I mean big. What are you laughing at? It's true. Everything's different now, babe. Will you put a cork in it? I'm 6'6", 6'7".
More than that, surely.
No, make that 7 feet. Yeah, 7 plus. 7.5 at least. That's what I said. Any minute, the Lakers are going to be sending one of them crummy talent scouts over here. You'll see. Yeah. Huh? Would I lie to you? I tell you, I've grown, really grown. Will you listen? Why, you cheap little alley cat. I don't take that kind of talk off anyone. Nobody calls me an ugly little runt. Nobody. That's what I said, especially you. Forget it. Go someplace and die for all I care. And I hope it's long, tough, and really, really painful. That's what I wish for you.
Well done, Mr. Grady.
Just my luck. I gotta go call on a cheapskate with my hat in my hand. A dirty little gimme like that one.
You managed to flex your vocal cords in a very manly fashion. At this rate, women all over the world will be flocking to your doorstep.
So I struck out once. Big deal. I could pick up the phone and call half a dozen dames better looking than her.
Why am I singularly unimpressed?
You will be impressed, buddy. You will be.
I certainly hope so.
What did I tell you? Here comes one now.
Are you sure?
What do you mean, am I sure?
Remember your heart's desire. Do you know what that is?
Of course I know.
Take care, Mr. Grady. Give it some thought. Some very careful thought. Are you quite sure that you're ready? Because whatever you've wished for, something tells me that you're about to get it after all. In spades.
Yeah. This is him. What about my voice? Too loud for you? All right, sport. Give it to me again. How's that? Yeah? Yeah? Which lawyer are you talking about? What's his name? Never heard of him. You have him call me. I might have to go out for a while, so tell him to make it quick. I ain't got all night. Yeah, go ahead and give him my number.
What was that all about, Mr. Grady?
Who knows? Some guy from a law office or something? Says I'm getting a call from some other lawyer. At night, can you believe that? Must be important. That's 'cause I'm important now. Sure, that's it. Hey, you still here?
I'm still here.
How come you're hanging around anyway?
I'd say we have some unfinished business, you and I.
Level with me. Are you my imagination? Is that it?
I'm afraid you don't have very much imagination, Mr. Grady.
Then who are you? What are you? What's all this alter ego jazz?
I thought you understood by now. I'm your conscience.
Yeah, right. You don't look much like Jiminy Cricket to me.
Well, I'll put it another way, Mr. Grady. This is something of an oversimplification. But for purposes of identity, I'll try to make it clear and succinct. I'm the fate every man makes for himself.
Would you just talk for once and take off the training wheels?
I'm doing my best. You generally find me down at the bottom of the barrel. I'm the strength dredged up out of desperation. I'm the last bit of seaweed that a drowning man scrapes for with his cold, dying fingers. I'm the last gasp, Mr. Grady.
That's supposed to be clear? Man, I just don't dig you. For my money, you're a big fat nothing with a mouthful of $2 words.
Oh, I'm not nothing. I'm something, Mr. Grady. I'm really and truly something. In certain cases, something very good, depending on the person I'm representing. I can work miracles. I may come with heroism, sacrifice, strength. Even more than that, I may epitomize everything noble in the human spirit. Now, in your case, Mr. Grady, the requirements were quite small. Your dreams rather insignificant, taken all together. Your aspirations hardly worth mentioning in the greater scheme.
What do you mean, small?
What do I mean? Only this, Mr. Grady. If you had asked to win the Kentucky Derby, and win it cleanly and with honor, that would have been quite a monument to your career. Or if you'd asked to perform an act of pure, selfless heroism, and let that be the qualification for the respect you seek, this too would have been exemplary. But as it is, what was your heart's desire? To be a big man. Big in the sense that your hands can smother telephones, your head can hit the ceiling with every step you take, your face can overshoot its reflection in the mirror without the help of a suitcase or a stepladder to stand on. I repeat, Mr. Grady, you come cheap. You're hardly worth the effort.
You're a regular wise guy, ain't you? Well, let me tell you something, buddy.
As you wish.
All I want, all I ever wanted, was to walk down the street and not get laughed at. I didn't want to be called a freak behind my back. I didn't want to be an ugly little creep, the one they need, but the one they don't like to look at. I didn't want to be kicked around from one track to the next because every time I measured off a guy, I was looking into his belt buckle. You're wrong about me, mister. I don't come cheap. I don't come cheap at all. Because now I got my heart's desire. That plain enough for you?
You surprised me, Mr. Grady. A greater depth of feeling than I would have expected.
Now you heard it. You can forget about it. Because I'm tired of being low man on the totem pole. I got what I want, and I'm going to use it. I'm going to go out there and have me some fun tonight. The only thing I got to figure out is where to start.
I wouldn't begrudge you that. But listen.
No, you listen. Open your eyes and look around. The world. And it's just waiting for me.
He doth bestride the world like a colossus.
What?
Someone said that about Alexander the Great. He ended badly too. A sad and tearful man. When there were no more worlds to conquer.
You see any tears in my eyes? I'm not crying. I'm laughing. Look at them all down there. Like ants. They got their big cars and their women and their big fat rolls of money. Now it's my turn. Just wait till I walk in any place I feel like. They'll notice, all right. They'll turn around and stare, because every one of them will wish they was me. Give me the two hottest dames in town, one on each arm, and just you watch.
I am watching. I'm with you. Imagining it all, along with the consequences. Imagining is something you don't do very well. So let me help. The possibilities are endless, but the trick is in the choosing. What's right for you? What can you wear like a beautiful coat of many colors? Or what doesn't become you? What doesn't fit you? If you choose wrong, it will show. It won't enhance your standing. It will destroy you. The burden may be simply too overwhelming. The greater the heights a man attains, the further the fall.
Why don't you shut up? Your words are all empty. Just like this bottle.
I'm trying to help, honestly. You may not have chosen wisely, but it may not be too late if you're conscious and careful.
Careful nothing. I've been careful all my life. Stand back, everybody. Grady's walking through the universe.
Fate calling, Mr. Grady?
Fate, nothing. It's that dame. She must have changed her mind. Yeah, this is Grady. What about it? Say that again. Would you mind? Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Do I want to race again? Mister, just show me the horse. Listen. I appreciate this. You don't know how much. You ain't gonna regret this. I wouldn't fix a race if I got $1 million per square foot of track. I wouldn't fix a race if... Yeah, I understand. You got it. I'll be there with bells on.
Good news?
Well, hotshot, now what do you think? You know what he just said? Everything's going my way.
One phone call and you're top dog again? Just like that?
Just like that. I'll tell you who that was. The Racing Commission. A bunch of horse owners put in a petition for me. Can you beat that? They want to give me another chance. Do you understand what that means? Another chance? I'm gonna ride again. Oh, Grady's gonna mount up and hit the turf like old times.
Is that right? Oh, Mr. Grady.
Now what's so funny? Tell me, what's so funny? I'm gonna ride again. I'm on top of the world.
Think about it. Go into the bathroom and bend down and look at yourself while you're combing that mop of hair. And putting on your best riding boots, which won't fit now.
Wait a minute, you're right. I can't ride like this. I'm too big. I'm way too big. I can't ride like this. Hey, please, make me small again. I'm begging you. Make me the way I was. Do it, will you? Will you do that for me, please?
You may have learned your lesson, Mr. Grady, but it's too late.
Please. Hey, please. I take it back. Will you make me small again? Will you do that little thing? That's all I ask. Hey, listen. I want to be small again. I want to be small.
Mr. Grady, you are small. Every time you won an honest race, that's when you were a real giant. But right now, they just don't come any smaller.
No! Where are you? Where did you go? Come back! Come back!
You still here, Miller?
What does it look like?
Didn't you finish your column yet?
Yeah, I finished it, but now I have to rewrite the whole thing.
Well, how come? The old man didn't like it?
I just got a call from the precinct. That jockey. He took a dive tonight out the 17th floor window of the St. James Hotel.
No kidding. Poor little guy?
Little? Yeah, I guess you could say that. There's something weird about the body, though.
Yeah, what about it?
It didn't look right. But they ID'd him. It was Grady, no doubt about it. So now I gotta do my column from scratch.
Well, at least you don't have to worry about Grady anymore. They'll cover him in the obit page.
Yeah, but how? Something tells me there's more to this story. A lot more. If I only knew what really happened.
Hey, don't let your imagination run away with you. Remember, this is the sports page, not the literary section.
Somebody's gotta tell his story. If I don't, who will? The last night of a jockey.
The name is, or was, Grady. 7 feet tall. Or was it 8 or 9? A slightly distorted offshoot of a decent breed of humans who ride horses in what was once the sport of kings. But unfortunately for Mr. Grady, this court jester learned too late that you don't measure size with a ruler, you don't figure height with a yardstick, and you never judge a man by how tall he looks in a mirror. For a giant is as a giant does. You can make a parimutuel bet on that, win, place, or show, at any window in or out of the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Last Night of a Jockey, starring Bruno Kirby with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, Doug James, Todd Manley, Andy Herman, Sarah Marks, Rick Vargas, Terry Babler, Paul Patch, Vince Amari, and Roger Wolski. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Finally. Done this radio.
Voice of America International Broadcast. And now the news. Victims continue to pour into refugee camps as the bombing continues.
Please.
I can hear them in the night. I can hear them in the daylight. They're coming for us, but they'll have bodies to step over. More bodies than they can count. There will be no survivors. The road of the righteous shall not be breached. Nor illusion tempt thee from thy path. They are coming for you. Remember my words and make your peace, brothers and sisters, because no one gets out of here alive.
Have you ever driven cross country? I don't know what I was thinking, but it seemed like a good idea at the time. Get away from it all, see the USA. Except that it's more than you bargained for. You try to keep a schedule, so you push yourself. You eat when you can and keep the gas tank full. But you'd swear it's never going to end. After a while, the only thing you want is to rest. You're so tired, you start to see things that aren't really there. The highway winds ahead like a flat ribbon, and there's only the sound of the engine. And then suddenly, without warning, something moves out there. A jackrabbit, maybe, a small animal darting across your path. Or it might be your eyes playing tricks. But at the last minute, you swerve just the same, and something goes wrong. Very dreadfully wrong. This can't be happening. Please, stop. Help! Somebody help!
Her name is Nan Adams. She's 27 years old. Her occupation? Buyer at a New York department store. At present on vacation, driving cross-country from Manhattan to Los Angeles, California. She's gone just far enough to wear through the bald spot on her right front tire. But with any luck, she'll survive this little setback. Minor incident on Highway 11 in Pennsylvania. Perhaps to be filed under accidents you walk away from. A conversational item for the winter months back home when Miss Adams talks of her trip to her friends over a glass of wine. What she doesn't know yet is that from this moment on, she won't be alone. For the remainder of the trip, her companion will be terror, her route, fear, her destination, quite unknown. Because Miss Adams has just crossed an invisible line not on any map, one that leads directly into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Hitchhiker, starring Kate Jackson with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
How's it coming?
Almost finished.
I'm so sorry to trouble you.
Hey, that's my job. Good thing I drove by.
Yes, it is. There are no phones for miles. I don't know what I would have done.
No real damage. At least you didn't flip the car.
Thank God.
Just let me tighten these lug nuts here and you're on your way.
I should know how to do that. Would you believe I've never changed a tire in my life?
You're not the only one. That's why I stay in business. Lots of flats out here. That, vapor lock, cars that overheat, run out of gas. Keep a 5-gallon can in the truck.
I don't know what happened exactly.
How fast were you going, lady?
60, 65, something like that.
Oh, that all?
I guess I wasn't paying attention.
It happens. Gotta keep your eyes on the road, though.
I thought I saw something.
Like what?
I don't know. Something moving. Do you think it could have been a mirage?
A what?
A mirage. Some sort of optical illusion with the sun on the windshield or...
You want my advice? Check into a motel and get some sleep. Too long behind the wheel, you start to lose it.
But I'm behind schedule.
It ain't worth it. You see those skid marks? 65 miles an hour and you had a blowout and hit the shoulder? Soft as pudding. Lady, you're on the side of the angels. By rights, you shouldn't need a mechanic. Somebody should have called for a hearse.
I take your point.
How's that bump on your forehead?
Oh, fine.
Got a first aid kit if you need it.
No. It's just a scratch.
There you go. Spare's ready to roll.
How much do I owe you?
Just follow me into town. I'll see if I can fix you up with another tire. You don't want to run the rest of the way without a backup.
No, I suppose I don't. Huh. Oh, great.
Something wrong?
What?
Not out of gas, are you?
I don't think so.
Pump the pedal a few times. Careful not to flood it.
I won't. It's just that I was wondering...
Yeah?
That man.
Man?
Over there. I don't know where he came from, but shouldn't one of us give him a ride? He looks like he needs it.
What man?
Behind us, about 50 yards. I can see him in my rearview mirror. He's watching us.
I don't see anything.
Oh. Well, neither do I now. I could have sworn somebody was standing there by the side of the road.
You see what happens when you try to drive straight through? Come on, we'll get you fixed up at the station.
Yes, of course.
Let's see. 45 for a new tire, plus 5 for the mounting and balancing, and the tax.
That doesn't seem nearly enough. What about the service call?
No charge. I was on my way back anyway. Make it $53.50.
I guess it's a lot cheaper than a funeral.
You could say that again.
You're very kind.
Here you go. $6.50 change. I checked your other tires while I was at it. They look okay.
Thank you so much.
Anything wrong?
No, nothing's wrong. I was just looking at that hitchhiker.
What hitchhiker?
Outside, by the pumps.
Where?
He's gone now.
Yep, that he is.
Somebody must have picked him up.
One of the truckers, most likely.
Strange. I saw him before, too. When you were changing the tire. Out on the highway.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure it was the same man.
Must have gotten himself a lift then, too. Right after we passed him.
Yes. That must be it. Well, I'd better get going or I'll never make L.A.
Shouldn't be too hard. Brand new car. Good weather. Ought to make it easy. Better take a rest first, though.
I can't. I'm already a day late.
Get some food in you at least. If you want to make it in one piece.
Yes, I... Look at that.
Huh?
He didn't get a lift.
He didn't?
I just saw him again.
You saw...
The hitchhiker. Oh, well, it's no business of mine.
That's the truth.
Thanks very much for all your help.
Okay, miss. Have a nice, safe trip.
Thank you, I will.
Hitchhiker. What's she talking about anyway? I didn't see no hitchhiker.
Oh, it can't be the same man. It can't. Who is he? I saw him again 50 miles farther on. It was impossible, of course, but I did. And then again on the long, straight stretch through Virginia. Not menacing, really. An ordinary man. If anything, drab. A little mousy. Just a shabby, silly-looking scarecrow man. I shouldn't even think about him at all. But it's the coincidence of the thing. The fact that wherever I go, there he is. And I think he sees me. His eyes are always turned my way. Is he smiling? Why? Whenever I stop, I see him. No matter how far I travel or how fast I go, he's ahead of me. He's always ahead of me. Yes, officer?
Hold up, miss.
Is something the matter?
I can't let you pass just yet.
Why not?
Roadblock ahead.
A roadblock? What for?
Construction. Some big trucks blocking the way. Just a few more minutes.
All right.
I'll wave you on. Sit tight for now.
This could take all night. Where's my map? I can't believe it. There is no other way. This is the only road west. Oh, no. It can't be, but it is. It's him.
Going west, you say?
I didn't say anything.
I thought I heard...
No, I'm not going west. I'm sorry. I'm just going up the road a little ways. I'm really very sorry, but I can't help you.
Are you sure?
Oh, please. Please. It has to stop. It's true.
Miss?
Miss, please. You can't go through yet. It isn't safe.
I'm on the turnpike now, a more secure feeling. And yet, I don't know why it is, but I'm frightened. A funny thing, fear. I've never known it before, not really, not like this. But now here it is. There's no denying it. Can't quite put it into words, a fear that's just about as vague as its object. And that's the trouble. It isn't really a fear, not exactly. That may be the wrong term, but I feel something. What should I call it? A sense of disquiet. The feeling that things are a little tilted, a little off somehow. The feeling you get when something's wrong, but you don't quite know what it is yet. It's vague because that's what that hitchhiker is. He's vague. Like a charcoal sketch that somebody's made and then half rubbed off the paper, leaving only a kind of indistinct outline. I wonder why it is he's always there. I wonder why I can't shake him. But most of all, I wonder why I can't stop thinking about him. It was the kind of place you never expect to find in the middle of the night. Bright lights, people, ordinary people, talking about ordinary things, even making jokes. I felt safe again for a time. Part of me didn't want to leave.
Dessert, miss?
What did you say?
Still got some pie left. Apple, blueberry, lemon meringue. Let me check on the apple. Trucker came through a little while ago, ordered 3 pieces with ice cream.
I'm sorry, No, thank you.
Sure? It's mighty good.
More coffee?
Sure. Ought to have more than coffee, though.
I guess I don't have much of an appetite.
Driving alone?
Yes, I am.
Where to?
All the way to California.
Whew, no kidding. That's a haul. Couldn't get me to drive all that way, at least not by my lonesome.
Actually, I was looking forward to it.
You were?
In the beginning. You see...
End of the counter, Angie. 2 burger baskets to go.
Coming up. Well, as the man said when he kissed the cow, everyone to his own taste.
You got that right, Angie. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I keep telling her she ought to be on television.
How much do I owe you?
Let's see. Here you go.
Put it on mine, Rich.
That's all right.
I said I got it for you.
No, really.
Say, don't I know you from somewhere?
I seriously doubt it.
Come on over here a minute.
Give the change to the waitress, will you?
Sure thing.
Hey, girlie, why don't you be friendly? It's mighty lonely driving long distance.
All right, that's enough. This is no girly. This is a lady. Now knock it off.
Sure, Rich. I'll see you next week.
Thank you, but you didn't have to do that.
Hey, listen. Do yourself a favor. There's a decent motel a couple blocks from here. You look like you can use it.
What about a gas station?
There's one right next to it. Still open, too.
I do need to fill up.
Hey, you can't do better than the Bite-A-Weed. It's nice and clean.
I suppose I could. Do you get many hitchhikers?
Hitchhikers? You mean around here?
It's pretty rare, is it?
Yeah, I'll say. There's no road, just the turnpike. Guy'd be a fool hitching a ride here. I mean, look at it. Miles and miles of straightaway and practically no speed limit. Now, what car's gonna stop and pick up a guy under those conditions? Would you?
No. No, I probably wouldn't. In fact, I'm sure of it.
Of course, a guy might get a lift before the turnpike starts. By the toll house or something. But then it'd be one long ride, and most cars wouldn't pick up a guy for that long a ride. And, you know, this is kind of lonely country out here, flatlands and hills and that sort of thing. You didn't see any hitchers, did you?
Oh, no. No, I haven't seen anyone like that. I was just wondering, that's all.
Anything wrong, miss?
Oh, I don't know. I was just thinking.
Something on your mind?
I was just thinking how good it'll be to stop driving. It's getting so that I actually hate that car. I was in no hurry to get back on the turnpike. The all-night gas station was just where he said it was, a couple of blocks south, near the railroad tracks. There was no one around, no one at all. To tell the truth, I felt relieved, even if it was self-serve. You'd think I'd have plenty of experience by now, pumping my own gas, but I was used to full service. There was only a little booth where you pay when you're finished. It's not working. Can someone please show me how to start the pump? Hello? Hello in there? Please, I want to buy some gas. If there was a night man on duty, he must have taken a break. There was nothing for me to do but wait until he came back. The lot was bright enough with those, what are they called, sodium vapor lights? There was absolutely nothing that didn't show. And maybe that was why I began to get the feeling again. Part of it was the way everything beyond the station was pitch black. I was in an island of light, and the light wasn't normal. That was the other part. Sodium vapor bulbs put out a kind of orange glow instead of white, so some things take on a different color. My skin, for instance, it was, well, a sickly green. I stood there looking at my arms and hands and listening to the traffic on the turnpike, and I felt it before I saw it, felt it and heard it. It's him. I know it is. Where is he? Where? Get away from me! Do you hear me? Stay back! I couldn't see him, but I didn't have to. I knew who it was.
Yeah, can I help you?
I need a room.
For how long?
Till morning.
Just you?
That's right.
Fill out this card.
I wonder, could I see the room?
Huh? What for? They're all the same.
If you don't mind.
come on, then. Just clean it, new towels, everything.
That's fine. How's the lock?
The lock?
On the door.
It works fine. Ah, there's a deadbolt, too. See, case-hardened steel. Nobody gets in or out unless you open it from the inside.
Good.
Need privacy, do you?
I just sleep better when I know everything's secure.
Traveling alone, huh? Business trip, is it?
Yes, it is. Don't worry about me. I'll be up at the crack of dawn, as soon as I lay my head down for a few hours. Thanks. Bye now.
One thing.
Yes?
Cash or credit, no checks. In advance.
Oh, of course.
I'll get you change.
Keep it. Thank you. Good night. I told myself I'd be safe enough, at least for a while. I had to rest sometime. Clean sheets. What was that? Nobody out there. Must be my imagination. Yeah, that's it. Besides, no one can get in. What was that? It's in the room. A leaky shower head. But I knew. Already I knew, even if I hadn't thought it through. Something the desk clerk said about nothing getting in or out. I imagined myself lying in bed in the dark, waiting for another sound, and me trapped with it here in this room. No, that wasn't acceptable. Not acceptable at all. I had to go back to the turnpike where I belong. Good, the on-ramp. All I have to do is cross the tracks. No, there can't be a train at this time of night. It's ridiculous. I have to get across. Come on, I can make it. There's plenty of time.
This going my way?
Get away from my car! It has to start. It has to. This can't be happening. It was him. It was. Where are you? What do you want from me? The fear is no longer vague. The terror isn't formless. It has a form. He was beckoning, that drab, skinny man in the cheap, shabby suit. He was beckoning me. He wanted me to start across the tracks, for the car to stall. He wanted me to die. Now I don't know what to do. Whether I should turn around and go back to New York or go on. Thoughts stab at my brain. Ugly, frightened thoughts. Projections of tomorrow and the next day, driving through plains, driving through the desert, unspeakably, nightmarishly alone. And I know I'll see him again. I'll see him at detours, at other railroad crossings. He'll be looking at me at stoplights. If I stay at another motel, I'll glance through the window and see him outside, waiting. I don't know what to do now. I just don't know. 3 days and 3 nights now. Past Tennessee into Arkansas, through the Ozark country and into Oklahoma and Texas. Stop for coffee and then drive on. Stop for food and drive. Stop for coffee, and the routine goes on. Towns without names pass by. Landscapes without form. The numbers on the dashboard clock change, and I don't even see them. Now it isn't a trip, it's flight. Route 80 isn't a highway anymore, it's a means of escape, so I keep going. conscious of only one thing. I've got to get where I'm going before that hitchhiker closes in. Halfway across Texas, 10 o'clock at night, the fourth day. The engine stops, and I sit there in the front seat chilled with fear. And I can hardly believe it. Out of gas. I can't believe this. I should have stopped earlier, and now it's too late. Wait. That sign. Yes. Gas eats 500 feet. I can see it from here. Please, someone. You can't be closed.
Yeah, what is it? What do you want?
I ran out of gas. I'm just a quarter of a mile down the road.
Come back in the morning.
Please, I can't stay here till then.
It must be past midnight.
No, it isn't. It's not even 11 o'clock.
Well, we close up here at 9. I'm sorry. Try the Honeysuckle Lodge. They got a gas pump there. It's about a mile or so away.
Please, I can't walk any farther.
Little lady, I'd like to help you, but I've been up since 5 this morning, and I'm just dead. Now, like I told you, it's only a mile or so to the Honeysuckle Lodge.
But I've got to have a can of gas. I can't stay out here by myself. You see, there's a man. There's a very suspicious-looking man.
Henry? Henry, who is it, Henry?
It's nobody, Mother. Just a gal in a fancy suit. And go back to bed. Now, what about this man? What was he doing?
Nothing.
Nothing, huh? Well, then what of it? That's not something to wake a man in the middle of his sleep about.
I'm trying to tell you.
Now, listen, young woman. You must have taken a nip or something. If you haven't got anything better to do than wake decent folks out of their hard-earned sleep.
But he looked as if he was going to rob me.
Well, if he does, you come back and I'll call the sheriff for you.
Who's there? Come out into the light so I can see you. You have to stop following me. Stop right now or I'll scream. There are people inside. They'll hear and...
Lady?
What did you say?
I said, what's the matter, lady?
Yes, that's what I am. That's exactly what I am. A lady.
What are you doing out so late?
What am I?
You work here? This your place?
No. My car's just up the road. You see, I ran out of gas. The man won't give me any.
I saw the car. You left your keys in it. I turned the lights off, though, so the battery wouldn't run down.
Do you live around here?
Nope. I'm coming back from leave.
Leave? Of course. The uniform. Are you in the Navy?
Sure am. Ever see a fella in a sailor suit that wasn't?
No, I guess I haven't. Where are you headed?
Going back to my ship. She's in San Diego. That's where I'm heading. San Diego, California.
Would you like a ride?
You kidding?
No, I mean it. I'll take you all the way to San Diego. Will you drive with me?
You don't have to ask me twice, lady. You've got yourself a rider.
I don't have any gas, though.
We'll fix that. You tried already?
The man's in bed. He can't be bothered.
Well, let's get him out of bed. All he needs a couple of gallons. I seen some all-night gas station signs. There must be plenty up ahead. Let's go, Pop. You got some customers out here. I can drive if you want.
Oh, that's all right. I'm used to it.
You mind if I take off my shoes? My feet feel like 2 hot bricks.
You go right ahead.
Oh, I keep thinking I'll wake up or something, middle of the night. No cars, no nothing, and who do I meet? A lady who looks like a movie star.
Hardly.
Brand new car and a ride all the way to the coast. When I tell the guys back on this ship, you know the odds for even one guy believing me?
I'll write up an affidavit for you and we'll get a notary to sign it.
Anytime.
You hitchhike much?
I'm back and forth on leave. It's tough sometimes in the open country. Trucks aren't so bad. They'll pick you up. But you have trouble with cars. People in cars don't like to pick up hitchhikers at night.
I suppose not. But I'll bet if you got a good ride in a nice car, you could go places faster than, say, a person in another car.
I suppose.
Take me, for instance. Suppose I'm driving across the country at a nice steady clip of about, say, 55 miles an hour. Well, couldn't a guy like you, just standing beside the road waiting for lifts, beat me to town after town? Provided you got picked up every time in a car going 65 to 70 miles an hour.
I guess. Maybe he could and maybe he couldn't. What difference does it make?
Oh, it's no difference. It's just kind of a crazy idea I've had after so long in this car.
That's one way to pass the time.
Oh, no!
Oh, what's going on? What's the matter?
Did you see him?
See who?
That man.
What man?
The one who was standing beside the barbed wire fence.
I didn't see anybody. That wasn't nothing but a bunch of steers in the moonlight. What do you think you're doing? Trying to run into a fence post?
There was a man, a gray, thin kind of man with an overnight bag in his hand.
You must be overtired or something, lady. There was nothing there but some cattle and a fence.
I saw him. In fact, there he is now.
Hey, give me that wheel. Lady, I'm taking charge of the keys. Maybe you'd better let me drive after all.
You must have seen him that time.
I didn't see anybody. What were you trying to do?
Hit him.
Huh?
That's right, I was trying to hit him. Maybe if I could kill him, I could make him stop. You see, what are you doing?
What does it look like?
Where are you going?
No place in particular, lady. Just out of plain sight. Any place that puts some distance between me and this automobile.
Please don't get out. I'll drive more carefully from now on, I promise.
No way, baby. I'd kind of like to get back to my ship in one piece. And driving with you? That's a pretty lousy guarantee I'd ever make it.
Please, I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. Please don't go.
I'm sorry, lady. You'll have to excuse me.
You can't go. You don't understand. You can't. Look, I'll take you right into San Diego. I'll take you to the docks. I give you my word.
Sure. Seeing elephants, skyscrapers, and make-believe people all the way. Thanks, but no thanks.
Look, I like you. I like you very much. That's the reason I picked you up. We could be friends. Good friends. I'd like you to take me out. Really. Please.
Sorry, lady. Believe me, you'll never know how sorry.
Listen, I know you think I'm out of my mind or something, but this man, I've been seeing this man all the way across the country. He's been following me. If you could only help me, stay with me until I reach the coast.
Honey, what you need is a good night's sleep. You don't need a boyfriend, just a good night's sleep. Here's your keys. See you around.
Please, come back! There is nothing to do but drive on into the next day. As the air grows warmer, the car gets hotter than it ever has, and you begin to wonder if the tires are going to melt. The windshield colors over with smashed insects, wasps and bees and dragonflies, all stuck to the glass. And if you're driving west into the sun, it gets hard to find your way. But I see him again, in the middle of the Texas prairies. And then everywhere, wherever I pull off, even for a moment, for gas, for oil, for a drink of pop, a cup of coffee, a sandwich, he's there. He's outside the entrance to a rest stop near El Paso. He's sitting by a drinking fountain and a little camping spot on the border of New Mexico. He's waiting for me outside the Navajo reservation where I check my tires. I see him again when I buy 12 gallons of gas in Arizona. He's everywhere I go, always ahead of me, always looking at me, always waiting for me. Now I'm outside a diner near Tucson. There's a phone booth, and I'm going to call home. Back to New York. Put in a call to my mother so I can speak to someone familiar. Someone I love. Someone who will bring back reality for me. Just a voice, that's all. But I know it will be enough. Just a warm, familiar voice so I won't lose my mind.
Operator.
I'd like to make a call to my home in New York City.
What is the number, please?
Trafalgar 41098.
Thank you. That'll be $3.60 for the first 3 minutes.
Oh, I seem to be short. I thought I had enough.
$3 and...
I could go inside and get change. Look, can't you put it through? I have to talk to my mother.
Would you like to call collect?
Yes, that's it. Thank you, operator.
What number are you calling from?
Wait. There's no number. It's been scratched off.
If you can't give me the number...
Don't hang up. Here, I found some coins. I'll put them in now.
50 cents more, please.
Yes, I know. I've got it.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Mrs. Adams' residence.
Hello? Hello, Mother?
This is the home of Mrs. Adams. Who did you wish to speak to?
Who's this?
This is Mrs. Whitney.
Mrs. Whitney? I don't know any Mrs. Whitney. Is this Trafalgar 41098?
Yes.
Where's my mother? Where's Mrs. Adams?
Well, Mrs. Adams is not at home. She's still in the hospital.
The hospital?
Who's calling? Is this a member of the family?
What's she in the hospital for?
She's been bedridden for 5 days. Nervous breakdown. Who is calling?
Nervous breakdown? But there's nothing wrong with my mother. She's never had any problems.
It's all taken place since the death of her daughter.
The death of her daughter? What are you talking about? What do you mean, the death of her daughter? Who is this? What number is this?
It's all been very sudden. Nan was killed just 5 days ago in an automobile accident in Pennsylvania. A tire blew out and her car turned over.
Please deposit 60 cents more if you wish to continue this call. Please deposit 60 cents. Please deposit 60 cents. Please deposit 60 cents.
Very odd, but the fear has left me. I'm numb now. I have no feeling. It's as if someone pulled out a kind of plug in me, and every emotion, including fear, is drained away. And I'm only a cold shell. I'm conscious of the things around me, the vast, soulless night of Arizona, the frantically blinking stars that look down from the darkness. Ahead of me stretches 1,000 miles of empty mesa, mountains, prairies, desert, and somewhere among them, he's waiting. Somewhere I'll find out who he is and what he wants. Though just now, for the first time, looking out at the night, I think I know. I know that he's here now, without even looking in the rearview mirror.
I believe you're going my way.
Yes. Yes, of course I am.
Nan Adams, age 27. She thought she'd take a drive to California, to Los Angeles. She didn't make it because of a detour through the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Hitchhiker, starring Kate Jackson, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling from a story by Lucille Fletcher. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Nick DiGilio,
Todd Manley, Peter DeFaria, Turk Muller, Doug James, Kurt Nabig, Carl Amari, Deb Dotzer, and Meg Falcon. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
So it's goodbye again.
Yes.
We should be used to goodbyes by now.
You'd think, wouldn't you?
You know, I used to think when I was a little boy back in America.
You used to think what, Tony?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Of course it does. I love to hear you talk about when you were a little boy. But you know something funny? I'm jealous.
Jealous? Jealous of what?
I'm jealous of those years. I'm jealous that you grew up and I didn't get to know you because we hadn't met. So many years. And I think now, what a waste that we didn't know one another then.
We had time once, didn't we?
All the time we needed. But not now. Now there is no time, Tony. Now there is only time for goodbyes. Now people fly by so fast, you want to call out to them. And then it's too late. They've gone. They've disappeared.
It's time to take off, Lieutenant. The Luftwaffe is coming.
I'm on my way.
But, sir, the troops are moving out.
Thank you, Private.
Oh, my darling.
Tony, sweetheart. Now,
you must go.
You must go.
I know. Don't cry.
Shh. No time for tears.
I
have a
memory
memory
of you
for my
eyes,
and a
thought of you
to hold in my mind.
for my mind,
As do I.
And I
the
have
touch of you.
for all of me.
Oh, my darling.
I won't forget you.
Not forever
and a day.
and a day. Oh, Jerry. Jerry, where are you now? Where?
Picture of a woman looking at a picture. Her features alive to everything that appears on the screen. Her lips move and her eyes flash, mirroring every expression, every emotion. The features are exquisite, beautifully chiseled and proportioned. And even in the flickering light, she is easy to recognize. Like the face on the screen, this is Barbara Jean Trenton, movie great of another era. Once brilliant star in a firmament no longer a part of the sky, eclipsed by the movement of the earth and time. Barbara Jean Trenton, whose world has become a projection room in her home, whose dreams are made of celluloid, struck down by hit-and-run years and lying on the pavement, trying desperately to get the license number of fleeting fame, somewhere on a side street in the Twilight Zone.
And now the Twilight Zone and our story, The 16mm Shrine, starring Kathy Garver with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Miss Trenton? Miss Trenton? Miss...
What is it, Sally?
Oh, I didn't see you standing there. It's so dark in this room. Would you like me to open the drape?
No, thank you. What is it that you want?
I brought you a snack, Miss Trenton. You always used to have snack this time of day.
Just put it down on the table.
Yes, miss. If you don't mind my saying so, you really should have something to eat.
I do mind. That will be all, Sally.
Yes, Miss Trenton. I'll be going now.
You do that.
Will you be wanting lunch this afternoon? I'll be glad to make you a nice...
I'll let you know.
Very well, miss. Oh, Mr. Weiss.
How are you, Sally?
Perfectly fine.
In the den, is she?
Yes, sir. Mr. Weiss.
Yes?
I'm worried about her. I'm worried that... Well, you see...
I'll see how she's doing.
But you don't understand, Mr. Weiss. It's getting worse, much worse. I go in there and...
And?
There have been times when I've gone in and I could almost swear that...
What could you swear to, Sally?
That sometimes she... Well, she's not in the room at all. She's up on the screen.
But she is, isn't she? You know those old films she's watching are her films, right?
I do, yes.
But I take your point. She's been in there too much, and it's disturbing you. That's perfectly understandable. I tell you what. Let me talk to her.
Would you?
Yeah, just give me a minute.
Of course, sir.
Barb?
Fix yourself a drink, Danny.
It's 11 o'clock in the morning.
So, it's 11 o'clock in the morning. What about it?
It's 11 in the morning and the sun is out, see?
Oh, why did you have to do that?
It's a beautiful day in Beverly Hills. There's no smog, it's 84 degrees, and it's lovely out there.
What would I do without your daily meteorological reports?
The question is, what do you do with them? You sit here in this air-conditioned cave, showing one picture after another. Why? Haven't you seen them enough times?
Let's skip that.
Barbie. No good, honey.
What isn't?
None of this is any good.
If you won't fix yourself a drink, then sit down and be quiet. You have a habit of looking poised, ready to spring.
What was the picture?
2 of them. Farewell without tears.
Now, let's see. 26 years ago, co-starring Jerry Herndon.
Of course, co-starring Jerry. He was my favorite leading man. And then, A Night in Paris.
25 years ago.
I know it was 25 years. Are you Father Time now?
Barbie.
Danny, should I have failed to make mention of this before? I hate clinical tiptoeing. If you don't like what I do, don't knock it.
I have to knock what you do, and I have to get clinical when I see you enclose yourself in this room and stop the clock. You said things back 15, 20, 25 years. You turn your back on today, and you do this every day. Let me tell you something, honey. That's sick. That's real sick.
Is that all?
No, it isn't all. I got some news to deliver.
What now?
I set up an appointment for you over at International.
You did? At International?
Mm-hmm.
When?
Today.
Part?
Sounds like a good one.
Is Marty Saul still running the studio?
Sure is.
Too bad. I never got along with Marty.
I remember. But he's older now. I think you'll find he's mellowed.
He said I was the most temperamental star he'd ever worked with.
Now, why would he say a thing like that?
Danny, you know something. You're a nice guy. A very nice guy. A loyal friend and a good agent after all. And I guess in my own devious, selfish way, I happen to be very much in love with you.
Wait. Calm down now, Barbie.
Oh, I hope it's a musical. I'd love to dance again. Or a juicy romantic role, like the scenes I watched this morning with Jerry Herndon. See his photograph here?
Yes, I see it.
I did 3 pictures with him.
I know.
Oh, mon capitaine, tell me about your country of America. A Night in Paris, remember? Jerry was a young American lieutenant. I was Claudette, the little French girl.
Age 19.
Go to the devil, Danny.
Barbara Jean, it's a beautiful day today. The sun is shining, and it's a brand new world. A new world, get it? It's 25 years away from A Night in Paris, and 26 years away from A Farewell Without Tears. This room is dark and cold and full of cobwebs. Get up and go outside, honey. You'll be surprised at what you see. Huh? Pleasantly surprised, I promise. And don't you dare let me catch you looking at old photographs on the wall anymore, or in the mirror either. Now, I'll meet you in Saul's office at 3 o'clock. Do we understand each other?
We do.
Good. In fact, it's more than good. It's absolutely, positively great.
Danny?
Yeah?
Thank you.
Well, don't thank me yet. Just be there.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, am I still the fairest of them all?
Yeah.
Mr. Weiss, sir, and Miss Trenton?
Sign him in.
Marty, there you are.
Good to see you, Barbara. You're looking...
What, Marty? Spectacular?
Yeah, something like that.
Don't be afraid to say it. Any woman appreciates a compliment, as long as it's sincere.
New dress, huh? New hat. Flowers, even. Veil. The whole schmear. You going somewhere?
Why, no, Marty. It's all for you. I believe you know my agent, Mr. Weiss.
Yeah. How you doing, Danny?
Fine. And yourself?
Sit down, please.
My, you've redone your office.
Did he tell you about the part?
Not exactly.
I think it fits you. It's not big, but it'll be a nice showcase.
How big and how much of a showcase?
I meant to tell you, Barbara, it's not the lead, more like a special cameo appearance. Very special.
Surely Danny's told you what my requirements are.
Mm-hmm. Why is it, Barbara, you and I always get off on the wrong foot?
And what foot is that? The one in your mouth? Oh, excuse me, that's a cigar. Still smoking those nasty things, I see.
We always seem to fight. Doesn't that always seem to be the case? We begin by fighting.
I'm still waiting to hear about the part, Marty.
Raise the veil.
What?
On your hat. Go ahead. That's it. Uh-huh. Perfect.
What do you mean?
You play a mother.
How old a mother?
No, that's not the point, Barbara.
40-ish. But very vibrant, very alive.
As opposed to what? A corpse? I don't play mothers, Mr. Saul. I never have, and I'm not about to start now. I also don't take bit roles, even if you call them cameos. You should know that.
You'll forgive me, my dear, but I didn't realize you were still so particular.
Well, now you do.
At least I would think you'd look at the part.
That would be a waste of my time.
Look, I think we could at least take the script home with us, Barbie.
You take the script home with you, and you play it. I didn't like this crude, tasteless man when I was under contract to him, and I don't like him anymore now. And especially when he offers me a fast walk-on.
And you, Miss Prima Donna, I got news for you. You may think you're still the #1 lady on top of the heap, but you got it wrong. You're just an aging broad with a scrapbook. And any part you get at this studio won't have to go through an agent. You can set it up with a community chest, because it'll be charity.
Barbara, wait! Remind me someday, Saul. Remind me when you've gone over the hill and you're down on your hands and knees. Remind me to give you a swift kick, just so you'll know how it feels.
Oh, Miss Trenton. And Mr. Weiss, I didn't expect you back so soon.
That will be all, Sally.
Yes, miss.
You'll excuse me, Danny. I'm going upstairs to rest.
Well, don't you think we have a couple of things to talk about?
Not now. I'm feeling tired.
Barbie!
What?
You're right about him, Barbie. He's a tasteless man. He's got a mean temper and a dirty little mouth. You shouldn't pay any attention to him.
Are you talking about Saul? Saul doesn't exist. That studio doesn't exist. Not anymore. Not the way it is now.
Exactly. There are other studios.
I'm talking about all of them. This is the world, Dan, right here. From now on, I keep the doors locked with drapes over the windows. I don't want any of the outside coming in. Not the Marty Sauls or the movies without sentiment or those teenaged actors on television or rap music or any of it.
Barbie, whether you like it or not, that's the way it is. That's the way things are. What can you do, Barb? Shut your eyes? Say it doesn't exist because you can't see it?
It doesn't have to exist. If I shut my eyes, it disappears. Yes, it does. I can wish it away.
But that doesn't make sense.
It makes sense to me. Perfect sense. And you know what else makes sense? As of right now, as of this minute, this is the old Hollywood, with all the charm and romance, with all the glamour. It's a carefree world again, Danny, just like before, in this house.
Barbie, none of that's true. It's nostalgic and nice, but it's not true. Are you listening to me? It's phony.
Well, if I wish hard enough, it won't be phony. If I wish hard enough, Danny.
Barbara, please.
I'll give a party. Yes. Tell all of my friends, Danny. Tell them. Tell Paul Nader and Jerry Herndon and Steve Black. Oh, now there's a man for you. Tell them I'm still at the same address. And tell...
Barbie! Paul Nader's been dead for 5 years. Jerry Herndon lives in Chicago. Steve Black hasn't been around for 15 years. And if I could get to them, if I could, what kind of party can I invite them to here? Barbie, this is a graveyard you're creating, a mausoleum. Understand? You're wishing for things that are dead.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that.
Mr. Mosa, please. Tell him it's Danny Weiss. Hey, Walt. Long time, huh? No. I didn't go to the awards. Congratulations, by the way. Heck of a picture. Yeah. Say, listen, Walt. I got an idea, and I wanted to run it by you first, before I shop it around. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, nobody yet. Well, you know the actor who just won for Best Supporting? Uh-huh. Well, About Time is right. Yeah, he's all over the talk shows, giving interviews left and right. No, I don't represent him. But he's been in this business a long time, started as a teenager. I know, at your studio. That's why I'm calling. See, here's what I think's gonna happen. A brand new interest in the greats of our industry who made it what it is today. You know, I can see it coming. Not nostalgia exactly, but a wave of appreciation, reevaluation. So I was thinking, why not put together a special project just for them? The ones who've been out of the limelight a few years. Stars who never got an Oscar but deserve to. Yeah, I tell you, the media will lap it up. Yeah, no, I don't have a script yet. Yeah, I suppose so. I'm a sci-fi fan too. Sure I am. Yeah, so it makes. So make it like Star Wars meets, I don't know, On Golden Pond or something. I'm just riffing now, but really, you never saw it? Oh, great flick. Hep and Fonda. No, Henry. Yeah, a whole generation that. Well, they would if you set it up right. The what? Oh, a series of pictures, huh? Based on video games. Yeah, I see. Well, of course they have to be young. Still, when you think what a great name could bring to the package, well, Barbara Jean Trenton for one. No, she's not dead. No, I assure you. A highlights reel. Yeah, I don't think she'd mind. Sure, I understand. Well, give me a call when you get back in town, huh? Yeah, well, looking for it. All right, take care now. Yeah, you too.
Hello, Mr. Weiss.
Hello, Billy.
Once again, huh?
Park it nearby, would you? Won't be long.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Weiss. Table for two?
Not today, Jimmy. I don't need it, after all.
Very good. I'll get your waiter.
I don't have much of an appetite, just the bar.
Of course.
Hey, hi there, Mr. Weiss. Where's
who, Rich?
Well, you'll excuse me saying so, but the place has been buzzing. I heard you're bringing Barbara Jean Trenton for lunch. Some kind of celebration.
Well, there's been a change of plans.
Oh, well, the reason I mention it is I was going to ask her for an autograph. You think she'd have minded?
I'll bring you an autographed 8x10. How's that?
Would ya? Oh, that'd be great.
Just a scotch and water for now, Rich.
Coming up.
Make it a double, will you?
Sure, no problem.
Mr. Herndon, telephone call for Mr. Herndon. Mr. Herndon? Telephone call from Mr. Herndon.
Oh, hold on. Did you say Herndon?
Why, yes, sir.
Well, that wouldn't be... No, forget it.
Pardon?
Why, it's not for a Jerry Herndon, by any chance.
I wouldn't know, sir.
No, I was just wondering.
Jerry Herndon. Sounds familiar. Didn't he used to be in the movies, too?
Sure did. A long time ago.
Telephone for Mr. Herndon.
Right here, son.
Jerry?
You can take it at the bar, sir.
Thanks. Oh, and this is for your trouble.
Thank you.
I'd know that voice anyway.
I don't believe Danny? Danny Weiss? What in the world are you...
I just stopped in for a drink.
Oh, same here. I couldn't forget this place, like old times.
Old times is right.
What are you up to these days?
Oh, still in the business. What else do I know how to do? Listen, can I buy you a drink?
I'll buy you one. Come on, sit down.
Talk about a coincidence. I was just mentioning you to someone.
Pull up a chair.
You'd better take that call.
Forget it. They'll call back. We've got a lot of catching up to do.
Listen, Jerry, there's something I want to talk to you about.
Oh.
Who's there?
Only me, miss.
What have you done?
Very sorry, miss. I didn't see you sitting there. I must have tripped on the electrical cord. Shall I plug it back in?
Thank you, no. I'll take care of it, Sally. And Sally.
Yes, miss.
I'm locking the door to this room. I don't want to see anyone.
I understand, miss. Sorry. Yes?
It's Mr. Weiss.
Oh, Mr. Weiss.
Can I come in?
Yes, sir.
Miss Trenton?
In there.
How is she?
I wish I could tell you, Mr. Weiss, but I hardly see her anymore. Sometimes her bed's not even slept in.
What are you talking about?
She's in that room all the time, day and night. And a couple of times when I've gone in, I tell you, Mr. Weiss, don't think I'm going out of my mind or anything. But I swear to you, I can't see her. Only her picture up on the screen.
Well, none of that matters now. There'll be a gentleman over here in a little while. A Mr. Herndon.
Jerry Herndon? The one who played opposite Miss Trenton?
That's the one. He's in town on a business trip. I thought it might do her good. Take him into the den, will you, Sally, when he gets here?
I will, but it won't do any good. She won't see him.
I wouldn't be too sure.
She won't. She doesn't talk to anyone, not even the phone. Just stays in that room looking at her old movies, running them over and over. I'm worried about her, Mr. Weiss. You don't know how worried.
I'll go in and talk to her. Mr. Herndon should be here any minute.
Go away, Sally. I said go away. I don't want anything, and I don't want to see anyone.
Barbie, it's me, Danny. Now please let me in.
Why should I?
Please, Barbie, I got something to tell you.
There. Are you satisfied?
Barbie?
What's the matter, Danny? Don't care for the merchandise? Looking a little worn?
The merchandise is beautiful as always, but it looks tired. Looks as if it hasn't slept in days. It needs some air and sun. Outdoors on the tennis courts or by that pool you never use.
I have everything I need in here. I'm quite satisfied, thank you. Hail and farewell, Daniel. The door's the one you used when you came in?
I have some good news.
Oh, do you? What is it? Has my house been declared an historic monument?
A friend's coming to see you.
A friend? All my friends are dead, retired, or forgotten. You told me that yourself, in no uncertain terms.
Oh, this one's very much alive, and he'd love to see you.
Tell him I'm not receiving.
It's Jerry Herndon.
Jerry? Dan, you don't mean it.
I do.
Where is he? What's happened to him?
Nothing's happened to him, I promise you. You'll see for yourself.
When?
Any time now. I happened to run into him. I swear, by pure chance. He asked about you, wanted to know if he could see you. I took the liberty.
Oh, you're such a dear. You've done well, Danny. Very well. Oh, by the way I look, no makeup and these clothes. When's he coming? I have to dress.
I think he'll like you just fine if you're wearing sackcloth. But if it makes you feel better, go ahead.
Stall for me. I need at least a few minutes. Oh, show him to the living room. Oh, Jerry. Jerry, after all this time.
How is she? Really. I'm so sorry I haven't kept in touch.
She's still Barbara, same zest for life, same charm. Why, we just had a meeting at the old studio. Yeah, the day I ran into you, matter of fact.
Oh, not that same terrible head of production, I hope.
Yep, Marty Saul in the flesh. He's running the whole place now. And he hasn't changed one bit. Same chip on his shoulder.
No kidding.
Jerry, truth is, she's not well.
Nothing serious, I hope.
She'll pull out of it, I'm sure, but make a fuss over her if you would. Tell her how wonderful she looks. It would mean a great deal to her, Jerry. And you can help, and that's something she needs right now.
Well, sure, Dan. I'll do my best.
Danny?
Yeah, in here, Barbie.
I heard you'd invited someone for a visit. Let me guess. Could it be...
Hello, Barbara Jean.
Who's... Jerry? Oh, no, but this can't be Jerry. Are you playing a trick on me again, Danny? Is that it?
Been a long time, huh? A lot of water over the dam.
Oh. Oh, well. Yes.
Jerry's just in town for a few days on business.
I see.
You're looking downright lovely, if I do say so.
Isn't it odd the way we picture people as they were, never as they are?
You haven't changed, Barbara Jean. Hardly at all.
Well, I thought you'd be here on a white horse or in an officer's uniform. Why, isn't that silly of me? I thought you'd be as I remembered you, Jerry. A young man.
I was. 20, 30 years ago.
And do you know I had a crazy idea? That we might even do a picture together again.
Not much chance of that.
He's not an actor anymore.
No, I gave that up a long time ago. Went down the drain, along with my youth.
You don't act anymore? What do you do?
It's not so bad. I run a chain of supermarkets outside of Chicago.
A chain of supermarkets? In Chicago?
Doing really well, in fact. More than I ever made in the picture business.
You're joking. No, you're not. You're not joking at all.
Barbie.
See this photograph? This is the one I expected. This is the one I wanted to come see me. With that darling little mustache.
Well, I've still got one. Only it's gone white, like the rest of my hair.
So you have. But you're not the one in the photograph, are you? He's dead. He's dead, like all the others.
Barbie, honey.
Go away, please. Both of you. Will you just go away?
It was very nice to see you. Goodbye, Barbara. Goodbye, my dear. Take good care.
Jerry. There you are, Jerry. How well you look. How young. How wonderfully young. There was an old man here a while ago. A tired, worn-out old man. And he said he was you. Can you believe it? Oh, Jerry. Jerry, I wish I could be where you are. I so wish I could, Jerry. Oh, how I wish.
Miss Trenton? I brought you a little snack, Miss Trenton. Coffee and sandwiches. Wouldn't you like some? Miss Trenton, where are you?
Jerry? Jerry, wait for me! I'm afraid this is goodbye, Sally.
No!
Goodbye!
Mr. Weiss, sir, I think you'd better come over here right away.
What is it, Sally?
You'd best see for yourself.
Sally, I don't see anything. What's the big mystery?
That's just it, Mr. Weiss. I don't see anything either. She's not here anymore.
Was the projector running?
It was.
When was that?
About an hour ago.
Who shut it off?
I did. Then I called you.
Well, have you looked in her room? Maybe she's taking a nap.
That's the first place I looked. Then I went to every room in the house, even the pool in the yard. She's not here. At least not in the way you'd mean.
You know how to work this thing?
It's just that little switch there. Are you going to run it, Mr. Weiss?
Yes, Sally. I'm going to run it.
Mr. Weiss, I can't stand to watch. I don't know what I'm going to see.
Shh, quiet.
All right, darlings, that's enough for now. Let's go outdoors. We'll finish our cocktails by the pool. Everyone go ahead. I'll be right with you as soon as I change out of these heels.
What is this film, Mr. Weiss?
Not one that I've ever seen. It's funny, it doesn't look like a set. Wait, those French doors, I'd swear it's this room. This one right here. It can't be.
But it is, Mr. Weiss, it is. Look at that scarf. She bought it only last year, and those shoes? They're the ones she wore when Mr. Herndon came by.
Barbie! Barbie, please!
What?
It's Danny. Please, don't do this.
Danny? Oh, there you are. Care to join us? The old gang's here. We're going to have such a time, just like we used to.
You know I can't do that. I can't just step into a movie screen. It isn't real. None of this is real.
Well, then, goodbye, Danny. Be a dear and hold on to my high heels for me, will you? I can't very well swim in them.
Barbie, don't!
Keep them to remember me by. Jerry! Where are you?
Barbie, please.
Over here by the bar. I just stopped to freshen my drink. Care for another one, Barbara?
Oh, don't tempt me. Now we simply must go outside. Everyone's waiting.
In that case, race you to the pool?
You're on!
Barbie, come back! Come back! Sally, these shoes by the French doors, you didn't drop them here, did you?
No, Mr. Weiss.
And this scarf on the patio?
No.
Oh, they must be Barbie's then. I guess I'll just have to hold on to them. In case she comes back.
Oh, Mr. Weiss, what are we going to do now?
Well, the only thing we can do. Wait. Meanwhile, here's a toast to you, Barbie. And to wishes. To the ones that come true.
To the wishes that come true, to the strange mystic strength of the human animal, who walks that thin line between reality and the shadows and can sometimes make one merge with the other. To Miss Barbara Jean Trenton, movie queen of another era, and no longer of this one. May her star shine brightly in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The 16mm Shrine, starring Kathy Garver, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, David Darlow, Fernette Lebo, Doug James, Roger Wolski, and Carl Amari. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Matt Sorrow, Tim Cerny, and Todd Beyer. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
That will conclude the closing argument. Unless either side has a rebuttal. Defense counsel?
I wish I had something more, some new evidence.
Don't worry about it, Mr. Christopher. You did all you could.
Counsel for the defense?
No, Your Honor. The defense rests.
How about the prosecution?
Nothing more, Your Honor.
Very well, then. The jury will now retire for deliberations. Bailiff?
This way, please.
Court will reconvene for the verdict. Until then, we'll stand in recess.
On your feet, Grant.
Do you really have to put the cuffs on me?
Hands behind your back. I'll stay with you to the verdict's in.
It doesn't make any difference.
This way.
It may take a while.
It never does.
Mr. Grant? No statements to the press.
If I could have one more word.
I told you, Mr. Carson.
Oh, why not? Give the reader something.
I wouldn't recommend it in case we file an appeal.
We won't. I guarantee it.
End of the hall.
I know that. A room with a table and 3 chairs, bars on the window, 2 policemen outside. It never changes.
You can wait in here with your client, counselor.
All right.
I told you there's no need, really. Go get a cup of coffee, just drink it fast.
What about that interview?
It's okay, guard.
We'll be right outside. Knock when you're through.
How do you do it, Mr. Grant?
Do what?
You don't seem worried about the jury. Still believe this isn't happening?
Oh, it's happening, all right. That's the problem. I can't stop it from happening.
Then you do fear capital punishment.
As much as anyone else. But you, all of you, are the ones who should worry. Because if I go, you go too.
That's the part I don't understand. I'll go on with my life. We all will. But if the judgment is against you...
Where do I know you from?
Pardon?
Help me out here. Was it grade school? My first job?
We met when the trial started.
No, before that. Your face. Oh, well. There's much time left.
You never can tell. The longer the jury stays out, the better your chances. That's usually the way it works.
Not today.
If I could ask you something else.
Sorry. Time's up.
Let's go.
Yeah, jury's ready.
I know. So long, Mr. Carson. See you in my dreams.
Sit up straight. Here they come.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
And what is that verdict?
We find the defendant, Adam Grant, guilty of murder in the first degree.
Order in the court. The defendant will rise. The defendant will rise.
Adam. What? Oh, all right. Let's get it over with.
Adam Grant, you have been tried by a jury of your peers and found guilty. Do you have anything you wish to say before sentence is passed? Very well. It is the sentence of this court that for the brutal and despicable crime of murder in the first degree, you shall be put to death by means of electrocution.
No, not again. You can't make me die again.
Restrain the prisoner.
Put the leg irons on him. I'll hold him down.
You can't make me die again. Oh, God, please, please, please.
Take him away.
Tell them, Mr. District Attorney, that this isn't real. Make them understand that they're only a dream I'm having. You fools! If you kill me, you'll die too. Mr. Carson, you believe me? Make him believe. Tell the district attorney he prosecuted himself and everybody in this building and everybody in the world. Tell him, Mr. Carson, before it's too late. Tell him. Tell him.
Adam Grant, a nondescript kind of man, found guilty of murder and sentenced to the electric chair. Like every other criminal caught in the wheels of justice, he's scared, right down to the marrow of his bones. But it isn't prison that scares him. The long, silent nights of waiting, the slow walk to the little room, or even death itself. It's something else that holds Adam Grant in the hot, sweaty grip of fear. Something worse than any punishment this world has to offer. Something found only in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Shadow Play, starring Ernie Hudson, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Ready for another one, Mr. Carson?
Maybe just a pinch, my good man.
Rocks, was it?
Yeah. No, wait. Something different. Let's try gin this time. What's a gin drink?
Tom Collins?
Right. I like the sound of that. I wonder who Mr. Tom Collins was to have a drink named after him.
Beats me.
What's in a name? Like Adam Grant. Who is he, really?
That guy they arrested?
Tried and convicted post-haste. Quite a mysterious fella.
Yeah. Well, not from around here.
His identity is not the problem. He had virtually no defense, but he has some very peculiar ideas.
You talked to him?
A few times, for the paper. He's seriously disturbed, mentally speaking.
No kidding.
Has some crazy notion that this is all a dream, that it's happened before.
Huh?
And that it'll happen again. I'd say he's certifiably insane.
Well, that won't save him from the chair.
No, but maybe it should.
Yeah, sure. I'll just go knock over the bank and tell him I'm some kind of a nut. Well, that ought to do it.
But what if he is? If he was incompetent to stand trial?
His lawyer should have thought of that.
Some kid from the public defender's office. His first case.
Well, you pull something like that, you pay the price. You know what I mean? Hey, how's the Tom Collins?
Out of this world, if I do say so.
You should meet his friend, Johnny Walker.
An excellent idea. Top draw.
He really got to you, didn't he?
To whom do you refer?
The creep.
Oh, well. I am but a lowly newspaper man. It's all quite beyond my control, I suppose.
Hey, take my advice. Forget it. Hey, ever meet my other friend?
What's his name?
Well, they call him Jack Daniels.
Don't.
37. 38. 39.
Please, Mother, don't let them.
Hey, knock it off. I'm exercising.
Coley, lay off that thing, will you?
Yeah, people are trying to sleep.
Sorry, fellas. I didn't know I was bothering anybody.
That's better.
It's all right, Coley. It's my fault. I got you out of a bad movie I saw once about death row, just like everything else in this corny dream.
Grant, let me give you some advice.
What's that, Jiggs?
Stop thinking about it. Don't. Why do they want to hurt me? You think about it, you crack up, like Phillips there. Listen to him. Mother, they're gonna fry me. I never did anything. Phillips! Shut your face! See there? A month ago he was a human being. Now what is he? An animal. Why? Because he couldn't stop thinking about it.
I know. It's just different with me.
Different how?
I can't stop. That's all I can do. Think.
You mean you're looking forward to it? You want to die?
No.
Well, then it ain't different with you. Don't kid yourself. Sometimes I wonder, too, what it's going to be like. But that's a bad way of thinking. Don't lead nowhere.
I'll tell you what it's like.
Yeah?
Yeah. They come for you a few minutes early. That's so they can cut your trouser legs. They even shave your head, at least part way. Then they open your cell. You walk out and down the cell block to a hall. Past two great doors at the end. 78 steps exactly to the final door, painted green. It's got a little glass pane with chicken wire, but you can't see anything on the other side. There's a guard who opens the door for you. And you go into a room. It's tan. It's all tan. There's nothing in it except the chair. It's made out of wood, and it's big, so it feels like a chair you used to sit in when you were a kid. Hard and solid and not very comfortable.
Cut it out.
They strap your arm and legs with big buckles, and then they attach the electrodes. It's funny. They always feel cold to the touch at first.
Man, you talk like you've been through it already.
Then they drop the mask over your head. It's musty. It smells like an old sofa. And then you wait. Every muscle tense, straining. Any second, then you can almost hear it through the wall. They pull the switch.
There. 2 beautiful, beautiful steaks. Almost done. Who's that, Hank?
Why, I don't know.
You expecting anybody?
No?
You sit right there. I'll get it. Paul!
Madam, I am a poor lost traveler seeking food and lodging for the night.
I don't believe it. You're loaded.
Mr. District Attorney.
Hello, Paul.
I've just been insulted by your wife. She says I'm intoxicated.
Well, aren't you?
That has nothing to do with it. Your attitude toward the press needs some adjusting. So does mine, as a matter of fact.
Hey, take it easy there. That's my best gin.
Dear friends, when I die, I don't want to see any full bottles around.
That's not funny.
It wasn't meant to be. It was meant to be a comment on the short, unhappy life of Paul Carson. Won't you join me? Come, drink and be merry for tomorrow.
Oh, shut up, Paul.
I knew it. I knew it the minute you walked in. We're not nervous enough? Oh, no. We have to listen to the great city editor with his news behind the news.
If I'm not welcome here, then I shall go elsewhere and breathe my last.
Oh, never mind. I've had enough of this anyway. I'm going to lie down. Good night, dear.
What about dinner?
The steaks are almost ready. Take them out of the broiler in 5 minutes. There are a couple baked potatoes, too.
Aren't you having any?
I've lost my appetite.
Hank, I wanted to talk to you.
Now, don't start again.
I've got to. We're running out of time. I'm not upset or disturbed or nervous anymore. I'm scared.
That's ridiculous.
I know it is, but that doesn't help.
You mean to say you believe that crazy story?
God help me, Hank. But I do. At least I believe it's possible.
Oh, come on.
Well, why not? Can we prove he's wrong?
Maybe not, but that's a poor reason for believing in anything. I can't prove the world isn't going to end, but it isn't. Or do you believe that, too?
I'm not sure what I believe.
This guy killed a man in cold blood just like that, and he's going to pay. Those are the facts. Anything else is speculation, fantasy.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. I put my entire staff on it. An open and shut case.
Then why are you so steamed up about it?
I'm not.
I'll tell you why. Because a little part of you believes, too. Just a little tiny part of Henry Ritchie says, maybe Grant is right. Maybe this is all a dream. The thought has occurred to you, hasn't it? Hank, we've known each other a long time. Haven't you ever stopped and said to yourself, this couldn't be real. It's too easy, too pat. I couldn't have a lovely wife like Carol, and a lovely home and money in the bank. Not in any real world. Haven't you, Hank?
Well, of course. Everyone has. If you're a success, you're bound to think it's a dream at some point or other. If not, you think it's a nightmare. This only proves that Grant is human. He can't believe what's happening to him. So he tries to convince himself that it isn't, not really.
Yeah, that's what I thought, too. Hank, I've been talking to this guy a lot lately, and he makes sense. Go down there and see for yourself. Don't take my word for it.
It wouldn't do any good.
You've only listened to him once, when he had that outburst in the courtroom.
That was enough.
Hank, for my sake, please. Go and see him. Let him tell you.
He's only got 3 hours and 15 minutes left. He'll say anything.
You're an intelligent man. You'll be able to see through it if he's lying. If not for my sake, do it for yourself. For your own peace of mind.
My mind was at peace. Until you walked in.
Was it? Please, Hank.
It's pointless, but...
Thanks. It may turn out to be important. More important than we know.
No, Mother, don't let them strap me in.
Enough already, Phillips.
Yes, sir. I'm a good boy.
Grant.
Yeah?
What's the matter? You don't like your food?
It's fine.
Then how come you didn't touch it?
Because my stomach's tied up in knots. How would you feel about your last meal?
I told you we would have got you anything you wanted. All you had to do was name it. Except maybe a cake with a hacksaw in it.
That wouldn't do me any good. It wouldn't change a thing.
Well, we did the best we could. Steak, ice cream.
You shouldn't have bothered. I don't even like ice cream.
All melted now anyway. I thought you liked steak.
I do. But a condemned man isn't supposed to enjoy his last meal. How could he?
Look here. I'm not supposed to, but you want something else? I'll try to get it for you.
No, thanks. Give it to Jiggs. Maybe he's hungry.
You don't have to ask me twice.
Pass the tray through.
That's mighty nice of you, Grant.
Don't mention it. Guard, what's the time?
9:02. Plenty left. Get some rest if you want.
That's pretty good steak. You ought to have some.
Knock yourself out.
Hey, Grant, don't you know this is a tradition? The one time where the screws will give you anything you want.
Yeah, I know. That's why I dreamed it this way. Bad stomach and all.
Coley, want some?
What you got?
Baked potato, catch.
Hey, thanks.
What time you got, Jiggs?
Don't you have a watch?
It might have stopped.
9:03. You got a date?
Nah. Just expecting someone.
Let me guess. The governor, right? With a nice fat pardon in his fist.
No, it's the district attorney. He usually comes around 9.
The DA himself, huh? You must be a real important person.
Yeah. The most important man in the world. Ow!
You gotta have some sense of humor, pal. You could have broke your hand that way.
Now it has stopped. Wait a minute. There's something else that isn't right. I'll have to remember next time.
How's that?
Prisoners about to be executed aren't allowed to wear watches because of the glass and metal.
You don't say. You ought to tell that to the warden. She'll be real interested in your opinion.
I don't know who the warden is this time. It might have changed.
This way, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, guard.
See? What did I tell you? Right on time.
Say, how'd you know?
10 minutes.
That should be plenty. You can leave me with him.
Be back when you're ready.
Hello, Grant.
Hello, Mr. Ritchie.
You don't seem surprised to see me.
I'm not.
You won't drop the act, will you?
I don't have to act. You always come. I mean, the district attorney always comes. It's not you every time.
Grant.
Yes?
Why bother to stick to this dream story of yours? What does it matter now?
If I could change it, I would, believe me. Only I don't know how.
It can't possibly do you any good at this point. You realize that.
I should. After all this time, every night I explain, and every night it's the same.
Explain it again.
Well, it's very simple. When I die, you die. And everybody in this world dies. Because this world does not exist. It's a dream of mine, a nightmare. Can't you understand that?
No, Grant, I can't understand that, and not because it's a new idea. I can't understand it or accept it because it doesn't make any kind of logical sense.
But it does. It's the only thing that does make logical sense.
Not what I understand logic to mean.
Think it through.
I tell you, it's not logical.
That's only one kind of thinking. Reason it out. Think, man. Take you, for instance.
Here we go. The butterfly dreaming it's a butterfly hypothesis.
Just stick with the basic facts. That's all you need. Do you think that you, a district attorney, would ever visit a man who was about to be executed in real life? Have you ever done that?
Not that I recall.
Of course not. They wouldn't let you in here. I'll bet they didn't even search you. And now they're leaving us alone in a locked cell together? You're the man who sent me here. I might beat your brains out. I'm a murderer, aren't I?
I'm sure we're being monitored. We must be.
Or take me. Have you ever heard of a case where a man was condemned and put to death this quickly? There would be years of appeals, wouldn't there?
Your lawyer didn't file any.
There are automatic appeals required by law. And don't you think it's a little too pat that I was represented by a public defender who had never even tried a capital case before? Oh, come on. Look around you. This isn't a real prison. It's a cliche drawn from every old movie ever made. The guy with the harmonica, the nutcase, the guards, everyone's a type. They could be from Central Casting.
Well, you're certainly not typical.
How do you know? You don't know what I am. You don't know any more about me than you did when it started. It's like I didn't have a past before this. I'm some sort of mysterious stranger, like a character in a story.
There are hundreds of vagrants in every town without names, without histories. Stop that.
How did I just know what you were going to say? Isn't that a little weird? Or do you believe in mind reading? That's not too weird for you?
We know you're mentally sound. You were found competent to stand trial. I don't think you're deliberately lying to me.
So what are you left with? Some other explanation?
I'm going to destroy this story of yours, Grant, once and for all. Now, you say that all this is a dream and that when you're electrocuted, you wake up, and when you wake up, we all disappear, right?
That's right. And then it starts all over again.
What about our parents? And our parents' parents, and everybody who never even heard of you? What about the billions of people?
Well, what about them, Mr. Ritchie? Every dream builds its own world. Have you ever had a dream with blank spaces in it? It's filled out in every detail, complete with a past, and as long as you stay asleep, a future.
What about us, then? The people in this world, when we sleep and dream? Or don't we? Is that when you're supposed to be up and around and wherever you really are?
You only sleep and dream because I dream you that way.
All right, now answer me this. You're scared. Why? Why are you scared? You've got to wake up sometime, even if you're electrocuted, so why don't you just sit back and enjoy it till then?
Enjoy it? Let me tell you something, Mr. Ritchie. Huh? How soundly do you sleep?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, I mean, you dream, don't you?
Certainly, sometimes.
Haven't you ever been hurt in one of those dreams? Haven't you ever fallen out of a window or been drowned or tortured physically and mentally?
We all have nightmares.
You have. Well, don't you remember how real it seemed? How you woke up screaming? Let me ask you something, Mr. Ritchie. How'd you like to wake up screaming every night? That's what I do. Because I dream the same dream night after night after night. It's this one. It changes a little bit. The people get shuffled around, but it's the same dream. You got to believe me. I can't go on dying. I can't. Not every night. I can't. I can't.
Get your hands off me.
Let him go. Out this way.
I'm telling you the truth, Mr. Ritchie. Please, let me live, and I'll keep you alive. I'll dream you every night, just as you are now. Your life, your house. Wait a minute. I'll prove it. Your wife. She has a steak waiting for you. Isn't that right? Go home, look in the oven. It'll be something else when you get there. I swear. I can change the small details. You'll see. Please, please.
Carol, are you up?
In here, darling.
The steaks.
Oh, that's right. You did say you wanted steaks tonight.
Carol, don't be offended, but may I see them?
I'm sorry. I thought I'd save the steaks for tomorrow night. I hope you don't mind.
Just let me have a look.
What's wrong, Hank?
That's a roast.
What about it? I thought you liked roast. Hank? Hank, what about it?
Grant. Grant!
Yes?
Did I wake you up?
No. You didn't wake me.
What's so funny?
Nothing. Nothing's funny at all.
Well, thanks for giving your meal away.
It was nothing, really.
I thought I heard you laughing in your sleep.
No chance of that.
Hey, Grant, listen. I've been thinking about what you said, about all this being a dream, you know?
So?
Well, no. Maybe it won't work, but maybe it'd be worth a try.
What would?
If you told that story to the governor, he might let you out on a psycho.
He wouldn't believe me.
Well, you never can be sure.
You don't believe me, do you, Jiggs?
Oh, that don't matter. If you think it's true, see, why, then you got a loose cog somewhere. And they don't burn guys with loose cogs.
I wonder. I could try proving it to you.
Prove what?
Jiggs, don't you think that all this is just a little too much the way it should be?
I don't get you.
Well, I mean, it's so perfect. For one thing, I got tried and sentenced the same day. It doesn't work like that.
Huh?
But you see, that's the way I saw it in my mind, and that's the way it is. All the movies and TV shows when I was a kid, the comic books. Take this place. You, for instance.
Hey, now.
And Coley. And Phillips and his mother. It is a movie. For all intents and purposes, real death houses aren't like this. But you see, I've never been to a real death house. So what do I know? That's my impression of it. And in my mind, people do get last-minute reprieves. Stays of execution, new trials. It's not out of the question. But I played my last card. There's nobody left for me to tell my story to. Except you. No, Jiggs. It won't work. I can't change the basic scenario. I wish to heaven I could.
Man, you're really flipped. Now I don't know what you're talking about.
That clock over the fireplace, is it accurate?
It is.
Then it is 11:45.
It'll be over soon.
Well, the Brothers Grimm, as I live in...
What are you doing up? It's almost midnight.
I'm not up. I'm down, like you and your funny friend here.
Sorry if we woke you, Carol. I'll be leaving soon.
Have they...
Not yet. 15 more minutes.
That's another thing.
What is?
Think about it, Hank.
I'm tired of thinking.
Why does it always happen at midnight? Did you ever wonder about that?
Because that's when they schedule executions.
Yeah, but why?
You tell me.
Excuse me, boys. I don't suppose anyone would like some coffee?
Not now, dear.
Hank, according to Grant, he doesn't know anything about these matters except what he sees in the movies.
So he told me.
And in the movies, it always happens at midnight.
That's because movies are technically accurate.
Are they?
About things like that, at least.
Yeah, I always thought so. But that's a strange belief, too, when you come to think of it.
Then don't come to think of it.
But I've got to think about something, or I'll sit here for the next few minutes with my insides all twisted up.
Don't let me interrupt this scintillating conversation. Let me know how it all comes out.
See you in the morning.
I hope so, Hank. I sincerely hope so.
Cut the legs open a little higher.
Okay.
You just relax, Grant. We'll take care of it.
I'm only trying to make it easier for you when it's time to connect the electrodes or the straps. I don't remember.
Got it.
Pants, legs, head shaved. I think that's everything.
The watch. Take my watch.
You don't want it anymore?
It's the electricity. It'll melt or fuse or something.
He's right. Take it off.
Want a cigarette, Grant?
I don't smoke. It's bad for my health.
Hey, Screws! You're wasting your time.
Shut him up! Shut that guy up!
You can't kill Grant. You want to know why? I'll tell you why. Because you're nothing but dreams. Dreams! You hear that, Screws? Bet you didn't know that.
Must be a full moon. The animals are restless.
Oh, hello, Father.
May I have a moment?
Sure thing. Come on, Miller.
How are you, my son?
Oh, I can't complain. This haircut they gave me, though, gonna take a while to grow out.
Is there anything you wish to talk about in the remaining minutes?
No.
Then let us pray.
There's no need.
There is always a need for prayer, my son.
What will it do for me?
Open your heart. God won't forsake you.
Only in the real world, Father, not in a nightmare.
You no longer feel a part of this world?
I not only feel it, I know it.
You're ready for salvation any time up to your last breath.
Well, you can save your breath. I've heard it all before. You know, I am wondering something, though.
Of course you are.
I wonder where I've seen you before. Where did I get your face? It's familiar every time. It's about to come to me.
We've never met.
Oh, yes. Yes, we have. Father Beeman, of course, Father Beeman from over at Spring Hill. No wonder I didn't recognize you. That's because you died when I was 10 years old. You were very popular. Everybody came to your funeral.
Oh, my name is Beeman, but,
Yes, yes. And then a young priest came and took your place. That was Carson. You know, I'm using him for the editor this time.
Calm your mind, my son.
And what about the district attorney, Richie? Richie. He must have been a school teacher of mine. Or maybe he was a friend of Dad's.
Time, Father.
Thank you, Warden. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Ready, Mr. Grant.
Are you? Are all of you?
Let's go.
Hey, Grant! They can't do this to you. You're home in bed asleep, remember? Grant! Grant! Time to wake up, boy! Wake up! Wake up!
Four more minutes. Well, you can at least get a stay of execution. I know you can do that much.
What good would it do? We'd simply have to go through the same thing all over again. Cruel and unusual punishment.
Maybe not. Now look, Hank. Forget all the dream stuff. Whether that's true or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is the guy believes it. That means he's got a case.
The psychiatrist said...
The psychiatrist made a mistake. It won't be the first time. Get a week's stay. Have him checked out again.
I can't.
Why not? Because we might be wrong? Well, maybe we are. But maybe we're not. And in my book, that's reasonable doubt. Hank, he's sick in the head. Are you going to send a mental incompetent to the chair?
I'll regret this, Paul. I'll regret it as long as I live. Hello. This is Henry Ritchie. I want to speak to the governor right away.
'76, 77, 78. Here we are again.
Step on in. Don't fight it.
Get the leg straps. I'll do the arms.
Please, just get it over with.
I don't care. This is an emergency. Wake them up. Hurry.
It's 11:58.
They're having trouble putting the call through. Yes, this is District Attorney Ritchie. Governor, I don't have time to explain, but I want you to issue a stay of execution in the case of Adam Grant.
Here comes the hood. Close your eyes.
Not again. Please, not again.
Thank you, Governor.
Well?
He's calling now.
Throw the switch.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the warden. What did you say? What? I'm sorry, Governor. You're too late.
Did he get through?
It's out of our hands now.
I couldn't sleep. Don't tell me you're still up.
See you tomorrow.
Yes.
You did your best.
What in the... What is going on here?
How do you mean?
Well, I thought we had a fireplace. What did you boys do with it? I'm serious.
She's right, Hank. The fireplace. It's gone. There's just a blank wall.
Carol, I don't understand. Carol. Carol, where are you?
She was standing here a second ago. She just...
Paul. Paul! For the love of God, I can't see either of you. In the living room, it's getting dark. It's starting...
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
And what is that verdict?
We find the defendant, Adam Grant, guilty of murder in the first degree.
Order in the court. The defendant will rise. The defendant will rise.
Adam. What? Oh, all right. Let's get it over with.
Adam Grant, you have been tried by a jury of your peers and found guilty. Do you have anything you wish to say before sentence is passed? Very well. It is the sentence of this court that for the brutal and despicable crime of murder in the first degree, you shall be put to death by means of electrocution.
No, not again. You can't make me die again.
Restrain the prisoner.
Put the leg irons on.
Can't make me die again. Oh, God, please. Please. Please.
Take him away.
You can't make me die again. Oh, God, please. Please. Please.
We all know that a dream can seem real, but it's also possible that reality might be a dream. We exist, of course, but how? In what way? As flesh and blood human beings, as we believe, or simply as part of someone else's feverish nightmare? Think about it. And then ask yourself, do you really live here in this country, in this world, or do you exist only in the Twilight Zone?
We'll return to the Twilight Zone in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, The Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
Shadow Play, starring Ernie Hudson with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, Nick Sandys, Elizabeth Lido, Roderick Peoples, Doug James, Ken E. Head, Martin Astrop, T.J. Jagodowski, Carl Amari, Tom McElroy, Meg Thalken, Damian Arnold, and Craig Harris. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking. The Howling Man, starring Fred Willard, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, David Darlow, Doug James, and Anna Sverutza. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Thank you, Mrs. Dunphy. I'll be back shortly.
You're going out?
I'm afraid so.
But you've only just returned.
Unfortunately, that is the nature of my work.
Another business trip.
The most important of all. But first, there are arrangements to be made.
I've prepared your afternoon meal.
I'm sure it will keep.
Can you not make these arrangements by telephone?
No. Some things can't be left to chance. In the meanwhile, follow my instructions precisely, to the letter, Mrs. Dunphy. Do I make myself clear?
I believe so.
You believe so? Then let me make it absolutely clear. Sit down for a moment.
But if you're on your way...
It's necessary that you understand. And the only way to be sure is to tell you how it began. Please.
If you wish, sir.
I must warn you, it's an incredible story. I, of all people, know that. So incredible that you won't believe me at first. But I'm going to tell you everything. Then you will believe. Because you must. You must believe. Do you know Central Europe?
Europe? Only as a child, sir?
It started there many years ago, after the First World War. I was on a walking tour of France, Belgium, and Germany. I decided to travel alone with only a small pack. The confidence of youth. Germany was magical then, a place of valleys and mountains and swift, dark rivers. There was nowhere else like it, a fertile land where everything grew tall and straight out of the earth. I was struck by the richness of the soil, the verdancy of the hills. Stepping across the border from Belgium, where the mustachioed guards saluted like tin soldiers, I entered a different world. Everywhere I looked, a swelling green ocean. On the farthest hills, tall, ancient buildings of stone. Estates, monasteries, castles, or what have you. Some of them in ruins. I stood a moment at the border and watched the hawks circling above, wondering how such a miracle could be. It was as if I had passed through an invisible door from a musty room into a magical kingdom of winds and light. But so much can change in an afternoon. By nightfall, clouds filled the sky and the storm moved in to darken the landscape. The nearest village was miles away. I was unprepared, dressed for a stroll up the Champs-Élysées, perhaps. In minutes, I was drenched and chilled to the bone. Then I saw it. A medieval castle, bombed almost to ruins, sitting like a broken fingernail atop Schwarzhof Mountain. I came to a wall of gray stone. There was an iron gate. Please! Please! Someone! Please let me in!
A story told years ago by a man who recalled it from his youth. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, he was never able to put it out of his mind. It begins with a wayfaring traveler. His name is David Ellington, scholar, seeker of truth, and to his dismay, a finder of truth. A man approaching exhaustion, who will confront a problem that has haunted the world since the beginning of time. A man who knocks on a gate seeking sanctuary, and instead finds that he has just crossed an unmarked border into the far edges of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Howling Man, starring Fred Willard, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
I found a rope by the gate and pulled it. Please! Someone!
Yes? What is it?
Let me in!
I'm sorry.
You don't understand. I'm traveling on foot.
We don't allow visitors.
I'm not a visitor! What is this place?
It's called the Hermitage.
And I'm a stranger caught in the storm. Your robe, the cross around your neck. You're a man of God. I'm lost. Don't you understand? Lost.
Very well. Follow me.
Thank you, brother.
You're ill.
I'll be all right. Once I dry out.
This way.
What are these rooms? A barred window in each door. They look like, well, cells.
All are empty now.
I see, but what were they?
Wait here.
What for?
I'll speak to Brother Jerome.
Who? What in the...
Brother Jerome will see you now.
Oh, what was that?
The wind.
Are you sure?
Come.
The room had almost no furnishings. A straw pallet, a rude desk and chair, some books and religious oddments, very stark. The abbot himself was a fierce El Greco painting of a man, stooped and withered, but strong in every part of him. Like the monk who came to the gate, he wore a shepherd's cloak and carried a crooked staff.
Why have you come here?
My name is David Ellington. I got lost in the storm. Then I saw a lantern in the window.
And what is it you want of us?
Want? Only a little shelter, some food.
We cannot help you here. You will have to leave.
You call that a Christian attitude?
Now, Mr. Ellington.
Oh, for the love of... All right, if that's the way you want it. Sorry to have troubled you. Give me a minute. I'll be out of here in...
Brother Christophorus.
Yes?
Carry him out of here. At once.
Right away.
I don't know how long I remained unconscious. When I came to, I was in a primitive cubicle, one of the cells. Walls and ceiling of gray stone, a single small window in the shape of an arch, the floor hard-packed dirt. The monk sat nearby in a chair. I lay under a blanket. Beneath me was a bed of straw. Water!
He lives. God's infinite mercy.
How long have I been here?
9 days, my son.
9 days?
You were very ill. The fever was on you. Brother Jerome said you would die, and he sent me to watch over you. I have never seen a man die. He holds that it is an important teaching, but now I suppose it was not your time.
Sorry to disappoint you.
No, my boy, don't try to rise. You must rest.
What in the name of heaven is that?
In the name of heaven? Nothing.
I mean the scream.
Scream?
That.
What?
Are you deaf? That cry, I heard it before. You said it was the wind.
Ah, the wind cleanses the land after a storm.
But it isn't the wind, is it?
I don't understand your meaning.
It's a man.
Careful. You must regain your strength.
There! Don't tell me you didn't hear it.
Perhaps you would like some soup. It's cold, but nourishing.
What I would like, brother, is to leave this place.
I'm afraid that's impossible.
What do you mean?
Only that you're not well enough to travel. And of course, you won't be well enough to travel as long as you think you hear such sounds. Now, the soup.
I don't want it.
Open, please. There. That's better.
Over the next few hours, my strength did return, or at least some of it. I waited until the monk had fallen asleep. Then at last I made my move. The door was held shut by a simple iron bolt. I had only to slide it a few inches without waking him. I was almost free, but I could not remember which way we had come. When I turned into another corridor, I realized I was lost. It was a maze of dark passages and doors. Here, a part of the ruined ceiling was broken away, and I saw that the moon had risen. In the naked light of the moon, I saw one door different somehow from the others. At first, I was not sure why. Then I realized that in place of a bolt, it was held shut by a piece of wood, a mere stick, crooked and curved, like the peculiar staffs carried by the monk and the abbot, only in miniature, no greater in length than my forearm. On this door, in this door alone, a small wooden staff replaced the iron bolt. How odd! I looked through the opening in the door. Inside, a filthy, shadowed hovel, no table or chair, no straw for a bed. It appeared to be empty. What? There was a man, huddled in the corner, holding his knees and rocking, head back like an animal. In the soiled moonlight, I saw his dirty beard, his rotted clothes. Who are you?
Help me.
Stay back.
No, please. In the name of humanity, help me.
But who?
You're not one of them.
No, My name is Ellington. I'm an American. Shh. What are you afraid of?
Them. Listen. Do you hear them coming?
No, but why?
They will look for you. We only have a moment.
You speak as if I'm a prisoner.
Aren't you?
I'm not sure.
Come closer, and I'll explain.
Explain what?
Don't you know what they are? These men of God. They are mad, Mr. Ellington. All of them. Raving mad.
Why do you say so?
I was in the village, in Schwarzhof, doing nothing out of the ordinary, walking the street with my woman. We were holding hands. That is all. Do you see anything wrong with that?
Well, of course not. But what...
We paused to rest by a tree in the shade. And then we kissed. Yes, I admit it. Is it wrong to kiss? Tell me.
Why, no. I don't think so.
You don't think so. I don't think so. But Jerome, that lecherous old fool.
The gaunt man. The one in charge.
So, you have seen him. As I kissed her, a shadow fell over us. We looked up and saw him standing there. I opened my mouth to speak, but before I could utter a word, he raised the wooden staff he carries, so heavy. You've seen it.
Yes.
And he hit me again and again. He smote me like an angry god, or a man who thinks he's God. I woke up here.
No.
I swear. They flogged me with knotted ropes. I asked for food. They would not give it to me. I begged for water. They gave me none. Then they threw me in this filthy room and locked the door.
Well, why?
For revenge. Jerome wanted my woman.
Are you sure?
Yes. That disgusting old man, that fanatic. He wanted her. And when she refused his advances, he took his fury out on me.
Your story, I find it difficult to believe.
Of course you do. That's the strength of the man. He makes his madness seem a harmless thing, the beliefs of a religious zealot. But this is not a religious order, Mr. Ellington. These brothers of truth.
Is that what they're called?
That's what they call themselves. The real truth is they're outcasts, misfits, cut off from the world because the world will not have them. Have you heard of their sect before, of this hermitage?
No, I haven't.
Mr. Ellington, you must believe me. I don't say they're all evil, only mad. And here, within these walls, they answer to no law but their own.
Wait for me.
Where are you going?
I'll speak to Jerome.
No, you mustn't.
If I remind him that false imprisonment is a crime...
I tell you, he's the greatest maniac of them all. Quick! He's coming. Hide yourself.
Mr. Ellington.
No.
Brother Jerome?
I did not know you were well enough to walk.
I still feel weak. Brother Jerome...
Come with me, please.
Look here,
This way. Where were you going?
I was looking for you.
It was unwise for you to wander on your own. The corridors can be treacherous.
Oh, can they? In what way?
The building is very old. One might trip and fall without a torch.
Or go where one is not meant to go, is that it? See something perhaps that you're ashamed of?
I do not know to what you refer.
Don't you? Oh, then you don't know the grounds very well. I saw something just now that violates the law of this country and of humanity. I must ask you.
And I must ask you, Mr. Ellington, to leave the hermitage at once. We lack proper facilities to care for the ill.
You certainly do.
Arrangements can be made in Schwarzhof.
Just a minute.
No, not a minute. Not an extra second, Mr. Ellington. Now.
I thought you were concerned about my health.
I am.
But now you want me gone regardless. Why?
I have explained that.
You've explained nothing. Based on what I've seen, I question your motives. I question your entire operation here.
You are making assumptions.
I certainly am. Now, look, no one invited me to come here. I realize that. I arrived unexpectedly, and you're not prepared for visitors. But I had no choice. And there is no excuse for your behavior. I suppose it was only a matter of time before you brought out the knotted ropes so that you could flail me or whatever it is you do for amusement.
My son.
I'm not your son!
There are many things you don't understand.
That's right, I don't. So begin with this one. Tell me, why are you in such a hurry for me to leave? What more are you afraid I'll find out?
More?
Besides the man you've got locked up in that cell.
What man is that, Mr. Ellington?
The one we just left. The one who's been screaming his head off.
I am not sure what you're talking about.
That's it, isn't it, brother? Or is he only one of many? Well, it isn't a secret anymore. I know.
And what do you think you know? The chair. Sit. You are still weak.
Brother Jerome, I know very little about this cult of yours, what's permitted within these walls, but I doubt very seriously that you can imprison a man against his will.
That is quite true. We have no such authority.
Then why have you done it?
No man has ever been imprisoned at the Hermitage, Mr. Ellington.
He claims otherwise.
Who claims otherwise?
Who do you think? The man in the cell at the end of the corridor.
There is no man in the cell at the end of the corridor.
I was talking with him.
You are talking with no man.
And you think I'm hallucinating?
Mr. Ellington, you are ill. You still have a fever. In such a state, delirium may cause one to see and hear things that do not exist.
Do you mean to tell me you don't hear that?
Hear what?
Look at me.
Dreams can seem very real.
And honest men make unconvincing liars. The brother who's been caring for me.
Brother Christophorus?
Yes. He has a way of looking at the floor when he tells me I'm imagining things. You look at me, but your voice loses its command.
More imaginings.
I don't know why, but you're both very intent on keeping me away from the truth.
What do you know of the truth?
Which is not only poor Christianity, Brother Jerome, it's poor psychology, because now I'm very curious indeed.
Curiosity is a dangerous thing.
Oh, I was taught it's a sign of intelligence.
There are some things best left alone.
Like sleeping dogs, a nest of snakes. I'll uncover the facts eventually, you know.
Meaning what?
Just what I say. I imagine the local police will be interested to learn that you're keeping a man locked up here.
I tell you, there is no man.
All right, let's forget it. I'll deal with it in my own way.
And what way is that?
However I see fit. It's no concern of yours now. Oh, and I apologize for not dying. Maybe some other time, brother.
Mr. Ellington.
A last word? Bon voyage? Don't bother yourself. I'll make it to the village with no further delay, I assure you.
Mr. Ellington, the prisoner in the cell, it's a delicate matter.
Ah! So you admit it?
A terrible thing. He's violent, dangerous, more dangerous than you know. We are obliged to lock him in the cell. I'm sure you can understand.
I understand that you're still lying to me. Goodbye, Brother Jerome.
Would you really go to the police?
If you were in my place, wouldn't you?
Very well. Close the door, Mr. Ellington. I have told you the truth, but only a part. Now I see that I must tell you the whole of it. May God forgive me.
Then you do hear it.
As I have heard it every hour of every day, for 5 long years.
Why did you lie?
I didn't.
Oh, but I think you did.
And now the skies darken. the storm returns. I should have known. When I told you that no man screamed in the Abbey, I spoke the truth. It is not a man, you see, Mr. Ellington. It is the devil himself.
You're joking with me, aren't you?
No, Mr. Ellington, I am not. Would that I were. It would be so much easier. But the prisoner in the cell, our only prisoner, is in fact Satan.
Oh, come now.
Otherwise known as the fallen angel, Ahriman, Asmodeus, Belial, Diabolus, the devil made manifest. You asked for the truth. Now you have it. Do you believe?
What? Oh, sure.
Now it is you who are lying, Mr. Ellington. You don't believe me at all. To the contrary, you're even more certain of what you've suspected all along, that I am mad. Well, sit down. I will tell you a story. And then we'll see how certain you are of my madness or of anything else. Drink.
What did you say?
Some brandy. For thy stomach and thy infirmities.
No, thank you.
Don't worry. It's not poison. A very old vintage. I'll drink with you.
What is it you wanted to tell me?
I presume, Mr. Ellington, that you consider yourself sophisticated, a worldly man.
Why do you say that?
You're young, rich by your clothes, and reasonably well educated. Harvard?
Yale.
Exactly. Having a last fling before settling into the family business.
How did you...
You are an open book, printed in very large type, with pictures. Of course, you consider us primitive, because we're living in seclusion away from the real world. To you, we're misfits. Please, I know all the theories.
I assure you, brother...
No, Mr. Ellington, it is I who am assuring you that I am not the ignorant fanatic I might seem. I coped with your world for 40 years before I left it, and rather successfully by your standards. The best schools, a degree in philosophy, a job that took me to all the corners of the earth. This beard and this staff and this faith represent nothing but a different point of view. If you understand that, then perhaps you will listen to what I have to say with an open mind.
Go on.
5 years ago, there were no screams at the Hermitage. This was simply the bombed-out ruins of a castle belonging to the family Wulfren.
How did you come by it?
Baron Wulfren turned it over to the Brothers of Truth as a gesture of charity. Our task was to tend the great vineyards and save what souls we could by constant prayer.
But this isn't a formal religious order, is it, brother?
We believe that we are recognized by God. Truth is our only dogma. We are committed to it as man's greatest weapon against the devil, who is the father of all lies.
Please, continue. You were tending the vineyards.
At that time, not very long after the Great War, the world was in chaos. Everywhere there was unhappiness, except in the village below.
Really?
For some reason, the people of Schwarzhof refused to yield to despair. They lost none of their faith. They continued, as they had for years, to be honest and God-fearing and happy. The village was a plum to Satan, one he could not resist. So he came here, drawn to it as a moth is to light, and embarked upon a program of corruption.
But you stopped him.
Yes. You see, Mr. Ellington, he made the same mistake you are making now. He underestimated me. He thought he would have no difficulty tempting an old fool. I had him in the cell before he knew what happened.
But if he's the devil, how do you keep him from escaping?
With the staff of truth. The one barrier he cannot pass.
Mm-hmm. And when he first came, just how did you recognize him?
I had seen him before, in every part of the world. Wherever there was sin, wherever there was strife and persecution, there he was also. Sometimes he appeared only as a spectator, a face in the crowd. But he was always there, in all times and places. So you understand now, I trust, why you must say nothing of the things you have seen and heard.
Brother, not that I doubt you, but is it possible that you've made a mistake?
No. Think, Mr. Ellington, of the peace in the world these 5 years. Think of this country now. Is there another like it?
But you haven't put an end to suffering. There's still murders and robberies. Even now, while we talk, people are starving.
The suffering man was meant to endure, my son. We cause much of our own grief and need no help from him. It is the unnatural catastrophes, the great wars, the overwhelming pestilences, the wholesale sinning that we have ended. The world is rebuilding. A great dawn will come.
Enough. You've made your case. I believe you, brother.
Do you? Truly?
I admit I was doubtful at first, but you've convinced me. Absolutely. I promise to keep your secret.
Good. Tomorrow, if you feel well enough, you may leave. For now, let the storm pass over. Brother Christophorus will look after you. If you would, go directly to your room.
I will. Good night, brother, and thank you. I was glad our conversation was over. It was clear that he was quite mad. I thought of his wild beard, his eyes in the flickering candlelight, and I was relieved to be away from him. The devil, indeed. But the storm had returned, and I was not yet fully recovered. I would pass one more night in this place. What, I wondered, should I do before morning comes? The corridor was dank and empty. I felt as though I were the last sane man in an insane world. What Brother Jerome had told me was utter nonsense, the product of a deranged mind. But his belief, his faith, as he called it, was heavy in the air, infecting the very stones. To bring it down would require outside help, but perhaps I could start that very night with an act of pure, unselfish humanity. Psst! Are you in there?
Where else would I be? I thought you weren't coming back.
I had a meeting with Brother Jerome.
What did he say? He lied to you, didn't he?
He said that you're...
Go on. What?
The devil.
The devil. Oh, that's good. That's wonderful. What a dream for an old man. Himself a devil. To catch Satan and lock him away in this God-forsaken place. You don't believe him, do you?
Of course not.
Then help me.
If I let you out now, while they're awake, they may catch you before you leave the grounds.
There's always the possibility. But another hour here, you don't know what it's like.
Look here, why don't I just go and get the authorities?
When?
As soon as morning comes. I'll find the path to the village and...
No! It would be my death warrant. The authorities will return and find nothing. Who knows what will have happened to me by then? Jerome is mad, but he's shrewd, too. He won't leave any evidence behind.
Then, what can we do?
You must let me out now.
There doesn't seem to be a lock on your cell, only this small shepherd's staff. You could almost reach through the bars and remove it yourself.
I've tried. It's wedged in such a way that I can't get my fingers around it.
Here, I think I can get it.
Quickly.
Wait. Brother Christophorus.
There you are. Brother Jerome was fearful. You might lose your way.
No, nothing of the kind.
Come along. I'll light the candle. There is bread and water on the table, and more soup to give you strength.
Thank you.
Rest now, Mr. Ellington. Remember, you're still a very sick man.
I'm feeling much better.
Nonetheless, Brother Jerome has asked me to watch over you.
Really, that isn't necessary.
It is my duty. The chair is sturdy, and the candle is fresh.
Wait a minute. Why are you locking the door?
To protect you.
But you're locking us both in.
Never fear. I have the key. It is not long till morning.
But...
Sleep, Mr. Ellington. You are a weary traveler. Soon you'll be back with your own kind. With a comfort, eh? You will forget all you have seen here.
I watched the monk as he sat heavily in the chair. I was a prisoner, no doubt about it. How much longer, I wondered, for both prisoners? What if the morning came and Brother Jerome chose not to release me as he promised? I might remain here for... How long had the Howling Man been in prison? 5 years? Lord, I imagined my beard growing, my hair wild, until I too was starved, crying to be let out. No one would come. Who knew I was here? I'd drop off the face of the earth, forgotten, presumed dead. Brother Christophorus had the keys around his neck, but until he fell asleep, I was at his mercy. It was almost dawn when I dared to move. I had to be careful not to wake him. Yes, I finally had the key. I locked Brother Christophorus in the cell. There was no time to spare. I knew I must release the Howling Man before I left the hermitage. You've come. Good. What do you want me to do?
Lift off the wooden bolt.
Are you sure this is all that holds you in? A small carved stick?
Yes, lift it off, I tell you.
But surely you could have forced the door and broken it.
Please! There is no time for talk. In the name of mercy, if you fail now, they'll kill both of us.
All right.
Hurry.
I'm trying. I just need to slide it out of the latch.
Mr. Ellington, where have you gone?
Hurry! Hurry!
A moment.
Stop him! Stop him!
Now!
Brother Jerome, come quickly.
I am free. Stop! I command you.
The other way. Now.
Here is the gate.
It's locked.
I must get over the wall.
I'll put my hands together. A hoist. Step up.
Let not Satan escape us, O Lord. Let him not sow the seeds of evil throughout the world. I call upon you.
Up, now! He stepped in my hands and climbed the gate. Now, reach down and give me your hand. Help me.
Help you? Help you, mere mortal? Are you mad?
And I saw not the foot of a man before me, but a cloven hoof. In a flash of lightning, with those horns grown suddenly from his forehead, then he turned and vanished in the moonlight.
I am sorry for you, my son.
What was he?
As long as you live, you will remember this night. He is gone.
Who? Tell me.
Even now, you're not sure. But you will be. And then you'll know, Mr. Ellington. You'll know who it was you loosed upon the world.
The monks were mad, I thought. Or the Howling Man was mad. Or I was, or the whole world. But Brother Jerome was correct. I could not forget. And when the pictures of the carpenter from Bromau Alm Inn appeared in the papers, I grew uneasy, for I felt I'd seen this man before. And when the carpenter invaded Poland, I was sure. And when the world was plunged into war and cities had their entrails blown asunder, and that pleasant land I had visited became a place of hate and death, I decided to spend the rest of my life tracking down the one I had released. Each night I dreamed of it, Mrs. Dunphy, and I kept dreaming through all the wars since, until this week. It took years, decades. But eventually I found him. And so the nightmare is finally over. Again.
I see.
And now, Mrs. Dunphy, I'm going to see about a chartered plane to have him transported back to Germany. Brother Christophorus is in charge now. I have already written him. He will be very relieved.
And what you found, it is here?
Have no fear. As long as the staff of truth is in place, he cannot leave the next room. The staff is very small, but very powerful. So you see why you must not, under any circumstances, go near that door. Nothing in the world is more important. Do you understand?
I believe so.
Oh, he'll do a bit of howling, but never mind that. It's a trick. I'll return as soon as possible. Until then, keep that door locked.
Yes, sir. Oh my, such stories.
Come here. Please. You must listen. He is insane. Let me out, I beg you. Let me out.
Who's there? Behind that door. Are you all right? Sir, can you hear me?
The little piece of wood, the staff. Remove it, please.
I don't know if I should.
Please, take it off the door. I implore you, please. Please.
Ancient folk saying, you can catch the devil, but you can't hold him long. Ask Brother Jerome, or Brother Christophorus, or David Ellington. They know, and they'll go on knowing to the end of their days in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
The Last Rites of Jeff Myrtlebank, starring Robert Knepper with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Montgomery Pittman. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Come on, let's take a look in the window. How are we gonna do that? Climb up. Aw, just sneak in. Not me. I ain't going to church. No Sunday school today. We could open the door and take a peek. Nah, we couldn't see him. Where is he? In the box, in front of where the preacher's standing. I thought he was supposed to be in a coffin. Silly fool. That's what the box is, a coffin. Oh, well, I gotta see that. Yeah, me too. But I told you, we gotta look in the window. What are we gonna climb up on? The rain barrel, over here. I'll show you.
Thank you, Sister Ruth. That was mighty fine playing.
Yes, sir. Amen. Yes, sir.
Now then, to get to it. Brothers and sisters, we're meeting here today so we can pay our respects to one of our own. Our dear departed brother, Jefferson Myrtlebank.
Oh, bless his soul.
There's his family. Yep, you all know him. His pa.
Reverend Siddons.
Henry. And his ma.
Thank you, Reverend.
God bless you, Ethel. And little Liz Myrtlebank ain't but 10 years old.
Bless her heart. Look at her.
What an We all know Jeff Myrtlebank. He was a good boy.
Yes,
fine young man.
Oh, real good fine.
That he was, Miss Gatewood.
Oh, Mama. Take my hanky, Comfort.
Comfort Gatewood, you go ahead and mourn for that fine, fine young man that's laid out in his coffin. There wasn't none better in these parts.
Not a one.
Absolutely. Oh, he didn't always show up here on Sundays, but nobody ever saw him at the bootleggers on Saturday night either. But the Lord giveth, and he taketh away. And no man knoweth the reason.
As it's written.
We're all gonna miss this strapping youth. The good Lord must have had a powerful, powerful reason to take him so young in life.
Oh my! Huh? What is that?
Did you hear that?
But we all know the Lord moves in mysterious ways. His wonders to perform.
What is going on?
Look! It can't be!
Is that him? Big as life. What in the... Who put me in this here box?
He's alive!
It's a miracle. It's the devil's work.
Praise God! Praise God! Hallowed be thy name!
Now, will somebody please tell me what is going on here?
It's a funeral, Jeff.
Oh, yeah? Whose is it?
Well, it's yours.
Don't nobody run a mile count. I'm alive, I tell you. Alive!
Time, the mid-1920s. Place, the Midwest. The southernmost section of the Midwest, in the state of Arkansas, to be exact. This particular area hasn't changed much since the Civil War, though progress has brought an easier way of life to some, provided it doesn't cost too much to achieve that progress. The church is a simple one-story wood-frame building. It hasn't been painted for some time, and there's a chimney in the roof for winter heating. The faithful come to this church on foot, a few in their Model Ts, and some still in horse-drawn wagons, for this is a population that can't afford to change with the times. They're all hard-working, God-fearing folks who believe in the good book, and today they've come to say goodbye to one of their own, a certain Mr. Jeffrey Myrtlebank, age 26. Only it seems that the funeral in question will have to be postponed. It may be a bit premature, thanks to some unexpected intervention from the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Last Rites of Jeff Myrtlebank, starring Robert Nepper, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Excuse me. Let me out, please. Please let me out. Excuse me. I'm getting out of here. Where's everybody going? Don't leave on my account.
Easy, Jeff. Take it easy now.
He can talk.
Stand back.
Don't touch him. Come on, somebody tell me. Who in thunderation put me in that pine box?
Now, brethren. Let's not give way to panic. What we got here is a little mistake.
Little? Brother Siddons.
Why don't you sit down on the steps?
'Cause I don't need to sit down. I feel fine, don't you?
Jeff? Is that really you?
Course it is, Ma.
You're looking a little pale, son.
Just a minute, Pa. Brother Siddons, you still seem to have some sense left. What's going on around here?
Tell him, Reverend.
Son, we was about to bury you.
Bury?
We was real certain you died.
Me?
Dead as a doornail.
But that's foolishness.
Doc Bolton pronounced you deceased.
When was that?
Oh, day before yesterday.
That's right, son. Hold on, Pa. Doc, why would you go and do a thing like that?
Well, now, your heart stopped beating. Yes, sir, it sure did. I was at your bedside.
We all were.
My heart? But it couldn't have. It's beating right now. Here, feel it.
It wasn't but 2 days ago. You was sick, son. Real sick.
He's speaking the truth, Jeff.
Well, I'm sure glad you didn't embalm me.
A miracle is what it is. How do you feel now, boy?
Pretty good, I guess. Kinda weak, but rested, like I had a good night's sleep. Hungry, though. Real hungry. I could about eat a bear, hide and all.
Reckon you should be hungry. Ain't et for 3 days.
Well, don't look so surprised, Ma. You too, Pa. It's me, all right?
It surely is, boy.
I'd know my Jeff anywhere.
Hope you got a good supper on the stove.
You sure it's him, Ma?
Little Liz, what's the matter? Don't you know your own brother? You're not thinking I'm a ghost, are you?
Ma, don't go touching her just yet.
Well, I'll be double dogged. My own folks is afraid of me. How about the rest of you? Comfort? You here too?
Jeff, I don't rightly know what to say.
Now just you hold off from touching my sister.
What for? By dang, I'll bet she ain't scared. Not the man she's gonna marry.
Maybe Orkram is right. Hold back your touch now.
That the way you feel? Comfort?
Well, I don't know.
I reckon maybe you are, at that. Little Liz, where are you? Let go of Ma's skirts. You're not as scared of me, are you, honey?
Well...
Lizzie?
You fooled him, didn't you, Jeff?
Yes, honey, I fooled him. Give me a hug now.
You swear you're really and truly my boy, Jeff?
None other. In the flesh.
Praise be, son. Come on home where you belong.
Look at
They're family again.
brings a tear to my eye. Give me your handkerchief. I know what it is. Listen to me. I know what it is.
What's that, Doc?
It's a medical miracle, and it happened right here in our county. Now, the scientific term is ipso-suspendo animation.
Say that again?
Very rare. In fact, well, there have been only, let's see now, 30 cases in the last 1,500 years.
You sure you ain't trying to cover up your own miscalculation, Doc? I never heard of no sickness like that.
Not likely you would. 30 cases in 1,500 years, and all of them in Europe. But everybody's going to hear about this one as soon as I write it up for the medical journal.
I don't know if I want to be famous, Doc. Can't we just keep this twixt ourselves?
Best thing you can do is to stop trying to slander my name and get this boy home.
I do feel kind of weak.
Give him a bowl of soup. Put him to bed. He's going to need his rest.
Bless you, Doc. We'll do that. Come on now, Jeff. We're going home.
Soon as I crank the car.
If I could just sit down for a minute.
Oh, you go ahead, son. Right here on the running board.
Jeff, can I speak to you?
Go ahead.
Sorry I acted funny. It was just... It was so sudden, you're taking sick and all. I like to cry my eyes out.
Did you?
But now... I don't have to cry anymore, do I?
Not one bit.
I just want to say... It sure is nice to have you back.
Well, thank you kindly, Comfort, honey. But you know something?
What's that, Jeff?
Truth be told, I ain't never been away.
How does everybody like their breakfast this morning? Hey, Paul, you ever gonna come up for air from that catalog? Is that all you can do? Grunt?
It's good, Mama.
Why, thank you, Lizzie. How about you, Jeff?
Great, Ma. Real great.
Another biscuit? Plenty more where that came from.
No, thank you. I'll bust a gut. Besides, time's a wasted.
You're in an all-fired hurry.
Think I'll run over the East 40 and get at that fence.
I wish you wouldn't. Tell him, Ethan. Will you put that catalog down? I'm talking to you.
Listen to your ma, Jeffrey.
I'm listening.
It's only been 2 weeks since you was at the brink of the grave. You oughtn't be toiling from sunup to sundown every day.
Oh, I feel fine, Ma. Never felt better.
Just the same, I'd rest easier if in you...
Be back for lunch, Ma. See you over there, Pa.
Boy, seems all right to me.
Just the same, I'm a mite concerned.
What about?
I don't like the way he's behaving ever since...
What do you mean, Ma?
He's different. Not like he was at all.
Seems the same to me.
He only ate 2 eggs again.
That's so.
Ever since he sprouted teeth, he's been having 3 eggs at breakfast.
A man's taste can change.
And the way he's going at that hard work, he never was friendly with work before.
That's true enough. I recollect quite a few times being worried that he'd leaned a shade toward this side of shiftlessness.
You mean lazy?
Not exactly.
Just not very interested. But since his sick spell, he's been in there pulling his share like he's trying to catch up for a year of back work. It ain't like him at that.
No, it's sure not.
What are you waiting on, Big Ears?
Nothing, Pa.
Run down to the mailbox and wait for the mailman.
Yes, sir.
I'm expecting a new catalog.
And I hope it gets here. You've about wore that one out.
Hello there, Peters.
Strauss?
Set a spell.
Don't mind if I do.
Nice day.
Tolerable.
Yes, sir. A good day to be alive.
Yep.
Especially if a man weren't alive. Before.
And who might that be?
Well, now ain't but one in this town.
That's the truth.
What if he was your'n?
Well, sir, I wouldn't want to go to sleep in a house with that boy around.
Oh, no.
They say he's taken to fiddling with things now.
That right. What kind of things?
Axes, plows, cutting blades of all type and description.
Well, what do you know?
Jackknives, hunting knives, you name it.
Ain't that something, though? He was always such a good boy.
Good is as good does. No telling what he's gonna do next.
Gents?
Hello, Doc. We was just discussing the Myrtle Bank boy.
What about him?
We're just wondering about him. Guess you've heard how peculiar he's been acting lately.
I've heard. I'm not one to pass along gossip.
Why don't we just come out and say it? We're all thinking the same thing.
You say it, Petey. You got the floor.
All right, I will. How do we really know that the man who got up and crawled out of that coffin is still Jeff Myrtlebank?
That's crazy.
Is it?
If I were you gentlemen, I wouldn't spread this kind of talk. It could cause trouble.
And what kind of trouble is that?
My grandmother, rest her soul, she used to tell me about evil spirits roaming round the world trying to find a body to take over. She said they could steal a corpse sometimes before a man was good and dead. Just like that. And you know something? I believed her then, and I believe her now.
That's enough. This is dangerous talk. Though I confess, it does throw a little dry kindling on the fire. It's been smoldering in my brain ever since that day at the church.
So what do you figure we should do about it?
Nothing to do. Just keep your ideas to yourself for now, or you'll get people all riled up. We need proof, and that's what we don't have yet. Good day to you, gents.
Day.
Be seeing you, Doc.
It's him.
Get away from the window, girl.
I knew he'd be by.
Comfort's right. It is him. Dag nabbit. Now's the time to tell him. Right to his face.
I won't. Now, I am a grown woman. Almost. And you can't tell me who to see.
Maybe Orgrim is right, dear.
Leave me alone.
But you know what everyone in the county is saying about that boy.
Well, he's not calling on the county. He's calling on me.
You're just plain rotten stubborn. You married that one, and I'll bet all your kids are born with horns on their heads.
Orgrim.
Oh, he's at the door. Okay, you two go in the kitchen and let me entertain my young man.
Mind how you do that, little sister. We'll be listening.
Come along. Comfort's entitled to her privacy.
Well, bless my soul. Look who's here.
Hello, honey.
Come in.
How's your ma and Orgrim?
Oh, just fine. And you? I mean, how's your folks?
Same as ever. Only ma's gonna be mad as a hornet tomorrow.
Mad?
Yeah. I raided that vine of tame roses she's so proud of. Thought you might like a little bouquet. I wrapped it up and everything.
You brought me flowers? How sweet. You oughtn't to have done that.
Go on. Put them in some water before they die.
All right, I will. Oh.
What's the matter?
I guess tame flowers don't last long, do they?
Huh?
When'd you pick them?
Just before I came over.
Well, look at them now. They're dead.
All of them?
Every last one. Dried out. Black as night.
Oh, well, I'll get you some new ones.
That's all right.
Dangest thing I ever saw. Give me a little hug anyway, would you, honey?
Why don't we have some music first?
If that's what you want.
I'll wind the Victrola.
You do that. And pick out a record you like.
We bought a new blue yodel last week.
Did you?
Yeah, it's real pretty.
You mean, like you?
Oh, silly. You'll like it. Here, let me play it for you.
Can we dance to it?
Oh, just you wait now.
Comfort, honey.
Don't.
What'd I do?
Nothing. Only don't go try touching me.
I thought you was my girl.
I'm sorry, Jeff. It's just that the way those flowers died.
What about them?
Maybe you've got poison on your hands.
That ain't what's bothering you.
Yes, it is.
I get it everywhere I go. I can let it go by from other folks, but not from you. I'm getting mighty sick and tired of being treated like one of them vampires.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Now, are you my girl or aren't you? If you are, give me a kiss.
Jeff, no, please.
Land sakes, child, you look scared half to death.
I'm all right.
What'd he do?
Nothing.
It's time I put a stop to this. I'm the man of the family now.
He didn't do anything wrong.
No? And how come your eyes are so wild?
He just got me kind of flustered.
I ain't liked him since we was both 3 years old. And now's the time to do something about it.
You be careful, Orgrim.
Jeff!
What do you want?
I don't want you hanging around here no more.
Let me give you some advice, Orgrim. I'm pretty mad right now. I ain't mad at you in particular, so it'd seem a shame if you got in my way and I took the whole thing out on you.
You threatening me?
That the way you take it?
Man, don't forget who I am.
And who is that?
We go way back. If I had a dime for every time I whooped you, I'd have $100.
True enough. But you haven't whooped me lately. Now get out of my path.
Make me.
If that's the way you want it. Times have changed, Orgrim. Times sure have changed.
Mama? You're bleeding. Oh, my little boy, what's he done to you?
Oh, Mom, I think he broke my jaw.
Don't you worry none. Can you stand?
Poor Jeff.
Poor who?
He doesn't have anybody now.
That's right. And now you don't neither.
Comfort, go and hitch up the team.
I have to go to him.
Hush. We got to get your brother into Dr. Bolton right now.
But Jeff needs me.
He needs a lot more than you can give him, girl. A lot more. Now let's get moving, unless you want to see your brother in a pine box, too.
I ain't that bad, Ma.
No, but if somebody doesn't stop Jeff Myrtlebank in his tracks, this whole town's headed for trouble. It's gonna be just like the good book says. When the dead walk, the end times is near. Easy with him now.
Somebody go get the doc.
Here, put his feet up on t'other chair.
It was that Myrtlebank boy. He lit into him for no reason. You should have seen it.
He like to broke my jaw.
Hold still.
All right, let's see here. Stand aside. What happened to you?
It was Jeff.
Jeff, or whatever devils took possession of his body. He broke my boy's jaw like he was pounding on the door to hell.
We're living with something evil in our midst.
Oh, come on now, Petey.
I mean it. We gotta put a stop to this. We have to, sooner or later, and I, for one, can't see any reason for putting it off.
Yeah, that's right. Now, here it goes.
Come on now.
Where's she going?
Come on, horses.
Comfort, Gatewood, you come back here right now.
Sorry, Mama. I gotta go to him.
How was your dinner, son?
Good as usual, Ma. You're the best cook for miles around.
Oh, now.
It's true. You know just how to make it.
Jeff, you help your sister with her homework.
I don't have any, Ma.
Yes, you do. Reading and writing and your numbers.
But, Ma...
Rest a while, Lizzie. I gotta smoke my pipe first.
Not in here, if you please. Your pa's tobacco is bad enough.
Be back in a minute. That you, Comfort?
Hello, Jeff.
You come out here all alone?
That I did.
Well, I sure can't think what for, after today.
I rode out to warn you.
Warn me? You think I need warning?
There's a group of men coming. I heard them in town.
They are, huh? What do they want?
They're gonna ask you to move.
Move where?
Out of the county.
That's so. Well, all I can say is, let 'em come.
Jeff, please, at least get inside.
I can't do that, Comfort. This here is my property. Always has been. And what I like to do of an evening is stand out here and smoke my pipe. Same as ever.
This is serious, Jeff. They're not kidding.
Neither am I.
Jeff, I'm begging you.
What do you say about it, Comfort? You with them? Or with me?
I reckon I love you. Or else I wouldn't be here now.
I reckon you do. And I love you too. I want to marry you. So which way is it going to be? You best make up your mind right now.
Oh, Jeff.
There he is. All the girls with him. So this is where she took the wagon. I should have figured.
Let's stick together. We know what we're going to do, right? Do we know what we're doing?
Gents?
Now listen here, Jeff.
You get on home, Comfort.
Don't be telling me what to do, Organ.
Well, might late to be driving all this way out here, ain't it?
Jeff, we want to talk to you.
You know this is private property, don't you?
Now hold on. We come here to speak our piece as a committee.
You did, huh?
Yeah, we're speaking for the town. We all talked it over, and we reached a conclusion.
Well, now, why don't you just come out with it? You know you're going to anyway.
Well, our conclusion is Jeff Myrtlebank is dead.
We don't rightly know who you are or where you come from.
But we think you stole Jeff's body.
'Cause Jeff sure couldn't have whooped me all by himself.
Time to fess up. What do you say?
I'm waiting to hear what Comfort has to say. I asked her a question just now. She ain't answered yet.
This ain't about her. Come over here by me, Comfort.
No, Orgram, I won't. Jeff,
Yes, Comfort? I'm listening.
I reckon I'm with you. No matter where we have to go.
Stand behind me, then.
Do that, Comfort. Ma won't let you come home. Not ever. Take your choice.
Well, I just made it.
Gents, my wife-to-be and me was born and raised in this county. We like it just fine here, and we don't aim to raise our kids anywhere else.
Now, hold on.
Let me finish. I heard you out.
Let him speak.
We're gonna stay. Now that means just two things. One, if y'all are wrong about me, you got nothing to worry about. I'm just an old country boy named Jeff Myrtlebank. But if you're right about me, then you folks better start treating me nice.
Is that a threat? I don't know.
Because you don't know what all kind of devilment I can cause.
Hold on a second. I don't know.
I might wave my right hand and bring droves of locusts to eat all your crops.
Stay away from my crop.
Or I might wave my left hand and dry up all your wells. I might even snap my fingers and burn a barn or two right to the ground.
No. We better just do what he says. I don't like the sound of that.
Wait a minute.
Or some morning, just because I feel ornery, I might let the hawks carry away all your chicken.
Now, Jeff, don't go getting ahead of yourself.
Careful, shotgun.
Yes, sir. I think you folks better start treating me and mine real nice.
Boy has a point.
I guess it's a different picture with you aiming to marry Comfort. We sure ain't got no call to pick on her.
That's the truth. It wouldn't be right to hurt her trying to get at someone else. When you aiming to marry?
Jeff?
Right away.
That true, Comfort?
Then I guess it is.
In that case, be sure to let us know about it, boy. We'll throw a picnic that day. Well, let's go, men. This here engaged couple's got some planning to do.
All right, let's go. We gotta go.
See you at home, Comfort?
In a while, Orkram. Tell Ma not to wait up. I guess things are gonna be different now, aren't they, Jeff?
Sure are.
Something the matter?
No, my pipe just went out. Where's my matches?
Right here in your shirt pocket.
Oh.
Can I ask you one question?
Sure, honey.
You couldn't really do all those things, could you?
Well, what do you think? I hated to lie to him that way. But sometimes you have to cope with trouble soon as it comes up, before it gets out of hand.
Jeff,
Hmm?
how'd you do that?
Do what?
Like that match. You didn't strike it on anything. It just lit. All by itself. Was that a magic trick?
Nope.
Well, then what was it?
Honey, one of the first things you're gonna have to learn is to stop imagining things.
If you say so, Jeff.
Now, come on. Get in the wagon and I'll drive you home.
But how will you get home? It's a long walk.
Oh, I won't have to walk.
What are you gonna do? Fly? It's dark and...
Don't you worry about it, honey. I'll think of something.
You'll be relieved to know that Jeff and Comfort are still alive and happily married after all these years. According to the history books, their only son went on to become a United States Senator. He was considered an uncommonly shrewd politician who never lost an election. No one's sure where he is now, but from all reports he had a great influence on our national policies. Some say he continues to this day working quietly behind the scenes, using some rather special skills learned only in the Twilight Zone.
The Twilight Zone continues in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Merry Christmas.
Mom?
Hello?
Mom, can you hear me?
Barely. Are you all right?
Our flight is grounded in Chicago.
Why?
The snow is really coming down. No more flights will be going out tonight.
We can't control the weather. Where will you stay?
We got a room at the airport hotel.
Well, that is no way to spend Christmas Eve.
Well, we're better off than the people sleeping on the floor of the terminal.
I guess so.
Merry Christmas, Mom. I love you.
Wait, tell Katie that Santa will leave her presents here, and I'll keep them safe.
Mom?
Luke? Luke? Merry Christmas to me.
Snowpath, South Dakota. Population 1. One very unhappy grandmother named Martha Waltham, who finds herself alone on Christmas Eve, even though her house looks like a Christmas card, beckoning everyone home for the holidays. Now no one is expected this year. Her only solace will be her Christmas tree, decorated with mementos of Christmases past. The weather has spoiled her plans and cooked her proverbial Christmas goose. But Christmas is a time filled with miracles, and Martha Waltham is about to find out she won't be spending Christmas Eve alone after all, because she is about to meet some very special visitors from the Twilight Zone.
And now, the Twilight Zone and our story, Snow Angel, starring Sean Astin, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
And more snow. Get out the snowshoes and the shovels. It's beautiful to look at if you're inside and don't have to go anywhere. And you might not want to go anywhere if you don't have to. And in entertainment today,
Might as well
so
go to
talented,
bed.
So young and so...
What is that? A car? Who'd be coming out here in this kind of weather? Who's there?
Help! We need help!
Who are are you? What's wrong?
It's my girlfriend. We need to find a doctor. Please open the door.
You stand back from the door. I want to get a look at you.
We need help. Please.
You're just kids.
We got lost in a snowstorm. We were going to the hospital and missed the turn for Sioux Falls. We're almost out of gas. Can we please come in?
Sure, come in.
Thank you. This is Lisa.
I need to sit down, please. I'm a little shaky.
Well, go sit by the fire. Pretty cold out there tonight, isn't it?
It was coming down so hard, I couldn't see the turnoff.
Lisa, you're breathing awfully hard. Are you all right?
I'm fine. I'm just practicing my Lamaze breathing.
Lamaze?
She's getting ready to have a baby.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
What do you want for Christmas, little girl?
I would settle for a pizza right now.
Katie, didn't I say not to wander off?
I was just listening to the man play carols.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Here's some money.
No, that's not necessary.
No, it's Christmas. I'm sure whatever group you're with could use it. Come on, Katie.
Merry Christmas.
Katie, I doubt that man celebrates Christmas.
What do you mean?
He's probably a Hare Krishna or something. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on Katie?
I am. I mean, I did. She was just, listening to the hippie guy in the white robe play carols on the guitar.
What's a hippie?
There are no hippies anymore.
Are there Hare Krishnas?
No.
Yes.
Is he one of Santa's helpers?
No. Well, why?
Mom gave him money.
Why did you give him money?
To make him go away.
He's still there. Look, he's waving at me. Can I wave back?
No.
Yes.
Which is it?
Katie, you don't know him. Didn't I tell you never to speak to strangers?
Does that mean I can't talk to anybody?
That would be safest.
That stinks.
Katie, don't say that. We're together, and that's what Christmas is all about. Family.
So, I can only talk to family on Christmas?
Well, just this Christmas.
But you said, be nice to everyone at Christmas.
Well, yeah. That's the spirit of Christmas. It's a special time to celebrate peace and love.
Joy to the world and everyone in it.
Even the hippie?
Well, yeah.
Okay, I got a great idea. Why don't we invite him to our hotel room and have a pizza with him?
I don't think so.
Katie, you can't. He's a complete stranger.
I thought Christmas was for everyone.
Well, it is.
Mom, where's your Christmas spirit?
Are you okay, Lisa?
I think I need a doctor.
Yes, you do. You really can't have the baby here.
What do you mean?
Well, I didn't mean it the way it sounded. She's gonna need some help. We have to get her to the hospital. I'm gonna call the sheriff's office.
The sheriff's office?
The sheriff can get her to the hospital.
Ow! It hurts! It really hurts!
And besides, the sheriff's got an EMT on call for emergencies just like this. Quite frankly, I think the baby could come any time now, and it makes no sense to take chances. Oh, perfect. The phone just went dead. God, I don't believe it. The storm must have torn down the lines.
Don't be scared. The lights just went out.
Oh, great. Now we've lost the electricity, too. Well, I'll get some candles.
Look, lady, we need help. What are you going to do?
Don't use that tone of voice with me.
Sorry. Look, she needs help. We've got to do something.
Okay. I've got a 4-wheel drive SUV in the garage. Here are my keys. You go warm it up, and I'll stay with her and get her ready to travel. Now you bring it around, and I'll drive you to the hospital.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can I get you anything?
My mommy. I want my mommy.
Well, I'm sorry I can't help you there. The phone's out and the internet is down. Look, before the night is over, you're going to be somebody's mommy, and you're going to find out how your mommy feels tonight, not knowing where you are.
I'm so scared.
How old are you?
14.
14. And him?
He's older. Ow!
Oh, keep breathing. How much older?
Pretty sure he's got a driver's license, if that's what you mean.
And he obviously knows how to drive, so you're probably right. Wait a minute, what's he doing? What? Wait, he's driving off. Where's he going?
I don't know.
Well, you must. He's your husband or boyfriend or whatever, isn't he?
Well, actually, he's not.
What? Well, I didn't think you were married, but who is he? Where did he go with my SUV?
I have no idea.
What do you mean?
I met him at a truck stop in Minnesota. I have no idea who he is. His name is Matt something. I just wanted a ride.
Where?
I don't know. I just wanted to get away from everything and everybody. Oh! Ah! This hurts so bad.
I'm calling the sheriff. He'll come and get you. I am not dealing with this.
No, you have to. The phone isn't working, and your SUV is gone. And I'm gonna have a baby whether you like it or not.
Well, I guess you are. Look, don't cry. I'm sorry. Let's start over, huh? I'll help you through this.
Can I ask you a question now?
Sure.
Why do you live out here all by yourself? Do you hate people or something?
Well, no.
Oh! Oh! That one really hurts.
Why would you think I hate people?
Why isn't your son here tonight?
How do you know about my son?
Relax. I saw a picture on the end table. I figured it was your son. Am I right?
Yes.
How come he doesn't live here with you?
He went away to college, met a girl, and got married. He started a new life somewhere else.
Do you miss him?
Yes.
So, why didn't you go see him for Christmas instead of making his family come out here to the middle of nowhere?
My family comes home for Christmas.
But your son's family can't be home for Christmas because they had to come here for Christmas.
I never thought of it that way. He and his wife and daughter were supposed to be here tonight, but they got snowed in. So they're spending Christmas in an airport hotel.
That double stinks. Now everybody loses.
Apparently.
I'll get it.
Don't answer it. This is a hotel. You don't know who's there.
That's why I want to answer it. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. I've got a pizza for you.
Mom, it's the hippie. He got a pizza for us.
What? There must be some misunderstanding.
Look, I don't know who you are or what's going on here, but...
I work for the airline. Here's my ID.
Look, he has a name tag with wings, just like a pilot.
I'm not a pilot, but I've got a lot of airtime.
I don't mean to be rude, but what's with the robe?
My angel costume? Not many people want to work on Christmas Eve. They want to be at home with their families, so, I volunteered to work tonight.
I told you he was nice.
But it's not within my angelic powers to make the snow stop, so people are pretty crabby about their flights being canceled. I'm just doing my best to keep everyone happy.
That is so nice of you. Come on in.
Is there an angel that can stop snow?
The Archangel Michael, but he's pretty busy tonight.
The Archangel
That is so cute.
How are you feeling?
The contractions stopped. Maybe it isn't time. Hey, the lights came back on. They must have fixed the power lines. How did they do it that fast?
They didn't. I have a generator for when the power goes out. You can freeze to death up here without one.
We might not get to the hospital, but at least we won't freeze to death.
Maybe we can get you to the hospital.
How? Matt stole your car, and his was on empty.
Do you think he left his keys in the car?
Probably. I mean, he stole the car, so I don't think he cared much about it.
Good. The generator runs on gasoline. I can siphon the gas out of that tank and put it in the car and drive you to the Sioux Falls Hospital. Now, will you be all right by yourself till I get back?
Yeah, sure.
Hi, Merry Christmas, little lady. Is Martha around?
She's out back getting more firewood.
That sounds like Martha to me. I wouldn't be surprised if she was chopping wood right now just for the exercise.
I got her a chainsaw for Christmas.
Wow, that's a thoughtful present. You visiting for the holidays?
Yes, we barely made it through. Our car was running on empty. Martha's son got snowed in. She's really bummed out about that. She was really looking forward to the family getting together tonight. She doesn't admit it, but I think she gets pretty lonely out here all alone.
Well, tell me about it. Well, at least she's got you to keep her company. So is everything okay?
Yep, everything's good. It's Christmas. I'm wrapped up in a warm blanket. I've got a good book. And Martha chopping wood for the fireplace. What more could I want?
I'll call her son and let him know you're both okay. Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Lisa.
All right, Lisa. You keep yourself all bundled up in that blanket. It's gonna be a cold one tonight.
Sure thing. Good night.
Good night.
Oh no! Not now. Oh God, please not
Sheriff, where are you? Copy.
Hey, I'm just leaving the Walton place, over.
Everything okay out there?
Oh, yeah. Martha's phone lines were down and her son's flight got grounded in Chicago. He asked me to check on her. I can't imagine Martha ever needing help, though. What's up?
Keep your eyes open. State police are looking for a kid who stole a car.
On Christmas Eve? What is this world coming to?
Oh no, I'm grateful.
What do you mean?
If it weren't for guys like that, we'd be unemployed.
Lisa. Okay. I filled the car with gas, and we're in luck. Matt left the keys in it. Lisa? Lisa? Lisa, where are you? Oh, God, oh, no. Her coat and her things are gone. Lisa! Oh, God. There's snow by the front door. God, tell me she didn't go out into the storm. Lisa! Lisa! Lisa!
Can I see your license and registration?
Of course, officer. This isn't my car, by the way.
I know. Get out of the car, please.
Sure, it's my Aunt Martha's.
You got some ID?
Of course. Here. My sister and I are visiting her for the holidays.
What's your sister's name?
Lisa.
Can you describe her?
Cute little blonde. She's with Aunt Martha right now.
Oh, okay. Hey, here's your license. Yeah, I just met her. She told me how she got Martha a chainsaw for Christmas. Save old Martha's back from chopping wood, although I always thought that fit her personality more.
I know what you mean.
So, what are you doing driving around on a night like this?
Well, Martha was saying how good her four-wheel drive is in this kind of weather, so I just wanted to try it out.
Well, I don't blame you. Hey, have fun. We drive safe now. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Well, my dinner break is over. Time for me to get back to work.
What do you do when the flights are all grounded?
Well, not all the flights are grounded.
They're not?
No. Some flights have to go out no matter what.
Passenger flights?
Cargo.
What's cargo?
Packages.
Wait a minute. Where's my package for Grandma?
Honey, wait.
Maybe he can get it on the flight.
Honey, no.
Well, where's it going?
Snow Pass, South Dakota. I bet you don't have a flight scheduled there tonight.
Well, you're right about that. I was thinking if it was, a big city or someplace warm.
Could you try?
I find it very hard to say no to you. Give me the package. I'll see what I can do.
Those reindeer and the nose should be red. Yeah! Ah! Oh my God. What was that? That come from? Oh no. Did a meteor fall from the sky? I hit somebody. Oh no. Ah! Oh man, I am so sorry, dude. Just lie still.
Why? I'm making a snow angel under your SUV.
You're not hurt?
The snow is thick and soft. Whew, my angel wings are nice and fluffy. Go ahead, feel them if you want.
What? I'm sorry. I'm kind of drunk, but you're an angel.
Yeah, it's a big night for Christmas pageants, I'm pretty busy flying around from place to place.
How come you didn't get hurt?
Well, your SUV is pretty high off the ground, and I grabbed the bumper and just hung on until you stopped.
I would have to say that this would be a miracle.
It's Christmas! Hey, give me a hand and get me out from under here. Hey, careful. Don't get oil on the wings.
Wow. That's some snow angel you made. It's perfect.
Yeah, well, I loved making them when I was a kid. When the truck stopped, it was the first thing I thought of. So I made one. People love snow angels.
Just to double check. You're not hurt, right?
Absolutely. Nothing can hurt a snow angel. I mean, think about it. When I fell from out of the sky, blam! Did I get hurt? No. You think a little thing like getting run over by an SUV is going to bother me?
You did fall from the sky.
Well, of course. But yeah, you know, my glasses flew off when you hit me. I can't see very well without them. I think they flew off back there. Can you find them for me while I, catch my breath?
Sure. Anything you want. Around here, you think?
Nope. Farther down the road by that tree.
Like here?
Further.
Hey! Hey, what are you doing? Where are you going with my truck? Don't leave me out here, I'll freeze to death!
Clear tonight with the temperature dropping to a
Mom, do you think he's gonna get that package to Grandma's house tonight?
No, not a chance.
What's that sound?
A jet just took off. Look out the window. You can see it.
Mom, maybe there is a chance.
Sorry to disappoint you, but no. Hundreds of flights were grounded. We're going to have a long wait.
Maybe Grandma's line is fixed.
The phone company barely gets lines fixed on weekdays, and they're going to fix a line on Christmas Eve?
Hello?
I don't think so.
Yes, this is Luke Waltham.
You're Mommy Negativity.
No, I'm not.
See what I mean?
Okay, you got
Really?
me.
Okay. Thanks.
Was that Grandma?
No,
Told you so.
it was the airline. They said to pack our bags and come to the terminal immediately. We're the first plane out of here.
Stop! Help! Stop!
Hey, what's wrong?
Who are you?
Does it matter? You're gonna freeze to death out here. Get in. Okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
You don't look fine.
Well, that's because you're driving my SUV.
Are you sure?
Yes. A young man stole it. How did you get it?
Well, I guess I stole it from him.
Why?
Well, I guess you could say I'm a man on a mission, and I needed it to pick you up. Where to?
Well, if it's not out of your way, could you take me home?
Sure. I was headed that way anyway.
Hey, what happened to Martha's SUV?
Huh? What? Well, I thought I hit somebody back there a ways, and...
You did what?
Well, I thought I did, but I couldn't have, because he came from out of nowhere. I mean, it was like he fell from the sky.
He fell from the sky. Yeah, I think you better get in my squad car, and then we can go back and look for Martha's SUV.
Well, we ain't gonna find it. I can tell you that.
How come?
Well, the angel that fell from the sky tricked me into finding his glasses. He made me walk away from the SUV to look for the glasses, and when I got far enough away, he drove off in the SUV.
You know what I think? You got mugged, somebody hit you in the head real hard, and then stole Martha's SUV.
You know, I did see a flash of light just before it happened, and then stars.
Yeah, we got another car theft. Somebody stole Martha's car.
What?
Yeah, Martha's nephew's in the car. I found him on the side of the road. Somebody must have mugged him and stole Martha's SUV.
Criminy! This car thief must really be busy tonight. The car reported stolen wasn't an SUV. It was an Eagle Talon with Minnesota plates.
Oh, you got any ID on the guy?
Minnesota State Police sent a picture of the guy who stole the Talon off a security camera at a truck stop.
Oh, let's see that. Huh. This is a picture of the guy who's sitting out in my cruiser.
Don't look now, Chief, but I think he just stole his third vehicle of the night.
Thanks for the ride home. Do I get to keep my SUV? Or are you going to keep stealing it?
Could I borrow it?
For what?
I'm looking for a girl named Lisa. Her parents are worried sick about her.
You know her?
I get around.
She was here earlier. But I scared her, and she ran off into the snow. I was out looking for her.
I know. She's inside.
What?
Let's get her in the car into the hospital. Just keep breathing.
Who are you?
Your parents were worried about you.
They're not mad at me?
No.
Your parents will always love you no matter what.
So, they sent an angel to get me?
Well, they thought it would be pretty hard for you to turn an angel down. Anyway, I go where my beeper tells me and I do what I can. And you know something? You're in luck. I've got an ambulance coming to get you.
You do?
Let's go meet them.
Is this ambulance the only non-stolen vehicle left in the whole county?
Could be. I didn't even make my car payment this month, so I'm not sure if I even have a car anymore.
And how could I have been so dumb to leave that guy in my cruiser with the keys in it?
Your Christmas spirit let you put your guard down.
Hey, isn't that Martha's car heading towards us?
Looks like it.
Flash your lights.
Will do. Oop, wrong button.
Oh, I think you got their attention. They're stopping.
Sheriff, I'm so glad you got word to bring the ambulance.
Say what?
Lisa's getting ready to have her baby.
She's what?
I'll go check her, Chief.
Well, my phone was out, so I couldn't reach you. And then my car got stolen.
I know.
You knew?
Yeah, well, the guy who stole your car, he stole my cruiser.
Hey, Chief, quit gabbing and get over here. We've got to get this little girl to a hospital now. She's getting ready to have a baby.
What is going on?
Come on, let's get her in the ambulance.
It's so good that nice man was able to get through to you to bring the ambulance.
What nice young man? Nobody called us. We're only driving this because my cruiser got stolen.
Get up front and drive. Close the doors and let's get moving.
I'll get back to you later, Martha.
That problem is solved.
Hey, want a lift back to the house?
Yes.
Quite an evening, huh?
Oh, yeah. Unbelievable, actually. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Sure.
Who are you?
Well, I thought you'd never ask. You're gonna be really, really surprised.
At this point, nothing would shock me.
Okay, you ready? I'm a friend of your son.
I don't believe you.
See? I told you.
Okay, then what's his name?
Luke.
Are you some scam artist? You could have looked that up. What's his wife's name?
Jesse.
What's their son's name?
Well, that sounds like a trick question. They don't have a son. You have one granddaughter, and her name is Katie.
All right, I believe you. You did a lot of nice things tonight, so you must be who you say you are. But all of this happened so fast. I'm not quite sure what happened.
Understandably.
This is really bothering me. Do you mind if I ask you a little harder, more personal question now?
I always love a challenge. Shoot.
What are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere on Christmas Eve in an angel outfit?
Delivering packages.
So, are you one of Santa's helpers?
Now, technically speaking, Santa's helpers are elves. I hate to break it to you, Martha, but there is no such thing as an elf.
I know that, and we agree on that point then. But now I need to know you're not some crazy guy running around in an angel outfit.
Martha, relax. Breathe easy. I'm not some crazy guy. Rest assured that I'm taking you home, and everything is going to be okay.
Okay. But why are you here, really?
Do you want me to level with you?
Yes, please.
Okay, here goes. I made a promise to deliver a package tonight, and I never break a promise.
Who are you delivering it to?
Well, the package is in the trunk. Should I stop the car and show it to you so you can see?
No. Just take me home.
No problem. You know what would be really something?
What?
If when we got there, your family was waiting for you.
Now that would really surprise me.
Does Grandma live down there?
Yep.
You think my gift got to her?
Yep. Somehow, I got a feeling it did.
No more mommy negativity?
No more mommy negativity.
How come?
It's Christmas.
For a child, Christmas is never the same once they question the plausibility of Santa Claus. Giving one person the responsibility of delivering a gift to everyone in the world just doesn't seem possible. So Christmas is a time of wonder. It is a special time set aside for wishing, hoping, giving, and receiving, when everyone believes the impossible is possible. That's why it never makes sense to question a miracle or where an unexpected gift comes from. It might have come to you on the wings of a snow angel, special delivery from somewhere deep within the Twilight Zone.
Snow Angel, starring Sean Astin with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Joby Cerny. Heard in the cast were Ann Whitney, Natalie Berg, Courtney Boxwell, Ann Sonneville, Kif Vandenhoevel, Brandon Eels, Patrick Francis, and Natalie Urkel. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced by Carl Amari and directed by Joby Cerny for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are produced in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Bob Benson and Tim Cerny. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Company Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 3 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking. Spur of the Moment, starring Sarah Wayne Callies, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Richard Matheson. Heard in the cast were Kurt Nabig, Christian Stolte, David Darlow, Meg Thalken, Doug James, and Fernette Lebo. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Your coffee, Mrs. Henderson.
Thank you, Gladys.
Will there be anything else?
Not just now. Is Mr. Henderson in the study?
Yes, ma'am. With the morning paper.
Ask him to come in, would you please, when he has a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Anne, is that you?
Yes, Mother.
Are you going somewhere?
I'm taking Kahlua out.
Not now, surely.
She needs exercise.
Oh, I know, but...
Just for a while. I won't go far, I promise.
Well, be careful, dear.
How long have I been riding?
Why, since you were old enough to walk, practically.
Then I think I can take care of myself, don't you?
I only meant with the engagement party and all.
That's not till this evening. I'll see you in an hour, don't worry. I'm not a child anymore.
No, you're certainly not.
Where's she off to?
Exercise, John, for her and the horse.
Now? But a young man is driving out from the city. We're to have lunch.
She'll be back in time.
That girl, always keeping him waiting.
Oh, she's doing better lately, you must admit.
Yes, but she's still so restless. All that energy.
And then the horse may be exactly what she needs, at least until she and Robert set the date.
Good girl. What a beautiful day, huh, Kahlua? Easy, you got nothing to worry about up here. What is it? You hear something? Where? I see, up on the ridge. How strange, dressed all in black. Who is that? Hello there? What's she doing? Hello, can I help you? Slow down, please. You're spooking my horse. Come on, Kalua. She's not gonna stop. She's crazy. We've got to get away. We've got to.
This is the sound of terror. Anne-Marie Henderson, 18 years of age, her young existence suddenly marred by a savage, unholy, unanticipated pursuit. Miss Henderson has no idea whatever as to the motive for this pursuit, and worse, not the vaguest notion regarding the identity of her black-clad pursuer. Eventually, she will be given the solution to this twofold mystery, but in a manner far beyond her present capacity to understand. A manner enigmatically bizarre in terms of time and space, which is to say, an answer from the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, Spur of the Moment, starring Sarah Wayne Callies, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
She's just taken her horse out.
I don't blame her on a day like this.
She must have lost track of time.
That's easy to do.
Here, Robert, sit down. Would you like something?
Don't go to any trouble for me.
No trouble at all, my boy. I'll have Gladys bring us a tray.
No, really. I'd just as soon wait for Anne.
Where is that girl?
You're looking well, Mrs. Henderson.
Oh, now.
I mean it. Is that a new hairdo?
Oh, don't let's talk about me.
No? What should we talk about?
How are things in the city?
Same as always. Oh, the firm is expanding. Did Mr. Henderson tell you?
I think he mentioned something.
A promotion may be in the air. Of course, it's not definite yet, but...
Oh, that's wonderful, Robert. Dear, did you hear? Robert says he's about to receive a promotion.
Well, it hasn't quite been decided.
What in the name of... Will you look at that?
What is it?
Anne just came riding back as though the devil himself were chasing her.
Really?
I wonder what's wrong. Anne?
Bob.
Anne, what happened?
Darling, you look positively terrified.
Hey, what's the matter? Anne, did something...
Oh, Bob!
Please, tell us what happened, baby.
No, you're all right.
There was a woman out there.
Woman?
What woman?
I don't know. I never saw her before. She was dressed entirely in black with a cape. It was horrible.
Calm down. You're not making sense.
What did she do?
She chased me.
Chased?
She was on horseback too, a black horse, and she chased me as hard as she could. I think if she'd caught me, she would have killed me.
What?
The way she looked at me, her eyes, they were insane. I'm sure of it.
See here. Where was this?
I don't know.
Try to remember.
Yes, Anne, if someone meant to kill you...
John, don't you think we better...
Was it where you usually ride, out beyond the meadow?
I think, yes, the trail below the hills.
All right, baby. I'll take care of it.
Shh. It's all over now, honey. Everything's going to be all right.
Poor darling. What a fright you must have had.
Use my handkerchief. There we go. All over now. Come sit with me.
Yes, on the sofa.
This is Mr. Henderson in the main house. We have a problem with an intruder. Yes.
It was so frightening, I can't tell you. She just rode at me, whipping her horse with such a look of hatred.
I don't understand.
If you'd been there.
At once. Take the gardener with you. It's possible that the woman is insane.
And she's not one of the locals? You've never seen her before?
No.
Here, lean back.
When you find her, bring her to the house immediately.
Yes, immediately. An outside line, please. Get me the police.
Better now.
I'm all right. Will someone see to Kahlua for me?
The groom's already taken her to the stables.
It was just so unexpected. 1 second, I'm alone, and the next, there she was at the top of the hill, glaring at me with her long hair blowing and those eyes. And then she started down the hill. There was no trail, but that didn't stop her, whipping her horse all the way. It was so terrifying.
Quiet now, darling. You don't have to tell us any more. Just try to forget it.
I can't forget it. I don't understand. Who is she? Why did she chase me like that? I've never done anything to her.
We'll find out. Your father's talking to the police right now.
If she doesn't live around here, I can't imagine where she came from. It was like she was waiting for me, but why? Why me?
Hey, I know. Maybe she had a message to deliver.
Message?
A warning. Mm-hmm. Sure you're telling us everything?
What?
You're sure she wasn't carrying a sign in her hand that read, "Cancel that engagement party. Don't marry that investment banker from New York. Signed, yours truly, Fate."
Please don't joke about it, Bob. It wasn't funny.
Sorry, I was only trying to cheer you up.
This is John Henderson up at the Spires. My daughter Anne was just attacked by a woman on horseback. Yes, on our property. She was out riding when she came across this woman. No, on the meadow. It runs roughly parallel to the old granite road. There's a gate just past the crossroad that you can... Yes, that's right. No, my daughter was able to outride her, which is, of course, beside the point. I've sent 2 of my staff out to find the intruder, but I will naturally want her arrested when and if she's... Thank you. As soon as possible, if you will. Feeling better?
Yes, Daddy.
Good. Wouldn't do to have a red-eyed fiancé at the party, would it?
Certainly wouldn't.
Where's my pipe?
Why, in your jacket pocket, I imagine, dear.
Tell us about this woman now.
I've told you everything.
And you have no idea at all who she might be?
No, Daddy.
She must have ridden onto our property by mistake.
Mistake?
That's a point, Mr. Henderson. If she were on the property by mistake, why should she attack Anne?
Yes. Did she shout at you?
Yes, but she was too far away. I didn't hear what she was saying. I think she wanted to kill me, though.
You're just assuming that, honey.
No, you didn't see her eyes. I'm sure of it. Who's here?
Oh, I doubt if she followed you all the way home, baby.
What if she did?
Let's hope she did. Save us the trouble of looking for her. Now, where exactly did this happen? Anne?
Aren't you gonna look?
Whoever it is, Gladys will let them in. Now...
I know, but...
Come on, baby. Where along the trail? In the hills, you say?
Well, it was...
Yes?
Beyond the meadow, out near that fallen oak, you know, where the stream...
Go on.
Yes?
I want to see Miss Henderson.
No mysterious woman, I'm afraid, unless she's a baritone.
That sounds like...
I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell, but Mr. Henderson has given strict orders that I'm not...
I said I want to see Miss Henderson.
David.
I'm afraid that's not possible.
Oh, dear, I thought everything was ended.
It is, Mother. I didn't know he was...
Didn't you?
I'll take care of it.
Would you like a hand?
No, stay here. What's going on?
Nothing, sir. I only want to see Anne.
See here. I thought I told you...
Now, Anne, you stay away from him.
I will, Mother.
Perhaps I can be of help.
I'm sure that won't be necessary.
Don't you understand English, Mitchell?
Get out of my way.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell, but I'm not at liberty to admit you.
Ask Anne. See what she says.
David, don't...
Why don't you back off, fella? Can't you see you're not wanted?
Anne!
Not now.
That's all right, Gladys. I'll handle this. You're not welcome in this house, Mr. Mitchell.
I don't care what you think. I came to see Anne.
She doesn't care to see you.
Please, David.
Would you rather I call the police?
As a matter of fact, they're on their way right now.
Call who you will. I want to talk to Anne.
What does it take to convince you? Prosecution?
Just a few words from your daughter. That's all I ask.
Hear them then, if that's the only way we can be rid of you. Though I can predict what they'll be.
David, I don't know what you expect from me.
Anne. Anne. It is over between the two of you, isn't it?
I told you it is. David, what is it you want?
Just to tell you...
Keep your distance.
Don't put your hands on me.
Robert, please. What?
To tell you it's not too late.
Oh, David, you're making it so difficult.
It's not too late, Anne.
Only a blind man could convince himself of that.
I wasn't talking to you.
No, but I was talking to you.
Stop it, both of you.
We belong together, you know that.
Not anymore.
Don't let your father force you into this. Break the engagement.
I can't.
You broke ours.
Mitchell?
Give him 10 more seconds, then that's it.
Please, Anne. You belong with me.
Don't, David.
Time, Mr. Mitchell. You've said your piece. Get out.
I'm not through yet.
I think you are.
Anne.
Let go of me.
Did you hear the lady? She said, let go.
And I said, take your hands off me. Ugh.
Is that your best punch?
More where that came from.
Stop it, both of you. I wish she had caught me back on that trail. Anything would be better than this.
Surely you can do better than that, old boy.
Let's find out.
Steady, Robert.
I will have no more violence in this house.
Maybe this will persuade you.
Daddy, what are you doing?
I only keep this pistol to defend my family. And unfortunately, it looks like that may be necessary.
Put the gun away, John.
Gladly. As soon as some order is restored.
I thought you knew me, Mr. Henderson.
I thought I did too, but now...
I mean you no harm.
Judging by your attitude, I can't be sure of that. I think the time has come for you to leave.
I only wanted...
Don't think for a moment, Mr. Mitchell, that I won't use this. To the contrary.
Don't hurt him, Father.
Is this what you want, Anne?
I don't know.
To let your father break us up at the point of a gun? Anne! Answer me!
Don't even think of following her.
Don't worry. I won't.
And if you will have the common courtesy and sense to leave this house?
Goodbye, Mr. Henderson. Mrs. Henderson. I won't bother you again.
That's that, then.
You know, I almost feel sorry for him.
But not quite, eh?
Not quite.
Come, my boy.
Yes, go back to the living room. I'll see to Anne.
Didn't hurt you with that punch, did he?
Hardly.
I think a good stiff drink is in order, don't you?
Amen.
Wonder what's keeping the police.
About that woman?
They should be here.
I wouldn't worry. She's probably gone home by now to wherever she lives. I didn't realize you had such crazy neighbors.
Neither did I, my boy. Until today.
She's probably not from around here.
Hard to be sure these days. People aren't always what they seem. Ah, well. Cheers.
Cheers. Anne, honey?
Yes, Robert.
There you are. What are you doing out here?
I just needed a breath of fresh air.
Aren't you feeling well?
I'm fine.
Your folks were wondering what happened to you.
Tell them I'll be right in.
Can I get you anything? Some punch?
No, thanks.
Sure.
I'm sure. Just a little tired, that's all.
Well, don't be long. You're the belle of the ball.
Am I?
It isn't every night a girl announces her engagement.
I know.
Are you sure you're all right?
Yes, Robert. Just give me a moment.
Anne, I wanted to tell you something.
What?
Only that you've made me very happy. I consider myself the luckiest man in the world.
You do?
These past few months, I knew the first time I saw you that you were the one. The woman I want to share my life with.
You're very sweet, Robert.
I love you very much, you know, and I'll do everything in my power to give you a good life. I swear it.
I know. I know you will. Tell Father I'll be right there.
I think he's ready to make the announcement.
Of course he is. Now go on.
Don't be long.
I won't. Hello?
Anne?
David?
Over here, in the stall.
They'll be looking for me.
Oh, Anne. Sit with me. Will you do that much?
I'm here, aren't I?
Thank you for coming. I don't know where to begin.
You don't have to.
But, Anne...
It's already been decided.
I can't let you make a mistake like this.
I'm not making a mistake.
Forget about me. It's you I'm worried about.
I'm not worried. And I can't forget about you. How could I? Ever since we were children, even then we knew.
That's what I thought. But that man in there, that pretentious, self-righteous snob, anyone but him. I'd tell you the same if you were my sister instead of the one I've always...
Shh. You're not listening to me. I've made up my mind. When I was a child, I wanted to be with you. Only you.
I felt the same, you know that, but...
I haven't changed. I thought I had, but I was wrong. Today, when you two fought, I knew. I want to get married, David, but not to him.
Oh, Anne. Are you sure?
I've never been more sure of anything in my life.
But how?
Let's go away. Now, with just the clothes on our backs. We don't need anything but each other.
Where will we go?
Doesn't matter, does it? As long as we're together?
I can get a job. I'll work hard.
You won't have to. As soon as Daddy gets used to the idea, we can come back. He'll find something for you.
I don't want a thing from him. We have to make it on our own. Otherwise...
Shh. I'm his only daughter. Someday, this place will be ours. We'll run it together, raise horses, just as we always wanted, doing what we love.
I only love you.
Oh, David. I love you too. So very, very much.
What's happened to you?
I'm not sure. The truth? It finally got through to me. I was so frightened today. I guess it brought me to my senses. It was like waking up. And I'm so sorry.
You don't have anything to be sorry for.
Did you bring your car?
Down the road.
Then let's run away now before it's too late.
In a minute, Anne. In a minute.
Yes?
Mrs. Henderson.
Who's calling, please?
Mrs. Henderson, this is Don Manikian.
Who?
From the law firm.
Oh, yes. Have you taken care of that matter for me?
I'm afraid... Well, I have some bad news.
Don't tell me they've agreed to a smaller amount. Well, I suppose we'll just have to accept. My daughter will be disappointed.
They won't agree to any amount. Your estate is mortgaged to the gills. And those back taxes have put you in a very dangerous position. The bank says...
What's that? My hearing aid's not working. It sounded like you said...
There's no possibility of a loan. And unless you sell the property...
Sell? Why, this is all we have. It's always been ours. My husband built it up from nothing.
And when he passed away, your daughter and son-in-law took over the estate. Your net worth dropped precipitously.
Sell some more stock.
Mrs. Henderson, there aren't any more stocks to sell. Mr. Mitchell had everything in high-risk growth funds. I advised him to diversify, but he wouldn't listen. And now, well, with the way things have been run, the only alternative is receivership. If we can arrange a time to sign the papers...
I can't talk about this anymore. My heart. I'll have my daughter call you when she returns.
But, Mrs. Henderson, I have to tell the bank something this afternoon.
Good day to you, Mr. Manukian. Anne? Anne, is that you?
Of course it is, Mother. Who else would come to this dump?
That lawyer phoned again.
Which one?
From the investment firm.
So?
He wants you or David to call him.
Oh, who gives a...
Did you hear what I said?
I heard!
Do you think that will help?
Yes, it'll help if I drink enough of it.
They're going to take the house away from us, Anne.
Are they really?
Yes.
They can have it.
Anne!
Come off it, Mother. I've got more important things on my mind.
Oh, like what?
Something happened today.
Did it? What could possibly?
Do you know what I saw? Do you?
Anne, really?
I saw a ghost, Mother. My own.
What are you talking about? A ghost?
That's right, Mother. A phantom. A visitation from the past.
This is no time for such nonsense. You haven't heard a word I said. We're in danger of losing the house.
Oh, come off it.
That's all it means to you?
That's all.
The home you were raised in.
Raised? You mean lowered? Spoiled? Squeezed to death with a velvet glove.
Oh, don't let's start.
It started the day I was born, thanks to Daddy dearest.
I won't hear you debase his memory.
Debase his memory? How cornball can you get?
How can you talk like that about your own father, who gave you everything? Everything!
That's right. Gave me. I never had to earn a bit of it. In fact, I never had to work for anything in my life. Never had to bother acquiring such useless traits as judgment, discrimination. Who needs them? Cheers, Mumsy.
You blame your father?
Yes. I blame my father.
But how?
Easy? Oh, he was so strong, wasn't he? So efficient, so meticulous. I was his baby. Oh, wasn't I? 16, 17, 18 years of age, I was still his baby. With all the keen insights of a baby, all the capacity to understand, the ability to judge people and make decisions, the right ones. So I made a mistake. One little mistake. Just enough to ruin my life. And I've suffered for it, haven't I? Haven't we all? I'd say that calls for another drink, don't you?
And don't.
Oh, how wonderful. I'm finally being disciplined at the age of 43.
What about the house?
I don't care about the house, Mother.
Well, I care.
That's your misfortune, and none of my own.
At least we should talk about it. Time is running out.
It ran out a long time ago, Mother. A long, long time. I have something more pressing on my mind, what I saw out there today. The ghost of engagements past, you might say.
There you go with your ghosts again.
Mine indeed. Intriguing, isn't it, to be haunted by one's own self? Positively fascinating.
What exactly did you see?
A reminder from the past and the future. I was riding where I always go out beyond the meadow. I was on a ridge when I saw this young girl pass on the trail below. There she was, with her new saddle, a wonderful white horse. Her daddy gave it to her when she graduated high school. You may remember it, Mother.
How could I?
Because it was my horse once. The girl was me. As I looked at 18.
Oh, I think you've had too much to drink.
No, you're wrong. I haven't had enough. You remember the day of my engagement party? I do. I even remember the date. It was June 13th, 25 years ago. Do you recall how I came in that day, terrified because a woman had attacked me, chased me on a horse, and Father had them search for her in vain? I was that woman, Mother. I am that woman. Look at me, black cape and all, to match my favorite horse. And you want to hear something funny? Something marvelously funny. It's not the only time I've seen her.
Don't carry on like this. Go upstairs and lie down.
Isn't that bizarre? I keep seeing her again and again. Keep seeing myself, just as I was on that day, on that one particular day. You know that expression, go chase yourself? That's what I've been doing. Chasing myself, trying to...
Anne, you're frightening me. Come sit down. It's getting dark. We'll light the fireplace. Would you like that?
You remember what Bob said to me on that day when I told him? Maybe it's a warning, he said. He thought he was joking. It was a warning. I was warning myself not to marry the wrong man. But I married him anyway, didn't I? Of course, I didn't think so at the time. I thought I was being so brave and independent, following my heart. And now I've paid the price. I've become the grotesque wraith dressed in black who frightened that poor, naive child half to death 25 years ago. A phantom who lives in a bottle married to a man who's run our estate into ruin. If only I'd known I was being warned. But who could have told me? Who could have made me listen?
Warned of what?
Speak of the devil.
I asked a question. At least I think I did.
Not now,
Not
David.
now what? I can talk to my wife anytime I want to.
Anne's not herself.
Oh? Then who am I, Mother? I'd say I'm more myself than ever. Perhaps for the first time.
What are you talking about?
Get out of here.
David, it might be better.
I know, if I crawled back upstairs, so you can blame me for everything. That's not fair. I did the best I could. What did I know about it? Investments, running a business. If your old man hadn't up and died...
David?
Well, it's the truth. But look on the bright side. We had some good years.
Did we? When?
After we came back and your father set us up. Some bad luck, that's all. But we'll get on our feet, you'll see. All it takes is for...
For what? A miracle? Another life? We only have one chance, and we blew it. Don't you see? I blew it, but maybe, just maybe, if I can find her again and get through one last time.
What's the matter with her?
Oh, you poor man. Get out of my sight.
I know what it is. Do you think she doesn't love me anymore?
Oh, there, easy. This is far enough. I recognize the spot. She'll come along the bridle trail down there. I know she will, and when she does...